My name is Gu Qianlong. I woke up in terrible pain. My whole body felt crushed. My head was foggy, and I could hear the sound of a wooden bed creaking rhythmically. Confused, I thought, wasn't I caught in an explosion during a mission? How was I still alive? Before I could figure it out, I realized someone was holding me down. "Hold still, it'll be over soon," a man said. Furious, I tried to fight back, but my body was weak. He called me wife, which left me stunned. Then, memories that weren't mine came flooding into my mind. It hit me. I had crossed into another world. I was now an 18-year-old girl, also named Gu Qianlong, and I had just landed in her wedding night. Apparently, the original Gu Qianlong couldn't handle the vigor of her hunter husband and passed away. And now I was in her place. Talk about bad timing. The next thing I knew, I was waking up again in a shabby, drafty hut. Outside, a sharp voice scolded me for not getting up. It was my new mother-in-law, joined by two sister-in-laws and a sister-in-law-to-be, all gossiping about me. Apparently, the old Gu Qianlong was an orphan with no dowry, and the family wasn't thrilled about her joining them. I could tell they weren't going to make my life easy. I looked around the tiny room, a broken table, a few rickety chairs, and a bed barely holding together. I sighed and got dressed, noticing how frail this body was. No wonder the original Gu Qianlong didn't last long. Two little kids, my new stepchildren, came in and timidly told me that Grandma was calling me. They were so small and thin, it made my heart ache. I got up to face the day, determined to survive. Whatever challenges this new life threw at me, I wasn't going down without a fight. As I walked into the courtyard, I noticed people gasping. I touched my face, but didn't feel anything strange. The original memories of this body were vague, but I didn't think I looked scary enough to frighten people. This place was a typical farm family's courtyard. My husband, Eugene's Hong, and his two kids lived in the west room. The rest of the family, his parents, siblings, and their families, filled the other rooms. Almost everyone was in the courtyard when I greeted them politely, but my mother-in-law snapped, refusing to acknowledge me. Before I could react, she stormed off, dragging the family with her, shouting about confronting the matchmaker. In seconds, the courtyard was empty except for the two kids huddled in a corner. An older man in the main room, puffing on a pipe, broke the silence. He told me to eat in the kitchen. I was starving, so I rushed over and found a half bowl of watery porridge. Without thinking, I gulped it all down. The little girl, C, watched me with wide, tearful eyes and whispered that it was all the food for the three of us for the day. She cried and ran off, calling me a bad woman for eating everything. My heart sank. In my past life, I had been strong and capable, a leader, a fighter, someone who could handle anything. But now, I had stolen food from two hungry kids. Guilt burned in my chest. The old man didn't care. He told me to wash the family's clothes by the river. Holding back my frustration, I gathered the dirty clothes and left. The river was beautiful, with clear water surrounded by mountains, but when I arrived, the women washing clothes scattered as if I were a monster. Confused, I looked into the water. For the first time, I saw my reflection clearly. Half my face was marked with grayish patches, like a birthmark, but harsher. I didn't remember looking like this in my old life, or even in the original memories of this body. I touched my face, feeling the smooth but discolored skin. No wonder they called me ugly. No wonder my new mother-in-law wanted to return me. I sighed. Maybe looking like this would save me from trouble, but it didn't make this new life any easier. I wasn't too bothered about my face, even though it was half covered with strange marks. What really mattered was figuring out how to survive in this unfamiliar world. At the river, the clear water was full of fish and shrimp, yet no one seemed to catch them. After washing clothes, I grabbed a stick and speared a big fish with surprising ease. But I hesitated. If I brought it back to my hostile in-laws, would I or the kids even get a bite? So I decided to cook it myself by the river. While preparing a fire, I wished I had some salt. Suddenly, a voice announced, 006 space system activated. To my shock, I was transported into a magical space, a bright area with farmland, a bag of coins, and a shop system. It felt like a gift from the heavens. I bought salt and some seeds and learned I could grow crops here. With enough effort, I could level up the space and unlock more features. My spirits lifted. I returned to the river instantly, cooked the fish, and ate it. It was delicious. I even caught a couple more fish, safely storing them in the space system, which also had a preservation function. With this powerful tool, I finally felt I could handle this world. Just as I finished, I heard someone calling me. It was my second sister-in-law, Fong Xiaoer, looking flustered. She told me our mother-in-law had been beaten, of all things, while trying to confront someone about me. Apparently, the family had gone to the matchmaker's house to demand answers, but found no one home. Instead, my mother-in-law ended up arguing with my uncle-in-law's wife and got herself hit. I couldn't believe it. How could such a large group let one woman beat her? And my uncle-in-law's wife, known for her kind reputation, had done this? Something didn't add up, but I'd have to see for myself. As we hurried back, Fong Xiaoer gave me a sympathetic look. I had a sinking feeling this wasn't just about my mother-in-law. Trouble was waiting for me too. As I approached the courtyard, I saw a crowd gathered at the gate. Their gossip reached my ears before I even got close. "That's the new wife of the third son," one woman sneered. "She's so ugly. No wonder the old lady hates her. And they paid 3 taels of silver for her? Without even a dowry?" Hearing their words stung, but I kept my head high. When I entered, my mother-in-law, lying dramatically on a door panel, glared at me and shouted, "Kneel." I froze. Kneel? For what? No one spoke up for me, and when my eldest sister-in-law, Qian Finfang, tried to kick my legs to force me down, I dodged her easily. She turned her anger on my second sister-in-law, slapping her for not holding me down. "What's going on here?" I asked calmly. "I just arrived and don't even know what's happening. Why should I kneel? In this house, what I say is the rule." My mother-in-law barked. Finfang chimed in, declaring me disrespectful and threatening to have me divorced on the spot. That's when they brought up cheating by my family, accusing my uncle's wife of tricking them into marrying me. My mother-in-law started crying, claiming I was a widow's curse who'd bring bad luck to the family, especially her son, who had just gone off to join the army. The crowd's whispers grew louder, their sympathy shifting to my in-laws. I quickly realized that if I were kicked out, my own family would likely sell me off again. I had to think fast. "Cheating or not, my husband accepted this marriage," I said, holding my ground. "And everyone here knows we consummated it last night." I let my face flush as if embarrassed, then added softly, "What if I'm already carrying his child?" That caught everyone's attention, including my father-in-law. He finally spoke up, saying it wouldn't be right to throw out a wife after the marriage had been sealed, especially if there was a chance I was pregnant. But my mother-in-law wouldn't give up. "She's a curse. Even if he slept with her, it was dark. He probably didn't see her ugly face." The crowd murmured in agreement. To them, it made sense. My looks were enough to justify all their disdain. I stood there, smiling faintly, pretending not to care, but inside, I vowed to prove them wrong. They might see me as weak now, but I wasn't going anywhere. The tense moment in the courtyard was broken by a loud shout. "The doctor's here." My eldest brother-in-law rushed in with Dr. Wu, who was panting from the climb. As soon as she saw him, my mother-in-law, who had been feisty and full of energy moments ago, suddenly clutched her stomach and collapsed on the door panel, wailing loudly. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Was this really necessary? Even the villagers, watching, seemed shocked by her over-the-top performance. Dr. Wu approached her calmly and started checking her pulse. He stayed silent for a long time, which made my mother-in-law visibly nervous. She had staged this whole act to blame me and demand compensation from my family, but now she was worried it might be something serious. Finally, Dr. Wu spoke. "Getting kicked in the stomach can be tricky. Sometimes you feel fine at first, but things can turn bad in a few hours. Let's be cautious. I'll prescribe some medicine, and she'll need rest for 3 days. The family was stunned, especially my eldest sister-in-law, who grumbled about the cost of the medicine. But Dr. Wu snapped back, giving a dramatic example of someone who died after being kicked by a donkey. The mood became even more tense. I glanced at the prescription while everyone was distracted. It was just a basic herbal remedy for bruises and swelling. Nothing serious. I silently wondered if Dr. Wu was incompetent or just playing along to teach them a lesson. Then came the big issue, the cost. Dr. Wu announced it would be 150 copper coins for the medicine and diagnosis. My father-in-law didn't bat an eye. He immediately ordered his sons to go to my family's home in Yangshu village to demand the money. "Take her with you," he added, nodding in my direction. "If they don't pay, she doesn't come back." That hit me like a slap. I realized then that my father-in-law, who had seemed quiet and mild so far, was the real power in this family. He didn't care about fairness or truth. He just wanted to use me as leverage. I had no choice but to go along with it. But as I looked at the mess unfolding around me, I promised myself I wouldn't let them break me. If they thought I was easy to bully, they were in for a surprise. Yu Jianqing turned his head and glanced at Gu Qianlan. The sun shone on her smooth and white face, which was peaceful and beautiful. He turned his head and said with a little reluctance, "Dad, this is not appropriate." "What's inappropriate? You dare not listen to Dad's words?" Qian Finfang just came out of the house with a copper coin and heard that her husband actually pleaded for the third brother's family. She was immediately furious.
"What?"
With her yin-yang face, which is unlucky for her father and relatives, "You dare to stay at home? Don't you like her other half of the good face? She is really like the third brother, who doesn't care about meat or vegetables." As she said, she stepped forward and pinched Yu Jianqing regardless of anything. "Okay, you guys should leave quickly, go early, and come back early." Old Man Yu frowned at the eldest brother's wife's tantrum. "Uncle Xingwang." The crowd automatically parted, and Yu Jiankai, the village chief of Yujia village, finally arrived late. "It's Jiankai. What wind blew you here? Look at this matter." Old Man Yu said with a somewhat uncomfortable look on his face. "I've heard about your family's affairs. Is your aunt okay? You'd better get the medicine quickly, so that you can feel at ease." The father of the village chief Yu Jiankai and Old Man Yu were brothers from the same clan who lived in the other room. Usually when he saw Yu Xingwang, he would still respectfully call him uncle. But because of what happened today, he had to get to know Old Man Yu again. Alas, this is all because of poverty. Old Man Yu sighed, squatted on the ground, and took another puff of cigarette. "I knew that you, uncle, are not the kind of heartless and ungrateful person. You will not really return the wife of the Gu family." Yu Jiankai smiled and said. Old Man Yu was silent. If possible, he didn't want to be the bad guy. It's just that one more person in the family means one more food ration. After losing the strong laborer of the third brother, there is another idle mouth in the family, and life is even more difficult. Besides, if we really want to send the wife of the Gu family back, what will happen to the two children of brother Jianzhong? In my Yujia village, there is no reason to divorce a daughter-in-law who has consummated the marriage and send her back to her parents' home for no reason. How can it be for no reason? Village chief, you can take a closer look at the face of the third brother's family. This is going to bring bad luck to our whole family. Old Mrs. Qian said with a cold face. Village chief, he looked at Gu Qianlan's half-gray face and was also embarrassed. Liansong Kingdom has a law that all unmarried women over the age of 18 must get married. If a woman is over the age of 18 and has not married, the government will decide to be betrothed to someone else. Even childless widows must get married after 3 years of mourning. If he agrees to the Yu family to divorce Gu Qianlan today, the Gu family will have to marry this poor girl again, and it will be legitimate.
"Hey,
How about this? Separate the third room. If the third wife is willing to live alone with the children, don't divorce her." Yu Jiankai said after a moment of hesitation. "I have no objection, but you know the situation at home. We don't have any extra houses or money. If we really had money, we wouldn't have sent the third child to the army." Old Man Yu said in a deep voice. "The house is easy to handle. The house of Li Juehu's family at the west end of the village has been empty for several years. It can be cleaned up and people can live there. It's just right for the three of them to move in. But the house is too close to the foot of the mountain. I'm afraid it's not safe. I don't know. Village Chief thought for a while and said, Village Chief, I agree to separate the family and move to the foot of the mountain with the two children. As long as she is not divorced back to the Gu family, it's just a matter of separating the family. Gu Qianlong would be more than happy. The Gu family in the original owner's memory is really not a good place to go. The house is now the property of the village. We won't charge you more a year. Just 100 coins. Village Chief Yu hesitated for a moment and quoted a friendly price, hoping that the lady of the Gu family could live a good life. Uncle Xingwang, you see that the house has been settled. How are the other fields and objects in the family divided? While everyone is here, it will be a good opportunity to witness it. To be honest, the third child of the Yu family had just left in the morning, and in the afternoon, his family was clamoring to divorce his wife and divide the family. This behavior is undoubtedly spine-tingling. If the family is divided unevenly, he, as the village chief, will also be ashamed when he goes out. No matter what, for the sake of the Jianzhong brothers, he should protect the mother and son. There are only 13 taels of silver left in the family. The third son is not at home now. Out of kindness, I will give 1 tael of silver to Gu Qianlong and her son. The rest will be used as retirement money for me and the child's mother in the future. They don't have to pay us extra tribute every year in the future. As for the land, there are only 5 acres of land in the family. They don't have the ability to grow it if I give it to them, so I won't give it to them. I will give them 10 kilograms of sorghum rice and 10 kilograms of cornmeal. Old Man Yu paused and continued, You can take everything in the third room. From now on, they don't have to have any contact with us. From now on, we will keep our distance and have no relationship. Please write all this in the documents for the division of the family. Gu, do you have any objections? After hearing this obviously unfair decision to divide the family, Village Chief Yu planned to listen to Gu Qianlong's opinion first. I have no objection. Let's divide it this way. But one day in the future, when the head of the family comes back, if the third son has any opinions and ideas when he comes back, we will discuss it at that time. Old Man Yu interrupted Gu Qianlong. In his opinion, when would those who went out to the army come back alive? At least, there has been no precedent in the village in these years. These 3 sons are gone just like that. It is better to separate these 3 burdens as soon as possible and save the trouble, thought Old Man Yu. The village chief wrote the separation document and asked Yu Xingwang to press his fingerprints and asked Gu Qianlong and the 2 children to press their red fingerprints respectively, in triplicate. The village chief, Yu Xingwang, and Gu Qianlong each had 1 copy. Gu Qianlong took the separation document, took the 1 or 2 pieces of silver and 20 kilograms of grain given by Old Man Yu, looked at the 2 children with tears on their faces, and was a little stunned. From the time she traveled through time to now, she had experienced the bridal chamber, and then the separation. This short period of less than a day seemed like an absurd dream. Seeing that Old Man Yu had taken out the silver and grain, it seemed that he wanted to drive the 3 of them to the empty house in the west of the village overnight, so the village chief hurriedly reminded them. Uncle Xingwang, you see, the house at the west end of the village has been empty for several years. No one lives there. The necessary repairs need to be made. I'll arrange for someone to clean up that place first, and then come here to inform them to let the third brother's family move in. Village chief, you see, this family has been divided up and the food has been given out. It's not appropriate for them to stay at home. What's more, I'm still sick. Old Man Yu rejected the village chief's proposal mercilessly. What a joke, if they stay 1 more day, they have to use more things at home. Even the firewood for burning is carried back by the family, with great effort. Why should the 3 of them who eat for free continue to stay here? When Old Man Yu thought of the silver and food that were distributed for nothing, he felt a pity. Forget it. Just pity the 2 children of the third brother. Yu Jiankai was silent for a long time and sighed. These days, no one's life is easy, he can understand. But seeing that the old Yu family had separated the newly married daughter-in-law and took away two such young children, he felt a little bit reluctant. This was too unfair. But he was a junior, and it was someone else's family affair. What could he say? Village chief, it's okay. Since the family has been divided, I will move over with the children as soon as possible. I just need to pack up today and have a place for me and the children to stay. Just because of the attitude of the old Yu couple, Gu Qianlong didn't want to have any more involvement with them. Today she realized that the old couple of the Yu family, one playing the bad cop and the other playing the good cop, wanted to drive her and the two children out to fend for themselves. There were very few things that could be taken away from the house. Gu Qianlong packed up, rolled up two not-so-big bags and put them on her back, took the few daily necessities distributed to them, followed by the two poor little ones with tears and snot, and left the yard where she had only lived for one night without looking back. Arriving at the west end of the village, looking at the slightly shabby thatched house in front of her, Gu Qianlong had to accept the cruel reality in front of her. The old door, and the yard full of weeds. The only consolation was that because it was very close to the foot of the mountain, the courtyard wall was built more than 2 meters high, and there was a circle of bamboo fences around the outer perimeter of the courtyard wall. Madam Gu, although this place is a little remote, the advantage is that the yard is big enough. After clearing the weeds in the yard, there are 2 acres of land. Planting some vegetables is enough for you 3 mothers to eat. Yu Jiankai looked at the half-human high weeds in the yard and said a little bitterly, "There is also a well in the backyard." It was old man Li who asked someone to dig it because it was too far from the river. It cost 10 taels of silver that year. If it weren't for this well, I really couldn't ask you for 100 coins a year in such a remote place. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the third son of the Yu family was not at home, he could have decided not to charge you 100 coins a year for fear of gossip from the villagers. After all, considering Yu Jianzhong's character, it's no problem for them to live in this empty house. It's already very good here. Although the thatched house looks shabby, it has 3 rooms, 2 of which are intact. There are a few holes in the roof of the main room, but as long as they are repaired before the rain, it will still be a good place to live. What surprised Gu Qianlong the most was that there was a Kong in the bedroom in the inner room. This is much better than the wooden bed in the Yu family that squeaked when moved casually. You mothers, clean up first. Tomorrow I'll find a few people in the village to help you repair the roof and remove the weeds in the yard. Seeing that it was getting late, Yu Jiankai said hello and left. Gu Qianlong looked at the small courtyard in front of her that temporarily belonged to her, and she felt emotional. She never thought that she, who had been smooth sailing in her previous life, would have such a day. Mom, don't sell Sia. She can work and listen to me. Seeing that everyone in the yard had left, the thin little girl timidly said, grabbing her clothes. Who said I was going to sell you? Gu Qianlong looked at Sia in front of her with some surprise. If she remembered correctly, she had always been with the children in the old house. Brother DeBeo said that Sia can only eat and can't work, so mother will sell Sia to someone else. The little girl sobbed. Mom, don't sell Sia. Sia won't eat mother's food rations. Sia will work hard, listen to mother, and take good care of Wu Bao. After hearing what Sia said, Gu Qianlong's heart almost broke. What a pitiful child. Mingming is a thin and small person who should be at the age of being by his parents' side. Silly child, I won't sell you. She touched Sia's thin and yellow hair and gently hugged her in her arms. I won't let you do any work, and I will let you eat well, so you don't have to go hungry anymore. Gu Qianlong promised the children. Looking at Wu Bao, who had been holding on to Sia's clothes tightly, Gu Qianlong was a little surprised that the child was too quiet. From beginning to end, it was Sia who was communicating with her. Wu Bao was like a poor little thing with no sense of existence, just following Sia closely. Obviously, the two of them are twins and Wu Bao is a boy, but he looks a little thinner than Sia. Mother, Wu Bao can't speak, but he is really not a little fool, he is also very good. As if seeing Gu Qianlong's doubts, Sia said anxiously and carefully, That's it. No wonder she and her 2 children were driven out by the Yu family so impatiently. To the Yu family, the 3 of them, mother and son, were just two encumbrances, one big and one small, plus a money loser. Old man, you would rather pay 1 or 2 taels of silver and 20 kilograms of grain to drive them away. She couldn't help but sigh. It was really a good plan. Madame Gu is here. A woman in her early 30s walked in with a teenager in her teens outside the courtyard gate. Yes, you are. Gu Qianlong had just married into Yujia village, and it could be said that she was unfamiliar with the place. The two people in front of her, one holding a basket in his hand and the other carrying a backpack, seemed to be here to deliver something. Mom, this is Aunt Wang and Brother Liangkai from Uncle Tayata's family. Xia looked at the people who walked into the yard and introduced them in a low voice. My wife has a good relationship with Yu Sange. I heard that you and your son moved out of the old house of the Yu family. I guess you are missing a lot of things. I will give you some things that you don't need at home. Please don't be disgusted. Tayata's wife said as she took out a few chipped bowls and a used kitchen knife from the basket.
Hello, auntie.
The boy glanced at Gu Qianlong quickly, then quickly lowered his head and greeted her politely. He put down the backpack on his body and took out a slightly old small iron pot. There was a small half bag of sweet potatoes and 10 eggs in the pot. Looking at these things in front of her, Gu Qianlong felt her eyes brighten. She didn't worry about food. After all, with the space in hand, they would never starve. But the things that Tayata's wife sent were what she needed most now. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to the brocade, but it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. She had just come to this world, and she had no relatives in Yujia village. She was suddenly separated and had to take care of 2 such young children. She could not help but feel a sense of desolation in her heart. How can I accept such valuable things from you? Seeing Wang Chun'er moving things into the kitchen without saying anything, Gu Qianlong hurriedly dissuaded her. Sister, don't be polite to me. Brother Yu San has saved my Tayata's life. These things are really nothing. Don't refuse. After all, there is strength in numbers. In just a moment, the 3 rooms were packed up and Wang Chun'er and her son took their things and left. A few gurgling sounds came, and Gu Qianlong looked at the sky that was getting dark, and then she remembered Xia and Wu Bao. I'm afraid they haven't eaten anything properly all day today, and she couldn't help but feel deeply guilty. Silly children, you must be hungry. It's my fault. I forgot that you haven't eaten yet when I was busy. Gu Qianlong looked at the 2 sallow, thin and sensible children and said distressfully, Mom, Xia is not hungry, just drink some more water. After saying that, she ran to the water tank in the kitchen with her short legs. Gu Qianlong caught up with her in 3 or 2 steps and hugged Xia's small body. Good Xia, tell Mom when you are hungry in the future, don't drink water to fill your stomach. Besides, the water in the tank can't be drunk directly. You have to boil it and pour it into a bowl to let it cool before drinking. Gu Qianlong said softly. Mom will cook porridge now, and we will have a full meal tonight. Really, Mom? Can Wu Bao and I also have a full meal? The little girl asked in surprise. Wu Bao, who followed behind, also opened his eyes wide, full of surprise and inquiry. Of course it's true. Taste Mom's cooking tonight. Gu Qianlong said with a smile, holding a child in one hand. Xia, help Mom to light the fire. Looking at Xia's happy face, Gu Qianlong felt sad. She couldn't imagine what kind of life this 4-year-old girl had lived in the old house before. Thinking that the 2 children were starving, Gu Qianlong simply beat an egg with cornmeal, made a pot of thick corn paste, and simmered 2 sweet potatoes in the stove. The 2 children who had been hungry for such a long time could not eat too much all of a sudden, and had to eat some simple and easy-to-digest food to nourish their stomachs. Looking at the 2 children who were contented and eating corn paste, Gu Qianlong showed her first smile since coming to this world. The sky was completely dark, and the 2 children who were full fell asleep early. Thinking of what she had planted in the space in the morning, Gu Qianlong had an idea and entered the space. The crops in the space were all ripe. Gu Qianlong just thought about how to collect them and saw that the vegetables and rice planted on the black soil had been automatically received in the space warehouse, and the harvested rice was even shelled. Gu Qianlong took a look and found that there were about 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of white radish and cabbage each. By this calculation, the land produced by the space can produce about 5 kilograms of crops at a time. Although it is a little different from the golden fingers she had read in the novels before, Gu Qianlong was already satisfied. This time, she planted rice in the land. With food in hand, she could not be panicked. With these 5 kilograms of white radish and cabbage, it is enough for the 3 of them to eat for several meals. It will not be too late to plant again in 2 days. Looking at the extra 3 points on the space system, her heart was full of motivation. After depositing the silver coins on her body into the space, Gu Qianlong left the space with a flash of thought. Without those tasks that made her need to be highly vigilant, Gu Qianlong slept particularly peacefully and steadily that night. When the sky began to turn white, she had already got up and got out of bed. The 2 little people beside her seemed to be awakened by her movements, and they also sat up with sleepy eyes. "It's still early, you 2 should sleep a little longer." Gu Qianlong didn't expect the 2 children to sleep so lightly and said softly, "It's almost dawn. We have to get up and collect grass for the pigs." Sia said in a daze, with her eyes half closed. How could 2 such small children collect pig grass? They might not even be as tall as a large backpack. "You 2 get up before dawn every day to collect pig grass?" Gu Qianlong felt depressed when she thought of 2 such skinny children doing such work every day. Is this how Yu Jianzhong, that rascal, acts as a father? His 2 children have never had a full meal, and they do all kinds of things that are not suitable for their age every day. As if they just remembered the environment they were in, Sia and Wu Bao opened their misty eyes and didn't react for a long time, staring blankly at their stepmother, who looked slightly angry. That's when Daddy is not at home. Wu Bao and I always go to pick grass for pigs with the elder and second sisters from the second aunt's family. At the end, Sia's voice became faint, and her small body shrank back and lowered her head. Mother looked so scary when she was angry. Her gray face was glowing with a faint light, which looked particularly scary in the dim room. Is your father often not at home? She knew nothing about the Yu family. The only thing she knew about them was the short time they had spent together for less than a day. As for the man who had been her lover for one night, she didn't even know what he looked like. She only vaguely remembered that tall and strong body. Daddy often goes hunting in the mountains. He uses the money he earns to take Wu Bao to the town to see a doctor and get medicine for him, Sia said in a low voice. After hearing Sia's words, Gu Qianlong's anger faded a little. A grown man with 2 such young children, especially Wu Bao, who is a sick and speechless child, it is inevitable that there are some things he can't take care of. But the adults in the old house of the Yu family are too mean to these 2 young children. We don't raise pigs at home, so why do we need to cut pig grass? In the future, you don't have to do these jobs when you follow Mother. Gu Qianlong gently rubbed the tops of the 2 little guys' heads. The dry and sparse hair made her sigh in her heart. Since you are awake today, you can take Wu Bao to wash up by yourself. Mother will make egg pancakes for you in the morning. Egg pancakes? Wu Bao, did you hear that? Mother is going to make egg pancakes for us. Sia excitedly shook Wu Bao's little arm. When Daddy was at home, he would occasionally buy some white flour with the money from hunting and ask second aunt to make some egg pancakes for them. All the children in the family had a share. But later, Wu Bao fell ill and couldn't speak, so they haven't tasted the taste of egg pancakes for a long time. I just don't know if the egg pancakes made by Mother with cornmeal are as fragrant and delicious as those made with white flour. Wu Bao smiled happily, his eyes narrowed into a crescent, and his sallow little face was full of expectations. Wu Bao can understand what I and my sister say? Gu Qianlong asked casually. Well, Wu Bao used to be able to speak, but after a heavy rain last year, he suddenly couldn't speak, so Wu Bao is particularly afraid of thunder. Sia's little face was full of desolation. Ever since Wu Bao got sick, their family's life has gone downhill. Wu Bao could talk before. She always thought he was a congenital deaf-mute. It was just because he spent a lot of time with Sia and the 2 could communicate with each other. Gu Qianlong was very surprised by this. Most of the sudden dumbness was caused by some diseases. But Sia just said that Wu Bao became dumb after a heavy rain. Her professional acumen told her that the heavy rain was the key to Wu Bao's dumbness. But looking at such a young child, how could she understand what happened that day? As if he understood what his sister said, Wu Bao hid behind Sia with a panicked face, clutching her clothes tightly with his little hands, trembling. Just mentioning it casually, Wu Bao had this reaction, and Gu Qianlan was more certain of her guess. But the child is still young, and this matter may not be rushed for a while. Don't be afraid, Wu Bao, mother is just asking casually. But as soon as her hand touched Wu Bao's body, the child shook even more violently. With a helpless sigh, Gu Qianlan had to slow down for a while. Sia, take good care of your brother. I'll make you something delicious. Soon, the yard was filled with the aroma of egg pancakes. Sia happily took her brother's hand and ran into the kitchen. Wu Bao, look, that's an egg pancake. Mother really made egg pancakes for us. The joy of the children was incomparably pure and simple. Looking at the egg pancakes on the stove, the two children were sensible and did not reach out to take them. Instead, they sat aside and waited for Gu Qianlan to finish. Mrs. Gu, what delicious food are you making? The fragrance is so far away that I can smell it. The hearty voice of village chief Yu came from outside the yard. Outside the yard, village chief Yu and several villagers from the same village came over. Smelling the fragrance of the yard and looking at Gu busy in the kitchen, village chief Yu felt a little relieved. Finally, this Madame Gu is a good person. I hope she can live a good life with her two children. Village chief Yu is here. Gu Qianlan smiled awkwardly. There was not much cornmeal left. She only made enough for herself and her children in the morning. Now, there are so many people coming to help her clean the yard. It's not easy to ask them if they have eaten. Fortunately, village chief Yu knows the situation of their family. No one has much surplus food these days, and it is even more impossible for him to take advantage of Madame Gu's food. He wrote the document of the division of the family yesterday. With so many people coming to eat today, the 20 kilograms of food she divided from the family may not be enough. Besides, they are all here to help voluntarily. There is not much work to do, and it doesn't take much effort. No one wants to take the opportunity to get a meal. You eat your food. We came early, village chief Yu said without any concern. Gu Qianlan felt a little embarrassed. She quickly finished a pancake, asked the two children to stay inside, and went to the kitchen to boil a large pot of water. With so many people coming, it was impossible to provide them with a meal, but at least they had to have enough water to drink. In less than an hour, the yard that was previously overgrown with weeds was completely renewed. The roof was also reinforced and covered with a thick layer of straw, so there was no need to worry about rain this time. When the sun was about to rise, the people who came to help had already left with the village chief. Looking at these villagers who were coming and going in a hurry and thinking of the other three brothers of the Yu family who had never shown up from beginning to end, Gu Qianlan felt that these people of the old Yu family were really chilling. I just don't know if Yu Jianzhong, who is far away from home, knows that his brothers are such people. The Yu family she was thinking of at this moment was extremely lively. At dawn, a group of more than a dozen people from the Gu family in Yangshu village headed straight for the Yu family's old house and just missed the village chief and his group. Yu Xingwang, old man Yu, come out and return our door panels. Gu Wenkai, the eldest son of the Gu family, shouted loudly. Old man Yu, who was drinking porridge, heard the shouting outside the door, frowned and put down his chopsticks. The family business was divided yesterday, but in the end the sons were not able to go to the Gu family to ask for money, and the old woman's medicine has not been retrieved yet. The Gu family is really interesting. Before his victim had a chance to come to their doorstep, they arrived first. They came just in time, saving his sons from having to make another trip. Thinking of the old woman who was still groaning in the room and being served by her three daughters-in-law, he felt uncomfortable all over. Old man Yu, come out here, you coward. Gu Wenkai stood outside the courtyard gate with his hands on his hips and yelled. De Lang, stop it. The Yu family is your sister Qianlan's in-law's family after all. How can she stay here in the future if you scold her father-in-law like this? Seeing that Gu Wenkai had scolded enough, a middle-aged woman persuaded him gently. How should I stay here? You don't have to stay here. Mother, don't worry about it. My sister doesn't need to be bullied by such a barbaric and unreasonable in-laws. Gu Wenkai said in line with his mother's words. Old man Yu, come out and open the door. Is there anyone in your family who can breathe? Seeing that the courtyard gate was closed tightly and there was no movement, Gu Wenkai became more and more excited and stepped forward to kick the courtyard gate hard.
Elle desde son, ce bon son.
Go. Carry your mother out of the house. Let's open the gate and have a good meeting with the Gu family. Old man Yu listened to the clamor outside, calmly finished the last mouthful of porridge, and said in a deep voice.
Oh.
Yes, Dad. The two sons responded and left. In the yard, the door panel that was removed from the Gu family yesterday was still lying flat in the previous place. Gu Wenkai staggered and barely stood firm.
What?
Your Yu family let an old woman take the lead? He pushed Feng Xiu'er away with disdain and strode into the small yard.
Feng Xiu'er tottered uncomfortably.
Is she very old? She is obviously only in her early 20s this year. Although she has given birth to 3 daughters and a son, she should not be called old by Gu Wenkai, who is also in his 20s. Looking at the low adobe house of the Yu family, Gu Wenkai raised his chin even more, his eyes full of contempt, because their family lived in a big house made of blue bricks and tiles. In his eyes, the Yu family was just a group of shameless poor people. Otherwise, how could they even like an old door panel of his family? Alas, this. Isn't it because the child is angry? When he came back yesterday, he heard that the door panel of his house had been removed. He was so angry that he thought his sister Qianlan must be bullied here, so he rushed here before dawn. Hu Juanzi smiled awkwardly. Yu Xingwang's heart skipped a beat. This shouldn't be. They just divided out the 3 rooms yesterday afternoon. It didn't make sense that the Gu family, who were dozens of miles away, heard the news and came here early in the morning to make trouble. Speaking of door panels, I'm afraid my old lady will have to use them for a while. As soon as the voice fell, Mrs. Qian, who was carried to the door panel by her sons, cooperated and said ouch. Besides, the 3rd daughter-in-law is fine. At least she can have a full meal when she comes to our Yu family. According to his experience, the 3rd daughter-in-law did not have a good life in the Gu family before. Hearing Yu Xingwang mention this, Hu Juanzi couldn't help but feel secretly annoyed. If she had known there would be such a commotion today, she should have let the girl have a few meals. It wouldn't have come to the point where she was caught by old man Yu. This. What's wrong with the mother-in-law? Your family is poor. It doesn't matter if you like the door panels of my house and want to take them away. For Qianlan's sake, we can even charge a little less money. But the mother-in-law keeps humming. What's the matter? Hu Juanzi didn't believe that her light kick could make old lady Qian suffer. They were all old acquaintances in the surrounding area. Who didn't know who? What's going on? Her aunt wouldn't be unaware of it. Dr. Wu from our village has come to see her. She has internal injuries. She needs to take several doses of medicine, which will cost hundreds of dollars. Seeing the rich sponsor coming, Qian Finfang's eyes were full of stars, and she couldn't wait to say, "What do you mean hundreds of dollars? Can your mother's illness be cured with hundreds of dollars?" At least 3 taels of silver. Yu Xingwang glared at the eldest daughter-in-law with some dissatisfaction. This fool who is more likely to cause trouble than to do good. Yes, at least 3 taels of silver will be needed if she is cured. Seeing her father-in-law glaring at her, Qian Finfang immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get back the 3 taels of silver in betrothal money, so don't miss it. 3 taels of silver? Thinking of the 3 taels of silver that his mother had just given him 2 days ago, he might not be able to cover it up. Gu Wenkai rushed forward and wanted to slap Qian Finfang in the face. Yu Xingwang, are you obsessed with money? 3 taels of silver. You are so greedy. Don't say that our family doesn't have this money. Even if we do, we can't just ask for it. Dr. Wu in your village treated it? Humph. Everyone knows that your sick son Wu Bao is taken to the town every time he sees a doctor. When she heard that she wanted 3 taels of silver, Hu Juanzi didn't pretend to be weak. The money that was put into her pocket had never been spit out again. Don't think she didn't know that old man you wanted to get back the 3 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. Dr. Wu's words don't count for my mother-in-law's illness, and your words don't count either. Unless the doctor in Baohetang in the town says that the disease was kicked out by me yesterday, otherwise I will report it to the county magistrate and say that your family is blackmailing. After all, the family has a young son who is a scholar, so she has the confidence to speak. When they heard that Hu Juanzi wanted to sue the officials, everyone in the Yu family looked at each other, undecided for a while, and looked at old man Yu. That's right. They don't even go out and ask around. They're a bunch of poor people. They're trying to extort money from our family. Looking at the Yu family members who had instantly lost their fighting spirit, Gu Wensai's face was full of contempt. If you are honest, return the door panel to me, and let Sister Qianlong take us away, otherwise. Humph. If it wasn't for taking Gu Qianlong away, he wouldn't have gotten up before dawn and walked such a long way. The third wife doesn't live here. A small voice sounded, but it was like a stone hitting 1,000 waves. The second wife, you get out of here. Feng Xiu'er pouted aggrievedly and went back to the house, looking back every few steps. What she said was the truth. Since the Gu family had already come, they would know it sooner or later. Don't live here? My poor Qianlong. Hearing this, Hu Juanzi couldn't help but howl. Fellow villagers,
Come and judge.
Qianlong is my poor second brother, the only blood left in this world. She is also pampered at home. She just married into the Yu family, and she was kicked out. This is bullying her natal family. There is no one left. As long as we Gu family are dead. Today, everyone must make a decision for us and take Qianlong back. She can't continue to stay in the Yu family to suffer and be persecuted. Hu Juanzi cried and said, making the villagers who didn't know the truth really think that she was really distressed. Looking at Hu Juanzi, who was performing the entire opera including singing, reciting, acting, and fighting, Yu Xingwang witnessed for the first time how powerful this woman was. He couldn't help but pat his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He almost sent the third son's wife back yesterday. If that were the case, he bet that the eldest aunt of the Gu family would never return her so easily. What a bad decision. I've seen people who are conscienceless and shameless, but I've never seen someone so shameless. This is the eldest sister-in-law of the scholar, and now she is also the biological mother of the young scholar. Humph. You guys just make trouble today, and we are not afraid even if you make trouble to the county magistrate. The third daughter-in-law is a member of my Yu family in life and a ghost of my Yu family in death. You Gu family, don't even think about taking her away. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Isn't it because you see that our third daughter-in-law has left home to be exiled, and you want to take her daughter-in-law back and sell her again? Yu Xingwang was really angry this time, and he directly pointed out the little thoughts of the Gu family mother and son.
Go.
Find the village chief, and call the third daughter-in-law over by the way. I want to see if the third daughter-in-law is willing to stay today, or follow you back to the Gu family. Yu Xingwang ordered. The fourth son of the Yu family ran out in response. Looking at Yu Jianye running out of the yard, Hu Juanzi paused crying and then continued to cry without changing her expression. After a while, she saw a thin young woman coming over from a distance, and the crowd consciously made way. Gu Qianlong accepted the strange looks from the villagers without any inferiority or embarrassment. Aunt, brother, I heard from my uncle that you are here. Are you here to give me a dowry? On the way here, Gu Qianlong had heard what Yu Jianye said. As soon as she entered the yard, she took the initiative to ask. Gu Qianlong gently stroked her cheek. The half-blue-gray mark that did not exist in the original owner's memory. Even the Gu family had never seen it. Ugly.
You.
You are Qianlong's sister? How did you become like this? It must be the Yu family. What did the Yu family do to you? Gu Wenkai said with great pain. When he saw Gu Qianlong's face turned into this, he felt as if his heart was broken. The 30 taels of betrothal money from Su Yuanwai's family in that town flew away just like that. With her current appearance, she would give 30 taels to see if Su Yuanwai was willing to carry her into the house. You're talking nonsense.
My family didn't do anything.
When we saw the third son's wife, she looked like this. Qian Finfang explained hurriedly. If you don't believe me, ask the villagers in our village. Everyone can testify that when she came out of the room in the morning, her face looked like this, which scared us all. Qian Finfang still felt scared when she thought of the scene when she first saw this face. Ask the villagers in your village? I can tell you that these uncles and brothers from Yangshu village who came with us can also prove that my sister Qianlon had a good face when she got on the sedan chair. Gu Wensai's heart was moved when he thought of that beautiful face, but it was a pity that they were cousins. Don't argue. Madam Gu, tell me what's going on. Your face? Village Chief Yu Jiankai walked out of the crowd and said with regret at the half-gray cheek. Village Chief, I don't really know why my face has become like this. I looked like this when I woke up yesterday morning. Maybe this is my fate. Gu Qianlon sighed and said helplessly. Now my aunt and brother are here. I was just about to ask if I should make up for the dowry that I didn't bring over. Gu Qianlon said shyly. Dowry? What dowry? Gu Wenkai said puzzledly. That's right, you eat and drink at her house. I don't know how much silver you have spent in the past few years. This betrothal gift of 3 taels of silver is not enough at all. Hu Juanzi said hurriedly. But aunt, didn't you take away the several blue brick and tile houses and 15 acres of land that my father left behind? Although it was just for safekeeping, it was later transferred to the name of my second cousin. In the original owner's memory, her father Gu Xiaozai left behind land and houses, but it was a pity that neither the mother nor the daughter could keep them. When talking about the second uncle's real estate and land, Hu Juanzi was full of confidence. When the property was transferred, it was unanimously approved by the whole family, and their eldest branch took over the second uncle's property, who made their family extinct. Whenever she thought of this, she felt proud. Qianlon, you and your daughter have spent money on food and drink in the past few years, plus your mother's illness, medicine, and funeral arrangements. Which one doesn't cost money? Those things are not enough to cover it. Besides, the transfer was unanimously approved by the whole family. Many brothers from the same clan who were present at the time came with their family today. She didn't believe that these people would stand on the side of Gu Qianlon, an orphan, and would rather offend her mother, a scholar. Gu Qianlon looked coldly at the villagers of Yangshu village. These uncles and brothers from the same clan as the original owner faced her questioning without any guilt. Okay, since my aunt said so, I won't argue. But the only relic my mother left me, should it be returned to me? Gu Qianlon stared at Hu Juanzi. No matter what, she had to get the thing back for the original owner. What relic? I don't know what you were talking about. Hu Juanzi dodged her eyes and said with a little guilt. Don't know? Isn't the jade hairpin my mother left me on my aunt's head? After saying that, Gu Qianlon grabbed the hairpin on her head in her hand with lightning speed in just a blink of an eye. Hu Juanzi didn't even have time to make any preparations. She just felt as if a gust of wind blew, and the hairpin on her head disappeared. Oh, my hairpin. You girl, give it back to me. Hu Juanzi rushed to Gu Qianlon in a rage. How can this be your hairpin? Gu Qianlon calmly grasped the hairpin in her hand, watching Hu Juanzi rushing towards her like a shrew. Seeing Hu Juanzi rushing in front of her, she slightly turned sideways and gently pulled her foot. Hu Juanzi's whole body was out of control and fell straight to the ground. Mom, are you okay? I will teach you a lesson today for my dead second uncle. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves, swung his fist, and swung it at Gu Qianlon's face. Ah! Qian Finfang and the fourth daughter-in-law Chen Anan saw that Gu Qianlon was about to suffer a great loss, and they screamed in fear and covered their faces. Then, with a male cry of pain, what they expected did not happen. I saw Gu Wensai's hand held by Gu Qianlon and twisted into a weird posture. Then Gu Wenkai shouted like a pig. Wensi, what about you? Gu Qianlon, you're evil woman. What happened to you? Hu Sitsi got up from the ground and hurried to his son. In addition to holding his arms, he was exclaimed, where he still had something else. Stop it, all of you. Sons, get your weapons ready. Seeing that Gu Qianlon was about to suffer a great loss, Yu Xingwang was not going to stand it any longer. Even though the third son's wife had been separated, she was still a member of his Yu family. If he was beaten by these outsiders in his own yard, how could he gain a foothold in the village in the future? Everyone, be quiet. Let's talk it out nicely. We're all from the same village. How dare you touch me? Madam Gu, since you said that the hairpin was a relic of your mother, do you have any evidence? Witnesses are also fine. Yu Jiankai thought for a while and asked Gu Qianlan. Since I dare to take it directly, I can naturally prove that this thing was left to me by my mother. Gu Qianlan was almost certain that no one else knew the secret of this hairpin except her.
Oh.
How to prove it? It would be easy if he could prove it. He still didn't believe that these people from Yangshu village dared to rob it in front of him. There is a sentence on this hairpin. My father personally carved it and gave it to my mother. May I ask, Aunt, do you know this sentence? Gu Qianlan smiled slightly and asked with her head tilted. For Hu Juanzi, who could not read a single word, how could she know that a jade hairpin was just a sentence engraved on it? She did see it, but it was a pity that she did not recognize a single word. Thinking of the second uncle of the Gu family who died young, she felt annoyed. Why did he carve a sentence on a good jade hairpin? He was just looking for trouble.
Huh. What are you talking about?
It's just a jade hairpin. You can buy it anywhere. You said it's your mother's, so it's hers? Hu Juanzi bit her lip and argued. Besides, it's just a broken hairpin. Is it important to have my Wentsai's hand? You crazy woman, compensate my son's hand first. Hu Juanzi stroked Gu Wentsai's drooping arm with heartache and said with resentment. Indeed, it's just a hairpin which can be bought anywhere. But that sentence contains my mother's name, which cannot be replaced by any random hairpin. Gu Qianlan spread the jade hairpin in her palm and handed it to the village chiefyu with both hands respectfully. The light green jade hairpin is shiny and smooth, and there is a line of small characters engraved on the end of the hairpin. There is a gentleman who pretends to be Xiaoying. Village chiefyu, fellow villagers, you may not know that my mother's maiden name is Xiaoying. I just don't know why my aunt is wearing the token of love from my parents. After taking the hairpin returned by village chiefyu, Gu Qianlan put it back into the space. It is safer to put such a valuable thing in the space.
Me.
How do I know? Anyway, this hairpin is on my head, so it is mine. Although she didn't know the value of this hairpin, she liked it very much. She wiped it carefully every day before wearing it on her head.
Ha ha ha.
Since my aunt said so, this hairpin belongs to me now. What's more, I believe that all the villagers in Yangshu village have seen my mother wearing this hairpin every day when she was alive. You actually took it for yourself and shamelessly said it was yours. Don't you feel embarrassed? Gu Qianlan looked at the clown like Hu Juanzi with contempt, just wanting to end this farce quickly. Besides, even if you don't want your own face, don't you care about your youngest son Gu Wenhan's face? He is a scholar. If people know that his mother did such a thing, do you think he can continue to pass the imperial examination? When Hu Juanzi heard Gu Qianlan mention that it would affect the future of her youngest son Gu Wenhan, no matter how much she felt sorry for the jade hairpin, she had to give up. Today, this little witch got a bargain. When Wenhan passed the imperial examination in the future, what kind of jade hairpin would she not be able to wear? Thinking of this, her mood instantly became much smoother. But she couldn't care about the jade hairpin at this moment. Her son Wentsai's arm was more important. In that case, I wonder if everyone in the Gu family has anything else to say? Village chief, you looked at the Gu family. It was time to end the farce of this morning. It was just that the arm of the Gu family's eldest son was injured, which was a bit unreasonable. The people who came looked at each other, and they all felt that this trip was not worth it. After all, it was just for an old door panel. Lift up the door panel, and we will leave. But Gu Dalong's hand. A Gu family member who seemed to have some prestige in the crowd spoke. Gu Qianlan looked over. It was her father's elder brother Gu Yuxing, who was from the same clan as her father. He was one of those people who had nothing to do with the clan. How could he be involved in today's matter? She walked forward and gently lifted it up. Gu Dalong's dislocated hand was put back in place. He slowly moved his arm, and he didn't feel any pain at all, as if the previous pain was just his illusion. He couldn't help but glare at Gu Qianlan fiercely, but He didn't dare to do it again. The crowd gradually dispersed. Now, she was too embarrassed to lie back on the door panel and refused to return it. Watching the Gu family carrying the door panel away, the old and young of the Yu family began a busy day.
Huh.
She's the mother of a scholar, really. I thought I could get some compensation, but in the end I couldn't even save the door panel. Qian Finfang muttered in a low voice. That's enough. Go do what you need to do. Have you chopped the pig grass? Old Man Yu said impatiently. After hearing what her father-in-law said, Qian Finfang curled her lips, but did not refute. She twisted her body and went to the backyard reluctantly. Third daughter-in-law, if the Gu family comes to make trouble again in the future and finds you, just call people to the old house to ask us to go over. Looking at Gu Qianlan, who had already walked to the door, Yu Xingwang hurriedly said to her. He had seen through what happened today. The third daughter-in-law was not someone who could be bullied. After all, she was the daughter of the scholar. Her knowledge and courage were not comparable to those of the other daughters-in-law in the family. Gu Qianlan paused, turned around, and smiled slightly. I know, Dad. Then she took big strides and left the old house without looking back. Looking at Gu Qianlan's receding back, Yu Xingwang sighed, not knowing whether it was right or wrong to separate the third daughter-in-law and her mother. But now, it's too late to say anything. On the way back, Gu Qianlan found a deserted place, took the time to enter the space, harvested the crops planted in the field, and planted rice again. Looking at the gradually increasing rice and vegetables in the warehouse and the pitiful 6 points on the space panel, she felt that she had a long way to go. Children, I'm back. The 2 children who were weeding in the yard ran towards her when they heard the sound. Mom is back. Sia hugged Gu Qianlan's legs affectionately and was reluctant to let go. What a good child. You take Wu Bao to play in the yard, and Mom will cook fish for you. Looking at the 2 little people who were so pale and thin, Gu Qianlan thought of the 2 fish stored in the space. Making fish soup for the children should be very nourishing. Fish? Sia was tangled when she heard it, and Wu Bao's little face was almost wrinkled. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat the fish cooked by your mother? Looking at the 2 children's faces of rejection, Gu Qianlan couldn't help but think of the many kinds of fish in the river. Could it be that the fish here is inedible? But she had already grilled it and eaten it yesterday, and the taste was so delicious. It was so fresh and fragrant that it was unforgettable. Mom, fish is fishy and unpalatable, and no one in the village eats it. Only those who are so poor that they can't even afford to eat it. Sia pouted and lowered her head. Isn't their family so poor that they can't even afford to eat? She knew that her mother only got 1 or 2 taels of silver and 20 kilograms of grain, and it was still unknown how she and Wu Bao would be fed in the future. Seeing the looks of Sia and Wu Bao, Gu Qianlan understood. People here probably don't know how to eat fish. It's also because everyone is too poor. Even salt is a luxury seasoning, not to mention other things. It would be strange if the fish they cooked tasted good. Seeing Gu Qianlan skillfully use a knife to remove the fish scales, peel open the fish belly, and clean the fish intestines, the 2 children widened their eyes. This was the first time they had seen fish cooked since they were young. In the past, when there was really nothing to eat at home, the second uncle would secretly catch fish from the river and let the second aunt cook it. But the second aunt's cooking was completely different from that of the mother, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. The taste of the fish should be different. In the past, when the family cooked fish, they never handled the fish as cleanly as their mother did. No wonder it tasted so fishy. If they were not really hungry, no one would eat these things. Gu Qianlan made a steamed fish with one of the 2 fish and made fish soup with the other one. Children drink more soup, which is nutritious and easier to digest and absorb. Sia and Wu Bao gathered around the stove early, staring at the pot without blinking. It was so delicious. Looking at the eager expressions of the 2 children, Gu Qianlan smiled gently, and the half of her gray face did not seem so scary. Dinner is ready. Hearing the voice, Sia and Wu Bao quickly gathered around the small table. Oh, it smelled so good. It was the first time for the children to eat such delicious fish. The fish soup was fresh and delicious. After drinking it in one gulp, they felt warm all over. Wu Bao looked at his gentle mother and felt that she was so warm and reassuring at the moment. He quietly walked to his mother's side and sat down gently beside her. Feeling Wu Bao's trust, Gu Qianlong smiled sincerely. This was the first time he showed intimacy and trust to her after she had been with this child for so long. Wu Bao, do you like to eat fish? Be careful of the bones. Although she had carefully cleaned the fish bones, she was still worried that some of the missed bones would get stuck in the children. She had to remind the two hungry children from time to time to be careful and eat slowly. After a delicious meal, Sia excitedly held Gu Qianlong's hand. Mom, let's eat fish every day in the future, okay? Okay. Eat until Sia and Wu Bao are tired of it. Gu Qianlong said with a smile, and then pinched Sia's cute little nose. The two children were surprised that their mother's cooking skills were so good. After a meal, the two little guys were completely impressed by Gu Qianlong's cooking skills. During the years they lived in the Yu family, they never knew what it felt like to have a full stomach. Even though their father often brought back some game, most of it would be exchanged for silver and handed over to the public. It was rare for them to really eat it. Gu Qianlong looked at the two children who were extremely happy and contented because they had a full meal with heartache, and her heart was inevitably a little sour. Her parents divorced early in their lives and started their own families. In addition to the money deposited into her card every month, she lived in boarding schools and various teachers' homes for many years. She had never felt the warmth of a family and the love between family members. Looking at the two innocent and thin children, Gu Qianlong's heart was filled with infinite pity. Since she became their mother by chance, she would definitely fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel moved. The space introduction said that selling goods could also earn points. The first 2 times, she was reluctant to sell the crops because she didn't produce much. She would wait until she harvested some rice and try to sell it. If she sold all the crops, she would be able to upgrade her space in no time. The more she thought about it, the more excited Gu Qianlong became. It seemed that the beautiful life of leading her children to a well-off life was not so far away from her. After finally waiting for the 3rd wave of harvest, Gu Qianlong generously clicked to sell 20 kilograms of rice. The large crystal panel in the void flashed, and a line of clear characters popped up. The crops produced in the space cannot be sold. Please find items in reality and put them into the space for sale.
What?
Looking at the line of words in front of her, Gu Qianlong was completely confused. What about the points that can be obtained by selling goods? Realistic items. Where can she find them? If she had known earlier, she would have thrown the wooden bed in the 3rd room of the old house into the space and sold it. Maybe she could get some points and copper coins back. Now she is penniless and empty-handed. How can she put any valuable things into the space to sell? Sure enough, it is not so easy to increase the points in the space. As if sensing Gu Qianlong's thoughts, Space 006 issued a friendly reminder. Host, don't feel embarrassed. In fact, the fish she stored in the space before can be sold in exchange for points and a small amount of coins.
What?
Why didn't you say it earlier? Gu Qianlong pounded her chest speechlessly. Thinking about the fish she just ate, it suddenly felt less fragrant. Because the host had no intention of selling goods before. 006 made a mechanical sound helplessly. He felt wronged. How much time she had missed to make a fortune. If she had known that fish could be put into the space for sale, why would she clean up the house? Wouldn't it be nice to catch fish in the river? In exchange for points to upgrade earlier, she can buy more things and live a rich and comfortable life with her children. It was dark outside the house. Gu Qianlong resigned herself to giving up the idea of running to the river to catch fish now, and planted the 4th wave of rice again. After all, there is food at home, so there is no panic in her heart. In this era of precious rice, it is more practical for her to store more food. Gu Qianlong woke up at dawn. Today she has made full preparations and wants to go to the river to try it out. She rubbed her hands and was eager to try, striving to get rid of poverty and upgrade the space. After all, she is also a 21st century academic tyrant special police, and now she has the blessing of space, so she can live a prosperous life in this time and space. After settling Sia and Wu Bao, Gu Qianlong found a hatchet and carried a bamboo basket and went out the door. She came to the river as if she was familiar with the place. She looked around and made sure that there was no one else nearby. Then she found a branch with a fork, took off her shoes quickly, and went into the water to start catching fish to make money. After forking more than 10 fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds and throwing them into the space, Gu Qianlong got up and went ashore. She couldn't wait to know what good price these fish could be sold for. With anticipation, she clicked to sell all the fish she had just caught. The numbers on the crystal panel kept turning, and Gu Qianlong stared at the jumping of the numbers on the panel without blinking, her mood fluctuating with excitement as if she was waiting for the lottery. Finally, there was a ding sound. The pleasant mechanical voice of Space 006 sounded. "We have received 32 caddies of fresh fish sold by the host. The average estimated price is 8 coins per caddy, a total of 256 coins. 3 points will be added randomly.
Please check."
Looking at the newly added points and the deposit of more than 2 taels of silver, Gu Qianlong sighed and felt that she had a long way to go. After a short rest, Gu Qianlong continued to catch fish with the fork. Although 32 caddies of fish only earned 3 points, fortunately, she was fast at forking fish. Not long after, hundreds of caddies of fresh fish were stored in the space. Clicking on Sell All again, a line of words appeared on the big crystal panel again. "This type of product has exceeded the sales quantity. Please adjust it before clicking to sell." Gu Qianlong. The space is really a lie. It turns out that a product cannot be sold infinitely. This pitfall space without instructions has caused her hands to bleed and blister when she catches fish, and now it tells her that it can't be sold. Resigned to her fate, she adjusted the sales quantity little by little and finally sold 68 kilograms of fish, earning 544 coins and 7 points. Now she finally figured out some patterns. Today, the space received a total of 100 kilograms of fish from her in exchange for 800 coins and 10 points. Next time, if she finds something else suitable, she should be able to sell another 100 kilograms in exchange for copper coins and corresponding points. Dear host, you are not entirely right. Just as she was thinking this, the space assistant number 006 spoke again.
No?
Then tell me. Gu Qianlong asked curiously. Host, your current level is level 1, and the maximum selling price of low-grade items is only 100 kilograms. The space will evaluate the items you sell. The higher the level of the item, the more you can sell. There is no upper limit on the sale of special-grade items. Host, please work hard to collect items and sell them to the space, and you can exchange them for more copper coins and points. When the host is promoted to level 2, the maximum selling standard of low-grade items will also be adjusted to 200 kilograms. Hurry up and work hard to plant and collect items. After listening to the propaganda slogan of Space 006, which was almost like a pyramid scheme leader, Gu Qianlong felt speechless. It seems that this space doesn't like the fish she forked up. Why didn't you say it earlier? She can also look for something else. Looking at the nearly 40 kilograms of fresh fish left in the space, Gu Qianlong felt a headache. It seems that for a long time in the future, the 3 of them, mother and son, will have to eat fish. Fortunately, the space has a fresh-keeping function, so there is no need to worry about it going bad for too long. Returning to her own courtyard early, she saw Sia cleaning the yard with Wu Bao. Such good children. I really don't understand how the old house can be so cruel, let them often go hungry. Sia, do you know where Liang Kai lives? I just caught some fish, and cooked them later. You can accompany me to send some to their family. Thinking that the people here don't know how to cook fish and are reluctant to add oil and seasoning, Gu Qianlong plans to send it over after it's cooked. It's a thank you for the things they sent before. Thinking of this, she should make more and send one to the village chief's house and the old house respectively. With this calculation, the fish stored in the space can be consumed quickly. Are you going to send fish to Uncle Tayata's family? Sia raised her thin little face and asked in confusion. Yes, didn't your Uncle Tayata's family send us some sweet potatoes and eggs, and most importantly, an iron pot? Although sending fish is not very impressive, didn't you say that mother cooked it very well? It's right to send some to their family. Gu Qianlong explained patiently. I know Uncle Tayata's family, mother. There are quite a lot of people in his family, more than a dozen. Sia said, not knowing what she thought of. She frowned and her voice dropped. Okay, mother got it. Then make more, and send them over. It will definitely be enough for their family, Gu Qianlong said, and walked towards the kitchen. She secretly took out 5 slightly larger fish from the backpack, actually from the space, looked at the remaining half-tank of lard brought from the old house, and reluctantly spent another 50 coins to buy 2L salad oil from the Space Mall and poured it into the oil tank. The villagers were all having a hard time, and after thinking about it, she decided to cut the fish into large pieces and make fish soup. Braised fish is more delicious, but it consumes too much oil. For a woman who has just separated from the family and has no source of income, oil is such a precious thing that she should be used sparingly. Gu Qianlong felt aggrieved when she thought about it. She was worried about the space. She could have lived a comfortable life, but she had to be stingy and calculating. Until the fish was cooked, Gu Qianlong had not figured out how to make money and how to spend these materials in the space openly. Forget it, let's wait for a chance to go to town and see if there is any way. After the fish soup was cooked, Gu Qianlong put the 2 steaming bowls of soup into the backpack and went out with a child in each hand. Sia, do you think your Uncle Tayata's house is closer to ours or the village chief's house? After delivering to these 2 families, you have to send a bowl to the old house for your grandparents to taste. After leaving the courtyard, Gu Qianlong asked. The village chief lives in the center of the village, and Uncle Tayata's house is not far from the village chief's house. Sia said in a low voice, changing her previous liveliness, and her little brows never relaxed. Then send it to the village chief's house first, and pay the rent for this year, by the way. Although Gu Qianlong was curious about what little Sia was worried about, which made such a young child frown, she still didn't ask aloud. The village chief's house is the only blue brick and tile house in Yujia village. At noon, smoke rose from the direction of the kitchen. Is village chief you home? The courtyard door was open and Gu Qianlong stood at the door and looked inside. It's Madame Gu. It's noon. Is there something going on? You haven't eaten yet. Why don't you just eat something at my house? Yu Jiankai was stunned when he saw Gu Qianlong leading the 2 children over. Could it be that they can't make ends meet just one day after the separation? Gu Qianlong smiled and took out a bowl of fish soup from her backpack. I caught some fish from the river this morning and stewed some soup. Thinking that I haven't paid you the rent this year, I brought a bowl here for you to taste. The fish soup was stewed milky white, exuding an attractive aroma, and Yu Jiancai's gluttony was instantly hooked. Is this really made with fish from the river? How come it doesn't smell fishy at all?
This.
How can I accept your things? Take it back quickly and give it to the 2 children to nourish them. Yu Jiankai swallowed deeply. Madame Gu's cooking skills were too good. How could he resist? Don't be polite, there's still plenty at home, enough for the children. Gu Qianlong is very confident in her cooking skills. After all, this was one of her original hobbies. In life, only delicious food should not be missed. Fatty is about 5 or 6 years old, with a chubby face and a melon-shaped haircut, which is very lovable. The little guy did not hide his desire for food. His big round eyes almost saw through the big porcelain bowl and tasted the essence in the bowl directly. You greedy cat, when have you ever been short of food at home? Village Chief Yu embarrassedly patted Fatty's round head and said, the soup at home is not as fragrant as this one. Fatty stared at the big porcelain bowl, unable to move. Village Chief Yu blushed slightly. This child really embarrassed him today. Thank you very much. He touched his son's body and said, why are you standing there? Go to the kitchen and call your mother to bring a big bowl for soup.
Hey.
Fatty said, and ran to the kitchen, calling his mother as he ran, asking her to bring out the big bowl of soup quickly. Village Chief Yu smiled bitterly. Mrs. Gu, stop standing at the door, come in and sit down. As soon as Gu Qianlong put the bowl on the stone table in the courtyard, the village chief's wife came out with the bowl, and of course, the fat-headed kid drooled 3 feet beside her. Obviously, the village chief's wife also heard what Fatty said in the courtyard. When she saw Gu Qianlan and her son, she smiled without saying a word and did not show any surprise or disgust because of the half mark on her face. She said kindly, "Fathead, this child has been spoiled by us. Look at how greedy he is." As she said that, she quickly replaced the fish soup in the bowl.
Mom.
"Is it ready to eat? Let me try it." Fatty couldn't wait to put his head forward. "This kid, I'm sorry to embarrass you," the village chief's wife said. "It's still hot. Drink it later, and you can't miss it." The village chief glared at Fatty. This silly boy really made him lose face today. "Children, it's always like this. Here is 100 coins, please count them." Gu Qianlan took out the rent she had prepared and handed it over. The village chief hurriedly took it. "No need to count. I still trust the daughter of a scholar." Then he handed the receipt that he had prepared long ago to Gu Qianlan. "Then we will leave first, so as not to delay your meal." Thinking that she had to deliver fish soup to Tayata's house early, Gu Qianlan said goodbye to the village chief's family and left with the children. Fathead's mother, "Give the child a small bowl of fish soup and send the rest to his parents." Village chief Yu looked at the full bowl of fragrant fish soup, swallowed his saliva, and still instructed his wife. Tianxing paused with the bowl in her hand, took a deep look at her master, and hesitated to speak. "It's like this again, always like this. Whenever there is something delicious at home, it is always for the son and the elderly, and she is only worthy of smelling it. It's okay at ordinary times, and it's right to respect the elderly. But this time, the soup was clearly sent to their family by Mrs. Gu. Why?" She turned her head and went into the kitchen, poured out a small bowl, and put it on the stove. "Take it and drink it." After saying that, without waiting for Fathead to react, she took the remaining fish soup and went out. Village Chief Yu sighed as he looked at his wife, who went out with a gloomy face. "Wait a little longer. Wait until the eldest son passes the exam to become a scholar, and it will be good to have a reputation." Gu Qianlan looked at Xia beside her in confusion. As soon as she came out of the village chief's house, the child frowned, as if she was struggling with something. Sure enough, before they walked far, Xia gently tugged at the corner of Gu Qianlan's clothes and whispered, "Mom, let's not go to Brother Liangsai's house."
Why?
Gu Qianlan asked in surprise. "Because Brother Liangsai's grandma."
I'm afraid.
The little girl pursed her lips timidly and didn't say anything else. But Gu Qianlan clearly saw too many unspeakable things in her expression. It seems that Tayata's family is also a family with a story. Don't be afraid. With Mother here, no one will do anything to you. Besides, we're going to deliver fish soup. Looking at the timid Xia, Gu Qianlan encouraged softly.
No. No.
In short, Mother, believe me, let's not send fish soup to Brother Liangsai's house. Although Xia didn't say anything, she was very persistent. Then let's send this fish soup to the old house for your grandparents to taste. Coming to this world, and just separated from the family, Gu Qianlan is no exception. At least when facing the Gu family, the people in the old house still more or less protected themselves. She is still in a stage of being penniless. Although the people in the old house have their own thoughts, they are not bad people. Everything is caused by poverty. Yeah, I'll go tell Grandpa and Grandma, Xia said happily after hearing this. Without waiting for Gu Qianlan to give a few instructions, Xia let go and ran away quickly. This child, after all, has lived there since she was a child, or has a deep affection for her grandparents. Wu Bao quietly held the corner of Gu Qianlan's clothes, silently watched her sister's back as she walked away, and lowered her head. Sensing Wu Bao's emotions, Gu Qianlan gently rubbed the child's head. "Let's go quickly. Maybe we can catch up to give them lunch."
Get out.
"You money-losing thing, who asked you to come? Get out of here." There was still some distance from the old house when Gu Qianlan heard Xia's crying, accompanied by a woman's loud shouting and cursing. "No, it's not like that." Xia tried to explain, but the woman in front of her didn't give her any chance to speak. "You're not going away yet. You dare to come here to eat for free? I think you're really brave. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think this is a charity?" Qian Finfang said. picking up the bamboo broom by the door and hitting Sia's young body. Seeing that the big broom was about to hit the child, a stone flew from nowhere and hit her wrist. She cried ouch, her hand was numb instantly, and the broom fell to the ground. Sister-in-law is really bad-tempered. She can be so heavy-handed to such a young child. Gu Qianlong rushed into the yard in 2 steps and protected Sia behind her. Because she walked in a hurry, some of the soup in the backpack spilled out, exuding a strong fragrance. Old Mrs. Qian sniffed. What was in the backpack that smelled so good? I have a bad temper?
Oh.
This person who is separated from the family came here at mealtime. If he doesn't want to eat and drink for free, what else could he do? Could it be that he is bringing us food?
Sister-in-law is right.
We are here to bring fish soup to our parents. Gu Qianlong looked at Qian Fenfang, her eyes calm. I thought it was something good. It turned out to be fish soup. Qian Fenfang, who was only concerned about her sore hands, did not notice the tempting fragrance in the air, or she simply did not think that this fragrance had anything to do with the third daughter-in-law, and said sarcastically, "The fish soup you make is not a good thing, but it doesn't mean that the one I make is not delicious either." Or is it that now, the eldest sister-in-law is the master of this family and can speak for the parents? Gu Qianlong knew very well how much Mrs. Qian protected this eldest daughter-in-law, her niece. But this does not mean that she can let this eldest daughter-in-law ride on her head and run the family over her and old Manhwa. You're talking nonsense. When did I become the head of my parents' family? Sure enough, before Gu Qianlong finished speaking, Qian Fenfang rushed to defend herself. If that's the case, then shut up and keep your hands under control. If I see you hitting my child for no reason again, I don't mind teaching you how to be a good person. Gu Qianlong looked at the woman in front of her coldly. She couldn't imagine what terrible consequences would have on the child if she had been a step later and the big broom had hit Sia. This was not a lesson for the child. This was clearly an attempt to kill her. Looking at the big handprint with 5 distinct fingers on Sia's face, Gu Qianlong felt particularly distressed. Seeing the child crying out of breath, she didn't know how much strength was used in the slap. Why is it for no reason? She is a money loser, and she wants to eat and drink for free at home. No way. Qian Fenfang said righteously. That's enough. Third brother's wife. Didn't you hit her? Besides, girls are all very tough. What's the big deal if you hit them a few times? Which child wasn't beaten when he grew up? You're the only one who's nosy. Old Lady Qian said impatiently, interrupting what Gu Qianlong was about to say. In the end, she was still defending her own niece. Didn't you hit her? Where did the slap mark on Sia's face come from? Gu Qianlong asked in a deep voice. Old Lady Qian choked and said nothing. This girl usually doesn't cry so happily when she's beaten. She must have someone to back her up. She glared at Sia, who was crying fiercely, all because of this troublesome little thing. Didn't third brother's wife say you brought fish soup? Put it on the table. It's getting late. You should go back to eat early. Old Manhwa puffed on his pipe and looked up at the women who were arguing. Humph. As if she had received a great help from heaven, Qian Fenfang snorted and walked into the main hall with her head held high. Let the 3 of them come here with their eyes on this, a bowl of worthless stinky soup, and they also want to have a meal. What a wishful thinking. Fortunately, the old man is wise and directly said it clearly. Gu Qianlong was stunned when she heard it. She really didn't think about eating and drinking for free. She just wanted to honor the old man with a bowl of soup. She didn't expect that it would cause such speculation. Second sister-in-law, please help to change my bowl. I won't go into the kitchen, so as not to be accused of thinking about the food at home. Gu Qianlong laughed at herself. When did she fall to this point? Well, I'll go get the bowl now. Feng Xiu'er stared at the milky white soup, and the tempting aroma wafted into her nose. Oh my god. This is actually the fish soup made by the third brother's wife? It's a pity that there is only one bowl, and 1/3 of it has spilled out. I don't know if I can get a bite to taste later. Feng Xiu'er looked at the soup with reluctance and licked her lips unconsciously. With such a small portion, it was probably not her turn to taste it. I didn't expect that these 2 kids were so lucky. They were separated from the third son's wife, and could drink such delicious fish soup. Take your bowl and go back quickly. Live a peaceful life and don't think about eating and drinking here for free in the future. Old Mrs. Qian looked at the sobbing Sia with disgust, obviously having determined their mother and son's plan. Gu Qianlong was too lazy to explain anything. This family looked at the three of them, mother and son, as if they were the plague god. There was no difference. In order to save food, they were able to split up the newly married couple and their two young children. This was already obvious. How can we expect a family like this to care about their children in the slightest? Gu Qianlong had a gloomy face, and there was no ripple in her heart. After the incident with the Gu family, she had changed her mind about the people in the old house, but now it seemed that she was too naive. It's a pity that when the family was divided, the ties with the old house were not completely severed. Everything has to wait until Yu Lao San comes back. Watching Gu Qianlong, her mother and her son go away, Old Man Yu's expression relaxed. He was worried that the third daughter-in-law would find it too difficult to live with the child on her own and would regret dividing the family and want to come back. But now this family is so poor that they can hardly have food to eat. After much thought, I can only feel sorry for the third brother's family. On the way back, Wu Bao stared at his mother without blinking, his eyes full of admiration. His mother was really amazing. He saw with his own eyes that she casually kicked a small stone, which hit his aunt's wrist and saved his sister in time. He looked at his elder sister Sia again. He had always been puzzled as to why his elder sister was so eager to go back to the old house. Wasn't she afraid of being beaten? Sia, does your face hurt? Was it your aunt who beat you? Tell mother, and I will help you vent your anger. After returning to her own courtyard, Gu Qianlong looked at Sia's already red and swollen cheeks and said with a pang of heartache, "Mother, it doesn't hurt anymore. My aunt didn't beat me severely this time." Sia said in a low voice, her eyes secretly meowing at Gu Qianlong. "You still call it not a severe beating? Did she beat you like this in the past? Where's your father? Are you just going to let her beat you like this?" Gu Qianlong simply couldn't understand what kind of woman could be so cruel to a child who was only 4 or 5 years old.
Daddy,
he asked busy. Sia lowered her head sadly. Just a few short words, but the sadness is indescribable. With mother here, no one will dare to beat, scold, or bully you like this. Just thinking about her good intentions, but ending up like this, she felt like a stone was stuck in her heart. I don't know who will end up with that half bowl of soup. After hearing Gu Qianlong's promise, Sia's tears rolled down instantly, and she came forward to hug her legs, sobbing softly. Wu Bao looked at her sister's sad look, lowered her eyes quietly, and leaned against her mother obediently. After returning from the old house, Wu Bao never left Gu Qianlong's side and no longer acted as Sia's little tail. Gu Qianlong fetched well water and found a clean cloth to apply to Sia's already red and swollen little face. Don't go to the old house alone next time. Don't let them think that we want to go there to eat again. Sia knows she was wrong, but today we were clearly going to deliver food. Why didn't the aunt listen to my explanation at all and hit me as soon as she came up? The little girl couldn't figure it out. Perhaps in their hearts, people like us who are poor and have nothing will only think about taking advantage of them. How can we think of anything else? This incident accelerated Gu Qianlong's determination to get out of poverty as soon as possible. Will Sia and her brother play at home? Mother wants to go to the town to have a look and buy some things. You close the door at home and don't let anyone in casually. Gu Qianlong reminded again worriedly. We know, mother. You can go out without worry. I will take good care of my brother. Sia took Wu Bao's little hand and said sensibly. It takes more than 2 hours to walk from Yujia village to the town. On ordinary days when the market is going, there will be ox carts at the entrance of the village, and each person will be charged 2 cents. On days like this, when it is not a market day, you can only hire an ox cart to go to the town by yourself, which is equivalent to calling a taxi. The cost is of course not cheap, and it costs 20 cents. Unless there is an emergency at home in the village, generally no one is willing to spend this money. Gu Qianlong glanced at the savings in the space and finally gritted her teeth and decided to walk there by herself. If there weren't so few things in the space mall, and many of them were not available in this era, she wouldn't have gone to town with so much effort. There weren't many people in the town, but it wasn't a problem to buy some basic necessities. Gu Qianlong looked at the shops on both sides, thinking of the bare feet of the two children and the thin shirts full of patches on their bodies, and relied on the few memories in her mind to find the location of the cloth shop. "Shopkeeper, do you sell ready-made clothes here?" After looking around the store, Gu Qianlong didn't see any clothes hanging, so she had to ask. The shopkeeper looked up and down at the woman in front of him and didn't show contempt for Gu Qianlong's shabby clothes. "Does this lady need ready-made clothes? But the price of ready-made clothes is not cheap. It's better to buy some cloth and make them yourself." The original body knew how to make clothes and even knew some simple embroidery. After thinking about it, Gu Qianlong decided to buy some cloth and make some clothes for the children herself. She picked 2 pieces of dark cotton cloth and spent 100 coins. The shopkeeper also enthusiastically gave her a small bag of cloth scraps and needle money. "Then, shopkeeper, can you sell shoes here? It's best to have shoes for children." The shopkeeper looked at the young lady in front of him with some surprise. Judging from her appearance, she should also be from a poor family. How can you even spend money to buy shoes? What's more, it's children's shoes. If you want to buy shoes, go out here and turn right into the alley.
There is a Feng woman at the end.
She usually sells shoes and does some sewing work. Seeing that Gu Qianlong asked sincerely, the shopkeeper thought for a while and said, "Thank you, shopkeeper. May I ask your surname?" "My surname is Feng. To be honest, the Feng woman who sells ready-made shoes and socks is my relative. When you go there, just say that I introduced her." The shopkeeper smiled and admitted generously. He thanked Manager Feng again and left the cloth shop with the 2 pieces of cloth he had bought. Mrs. Feng's house was easy to find. After explaining her purpose, Mrs. Feng took Gu Qianlong to a small house with a smile on her face. There were neatly folded sets of clothes and some cute small shoes. Gu Qianlong flipped through the books and found that the sizes of adult clothes were similar and the fabrics were all made of fine cotton. There were only a few pieces made of coarse cotton, and they were men's. She frowned and asked, "How much are these cotton ones? Don't you have linen ones?" Mrs. Feng smiled and said, 80 coins for a piece of fine cotton cloth is already a good deal. People in the countryside usually buy cloth to make clothes, and no one asks for linen clothes from me." She looked at the cloth Gu Qianlong was holding and continued, "If you provide the cloth yourself and have it made into clothes here, I will charge you a fee. 15 coins for a piece of ready-made clothes. Report your size and come back in 3 days to pick it up." "It takes so long." "Not long. The clothes here have fine stitches and good quality. They won't fall apart after wearing for a long time." Mrs. Feng enthusiastically picked up a coat and handed it to Gu Qianlong. Gu Qianlong took it in her hand and looked at it, thinking that she could make such clothes herself. After walking around, she didn't spend money on clothes. She only chose a pair of shoes for herself and her 2 children, spending 20 coins. After leaving Mrs. Feng's house, Gu Qianlong found a place where no one was around and put the 2 pieces of cloth in her hand into the space. Next, she planned to go to the grain shop to see the market. But just as she walked out of the alley, she met an old acquaintance.
Oh.
Who did I think she was? Isn't she my little cousin? How come she has time to come to town today? Gu Wenkai saw Gu Qianlong from a distance. Her half-blue-gray face was too eye-catching, and it was hard not to notice her. He didn't know what tricks this little witch had used on him. His arm, which had not felt any pain at Yu's house, was so painful that he couldn't lift it up after a nap. He was so scared that he rushed to the town to see a doctor before dawn, but the doctor examined his hand for a long time and couldn't find anything wrong. He was upset and resentful, and was about to go to Su Yuanwai's house to mention his cousin. Unexpectedly, he ran into this little enemy on the street. It was really a piece of cake. Seeing Gu Wenkai appear in front of her, Gu Qianlong narrowed her eyes slightly. If she remembered correctly, this good cousin in front of her was planning to take her back to the Gu family to live a good life. If her guess was right, he was probably thinking of selling his original body for a good price.
Who was the victim this time?
I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be my eldest cousin. There are many things missing at home, so I thought of going to town to buy some urgently needed things. As she spoke, she shook the small bundle containing 3 pairs of shoes in front of her. My eldest cousin, are you coming to town to see your hand? Gu Qianlong said, looking meaningfully at Gu Wencai's arm hanging in front of her chest. Yesterday, she seemed to have reconnected Gu Wencai's dislocated arm, but she actually had another trick up her sleeve. She has been training at a high intensity for a long time, so she is very good at bone setting. Little witch, is it you who did this? Seeing this, Gu Wencai still had something to not understand. He approached Gu Qianlong and whispered with gritted teeth. My eldest cousin thinks too highly of me. With your hand hanging in front of you, anyone can tell that you are injured. Have you seen a doctor? What did the doctor say? Gu Qianlong asked with a pair of innocent big eyes. It's best if it has nothing to do with you, otherwise. Humph. As for what the doctor said, please don't bother with it, cousin. Gu Wencai looked at the mark on his cousin's face and felt sorry. Mr. Su saw Gu Qianlong's appearance by chance on the day of her wedding and was shocked by her beauty at the time. He didn't mind her status as a married woman and insisted that he find a way to bring her into the house as the 8th concubine and even promised a gift of 30 taels of silver. I just don't know if Mr. Su is still willing to accept my cousin in this state now. Even if it is not worth 30 taels, 15 taels will be fine. In his opinion, even if half of his cousin's face was destroyed, if you only look at the other half, she is still a stunning beauty. When the time comes, she can wear a half mask and turn off the lights at night. Why should she care about those things? Thinking of this, his expression relaxed, and he said sincerely, my cousin has just married into the Yu family for 1 day and has to stay alone in an empty house. She was also driven to live at the foot of the mountain with her 2 children. Life must be very difficult. If you have any difficulties, you must tell your cousin. After all, we are still a family. If Gu Qianlong hadn't known what kind of faces the eldest house of the Gu family had, she would have almost believed what he said at this moment. But what evil idea is this guy holding back?
My cousin is right.
We, mother and son, are now renting a house in the village, and we don't have any land. We can hardly make ends meet. She wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves and continued, if possible, could my cousin give me the 3 taels of silver that the Yu family gave me as a betrothal gift? At least it would help us, mother and son, to survive for a while. Since he was going to play the role of a brother and sister who wouldn't cooperate, Gu Qianlong immediately cried softly about being poor. Silver is a good thing, and 1 tael is 1 tael if you can get it. What's more, she wouldn't feel guilty even if she had to take all the silver in the hands of the Gu family. Gu Wencai felt a pang of pain in his heart when he heard it. I didn't expect that my cousin, who usually kept silent and could only get beaten and work, would dare to speak at the critical moment. Look, she asked for 3 taels of silver as soon as she opened her mouth. Did she think that the 3 taels were blown by the wind? It's just that there are people coming and going on the street. In such a short time, the 2 of them standing here talking have attracted the attention of several people. It was obviously not right to not give a penny, but if he was really asked to take out 3 taels, would he be considered a fool? Look at what my cousin said. Our farmers' lives are not easy. Who would carry 3 taels of silver with them for no reason? As he said that, he rummaged in his arms and took out half a tael of silver coins. This is the half tael of silver left over from seeing the doctor just now. If you don't mind, take it for emergency use. Gu Wencai handed over the silver. His heart almost hurt so much that it was about to bleed, and he kept shouting in his heart, refuse to accept it. Refuse to accept it. However, the heavens obviously did not hear the call in his heart. Gu Qianlong in front of him took the silver coins with extremely fast hands and feet and put them into her arms at an extremely fast speed. I don't mind. Thank you for your help, my eldest cousin. But when can you give me the remaining 2.5 taels of silver? My child is sick, and I have to bring him to the town to get medicine. Gu Qianlong smiled kindly, but her words hurt Gu Wencai's heart. What 2.5 taels of silver? Who promised to give her another 2.5 taels of silver? This shameless. But he was not in a position to say this in public. The money in the house is kept by my mother. You can come to her house to get it later, Gu Wenkai said with a smile. But if you dare to come, it depends on whether you have the ability to leave. The more Gu Wenkai thought about it, the more he felt that using the remaining 2.5 taels of silver to lure Gu Qianlong home was a very good decision. It also saved him from having to think of other schemes to coax her. Thinking about the 30 taels of silver that he was about to receive, maybe only 15 taels? Gu Wenkai no longer felt the pain in his heart. Forget it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, so let my cousin get some benefits first. If my cousin has something to do, please go, and do it first. I should go back too. For the future money, Gu Wenkai smiled gently. He had to go to Mr. Su's house as soon as possible to get the confirmed news as soon as possible so that he could feel at ease and not lose the half-tael in vain. Looking at Gu Wencai's back as he walked away, Gu Qianlong was thoughtful. She was sure that her intuition was not wrong. Her so-called eldest cousin must have some intentions, and they were not small. If she remembered correctly, before seeing her appearance that day, the mother and son of the Gu family planned to take her back to the Gu family. It was only after seeing her appearance that they temporarily gave up the idea. Could it be that the mother and son wanted to marry her again, so that they could get another betrothal gift? It must be said that Gu Qianlong was now in the dark. She subconsciously touched the half of her face that suddenly had a green mark. Where did this mark come from? She did not find any clues in the memories left by the original owner. She just vaguely felt that the reason why the original owner's face became like this was also a disguised protection for her. For a weak woman with no one to rely on, beauty would only bring endless troubles and disasters to her. Before she had enough ability and strength to protect herself, it was actually quite good for this face to look like this. Gu Qianlong felt very happy when she thought about getting back half a tael of silver from Gu Wenkai. The eldest branch of the Gu family owed her family, and sooner or later, she would ask them to pay it back bit by bit. In her memory, the shopkeeper of the grain shop in the town was named Wang, an old friend of her father. After her father passed away, he had sent people to help her and her mother many times. It was a pity that he was an outsider after all. He could help them for a while, but not for a lifetime. How could two weak women resist the calculations of a group of jackals and tigers? Is Uncle Wang here? Gu Qianlong asked the clerk at the door when she entered the grain shop. Miss Gu? The shopkeeper is in the backyard. I'll go and invite her. The clerk obviously knew Gu Qianlong. Although he was surprised that her face had changed, he still recognized her and ran to the backyard while talking. Is Lonner here? Not long after, a middle-aged man in a long gown walked over quickly. Uncle Wang, how are you? Gu Qianlong was a little excited. Tears welled up in her eyes. This was a trace of the original owner's residual influence. Good. Good. It's good to get married. Wang Minquan looked at the girl in front of him with some emotion. Don't be restrained when you come to Uncle Wang's place. Go to the backyard and sit for a while. Stay for a meal later. You look so thin. Ah. Once upon a time, the little girl in front of him was also a person who was raised and pampered, but she didn't expect. Uncle Wang, please don't be polite. To be honest, I came here this time to inquire about the market of grain. Besides, there are 2 young children waiting for me at home. It's really inconvenient to stay for a long time. Gu Qianlong said, took out a small bag of rice from the bag and put it on the table in front of Wang Minquan. Uncle Wang, please help me see. What is the market price of this kind of rice? In the original owner's memory, although the family occasionally ate rice, they had never seen the rice produced in Gu Qianlong's space. In fact, this kind of rice is very common in modern times. It is sold in all major supermarkets and stores Thai fragrant rice. Because of this, Gu Qianlong is not sure about the market price of this rice. As soon as the small cloth bag was opened, the faint fragrance of rice came to her face. This is it. Wang Minquan took the rice with almost trembling hands, put it to the tip of his nose, and sniffed it gently. This. Niece, tell me quickly, where on earth did this thing come from? Wang Minquan's tone was anxious and excited. If he was not mistaken, this was the legendary tribute rice. The tribute rice was transported thousands of miles from the distant southern Xinjiang to the capital. It's just that such a rare thing. With Gu Qianlon's identity, there is no chance to see it. How could he possibly own it? Even he saw it once by chance from an imperial merchant. Uncle Wang knows this kind of rice? It's easy if you know it. If you know this thing, we can negotiate the price. Wang Mingquan pulled Gu Qianlon into the inner room without saying anything. Niece, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me, where did you get this rice? You know, this is tribute rice. If you are not careful, you will lose your head. Gu Qianlon was so upset when she heard this. She finally thought of a way to make money, but it was strangled in the cradle before she even started. She knew that it was a crime to possess a treasure, so she didn't want to lose her life when she didn't make much money. Uncle Wang should know that I just got married recently. Only one day after I got married, our room was divided out by the family. This rice was given to me by my husband before he left. He said that it was a seed he got by chance and secretly planted in a vacant land in the mountains. This rice is not much, and there are only a few dozen kilograms in the family. Isn't it because I can't bear to eat it that I want to bring it to Uncle Wang to ask about the market? Gu Qianlon said, making up an excuse in her mind. After much thought, it is safest to push it to the third son of the Yu family, who is away in the army. Can't bear to eat it? Of course you can't bear to eat it. Such a precious thing. If it is really eaten by their family of peasants, it would be a waste of heaven's gift. Only a few dozen kilograms at home? Wang Mingquan couldn't help but feel a pity. Could it be that he secretly ate this tribute rice? What a pity. He has never tasted it in his life. But if this rice is a seed he got by chance and the grain he grew, he would collect it and transport it to Kyoto, and he would not worry about not being able to sell it for a good price. As long as there is land and a source, he is not afraid of being questioned by the government. Niece, I won't hide it from you. This rice should be tribute rice from southern Xinjiang. There is not much produced every year, but it is a good thing in Kyoto that is in short supply. Wang Mingquan paused and continued. It stands to reason that this rice is sold in Kyoto for 1 or 200 coins per caddy, which is not expensive. But you have to know that no one in our small town can afford it, and no one even knows about this good thing. Such a small amount of rice, transported across thousands of mountains and rivers to Kyoto, the cost of manpower and material resources is huge. Wang Mingquan said, calculating the price in his mind. I understand what Uncle Wang said. You name a price, I believe you. Gu Qianlon's words were beautiful, but the key point was that for her, this rice was not indispensable. She just needed time. How about this? I'll charge you 70 coins per caddy for this rice. What do you think? Wang Mingquan tentatively quoted a price. In business, although he also wanted to help Brother Gu's orphan, business is business. The market price of ordinary rice is 20 won per jin. Although this tribute rice is precious, the risk is relatively greater. He thought that handing the rice to the boss would be just right for gifts and to make arrangements with various parties. No matter what, he must get this rice. If he can take over the fields and the mountains, it would be even better. The price of 70 won per jin is already very high, far exceeding Gu Qianlon's expectations. Then listen to Uncle Wang, 70 won per jin. But I didn't bring all the rice with me when I went out today. I'm afraid I have to send it again tomorrow. Since he knew the preciousness of this rice, Gu Qianlon would naturally not be stupid enough to find a place to take the rice out of the space casually. If someone saw it, it would cause endless trouble. Okay, can I not trust you? How about this? I'll let the clerk in the store run with you and take you back in a carriage, so you don't have to walk such a long way. Wang Mingquan didn't want to wait for a moment. It's better to get such a rare thing as soon as possible and feel at ease. Gu Qianlon hesitated. To be honest with Uncle Wang, I came to town this time to buy some things and see if I could do something to make a living. My family is really living off the fat of the land, otherwise I would not be willing to sell this rice. Before leaving, the head of the family told me many times that this rice must not be sold easily. Gu Qianlon said with difficulty, as if she regretted taking out the rice. Uncle Wang was so eager to get the rice that Gu Qianlon was cautious. Since it was a tribute rice that could not be sought, how could Uncle Wang dare to accept it? Although she did not understand the current laws, tribute rice should not be something that could be bought and sold at will. Besides, the market price of ordinary rice was 20 cents per caddy, and this tribute rice was only 70 cents. Did they really think she was a country woman who knew nothing? However, the third son of the Yu family, who was serving in the army far away from home, was once again unfortunately blamed. Gu Qianlong was silent for 3 seconds. My niece, it's really polite for you to say that. Your father and I were classmates and friends. After he passed away, I sent people to visit you and your mother several times. Just tell Uncle Wang if you need anything. You don't have to go shopping for it yourself. If you see something in this store that you need urgently, I'll load it in the horse-drawn carriage and take it back for you. Uncle Wang, how can I let you spend money? Please calculate the price. Or, can I offset it with the money for the rice? Gu Qianlong said softly. This last sentence hit the mark of Wang Mingquan. He was waiting for this sentence. For the sake of this rice, he really put a lot of thought into it. He even sent gifts and loaded half a cart with food and various seasonings. Although Gu Qianlong looked simple and honest, he would never believe it if you said that there were only 50 kilograms of tribute rice left. Between us uncle and nephew, there is no question of whether it is worth the money. Just take it. But if there is any tribute rice in the future, you must inform me immediately. For the long-term consideration, Wang Mingquan felt that his face was almost frozen from smiling. That's for sure, Uncle Wang, don't worry. Sure enough, Wang Mingquan was determined to get the rice, and he was willing to spend money. But if she dared to sell the rice, would he dare to buy it? 30 kilograms a day. If this continued, she would probably be arrested by the government and interrogated. By then, she would not be able to turn a field into a tribute rice field. The two smiled knowingly, and Wang Mingquan sent Gu Qianlong to the door, and only returned to the store with peace of mind after seeing her get on the carriage. Then he picked up a little tribute rice from the small cloth bag on the table and turned around and went out quickly. The carriage was driving quickly on the country road and soon arrived at Yujia village. Gu Qianlong couldn't help but feel fortunate that she was separated and lived alone at the foot of the mountain, avoiding the attention of the villagers. There is no lack of gossiping in any era, especially in the ancient times when information and communication were blocked. It was a rare thing for a carriage to come to the village. Especially sitting in the carriage was her, the newlywed who had just separated from the family, which was even more exciting. Little brother, let's stop the carriage here. I'll go to the backyard to get the things. The carriage stopped steadily at the gate of the yard. Gu Qianlong said as she jumped off the carriage and walked quickly into the house. The yard was quiet, and she didn't see the two children. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Okay. The clerk quickly moved the things from the carriage and unloaded them on the open space in the yard, quietly looking around the small yard that was tidy enough. Before leaving, the shopkeeper had told him to pay attention to what Madame Gu was growing at home. But the open space in this small yard was bare. It was almost cleaner than his face. How could there be any crops planted here? He didn't think so when he came here, but when he got here he realized that the shopkeeper had given him a difficult and arduous task. Gu Qianlong found a big basket and put the rice she had stored in the past few days into it, which was exactly 50 kilograms. Second brother, here are 50 kilograms of rice. See if it's enough after deducting the things I bought in the store? Looking at the pile of various items piled on the ground, Gu Qianlong's brows jumped. This was too much. She was a little unsure. She was afraid that she would have to pay some money to Uncle Wang. It seemed that this old friend of the original owner's father wanted to do a long-term business in rice. Madame Gu, you're being polite. The shopkeeper said that these things are all gifts from him. Here are 3.5 taels of silver. Take them quickly. The clerk said, and took out a small purse from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Qianlong. Oh my God! This large piece of stuff on the ground is worth at least several taels of silver, and it really has to be given to her. Although Wang had given a lot of money and goods to Gu's family before when Gu's mother was still alive, he had never been so generous as today. How can this be? It was agreed that the things would be paid for with rice money. You should take the money back and give me the list of these things. If the money is not enough, I will give it to Uncle Wang when I have more money in a while. Gu Qianlong insisted and pushed the purse back. Miss Gu, please don't be so polite. The shopkeeper said that these things are just his intentions. I took the initiative to accept the money. I will be scolded when I go back. Please be kind and stop making things difficult for me. The clerk was eloquent and handed the purse to Gu Qianlong again. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave without saying anything. It's getting late. I should go back and report. The shopkeeper is still waiting. If you don't want to take the money, move these things on the ground back. The waiter insisted, but Gu Qianlong was not someone who could be easily fooled. As she spoke, Gu Qianlong pretended to move the things on the ground onto the carriage. Ms. Gu, what are you doing? The waiter stopped there helplessly, in a dilemma, and reluctantly took out a list from his arms. He couldn't help but sigh that shopkeeper Wang was so thoughtful. If Madame Gu insists on not accepting the things and insists on paying, you can hand her this list. But if you do this, you won't get the reward money when you come back. Thinking back to what shopkeeper Wang said when he quietly pulled him aside, the waiter was full of admiration. Miss Gu, here's the list, please take it. Just take the money first, and we'll settle it with our shopkeeper later. Please be kind and stop making things difficult for me. The clerk looked like he was about to cry and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Gu Qianlong had to give up. Okay, I'll take the money first, and you should go back and report as soon as possible. She still had to put the things away first, and then look for the children. She looked at the list in her hand and roughly checked the things on the ground. Shopkeeper Wang thought carefully. He took almost everything in his shop that Gu Qianlong could use. The quantity was not large, but it was practical. It must be said that he was a considerate and thoughtful elder, but this also showed how much he valued the rice. There were so many things, but they were cheaper than Gu Qianlong expected. The total cost was only 4 taels and 2 cents of silver. Now, she finally put her heart back in her stomach. The money was still within her ability to afford. It turns out that the purchasing power in ancient times was so amazing, or maybe it was the half sale and half giveaway of shopkeeper Wang. Without time to count carefully, she simply put all the things into the space. Thinking of the 2 children who had not been seen for a long time, Gu Qianlong temporarily put all these behind her. Seeing that the sun had set, but the 2 children seemed to have disappeared, and there was still no trace. A sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. It was reasonable that Xia would take Wu Bao to stay at home obediently and wait for her to come back. She really couldn't think of where the 2 children would go, and now she could only try her luck in the old house. The gate of the old house was wide open, and old lady Qian was sitting leisurely in the yard with her eyes slightly squinted. Her youngest daughter Yu Dongyu was now obediently patting her shoulders and saying a few words to amuse her from time to time. As soon as she saw Gu Qianlong, Mrs. Qian frowned. Why is this daughter-in-law who is finally separated from her again? Really? It's endless. Old third, what's the wind that brings you here again today? You have nothing in your hands. Don't tell me you are here to bring us 2 old people something again. Mrs. Qian curled her lips and said with disgust. Gu Qianlong paused when she heard this, but now it was important to find the children, so she couldn't care about so many things. Mom, I went to the town today. I left 2 children at home to guard the door, but I didn't see them when I came back just now. I wonder if they came today? There was no sign of the children in the yard, and Gu Qianlong became more and more uneasy. What? My old used child was abused by you like this? You are really a stepmother, not a good thing. When she heard that the child was missing, Mrs. Qian's anger immediately soared. They can beat and scold his old used child by themselves, and this bought daughter-in-law should not even think of touching the child. You are such a grown-up, but you actually left 2 children at home? Is this humane? Mrs. Qian pointed at Gu Qianlong's nose and yelled. You have a private house. Who can take the children away from your house? Now that the children are missing, you have the nerve to come here to ask for them?
Bah!
Who gave you the guts? Mrs. Qian became more and more angry as she thought about it. She shook off her youngest daughter's hand and walked in front of Gu Qianlong. Seeing that her palm leaf fan-like slap was about to fall on her face, Gu Qianlong dodged sideways. I just came to find the children, not to be beaten and scolded by you. Gu Qianlong's face turned cold. It turned out that coming to the old house to find someone was not a good decision. Besides, I left the children at home, which was not humane. The Yu family drove us mother and son out of the house, which was humane. She admitted that it was wrong to leave such a young child at home, but the main reason for this result was the selfishness and ruthlessness of the Yu family. She thought that after closing the door and giving instructions, the children would be obedient. But she never thought that they were still nowhere to be seen. How could she not be anxious?
Huh.
How can you talk to your elders like this? You lost our Yu family's child, so what's wrong with hitting you?
How dare you hide?
The slap from Mrs. Qian missed, and she was immediately furious.
What do you mean by lost the child?
The village is so small. Where can the children run to? I came here to ask what's wrong. Seeing Gu Qianlan's cold face, Mrs. Qian unexpectedly felt guilty and didn't dare to hit her for the second time.
Didn't you see?
If those two little rascals dare to step into the yard, I dare to break their legs. Since you have been separated, just live your own life honestly and don't always think about taking advantage of this side. Mrs. Qian was sure that Gu Qianlan wanted to come here to get benefits again. She didn't get food last time, and this time she was even more shameless, so she just slapped her twice. Really? What a big face. Gu Qianlan almost laughed at what Mrs. Qian said. Why do all the people in this old house think that she wants to take advantage of them? Maybe they have more money, right? That's why they are so popular. Or was it too unfair when they divided the family last time, so they were afraid that she would figure it out and come here to eat and drink for free? Sister-in-law, why did you come here to look for the child? Look how angry mother is. You said unhappily. She finally managed to make her mother happy and was about to talk about buying a new hair flower, but she messed up everything when she came. Yes. What was she thinking? She didn't know what she was thinking, but she came here immediately based on her first instinct. As a result, she was scolded by Mrs. Qian, which made her doubt her judgment. Just as they were at a stalemate, a small voice outside the courtyard gate said timidly, "Aunt C, the pig grass has been harvested." The courtyard suddenly became quiet, and Gu Qianlan's back stiffened. She couldn't believe her ears. This was Sia's voice. She turned around silently and saw two small figures, Sia and Wu Bao, standing hunched outside the courtyard gate. The two heavy bundles of pig grass were carried on their thin shoulders, pressing the two children so that they couldn't stand up straight, so naturally they didn't see the situation in the courtyard. Picking pig grass? Gu Qianlan's voice was cold and a little distorted. She took 2 steps at a time and walked forward, pulling off the pig grass on the shoulders of the two and throwing it to the ground. Can anyone explain to me why my 2 children are carrying 2 bundles of pig grass and appearing here? Gu Qianlan stared coldly at the women in the yard of the old house. Old Mrs. Qian's face froze, and she didn't seem to expect that Sia and Wu Bao would come here with pig grass. She choked and said, "Explanation? What is there to explain? It must be because you are not at home, and the 2 children are hungry. They know that they will not have a meal if they come here empty-handed, so they picked 2 bundles of pig grass themselves as a meal." The more old Mrs. Qian spoke, the more she felt that this must be the case, and her confidence returned in an instant.
No meal?
You picked pig grass yourself and sent it here as a meal? Gu Qianlan was almost amused by old Mrs. Qian's super brain circuit. Before going out, how could she not settle the 2 children and let them wait for a whole day with an empty stomach? Her eyes moved to the 4th daughter-in-law who had just come out of the north room, this sister-in-law who had little presence during the repeated commotion. Don't you need to explain, 4th sister-in-law? Gu Qianlan sneered, hooked a bundle of pig grass on the ground with 1 finger, and brought it in front of her.
This.
3rd sister-in-law, I don't understand what you mean. The 4th daughter-in-law Chen Anan smiled reluctantly. These 2 children were so slow that they were caught by the 3rd family. I'm afraid it was not intentional. She was annoyed in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She took the pig grass from Gu Qianlan with a smile, but her hand suddenly sank, and she almost sprained her waist. But she clearly saw that Gu Qianlan easily hooked it with just 1 finger. Her face froze, and she explained hurriedly, 3rd sister-in-law may have misunderstood. This is all the fault of my silly child. It was his turn to pick pig grass today. In the past, Sia and Wu Bao always accompanied him. The children were lively together. They worked and had company. Although Chen Ainen's words sounded good and her reasons were reasonable, she had a child who was a traitor to her mother. The silly child, she mentioned, ran out of the house with a pout, shouting, "Mom, did those two money-losing guys pick the pig grass back? Now I can come out." Seeing this situation, what else is there that she doesn't understand? Mrs. Qian glanced at the third daughter-in-law, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and simply covered her chest and closed her eyes. The youngest daughter beside her immediately understood. "Mom, are you not feeling well? I'll help you go back to the house to rest for a while." As she said that, she quickly helped old lady Qian back to the main room and even closed the door considerately, avoiding them completely. Gu Qianlong was too lazy to care about the little actions of the mother and daughter at this moment. It seemed that this incident had little to do with the mother and daughter. As long as they didn't take sides and protect their shortcomings, she wouldn't mind letting them go. Chen Ainen felt uneasy for no reason. Why did the expression on the face of the third family make her feel even more creepy? Third sister-in-law. Don't listen to what Lu Bao said. He was just picking pig grass with Xia and Wu Bao. Ha! Do you think I'm stupid or blind? Gu Qianlong lowered her eyes and looked at the cute bear child. The white little face, with some food crumbs on the corners of the mouth. Perhaps because they had just taken food, the two little hands were still clean, without any dirt. What can expose her lies the most is the pair of clean cloth shoes on the child's feet. It turns out that the old house is not so poor that they can't afford shoes for the children, but the two children of their third room have no one to take care of them and have no shoes to wear. Not to mention a pair of clean cloth shoes, there is not even a pair of straw shoes. Isn't the baby of the fourth room in front of her dressed neatly, clean and plump? Chen Ainen's breathing stagnated, and a trace of panic flashed through her heart. How come she, the head of the family, hasn't come back from the fields at this time? She was left alone to face the anger of the third sister-in-law, and she was inexplicably a little scared. Her eyes couldn't help but drift to the gate, and she quietly reached out to pull Lu Bao behind her. Third sister-in-law, look at this. The child went home to rest when he was tired, and look at me. I forgot about it in this busy time. Chen Ainen said this, and she really didn't even believe it herself. But the lie that should be told still has to be told. Humph. Who are you trying to fool? Lu Bao, come and tell Annie-san, how much pig grass did you collect today? Gu Qianlong stared at Lu Bao coldly. The little guy hid behind his mother, occasionally poking out his round little head. Stand up. Gu Qianlong showed the momentum she used when training her subordinates. Liu Bao's legs softened immediately, and he sat down on the ground.
Wow, it wasn't me.
It was my mother who told me to yell. After all, he was just a child of the same age as Wu Bao. With just one yell, he confessed everything. At this moment, Chen Ainen felt as if her heart was trembling. Third sister-in-law, didn't you just ask Xia and Wu Bao to collect pig grass? It's something they're used to doing. Lu Bao is still young. What's wrong with asking his brothers and sisters to help him? Looking at the child crying loudly, Chen Ainen felt distressed, and the fear in her heart immediately floated away. Mom, if we don't go out and take care of it, I'm afraid fourth aunt won't be a match for third aunt in this state. What are you going out for? She is no match for me. What does it have to do with us, mother and daughter? I just offended the third daughter-in-law. You didn't see how strong she is. She hooked a bundle of pig grass with one finger. You don't know how heavy that bundle of grass is, but I know it. And she used a trick to deal with Gu and Kai last time. Old Mrs. Qian stopped looking at the movement outside the yard and sat down to pour herself a glass of water to calm her nerves. I think the three of us together probably can't beat her, she said calmly, without any intention of going out to help mediate. It would be better to let the fourth daughter-in-law learn a lesson and stop thinking about bullying the two motherless children all day long. She really thinks she doesn't know about the past. But Lu Bao cried so sadly. Yu Dongyan looked outside the yard hesitantly and said worriedly, My dear daughter, you can rest assured. He has his mother to protect him. What can happen? Besides, the old man and the others should be back soon. Just wait. It must be said that the old man is still the wisest. While the mother and daughter were hiding in the house talking, old man Yu came back from the field with his sons. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw the third child and the two children, and he couldn't help frowning. Why is it here again? Is it never going to end? Chen Anan coaxed the crying Lu Bao and cried with him. If you have cried enough, shut up, Gu Qianlong said, suppressing the anger in her heart. Lu Bao is a treasure, and Xia and Wu Bao are just grass? Don't forget, they are the same age, only separated by months. Look at your Lu Bao, standing with my two children, who is more like a brother, can't you tell? Looking at Chen Anan, who was holding her child tightly in her arms, Gu Qianlong was both angry and had some unspeakable understanding of her. They are all just over 5 years old. What kind of work can they do? It is indeed hard to collect pig grass. But she is not wrong to love her own children. Why should she treat these two motherless children as non-human beings and order them to do work that they should not do? Isn't it just collecting some pig grass? These jobs have always been done by them in the past. What's wrong with helping Lu Bao today? It won't be a loss of meat. Chen Anan saw his father-in-law and the head of the family and several brothers entering the yard, and his confidence immediately became full. You make it sound easy, okay? It's just collecting pig grass. Starting tomorrow, your Lu Bao will collect 2 bundles of pig grass for me every day. Helping each other should be mutual. I don't ask much from you, just collect 2 bundles of these exactly the same. If you don't know how to do it, let Xia and Wu Bao follow and teach you. They will learn very quickly. Gu Qianlong didn't want to waste time talking to this woman anymore. If the flesh is not cut on your own body, you won't know the pain. Your family doesn't raise pigs. Why do you need to collect pig grass? You actually asked my little Lu Bao to collect 2 bundles of pig grass. What's wrong with you? Chen Anan jumped up immediately when she heard that her beloved was asked to collect pig grass. Why do you care about me collecting pig grass? It's my family's business to dry it and set it on fire. When you ordered my 2 children to collect pig grass, you should have thought that there would be such a day. Hearing this silently, there was still something that old man Yu didn't understand. Looking at the tightly closed door of the main hall again, he shook his head helplessly. All of them are troublesome.
Dad.
Head of the family, you have to make the decision for our Lu Bao. Chen Anan grabbed her husband's arm and cried like she was the one being bullied. Gu Qianlong turned around and looked at old man Yu, the head of the family, with cold eyes. I don't know which side this old man, who has been biased several times, will stand on this time. 4th brother, I can see what's going on. You've gone too far this time. Old man Yu looked at Gu Qianlong, who was protecting the 2 children, and felt a little relieved. It's just that 3rd brother. Let Lu Bao go to pick 2 bundles of pig grass and return them to your family. There's no need. He hesitated for a moment and said, What? Are you going to let it go like this? Is there such a cheap thing in the world? You've used my young children for a whole day for nothing. I'm afraid they didn't even get a bite of food. Seeing that old man Yu wanted to whitewash the situation again, Gu Qianlong was immediately furious. How about this? Let's consider these 2 bundles of pig grass as the money paid by the 4th brother, 2 cents per bundle. What do you think? Old man Yu said after pondering for a long time.
Dad.
This will cost 4 cents. When he heard that he had to pay, Chen Anan was the first to shout.
Dad.
These 4 cents can buy 2 candies. 4th brother Eugenia also felt distressed. It was not easy for them to save some private money. In one go, 4 cents were removed. Old man Yu completely ignored the couple's protest at this moment and looked directly at Gu Qianlong. 4 cents? That's it. 4 cents to buy 2 bundles of pig grass is considered a high price in a farmer's house. Didn't you see that the couple kept objecting? Xia and Wu Bao raised their little faces in shock. 4 cents. They were a little unbelievable. Did they finally make money? If you don't want to pay, then do as the 3rd wife said and let Lu Bao make 2 identical bundles of pig grass for their family tomorrow. Old man Yu said impatiently to the 4th couple. When they heard that Lu Bao was going to make pig grass, the couple shut up unwillingly. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Go into the house and get the money for your 3rd sister-in-law. Seeing that the 4th couple was still standing still, old man Yu roared unhappily. Why do these restless people bother the third family for no reason? Do you still think that the two children are the same as before, with no one to care about them? Seeing this, Chen Ainen went back to the house unwillingly, took out 4 copper coins, and slapped them into Gu Qianlan's hand angrily. Fourth brother's wife, next time there is such a good thing, remember to notify me first so that I won't worry about not being able to find the children. Seeing Chen Ainen's expression of being cut, Gu Qianlan smiled and shook the copper coins in her hand, pulled up the 2 children, and left the old house without looking back. You are so beautiful. Seeing Gu Qianlan walking away with the children, Chen Ainen secretly spit, pulled Lu Bao back to his own house. Fourth brother, you should take good care of your daughter-in-law. If you can't manage her well, send her back to her parents' home, and let her in-laws teach her well. Old man, you saw Chen Ainen's words and deeds, and sighed secretly. After saying that, he glanced in the direction of the main hall, and then shouted, Where are you all lying around? Come out for dinner.
Dad.
The food has been ready a long time ago. It's only because my third brother's wife is here that we haven't served it out yet. I'll go to the kitchen now. Qian Finfang came out of the east room and walked quickly to the kitchen with an attentive look on her face. Everyone sit down and eat. Since the fourth daughter is hiding in the house and refuses to come out, there is no need to keep her. Let her reflect on herself. Old man, you had a gloomy face, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The fourth daughter opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to speak a word of pleading. He couldn't understand why his father was so angry today. At most, they would avoid the third sister-in-law next time, so that she wouldn't find out. Do they really want to let his sixth daughter go to pick grass for pigs? After the meal, everyone had their own thoughts. But Xia and Wu Bao, who had been tired all day, were overjoyed at this moment. Not for anything else, but because they had the first pair of shoes since they could remember. Mom, are you really buying this pair of shoes for me?
This
is so beautiful. Xia carefully stroked the upper of the shoes, the small red cotton shoes, with a pink flower embroidered on them. She dreamed of wearing such beautiful shoes. Wu Bao also held his shoes tightly. His shoes were dark blue with a few tender green leaves embroidered on them. 2 pairs of shoes like this must be expensive. The 4 cents earned from cutting grass for pigs today definitely cannot afford them. Of course I bought these for you. Try them on and stop holding them. Gu Qianlan pulled Xia to sit down and was about to put the shoes on her feet. The little girl quickly retracted her feet. Mom, don't. I haven't washed my feet yet. I don't want to dirty my new shoes. Xia sat on a small stool and curled herself up awkwardly. Her long, patched coat barely covered her little feet covered with dirt. Okay, let's boil water to wash our feet first, and then try the new shoes. Gu Qianlan's heart ached. She couldn't imagine how they had lived in neglect before this. Today, Mother not only bought you new shoes, but also bought a lot of food. From now on, we will have enough to eat every day and never go hungry again. Great, Mother, I'll go help you light the fire. Xia smiled with her eyebrows curved, took Wu Bao and followed Gu Qianlan to the kitchen to help. The hot water was soon boiled. It must be said that with the addition of 2 children, Gu Qianlan was more efficient in doing things. After adding water to the wooden basin, Gu Qianlan began to cook dinner. Because the 2 children were still in front of her, she couldn't look for food directly in the space, so she had to make some with the ready-made materials at home. You 2 wash your feet first, Mother will make dinner, and we will try on the new shoes together, and then see what good things I bought today. Seeing the children's happy faces, Gu Qianlan's mood also relaxed.
Yes.
Wu Bao, we have new shoes to wear too. Daddy really didn't lie to us. With Mom, we can really live a good life with enough food and warm clothes. Xia held Wu Bao's little hand tightly and said softly. After the 2 children had dinner, they tried the new shoes with excitement. Gu Qianlan brought out the cloth from the inner room again. These cloths were also bought today. Mom will measure your sizes later and make new clothes for each of you. Xia raised her happy face. Mom, are these made for us to wear during the new year? No, we can wear them after they are made. We will make new clothes for the new year. Gu Qianlan smiled at the little girl's excited and flushed cheeks and said softly. The little girl covered her mouth happily, hugged Wu Bao, and turned around happily. Finally, when the children fell asleep, Gu Qianlong finally had the opportunity to take a good inventory of the things she bought from shopkeeper Wang. After sorting out her things and collecting the ripe rice in the space, she thought about it and planted the grain seeds she bought from shopkeeper Wang's shop. Although the tribute rice is good, it is not suitable for her to keep it for a long time now. It is safer to plant the rice produced here. Thinking of shopkeeper Wang's extremely caring attitude towards the tribute rice, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She hoped that the 50 kilograms of rice sold would not cause her any trouble. At this moment, shopkeeper Wang was driving on the official road with the 50 kilograms of tribute rice he had just received. He wanted to deliver the rice to his boss in the capital city as quickly as possible. Thinking of the news brought back by the waiter, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. He knew the mother and daughter of the Gu family. Before Gu Qianlong got married, there must have been no tribute rice in her family. Then, this rice can only be obtained after she married into the Yu family. However, according to the news that the waiter had inquired in the village, the Yu family did not know the existence of this tribute rice. Could it be that it was really her newlywed husband who secretly cultivated the rice in the mountains and gave it to her without telling anyone? I just don't know if that man told her where the wasteland in the mountains was before he left, and whether there would be a harvest next year. But no matter what the result is, he doesn't believe that Gu Qianlong only has these 50 kilograms of tribute rice. Although he has never planted tribute rice himself, he also roughly knows how much land is needed to harvest 50 kilograms of rice. It's really, like, fun. How can you only plant 50 kilograms of rice when you cultivate wasteland? It has to be said that shopkeeper Wang's imagination is too beautiful. If he knew that the tribute rice was produced from 3 small pieces of land the size of a palm, he would not think that Gu Qianlong still had rice left. Fortunately, although he did not get more tribute rice, nor did he ask where the rice was planted, he also used most of the things in the carriage to make friends with Gu's niece. I believe that it won't be long before she will come to him with the remaining rice. In the morning, when Gu Qianlong woke up, she heard the sound of 2 children playing in the yard as usual. A small straw basket filled with flowers appeared in the house at some point. She had seen this flower yesterday, planted outside the yard, in a large patch, which looked like wild chrysanthemums. She stood up and took a branch out of the basket. Just as she put it to her nose, Space 006 took the initiative to send out a friendly voice. It is detected that the wild chrysanthemum in the host's hand no longer exists in the space world. Do you want to start the acquisition mode?
Huh.
This common wild chrysanthemum can actually be exchanged for points and coins. She knew that there were many kinds of chrysanthemums, but she didn't expect that the chrysanthemums picked by the children outside the yard would bring her unexpected surprises. Gu Qianlong calmly walked out of the house, went around the yard, and quickly picked wild chrysanthemums. In just a short while, she had picked 100 flowers. With the experience of the last purchase, she knew that the space would only purchase about 100 flowers. The crystal panel seemed to have a mind, and almost couldn't wait to enter the purchase link. Unlike the last time, it was not rotating continuously. The moment the wild chrysanthemums were put into the space and the purchase was clicked, the space system began to run rapidly. In just a few breaths, the 006 space made a cheerful voice, received the host's extinct commodity wild chrysanthemums sold by the host, estimated at 30 coins per flower, a total of 3,000 coins, or 3 taels of silver, and 50 points were randomly given. Congratulations to the host. The current points have reached 72 points. This time, the extinct item was discovered, and the system has launched an additional special offer. Would you like to buy it? Thinking that the wild chrysanthemums this time made her earn 3 taels of silver with almost no effort, Gu Qianlong clicked to buy without hesitation. A ding sounded, and an electronic mobile map of a radius of 100 kilometers appeared on the crystal panel. Gu Qianlong's deposit was being deducted rapidly, and after a few seconds, only a pitiful 5,001, 5 liang of silver, was left. 006. Are you kidding me? Seeing the amount of deposit in the space, Gu Qianlong burst into a roar. An electronic map left her with only 5 liang of silver, and after settling the debt owed to shopkeeper Wang, she only had 800 when left in her pocket. Such an extremely expensive so-called special offer actually made her return to the pre-liberation era. Where is the special offer you promised? Why is it so expensive? I don't want it. Return it and give me my money back, Gu Qianlan said angrily. Once the goods are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. Space 006 gave a helpless reply. In fact, the host doesn't need to be so angry. This electronic mobile map is still very useful. It shows the topography within a radius of 20 kilometers as the host moves, and some key locations are marked on the map. If the host wants to know the terrain conditions of a certain place, just think about it, and the map will give you the answer immediately. For your better life in the Liansong dynasty, with this map in hand, you can travel around the world without fear. Space 006 looked at Gu Qianlan's uncertain face and said good things about the map in a very flattering way. Before opening this special offer, it didn't know what was inside and how much money it would cost. What is certain is that the space special offer will not require the host to pay silver beyond its ability. However, it did not expect that the host would almost return to the pre-liberation era with one move. Host, please stop being angry. Since things have come to this, why not use this map to study the surrounding areas and see how to get rich as soon as possible? Upgrading as soon as possible is the right way. Space 006 comforted Gu Qianlan, who was about to explode, and tried her best to explain the purpose and advantages of the map. Do I have any choice now? The moment she saw the balance of the bank, she was really angry. After calming down, she could face the current situation calmly. After all, her current situation is still much better than when she first came here. But when she thought of returning to the days of being penniless, Gu Qianlan felt that she needed to take it easy. At this moment, she didn't want to look at the map again, nor did she want to pay attention to Space 006. As soon as she left the space, Sia ran over happily. Mom, are you here to pick flowers too? Have you seen the flowers that Wu Bao and I put in your room? Wu Bao is amazing. He even made a small basket. Sia's face was full of praise, but Gu Qianlan couldn't be happy. Of course, she saw the flowers, but she worked in vain and was once again poor. The flowers are beautiful. Mom likes them very much. Gu Qianlan smiled very far-fetchedly. But she never wants to come to this sea of flowers again. It hurts. Life has to go on, and she still has 2 such young children to support. Although she is angry at the unscrupulous and black heart of the space, she still calms down and prepares to go up the mountain to take a look. Just like 006 said, she has to make more money and strive to upgrade as soon as possible. Fortunately, although the money is gone, the space points have actually increased, which is finally a consolation. Sia looked at her mother's face with doubts. The obvious displeasure was that she didn't like the flowers she and Wu Bao picked. You must be hungry. Mom will go cook. I plan to go up the mountain to take a look later. You and Wu Bao should be obedient and wait for me at home. Don't open the door and let anyone in this time, Gu Qianlan warned worriedly. Well, Mom, don't worry. We will be good. Sia responded crisply and loudly. After breakfast, Gu Qianlan took the hatchet and carried the backpack to the mountain behind the house. This mountain is called Dongxia Mountain. It is said that there are dozens of villages around it, about hundreds of kilometers. No one has ever been able to go into the deep mountains and get out of it. Even the old hunters in the village only hunt ordinary prey on the outskirts of the mountains. It is said that the former owner of the house where she lives, Li Juehu, is a famous hunter. But after entering the depths of Dongxia Mountain 2 years ago, he never came back. Since Li Juehu disappeared, wild beasts often come down the mountain to steal crops, and there have even been incidents of wild boars injuring people. Since then, since no one inherited his house, it was taken over as public property and was either lent or rented to people in need in the village. However, for some unknown reason, although the house was still well preserved and had a well, no one dared to live there for a long time. Even other hunters in the village only stayed there for a few days before moving away again, until Gu Qianlan and her son settled down here. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Gu Qianlong finally reached the entrance of Dongxia Mountain. Although she had never been here before, the electronic map she had bought at a high price before finally came in handy. She walked along the path up the mountain for about 10 minutes, and a fork appeared in front of her. The electronic map in the space immediately marked what the two paths led to. The path on the left was marked with some herbs and animal images, and the path on the right also had similar markings, and there were some places with danger signs. The animal images were marked with colors according to the degree of danger. The rabbit images were white, while the snake images were red or black. Gu Qianlong guessed that the snake marked in black must be highly poisonous, and that places with danger signs should be places she should not go to. Seeing this, she finally felt less sorry for the huge sum of money she had paid. With this map, even if she went into the mountains alone, she would probably be able to get out safely. She avoided the road with the danger sign and walked towards the path on the left. He picked up a few stones, killed 3 rabbits and put them into the space, and picked several edible mushrooms on the ground, and exchanged them for cash with the space. She sold 2 rabbits for 150 coins and 2 points. She kept some of the mushrooms for her family and exchanged the rest for the space without hesitation. I don't know if it was because he had just cheated Gu Qianlong, but Space 006 was very straightforward this time. The total weight of the mushrooms was only a few pounds, but he actually offered a high price of 100 coins and 6 points. This time, Gu Qianlong's confidence was doubled. In just half a day, she had saved more than 1 or 2 taels of silver, and her score was about to break through 100 points. She wanted to take this opportunity to upgrade her space to level 2 at once, and unknowingly walked deeper into the mountains. She remembered that it was just a small patch of wild chrysanthemums next to the house, but Space 006 gave her 50 points. So she should be more likely to find rare species deep in the mountains to exchange for more points. Gu Qianlong walked forward with great interest, paying attention to the space map from time to time, avoiding those animals and places marked as dangerous, and slowly moving towards the depths of the mountains. The deeper you go, the less there is a proper mountain road in front of you, only the vague traces of people's footsteps. Along the way, Gu Qianlong collected many items here and there and exchanged them for the space. The quantity was not large, but the types were quite large. By this calculation, she actually earned another 2,500 coins and 20 points. It's just a pity that she never encountered any extinct species to exchange for higher points in the space. She was only 1 point away from leveling up. As she was searching for a herb, she heard the crisp sound of a branch breaking behind her. There is actually someone here? Before, she was only focused on finding items and herbs that could be purchased in the space, and she actually ignored the fact that someone was following her. It's all her fault that she was so busy exchanging money for points, and she was too confident that no one would dare to enter the mountain easily. The space map only marks the animals, plants, and dangerous areas, but does not indicate whether there are people nearby. This is a real mistake. How long had this person been following her? How much had he seen? Was he a friend or an enemy? In just a few breaths, Gu Qianlong's mind was in a state of confusion, and she even broke out in a sweat. She stood up calmly. Fortunately, she was always cautious in doing things. Although she exchanged a lot of things with the space along the way, she put all the items into the backpack first, and then put them into the space. After making sure that she had not revealed any flaws, Gu Qianlong felt relieved. She slowly stood up and started walking back the way she came. When she passed by the place where the sound was made, she looked over there with the corner of her eye and only vaguely saw a piece of green clothes hidden in the dense woods. They went down the mountain smoothly, and the person behind them followed slowly, always keeping a certain distance from Gu Qianlong. If she had not accidentally discovered that person's existence, she really didn't know what would happen if her space was exposed. However, the person behind her just followed her from a distance and did not take any further action, which made Gu Qianlong a little confused. Finally, when we reached a fork in the road, the person behind me stopped following me, perhaps because he felt that there was no point in following me any further. After coming down the mountain, she saw that it was still early. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She only needed 1 point to upgrade to level 2. It seemed that she could only upgrade after harvesting the crops later. Children, come out and see what good things your mother brought back for you today. Gu Qianlong opened the gate and shouted towards the house. Wu Bao rushed out of the house like a little rocket, followed by Xia. Wu Bao, go slower. Be careful not to fall. Wu Bao hugged Gu Qianlong's legs tightly, refusing to let go, like a child who had been away from his mother for a long time. Mom, look at Wu Bao, he is not obedient at all. Xia said, pouting her little mouth, and said dissatisfiedly. It's okay, Wu Bao must be missing Mom. Gu Qianlong touched Wu Bao's head lovingly. To be honest, before she traveled here, she was still a happy single dog, with no experience of raising children. But facing Xia and Wu Bao, she couldn't help but feel distressed. These two sensible and well-behaved children lost their mother at a young age, and now their father is far away from them. How could she bear it? Look quickly, what good things did Mom bring you? Gu Qianlong said, taking out the rabbit she left behind from the backpack. The rabbit had been kept in the space after being knocked unconscious, and it was just taken out under the cover of the backpack. With the nourishment of the space for a while, the little rabbit has already recovered its vitality, and it is full of energy and looks around with its big round eyes.
Wow.
It's a rabbit. Mom, are we going to cook rabbit meat tonight? Xia looked at Gu Qianlong expectantly and couldn't help but sip. After hearing what her sister said, Wu Bao took back the little hand that was about to touch the rabbit and looked at Gu Qianlong reluctantly. This. Gu Qianlong originally wanted to keep this little rabbit, just to accompany the two children to kill time, but Xia was greedy for meat. Since Xia wants to eat, let's do it tonight. It was also her fault for not thinking carefully, ignoring that the two children had not eaten good food for too long. So when she saw the cute little rabbit, Xia's first reaction was to add a meal. She didn't notice the reluctant and lonely look of Wu Bao beside her, and only thought about satisfying Xia's little wish. It's just a rabbit. I'll catch 2 more next time to accompany the children.
Oh.
Great. We'll have meat to eat soon. Mother is so kind. Xia clapped her hands happily, as if she had already eaten the delicious rabbit meat. You little greedy cat. Mother will cook now, you guys play in the house for a while and there will be delicious food soon. As if infected by Xia's joy, Gu Qianlong smiled and swept away her previous gloomy mood. I helped Mother to light the fire. I played all day today and didn't help Mother to do any work. Xia's little mouth was as sweet as honey, which touched Gu Qianlong's heart. The little girl said as she ran to the kitchen and quickly started a fire. Wu Bao, do you want to stay with your mother and sister, or play in the yard by yourself? Facing Wu Bao, who couldn't speak, Gu Qianlong couldn't help feeling powerless. She didn't know how to get along with this sensitive and mute child, but fortunately Wu Bao was also a sensible person. Wu Bao raised his little face, gently pulled Gu Qianlong's sleeve, his eyes slightly red. This child. What's wrong with him? Looking at the little guy's silent face, Gu Qianlong began to wonder. Wu Bao can't bear to part with the little rabbit? Looking at Wu Bao's red eyes, Gu Qianlong tentatively guessed. Wu Bao hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Alas. But Mother has already promised your sister Xia that we will eat rabbit meat later. Otherwise, how about I catch one for you next time? Gu Qianlong soothed softly. Wu Bao reluctantly approached Gu Qianlong and nodded again. Then Wu Bao, play in the yard by yourself, and Mother will go to make delicious food. Thinking that the child might not be able to bear to see the scene of slaughtering the little rabbit, Gu Qianlong decided to let Wu Bao play in the yard by himself. Gu Qianlong handled the rabbit skillfully, butchering and skinning it in one go. Of course, there was no shortage of various seasonings in the pile of things she bought from shopkeeper Wang. With these seasonings, the braised rabbit meat was particularly delicious. Although Gu Qianlong and her son lived in the west of the village near the mountains, the smell of braised rabbit meat still drifted far away in the wind, and the aroma was tempting. Maybe it's because the rabbit has stayed in the space for a while. The smell of the cooked rabbit is particularly delicious. Gu Qianlong finally had the chance to take out the white radish and Chinese cabbage that she had planted in the space before and stir-fried them into a plate. Although the 1 meat and 2 vegetables looked simple, it was already extremely rich for them now. The two children sat around the table, staring at the rabbit meat in the bowl. When was the last time they had meat? As far as they could remember, it was during the Chinese New Year, when each of them had tasted a small chopstick of meat. Can they eat as much as they want from this big bowl of meat? Stop being in a daze and try your mother's cooking skills. Gu Qianlong smiled and put a rabbit leg in each of the two children's bowls. Although this rabbit is the smallest of the three, it still weighs almost 2 kilograms, so it is no problem to cook a large bowl of it. Thank you, Mother. Sia was so excited that she almost cried when she saw the rabbit leg in her bowl. Once upon a time, it was impossible for such delicious dishes to appear in my bowl, but now, it all seems like a dream. So beautiful. The mother and her two children were eating when there was a knock on the door. Third sister-in-law, you are home, right? Open the door. Gu Qianlong was about to put a piece of meat with chopsticks to her mouth, but she paused when she heard the words. Is this the voice of my second sister-in-law Fang Xiaoer? It was the time when every family was having dinner. Why did she come all the way here? Looking at the 3 cooked dishes on the table and smelling the aroma of meat in the air, Gu Qianlong felt that this door was really a bad choice to open and a bad choice not to close. The two children were stunned by Gu Qianlong's sweeping action. They did not hesitate and followed their mother's example to grab the food. Seeing that the children had almost finished eating, Gu Qianlong stood up slowly and said, I'm here. Who is it? Fang Xiao outside the door was obviously impatient and knocked on the door several times. Third sister-in-law, it's me. Open the door quickly. Smelling the aroma of meat in the air, Fang Xiaoer's stomach growled. The cooking skills of this third sister-in-law are really amazing. The last time she sent fish soup to the old house, she secretly drank a few sips. It was so delicious. She couldn't sleep because of thinking about it. Unexpectedly, when she passed by here today, she smelled the aroma of meat from a distance. Then her legs, as if out of control, walked towards this side following the fragrance. It was not until she knocked on the door involuntarily that Fang Xiaoer realized what she was doing. But since the door has been knocked, if she doesn't go in and have a bite, it would be a shame for her stomach. When Gu Qianlong opened the gate, she saw Fang Xiaoer licking her lips and swallowing her saliva desperately. It's the second sister-in-law. What's the matter with you coming here at this time? She stood at the door and had no intention of letting Fang Xiaoer in. Third sister-in-law, are you eating? I haven't eaten either. Fang Xiaoer smiled flatteringly and was about to bypass Gu Qianlong and rush into the house. Unfortunately, how could the agile Gu Qianlong let her do as she wished? What does it matter to her whether she eats or not? Why is she so shameless? Second sister-in-law, if you have something to say, just say it. The children are still eating. It's not appropriate for you to break in like this. What's inappropriate about this? They are not outsiders. Just let me go in and talk. Fang Xiaoer wanted to rush in eagerly. If it was any later, she was afraid that the 2 money-losing guys would eat all the meat. Second sister-in-law, we have already separated. You still remember? If there is anything serious, you can just say it at the door. Gu Qianlong did not give in at all and blocked Fang Xiaoer at the door. Remember. How can I not remember this? But didn't you take the initiative to deliver the fish soup to the old house before? I am your second sister-in-law after all. What's wrong with passing by your door and going in to eat a piece of your meat with chopsticks? Seeing Gu Qianlong blocking the door motionlessly, Fang Xiaoer became anxious. She simply told the purpose of knocking on the door. She didn't believe that the third sister-in-law would have the nerve to not let her in. If it goes on like this, the 2 little guys will probably eat up all the meat. Go in to eat meat? Second sister-in-law really has a good nose. Gu Qianlong smiled and raised her eyebrows. For the sake of a bite of meat, she doesn't even care about face. What a pity, according to the time, the 2 children should have eaten all the rabbit meat. I am afraid the second sister-in-law is late. We just finished our meal, but the aroma of the meat has not yet dissipated. Gu Qianlong said as she stepped aside to let Fang Xiaoer in. Hearing this, Fang Xiaoer rushed into the house in 2 steps. Inside the house, Sia and Wu Bao had finished their meal and were about to clean up the dishes. The 3 bowls of food were eaten clean, with only a little bright soup left at the bottom of the bowl. Especially the empty bowl of rabbit meat. The remaining bit of oil proved the aroma of this dish just now. Fong Xiu'er grabbed the greasy bowl without saying a word and opened her mouth to lick it. Gu Qianlong stood at the door of the house, looking at the scene in front of her in shock, and felt extremely fortunate in her heart that she didn't open the door immediately to let her in. This is a rhythm that has good juice even without meat. It's just a pity about that big bowl. After being licked by Fong Xiu'er like this, how can she use it in the future? Fortunately, the bowl was not new and there was a small hole on the edge, so I didn't feel bad about throwing it away. Fong Xiu'er put down the bowl reluctantly until it was licked clean and looked at the 3 people in the room a little embarrassedly. It's really because my 3rd sister-in-law's cooking skills are so good. There is still some soup left in the bowl. It would be a pity to throw it away. Fong Xiu'er said, thinking with regret that she was a step too late after all, and these 2 money-losing goods got a bargain for nothing. She secretly glared at the 2 children who were eating greasy mouths, and she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Such good meat. Why didn't they know to send it to the old house to honor their parents, but secretly eat it at home, which is really unfilial? But she didn't have the courage to say this in front of her 3rd sister-in-law, who dared to challenge her eldest sister-in-law. Gu Qianlong laughed helplessly. It was already like this. What else could she say? It seems that the 2nd sister-in-law didn't eat well in the old house. Do you want me to help talk to Dad and ask him to raise the standard of the food?
Look at what happened today.
The 2nd sister-in-law stepped into my house for the first time and just licked the bowl. Gu Qianlong looked at the bowl that was licked shiny and felt very disgusted. Looking at the 2nd sister-in-law's figure, she didn't seem to be treated harshly. At least, she must have eaten much more than the 2 children. There is no need to trouble Dad. If the 3rd sister-in-law doesn't mind the trouble, why don't you make something else for me? I'm easy to please, and I'm not picky about food. Fong Xiu'er seemed to not understand, and followed Gu Qianlong's words and started to eat. What is the use of face these days? It's enough to fill your stomach. Don't worry about where the food comes from. It's serious to be able to put it in your mouth. Ha, 2nd sister-in-law is really rude.
What?
Have you also been separated from the old house? Or have you been divorced? You come to my place to eat and drink. Facing such Fong Xiu'er, Gu Qianlong did not intend to spoil her. She had no shortage of food and could even provide it continuously. But why did Fong Xiu'er dare to ask her for it? If she opened her mouth today, she would probably cause endless troubles in the future. 3rd sister-in-law, what you said is harsh. What do you mean by being separated from the old house? Do you even curse me to be divorced? Isn't it just asking you for some food? Is it necessary to say it so harshly? After all, I am your 2nd sister-in-law. Fong Xiu'er said indignantly. On weekdays, the sisters-in-law in the old house did not take her seriously. Why did this 3rd sister-in-law, who did not even have a dowry of a needle, have the right to say that about her? You also know that you are my 2nd sister-in-law, right? How can it be the first time that you go to someone's house, come empty-handed, and ask for food? Or I can go around the village and ask to see whose family taught this etiquette so that I can also go to their house to ask for advice. Otherwise, I don't know how to return the gift in the future and be gossiped about. Gu Qianlong said without giving in. 3rd sister-in-law, you really misunderstood me. Actually, it was Mother who asked me to come and see. Fong Xiu'er rolled her eyes, thinking about how to excuse herself. Mother asked you to come and see me? After hearing this, Gu Qianlong couldn't believe it anyway. If she said that she asked her eldest sister-in-law to come and see, she could believe it a little. It's true. Mother said that the fish soup last time was delicious, so I asked me to take some time to come and ask you if you have made it yet. You don't have to make another trip to deliver it. When it's ready, I'll come and serve it. Fong Xiu'er said, swallowing her saliva again. Gu Qianlong looked at Fong Xiu'er with suspicion. Thinking of the unpleasant incident at the old house when she sent fish soup last time, she felt that it was somewhat credible. After all, she was very confident in her cooking skills. In this case, I'll make fish soup tomorrow, and let's see it tell the 2nd sister-in-law. But it's impossible for us to send it here. It was not difficult to make an extra bowl when she wanted to eat it, so Gu Qianlong agreed. In this era, where clans are more important than anything else, she didn't expect them to help them, but she didn't want them to get too stiff. That's right. That's right. I know that my third sister-in-law is busy. It's better for you to always send it over in person. Let Sia tell me in the field, and I'll come over to get it when I'm done. Feng Xiaoe smiled so brightly that she believed that it wouldn't be long before she could drink delicious fish soup often. Seeing Feng Xiaoe's bright smile, Gu Qianlong narrowed her eyes slightly, and doubts suddenly arose in her heart. Then it settled, but if Sia can't meet the second sister-in-law, we'll drink it by ourselves. Gu Qianlong said with a smile. She wanted to see what tricks Feng Xiaoe was playing.
Hey.
Don't worry, the village is so small. Isn't it easy to find someone?
Right, Sia.
Feng Xiaoe said, looking at Sia, who was at a loss after being called. The little girl nodded randomly and quietly moved 2 steps towards Gu Qianlong. It's getting late, I'll go back first. See you later, third sister-in-law. When the time comes, remember to ask Sia to call me. Feng Xiaoe walked out of the yard with brisk steps, still savoring the lingering fragrance of the rabbit gravy just now. Mother, do I really have to ask the second aunt to come to our house to serve fish soup? Seeing Feng Xiaoe walking away, Sia asked weakly. Don't worry, Mother won't let them bully you again. Gu Qianlong gently rubbed Sia's hair and promised. Well, Mother is so kind. Sia smiled sweetly when she heard this. Her mother was the most powerful person. Wash this big bowl and put it away separately. Save it for her to use for soup next time. Seeing the bowl on the table that was licked cleaner by Feng Xiaoe than it was washed, Gu Qianlong felt uncomfortable. Mother, this is the biggest bowl in our house. Sia pouted and said reluctantly, be obedient. Wait for Mother to go to town next time and buy a better one. But she could no longer use this bowl. Well, I'll take Wu Bao to wash the dishes now. Seeing the 2 children go to the backyard, Gu Qianlong got up and went back to the house. After the crops in the space were collected, she finally accumulated enough points to upgrade. When she thought of this, she was still excited and a little expectant. As the crops were collected, the points increased at the speed of light, and the mechanical sound of number 006 sounded automatically. It has been detected that the host points have reached the upgrade standard. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately, Gu Qianlong said impatiently. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. The area of black soil has expanded. The second-level space can mature 20 kilograms of crops at a time. 10 new items are available for purchase in the Space Mall. In addition, the maximum selling standard of low-level items in the second-level space has also been adjusted to 200 kilograms, and other rules remain unchanged. Number 00SIX's voice was crisp and loud, and Gu Qianlong finally realized a very important problem.
Wait.
The maximum selling standard of low-level items. Let me ask you, you told me before that wild chrysanthemums are extinct species. This should not be considered a low-level item. At this moment, Gu Qianlong finally realized what she had done wrong. The commonly seen wild chrysanthemums were just low-level and worthless items in her eyes. But what about the space world? Space 006 was silent for a few seconds. Dear host, I have told you before that the space will evaluate the items you sell. The higher the grade of the item, the more it can be sold. There is no upper limit on the sale of special grade items. And the wild chrysanthemum, which is an extinct species, is of course a special grade item, and there is no upper limit on the purchase. At the last sentence, the voice of number 006 weakened.
So?
Why didn't you remind me at the time? There is no upper limit. But I picked 100. 100! Gu Qianlong almost roared. At this moment, she could no longer describe her feelings. That large piece of wild chrysanthemum, she only used a mere 100 flowers to exchange for 3 taels of silver. So how much silver can a large piece of wild chrysanthemum exchange for? If she picked them all, she would have completely escaped poverty and become a small rich woman. I don't know how many points she lost. After picking that piece of flowers, I don't know how many levels it has been upgraded to, right? After taking a few deep breaths, she tried to calm herself down. Then I'm not too late to pick the wild chrysanthemums now, right? Gu Qianlong asked tentatively. I'm sorry, host, I can't remind you about this. As for the wild chrysanthemums you mentioned, they are not valuable now. The space world has reproduced them in large quantities, and they can only be sold for 200 flowers. The mechanical voice of number 006 was a little cautious, observing Gu Qianlong's expression across the void. Not valuable. It can still be counted as a few dollars, right? Tell me, what price can you give for another 200 flowers? Gu Qianlong had no hope for this price, and it was definitely impossible to exchange it for another 3 taels of silver. 200 flowers are worth 10 cents now. Number 006 hesitated, but still quoted the current selling price. She just missed the life of a rich woman. How could she not be heartbroken? Host, don't be discouraged. You should know that there are many species in this world that are not available in the space world.
Just don't miss them next time. No 006 Confronting.
The good mood that was originally upgraded to level 2 is gone now, leaving only empty regrets. Number 006 space, which constantly received Gu Qianlong's resentment, was in a state of anxiety. Host, don't be angry. You still have an upgrade gift package. Haven't you opened it yet? Excuse me. Open it now. I promise I won't let you down. He was a space messenger and the spokesperson of the space world. When facing the host's anger, he was so aggrieved. There was no way. He was really afraid. Upgrade gift package? Open it. After a moment of silence, Gu Qianlong's mood calmed down a little. In fact, this matter can't be blamed entirely on number 006 for not reminding herself. After all, he had mentioned the rules before. It's just that she just got up early in the morning and didn't think of this for a while. It's her fault that she subconsciously looked down on this piece of wild flowers, but the price she paid for it was really too high. As her voice fell, a crystal panel appeared in front of her, and a golden gift box appeared in front of her. Then it opened with a snap, and a small bottle as white as jade appeared in the void. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. This is a good thing. As soon as the small bottle appeared, Space 006 issued an exciting voice. 006, your line is a bit misleading. Tell me, what is this good thing? Gu Qianlong was a little uninterested. This bottle is too small, not even as big as her palm. Even if it is a good thing, there is only a sip. What can it do? Spiritual spring water. This is spiritual spring water. Host. This spiritual spring water usually appears only when you reach level 10. The host has just reached level 2, and the space world has given you such a big bottle of spiritual spring water. How can I not be excited? The voice of number 006 kept coming. Gu Qianlong felt a little funny. Fortunately, this voice had no entity. It was something that would only appear when she reached level 10, but it was given to her when she upgraded for the first time. Could it be another disguised form of compensation from the space? Thinking about it this way, it seems that the space world still has some conscience and is not so deceptive. What are the benefits of drinking this spiritual spring water? Can it make you immortal? Her understanding of spiritual spring water was limited to the descriptions of other space novels, and each novel was slightly different. I don't know what kind of surprise this small bottle of hers can bring her. Becoming an immortal. Of course not. It's just that this spiritual spring water can reshape a person's body and reach the best state, cure diseases if there are diseases, and strengthen the body if there are no diseases. As long as a sick or injured person is still alive, he can come back to life by drinking it. Number 006 said with great pride. Then, how much will be effective? Such a small bottle. I'm afraid it can be finished in one gulp. Gu Qianlong thought regretfully. Although the thing is good, it is helpless that it is too little. Such a precious thing. How can it be as luxurious as drinking water? Drinking 1 drop can strengthen the body, drinking 2 drops can eliminate all diseases, and drinking 3 drops can make people reborn. Why drink this bottle? It's such a waste. That means that only 2 drops are needed to give Wu Bao, and he can speak. This is really great. Thinking of the thin and pitiful child, Gu Qianlong was extremely satisfied with the upgrade gift package she got this time. Host, Don't you drink 2 drops for yourself first? This bottle of spiritual spring water is probably only 20 drops at most.
No.
006 hesitated and couldn't help but remind him. It was very strange. Didn't the host want his face to get better soon? Don't women all love beauty? Only 20 drops. Can I get spiritual spring water again in the future? 20 drops may seem like a lot, but they may not be enough when it comes time to use them. Moreover, this thing is described as so magical by number 006 that you should be cautious when you really want to use it. Spiritual spring water cannot be bought or sold. It can only be obtained randomly. Otherwise, why was I so excited just now? Now you know that this thing is hard to come by.
No 006 replied proudly.
The original owner's physical condition can be said to be very poor, otherwise he would not have died at that time, allowing her to pick up this bargain. Thinking of this, Gu Qianlong opened the small bottle and dripped 3 drops into her mouth without hesitation. Suddenly, a strong sweetness filled her mouth in an instant, and she felt that her whole body was surrounded by a warm current. After a while, she broke out in a thin sweat, and the sweat contained a black paste, which was discharged from the pores around her body, emitting waves of indescribable smells. She resisted the discomfort, came out of the space, walked into the kitchen to get a bucket of water, and started to wash. After changing 3 buckets of water, she could no longer smell any peculiar smell on her body. However, the transformation of the body by the spiritual spring water was also huge. After working for such a long time, she did not even feel tired or uncomfortable. Moreover, she could lift a bucket of water lightly just now, which was not an easy thing for her in the past. She could not wait and wanted to give Wu Bao a try on the effect of the spiritual spring water immediately. However, the child was inseparable from Xia every day. How to feed him the spiritual spring water secretly without telling Xia was a problem. It seemed that she had to find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, how to wait until late at night when the 2 children were asleep? Just 2 drops of spiritual spring water, secretly feeding them into the children's mouths, could cure his illness without anyone knowing. The more Gu Qianlong thought about it, the more she felt that this method was feasible. Looking at the dark sky outside, she began to look forward to the life after curing Wu Bao. The 2 children who had played for a day washed early and climbed onto the Kong and fell asleep. The village was quiet, and the people who had been busy all day had gone to bed early. Gu Qianlong bought a candle from the space and lit it. The dim candlelight shone softly on the children's faces, peaceful and beautiful. She took out a small bottle of spiritual spring water from her arms, opened the bottle mouth, and slowly dripped 2 drops of spiritual spring water into Wu Bao's slightly open mouth. The little guy seemed to taste the sweetness, smacked his lips a few times in his sleep, smiled sweetly, and fell asleep again. After waiting for a long time, she did not see Wu Bao's body excrete the black toxins like she did before. It seems that only by drinking 3 drops can he be completely reborn like she did before. Number 006 did not lie to her. Drinking different amounts of spiritual spring water has completely different effects. The night is always so long. I don't know how long it took before Gu Qianlong finally fell asleep. A ray of sunlight in the early morning sprinkled into the house, and the crisp voice of Xia came from the yard. Be gentle, just pile these branches outside the kitchen. Don't wake up mother. Gu Qianlong frowned slightly. Why didn't she hear Wu Bao talking? Is the little guy just recovered and not used to it yet? She got up and went out and saw 2 small figures holding dry branches. Wu Bao, come to mother. Wu Bao hesitated for a moment while holding the branches and slowly moved a few steps in front of Gu Qianlong and stood still. Wu Bao, be good, call mother. Gu Qianlong smiled and took Wu Bao's little hand, looking at him expectantly. Wu Bao opened his innocent big eyes, looked at Gu Qianlong at a loss, and said nothing. Seeing this, Xia, who was not far away, dropped the branches and ran to Gu Qianlong. Mom, you forgot that Wu Bao can't speak. The little girl looked at her mother nervously. She didn't understand why her mother let Wu Bao speak for no reason. Don't be afraid. Wu Bao, call mother. Gu Qianlong insisted with a smile. Wu Bao clenched his small fists, hugged the branches tighter. and moved to the side of Sia. Like a frightened little animal, he looked at Gu Qianlong warily. The smile on Gu Qianlong's face gradually faded. She was a little confused. There was no way there was a problem with the spiritual spring water produced in the space. Number 006 had said the usage and dosage, and he was not wrong. But what was wrong? Wu Bao had obviously drunk 2 drops of spiritual spring water, but he still couldn't speak. Forget it, it's nothing. Mom just wanted to hear Wu Bao call her mom when she woke up in the morning. She pulled the corners of her mouth far-fetchedly and let the 2 children continue to work. What's going on? 006, Xiaoliuzi, didn't they say that 2 drops of spiritual spring water can cure all diseases? After sending the 2 children away, Gu Qianlong couldn't wait to enter the space and asked the questions in her heart.
Alas.
Host, you only noticed that Wu Bao didn't speak after you fed him those 2 drops of spiritual spring water. Didn't you notice that you drank 3 drops of spiritual spring water and expelled all the toxins from your body, but your half-face is still blue-gray? Space 006 said helplessly.
What?
If it weren't for Space 006 reminder, Gu Qianlong would hardly remember that there was such a mark on her face. There was really no mirror at home, and the few people around her were used to her current appearance, so no one looked at her with strange eyes. So after she drank the spiritual spring water, she didn't even think of looking at her face.
How could this be?
Didn't you say that drinking 3 drops of spiritual spring water can transform a person? Or is it that the spiritual spring water you gave me was discounted from the beginning to the end, and the effect is not as magical as you said? Host, you are wronged. The spiritual spring water is genuine, and it definitely has the effects I said. This can be proved by the black toxins discharged from your body. As for why this spiritual spring water has no effect on your face, there is probably only one possibility. What possibility? Gu Qianlong couldn't help asking. It's not that she doesn't care about her appearance at all. Which woman doesn't love beauty? Of course, she is willing to restore her normal appearance. Your face is like this not because you are sick, but because it is artificially made. To remove the marks on your face, I am afraid we need to think of other ways.
No 006 guest.
By the same token, the spiritual spring water has no effect on Wu Bao's muteness, which means that his aphasia is not caused by illness, but it is likely that the problem lies in his heart. This, the host has to find the answer yourself. Number 006 is still extremely confident in the spiritual spring water produced in the space. The problem that even the spiritual spring water can't cure is not a disease at all, but a human problem. After leaving the space, Gu Qianlong fell into deep thought. She remembered that Sia once said that Wu Bao suddenly lost his voice after a heavy rain last year. What happened that day? So that this young child was so stimulated that he lost the ability to speak. It's a pity that Wu Bao is too young, and the hypnosis she has learned has never been performed on such a young child. If something good or bad happens, how can she feel at ease? As for her face, since even the spiritual spring water can't cure it, let it go. She believed that sooner or later, these mysteries would be solved. Now that the space has been upgraded to level 2, this time, she must study it carefully and not make the same mistakes as before. Gu Qianlong planted rice for the time being. Regardless of whether the tribute rice harvested can be sold, at least she has food in her hands and is not worried. Thinking of the harvest from yesterday's trip to the mountains, she thought about when she would be more prepared to go again. It's just that there are 2 young children at home, which always makes people feel a little worried. Madame Gu. Is Madame Gu at home? Gu Qianlong was worried when a strange voice came from outside the yard. She couldn't help but wonder who else would come to see her early in the morning in this village. Outside the gate of the yard, a middle-aged woman wearing a fine cotton dress and carrying a basket looked at Gu Qianlong with a smile on her face. Madame Gu, I haven't seen you for many days. You have become more distinctive. Distinctive? Who is this middle-aged woman? Gu Qianlong searched through the original owner's memory and didn't have any impression. She even described her as distinctive. Could it be that her eyes are different from others, so she can't see the blue-gray mark on half of her face? Auntie, you must be joking. How can my face have any marks now? Look at what you said. It's only been a few days, and you're completely different. As for the sudden mark on your face, I've heard about it from others. Well, I came here today to give you a good thing. The middle-aged woman said, taking out half of an exquisite silver mask from the basket beside her. Gu Qianlong glanced at the mask in the woman's hand and carefully looked at the person in front of her. I haven't asked your surname yet? As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. You suddenly sent such a valuable thing. How can I accept it? The woman smiled and said, my surname is Zhao, and the villagers in the surrounding area call me Zhao Matchmaker. This is not the first time we have met. The last time I saw you was at your uncle's house, but you were busy at that time, so I didn't talk to you. I remember that on the first day she got married, her mother-in-law brought a group of old and young people in the family to find Zhao Matchmaker to settle accounts, but they came up empty-handed. But later, this matter was left unresolved because she was separated. It's easy to deal with it now that Madame Gu has heard of me. How about we go into the house and talk? Zhao Matchmaker said, carrying a basket and going into the house. There's no need to go into the house. It's not good for the villagers to see it. Gu Qianlong stepped aside to block Zhao Matchmaker's steps. What a joke. She is a new bride whose husband just joined the army. If a matchmaker suddenly came to her house to propose marriage, her reputation would be too loud. She could even guess with her heels that if old lady Qian knew about this, she would definitely come to her house and make a fuss 100 or 80 times. The days to come would be too sour. Okay, it's the same if we talk in the yard. Zhao the matchmaker was not annoyed when she saw this. She stood in the yard with a smile. She handed the silver mask in her hand to Gu Qianlong again. Look, Madame Gu, the size of this mask is just right to cover the blue mark on your face. Wear it when you go out in the future, and you won't be afraid of what people say. Besides, this mask is made of silver. It cost a full 10 taels of silver to make it. Only your stunning beauty can match it. Zhao the matchmaker said, and was about to put the mask on Gu Qianlong's face.
Wait.
Aunt Zhao came here today, I'm afraid, not just to give you such an expensive mask. Don't tell me that she heard that I had this mark on my face, so she specially went to order it for me. This mask was tailor-made for her. No matter the size or the level of refinement, it is not something that ordinary farmers can make. Mrs. Gu is smart. This is because Mr. Su in the town heard about your situation and felt pity for you. He personally sent someone to the county town to order it for you. Matchmaker Zhao said proudly. I don't know any Mr. Su. If you have nothing else to do, take your things and go back. Gu Qianlong said, reaching out to grab Matchmaker Zhao and rush out of the yard.
Hey.
Madame Gu, don't be so anxious.
Just listen to what I have to say.
This Mr. Su is the richest man in our town. I heard that his family has businesses and connections in the capital. It's just that his family has few children, so he wants to take Madame Gu in as the 7th concubine. Seeing that Gu Qianlong was trying to get rid of her, Matchmaker Zhao simply explained her purpose. She didn't believe that with Mr. Su's financial resources, there would be any girl who would not be tempted. Gu Qianlong was almost laughed at by Matchmaker Zhao. Matchmaker Zhao, since this is the 2nd time you have seen me, you should know that I have married into the Yu family and am the newly married wife of Yu Jianzhong, the 3rd son of the Yu family. And my husband has just joined the army for a few days. Haha, since Madame Gu knows that I was the matchmaker last time, it's easy to say. Matchmaker Zhao, naturally can't ruin my reputation by arranging a marriage for a married woman. Matchmaker Zhao said with a meaningful smile. What do you mean? Gu Qianlong couldn't help but frown. It means that you and the 3rd son of the Yu family are not officially married yet. Matchmaker Zhao's words were like thunder, exploding in Gu Qianlong's ears. You are talking nonsense. We were married in a formal ceremony. How can we not be husband and wife? If you talk about the villagers in this village, everyone gets married in this way. They have a wedding ceremony, invite guests and drink wine, and then they are considered husband and wife. But Madame Gu may not know this. The laws of our Liansong country stipulate that after getting married, the couple must go to the town government office to register, and the seal issued by the government is used as proof to be considered as a formal couple. Why not? Zhao the matchmaker said, with a chuckle. For those who have not registered and regret the marriage later, the government will not make the decision for them. Zhao the matchmaker also calculated that the third son of the Yu family would join the army the day after his marriage, and the Yu family had a lot of things to do these days, so they might not remember to go to the government to complete this procedure. And from this point of view, Madame Gu didn't know that marriage must be registered. What if it is not the same? Gu Qianlong was almost certain of what Zhao the matchmaker would say next, but she still asked. Otherwise, if the man and woman marry separately afterwards, the government will not intervene. Then, according to what you said, can the government arrange another marriage for me? Gu Qianlong instantly thought of the law of Liansong. If a woman is over 18 and still unmarried, the government will designate a marriage. That won't happen. As long as both clans agree, they are still considered husband and wife. Zhao the matchmaker explained. After hearing this, Gu Qianlong understood. As long as she and the Yu family both agree to this marriage and do not regret it, she will still be a member of the Yu family. On the contrary, if either of them regrets and wants to marry separately, the government will not intervene if there is a fuss, and they can only solve it themselves. Zhao the matchmaker calculated that most rural families do not understand the law and are too lazy to register with the government. That's why she came to persuade Gu Qianlong to regret the marriage and marry another one. After all this time, her marriage with the third son of the Yu family, in modern terms, can only be regarded as a de facto marriage at best and is not protected by law at all. She was surprised that Liansong's law had such regulations for marriage. Matchmaker Zhao is really good at scheming. She just received the matchmaking gift from the Yu family a few days ago, and she can arrange another marriage for me. I guess this business is quite profitable. Gu Qianlong looked at the woman in front of her coldly. The seventh concubine of Mr. Su's family. It's amazing that she could think of it. Looking at the exquisite silver mask in her hand, I'm afraid she had already planned it. You matchmaker Zhao, how dare you come to my old Yu family? From a distance, the loud voice of old lady Qian came over. Matchmaker Zhao immediately tensed up and looked at the old lady Qian and her group who came in a hurry outside the yard.
This.
Old sister, what wind blew you here? Matchmaker Zhao said with a far-fetched smile.
Bah.
Who is your elder sister?
I don't know you well.
Old Mrs. Qian rushed up and spit at the feet of Zhao Matchmaker without any courtesy. Old sister, what you said is unpleasant. How can it be seducing your daughter-in-law? Madame Gu only stayed in your house for one day and was kicked out. What's wrong with me finding her a good place to go? Gu Qianlong looked at old Mrs. Qian who rushed in front of her, and her eyes turned to Xia who was standing timidly in the distance. She was a smart little girl. She really didn't notice when the child ran to the old house just now. However, she had never thought about going to Mr. Su's house, let alone marrying someone else.
Oh.
You're still right? I will teach you a lesson today. Old Mrs. Qian said, swinging a big palm like a palm leaf fan and slapping Zhao Matchmaker in the face.
Mom.
Stop it.
Calm down.
Yu Dongyu, who followed Mrs. Qian, grabbed her mother's hand. This Zhao Matchmaker is the only matchmaker in the area for dozens of miles. She is already at the age of marriage. If my mother beats her up in a fit of rage, how can she find a good in-law in the future? Dongyu, don't stop me. This Zhao Matchmaker is really too much. I went to her house last time and got nothing. I didn't expect that she would come to my door today. Old Mrs. Qian was furious. It didn't matter that this matchmaker cheated her third son. Now she even wanted to cheat this daughter-in-law who spent 3 taels of silver. How could she bear this tone? But mother, please pity you are too much. I haven't said anything about her yet. Yu Dongyu was anxious and blurted out her worries. After hearing this, old Mrs. Qian paused and looked at her beautiful little girl seriously. In the end, she didn't go forward to continue to fight with Zhao Matchmaker. After listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter, Zhao the Matchmaker instantly straightened her back. The Yu family is not the only one who has not found a wife. In a few years, the 3 sons of the eldest house will also find wives one after another. If they really offend her, the Yu family will suffer. That's right. Old sister, your little girl is so beautiful. Can you bear to let her not find a good family in the future? Just thinking of this, Zhao the matchmaker felt relieved. As long as she can make Madame Gu fall in love and leave, the people of the Yu family will not dare to do anything to her. Mrs. Qian was furious, but thinking about her little girl and the group of young boys at home, she really didn't dare to offend Zhao the matchmaker.
You.
Zhao the matchmaker, you still have to act according to your conscience. The third daughter-in-law looks like this, so I won't pursue it. But now you are trying to persuade her to marry someone else. What's the reason? Do you feel guilty about doing this? Mrs. Qian yelled at Zhao the matchmaker. My third son just went to join the army. She is not a widow. Why do you do that? Although Mrs. Qian did not think that her son would be able to come back alive, at least there was no bad news. With a wife to take care of the two children, the third son still has a home. If Zhao the matchmaker really deceived the third son's wife away, what would happen to the two children? Wouldn't they have to be sent back to be raised by them? Let's put it this way. If your family can produce an official marriage certificate, I will think that this trip was a mistake. Zhao the matchmaker calculated that the Yu family could not produce a marriage certificate. After all, there were very few farmers who knew how to do this. What's more, it would cost 20 coins to get an official marriage certificate. It could buy a few kilograms of coarse grains. How many families would be willing to spend that? You want to see the marriage certificate, right? Boss, take it out. The late Yu old man calmly instructed his eldest son. Yu Jianqing took out the official marriage certificate from his arms and handed it to Yu old man. Matchmaker Zhao, do you want to see it for yourself? I have brought all the marriage certificates of my 4 sons. All the wives my Yu family married were officially registered by the government, without exception. As old man Yu spoke, he handed 4 marriage certificates stamped with the official seal to Matchmaker Zhao. Matchmaker Zhao was not very literate, but she could still recognize the marriage certificate stamped with the official seal. Seeing this, he quickly took the 4 marriage certificates and checked them carefully one by one. The marriage certificates of the eldest, second and fourth sons were all processed at the same time a year ago, while the marriage certificate of the third son of the Yu family was processed the day after his marriage. The names and dates on the marriage certificates were clearly written on black paper and stamped with a large red seal. The Yu family was really willing to spend 80 coins on 4 marriage certificates. Matchmaker Zhao's face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. She smiled awkwardly and handed the marriage certificate back to old man Yu. It's my fault. It's all a misunderstanding. This trip today is my fault. I didn't clarify the matter in advance. I apologize to you. Matchmaker Zhao was not shy. In front of the Yu family and the villagers who were watching the fun, she made a profit and said soft words. Then she picked up her basket and turned around and left Gu Qianlon's yard without looking back. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's go home. After Yu Xingwang finished speaking, he looked at Gu Qianlon deeply, said nothing, and left with his hands behind his back. After everyone had left, Xia slowly moved her steps and came to Gu Qianlon. You are a good child. Looking at Xia, who was a little at a loss, Gu Qianlon gently touched her head. But even she was surprised that the Yu family could actually produce her and Yu Lao San's marriage certificate. The marriage certificate was actually completed the day after her marriage. It seems that old lady Qian didn't even know about the marriage certificate. This made Gu Qianlon re-examine the head of the Yu family. Just as Zhao the matchmaker thought, there were not many poor families who knew about and were willing to get a marriage certificate these days. In an exquisite courtyard, 2 little maids stood outside the door, one on the left and one on the right. The heavy breathing of the man in the room came in waves, accompanied by the creaking of the wooden bed in the room. The little maids at the door blushed and lowered their heads slightly. Although it was not the first time they were on duty, they still felt embarrassed to hear this blushing sound. After a while, the door was opened, and a man with a white face and a bit of evil, about 40 years old, walked out. Go in and clean up, it's really boring. The man looked dissatisfied and tied his belt while walking. Master, Zhao the matchmaker came to reply. I asked her to wait for you in the West Flower Hall. When the housekeeper Su saw the master coming out, he hurriedly greeted him and said attentively, Oh, so soon? I can't wait to see that beauty wearing a half mask, crying on the bed. Su Yuanwai's eyes were full of excitement. These mediocre women at home could no longer satisfy him. Only this stunning glimpse of Madame Gu has always made him unforgettable. After hearing this, Butler Su's eyes were greedy, and he rubbed his hands, as if he wanted to say something but stopped.
Why?
Do you like it? Su Yuanwai's eyes turned cold.
No, no.
How dare I covet the master's woman? After all, she has been with Su Yuanwai for many years. With just one look, Butler Su immediately understood the master's mind. Okay, don't I know you? I'll give it to you. Remember to deal with it far away when the time comes. I don't want to see her again. Su Yuanwai retracted his gaze, said nonchalantly, and walked quickly towards the direction of the West Flower Hall. Butler Su couldn't wait to turn back to the small courtyard just now and pushed open the door. A beautiful woman was lying lifeless on the pearwood bed, like a walking corpse, with purple and red marks all over her body, which made people feel sorry for her. Two little girls were carrying water, preparing to wash the woman's body. When they saw the housekeeper come in, they were obviously stunned. What are you all standing there for? Get out of here and close the door. The little maids looked at each other, but they didn't dare to refute. They secretly glanced at the woman on the bed who didn't respond and turned to leave the room. The blushing and heart-beating sound came from the room again. From beginning to end, the two little girls didn't hear the woman make a sound. If they hadn't seen her heaving chest and blinking eyes when they entered just now, they would have even thought. With a sigh, they frowned and couldn't help but worry about the fate of the woman in the room. As soon as Su Yuanwai entered the West Flower Hall, he saw Zhao the matchmaker standing by and waiting honestly. He was delighted. Matchmaker Zhao, you have worked hard. Please sit down. Don't be polite. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and serve tea to Matchmaker Zhao. Seeing this, Matchmaker Zhao became even more restless. Mr. Su, don't be polite. I am here to return your things. Matchmaker Zhao said, taking out the half-silver mask from the basket. When Mr. Su saw the mask, his face suddenly darkened.
What?
Did Matchmaker Zhao mess up? Logically, even if Matchmaker Zhao failed to persuade him once, she would try again. It is impossible that the mask was returned less than a day after it was taken away. To be honest with Mr. Su, I don't know what happened to the Yu family. They are so poor that they can't even afford clothes, but they actually gave all the wives they married official certificates. Even the newly married Mrs. Gu is a legitimate wife with a formal official marriage certificate. I really have no choice but to come here to answer your question. Matchmaker Zhao explained nervously. Mr. Su sighed for a long time without saying a word. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He was not sure what he was thinking.
I know.
You are not to blame for this. Matchmaker Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and gradually felt relieved. It's good that Mr. Su doesn't blame me for my poor performance. But what should I do next? Please give me some advice. I know what I'm going to do. I'll let you know when I need you. Come and sit down. Don't be shy. Tell me, after Madame Gu got married, apart from the half mark on her face, has there been any other changes? Mr. Su recalled the stunning face in his memory and felt like he was being scratched by a cat. Matchmaker Zhao suddenly opened up and described in detail the Gu Qianlong she had met. Speaking of Madame Gu now, she was even more like a celestial being. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips were red without any makeup, and when she stood there and only looked at the half of her intact face, she was so beautiful that it was beyond description. Mr. Su listened to Zhao the matchmaker's story with a smile, and he wished he could grow a pair of wings immediately and fly to Yujia village to see what Madame Gu looked like now. I'm sorry to bother Zhao the matchmaker today.
Please leave this mask.
The things in the basket are not worth much, so take them back. I may have to trouble you to make another trip in a while. Mr. Su said firmly. Zhao the matchmaker put down the mask, picked up the basket, and walked away with a smile. Mr. Su was very generous. The snacks and gifts in the basket were worth a few cents. What's more, Mr. Su had paid 2 taels of silver for running errands before. When Zhao the matchmaker walked away, Mr. Su's face became gloomy. It seems that it will take more effort to own a beauty. In the backyard, butler Sue finally put on his clothes after several waves of struggle. He looked back at the woman lying there like a pool of stagnant water. No wonder the master said he wanted to deal with you and asked you to send her far away. It's really a waste of your face. It's boring. After saying that, he left the room without looking back. The two little girls guarding the door fetched water and fumbled to wipe the woman's body. The purple and blue scars were alternating between new and old.
Sorry to bother you, sisters.
Please help me close the door when you leave. I want to sleep for a while. The woman on the bed finally spoke after the little maid had packed up. Her soft and glutinous voice was a little hoarse, as if she was exhausted. The little maids responded and went out and returned to their own hut. Sister Xiaochun, I'm afraid. The little girl was only 11 or 12 years old, and her immature body was trembling. The little maid named Xiaochun was not much better. She hugged the little girl in front of her and shed tears silently. In a few years, will Sister Lianxiang end up like us? The little girl asked fearfully. I don't know either, but I heard from the mothers in the courtyard that the master has chosen a lady and wants to take her as the seventh wife. The women before this are just temporary fillers. Xiaochun has been here longer and knows more. Then bring this lady here quickly, so that we sisters will be saved. The little girl said expectantly. Donger, you think too simply. This matter is not that easy. Even Zhao the matchmaker has been dispatched. I don't know if it can be successful this time. I hope so. Xiaochun is not so optimistic. The master's mind is not something they can guess. Who knows how long the future seventh wife can be favored? No. No. Come quickly. A loud shout broke the tranquility in the courtyard. Two old women ran out of the exquisite courtyard before, shouting as they ran. What are you shouting for? Butler Sue hurried over with several servants. Didn't I tell you two to carry Lianxiang out? Why are you running here and shouting? You disturbed the master. Do you want to save your life? Butler Sue frowned and scolded the two old women in front of him. Seeing Lianxiang's fate, the two old women shook their heads helplessly. It was really a sin. I hope the master can meet the seventh wife as soon as possible. Otherwise, there are so many innocent women in the backyard who will suffer misfortune. Gu Qianlong naturally knew nothing about what happened in the Su mansion. She was studying the second-level space at this moment so that she could warm her pockets as soon as possible. If she wanted to make money as soon as possible, going up the mountain was undoubtedly her best choice at the moment. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to go to the woods. As if she saw her plan, Xia walked to her side with some caution. Mother, I will stay at home with Wu Bao and will not leave this yard at will. You don't have to worry about us. Gu Qianlong looked at Xia deeply. Is this really a child who is only 4 or 5 years old? Or is it true that the old saying goes, that children of poor families grow up early? The little child in front of her seemed to be able to guess what she was thinking every time. Gu Qianlong took the hatchet and the backpack and walked to the back mountain. She picked up some small stones along the way to make it easier to hunt small wild animals later. As soon as she entered the mountain, she opened the electronic map in the void, and all the surrounding environment was instantly visible. Before entering the mountain, she had already thought about catching some living things to bring back this time. Pheasants can lay eggs, which can supplement the nutrition of the two children. Wild rabbits reproduce quickly, and rabbit meat is a good choice whether it is kept for eating or exchanged for money. Especially thinking of Wu Bao's reluctant expression to the little wild rabbits before, she became more determined to catch some little rabbits and take them back. Just think of it as finding a playmate for the children. With the experience of the last time, she moved smoothly all the way to the depths of the mountains. With the guidance of the electronic map, Gu Qianlong had a rich harvest. Although she still did not encounter large areas of extinct species, she also picked a Ganoderma lucidum. It was not big, but the purchase price given by the space was surprisingly good. In a short period of time, she had an extra 80 taels of silver and 20 points. It seems that the old saying of live by the mountain and eat the mountain is indeed correct. With the income of 80 taels of silver, she felt that even her steps were much lighter, and she no longer had to worry about her future life. 006, I want to ask you a question. Seeing the high price of Ganoderma lucidum, Gu Qianlan's heart moved. Can this Ganoderma lucidum or some precious herbs in the mountains be planted in the space to exchange for money? She remembered that some farming novels were written like this. Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng were all planted in the space, as if they were free. Life is a sure win. As if it understood the host's thoughts in a second, number 006 silently rolled its eyes. Of course, if it had eyes. Host, the space land can only plant seeds provided by the space mall and does not accept the planting of species from outside. You can work hard to upgrade and unlock more varieties. The higher the level, the richer the variety of mall items. Gu Qianlan glanced at the space mall. After upgrading to level 2, there are already 20 kinds of goods that can be purchased in the space mall. There are more corn and potatoes available for purchase. The price is still the same, 1 penny per small bag, which is surprisingly cheap, and the time to mature is still 10 hours. Each of these things sold in the mall is a necessity of life, such as the salt that first appeared in her hand. The price is also similar to that in the modern world, but none of them can be used openly. A pack of 12 rolls of toilet paper cost 8 cents, which was so cheap that it was not worth mentioning to her now. However, looking at these good things that could not have existed in ancient times, Gu Qianlan could only sigh in despair. 006, are you serious? Are you sure if I take out the toilet paper from this space and use it, I won't be caught as a monster if someone finds out? She knew how expensive paper was in this era. Even some wealthy families couldn't afford straw paper, let alone a poor person like her, in the eyes of others. As long as the host is careful in using it, it should be fine. 006's voice lacked confidence. Well, it had to admit that all these things in the space mall came from the modern civilized world. If any of them were used and discovered, it would cause a big uproar. Listening to 006's obviously weakened voice, Gu Qianlan chuckled in her heart.
She was not stupid.
With the space, a money-making artifact, she only needed to find a way to slowly transfer the silver through a bright road, and her life would still be prosperous. Unknowingly, she had reached the depths of the mountains. The surrounding vegetation was dense, and there were few people, and even the road could not be found. Gu Qianlan picked a lot of mushrooms, fungus, and some usable herbs. She exchanged 2 taels of silver with the space and earned 10 points. She planned to keep the rest and take it back. When she filled the back, she would go down the mountain. Suddenly, the grass in front of her shook. Gu Qianlan bent down carefully. There was no danger warning on the electronic map. She slowly got through and pulled away the bushes. Suddenly, she saw a small pond in front of her. There was a large grassland beside the pond, and several sika deer were leisurely drinking water and looking for food. Sika deer. This is a big treasure. Deer antlers, velvet antlers, deer blood, and roasted deer meat are even more unique. Her saliva is about to flow out. As long as she catches a deer, she can live a rich life openly. When she thought of this, Gu Qianlan was full of energy. She raised the hatchet and appeared behind one of the sika deer silently, and then seized the opportunity to hit one of the deer's legs. The sika deer with a broken leg fell to the ground and struggled in pain. Seeing this, the other deer ran away in all directions. Gu Qianlan ran to the sika deer with a smile on her face. Little deer, just follow me obediently." As she said, she picked up the hatchet and put the injured deer into the space. With this unexpected harvest, she had no intention of staying in the mountain any longer. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Qianlan took note of this place, cleaned up the blood around it, and headed down the mountain. This open space is quite good and is very suitable for growing some crops. I just don't know if the rice seeds produced in the space can survive if planted here. If there is a clear road, Wang's business can be continued for a long time, but the tribute rice is too special, so she needs to think about it carefully. The way down the mountain was extremely smooth. When she was near the foot of the mountain, Gu Qianlan made a simple large net with vines, caught the sika deer in the space, and dragged it back home. Gu Qianlan raised the corners of her lips slightly, and this was the effect she wanted. As long as this deer was seen by everyone, even if she bought it directly into the space for money and then took it out to spend, it would not arouse other people's suspicion. The voice of number 006 had already echoed all the way. Since the moment she hunted this deer and threw it into the space, that guy has never stopped. He kept talking to her in her ear, asking her to sell the deer to the space for money. But Gu Qianlong had her own plans, so she deliberately turned a deaf ear to all the benefits that number 006 said. Some of the brave women were already jealous and shouted at Gu Qianlong, "Jianzhongs! Jianzhongs! Ouch! Don't walk so fast! Jianzhongs? Is she calling herself?" Gu Qianlong stopped. It seems that the third child of the Yu family is called Yu Jianzhong. When she heard this name at first, she didn't realize that the woman was calling her Jianzhongs. This is a sick deer. The woman finally caught up with Gu Qianlong, and as she said that, she reached out and touched the still lively little deer. "That's great. It's still alive." The woman looked at the deer in Gu Qianlong's hand with shining eyes, wishing she could grab it and hold it in her arms. "Auntie, please move aside. I have to go back to cook." Gu Qianlong had never seen the strange woman in front of her. The memory of the original owner was getting less and less in her mind, and it was getting more and more vague.
What do you mean by Andy?
"I am your second aunt, and your mother-in-law is my cousin." The woman was very familiar and wanted to take the backpack on Gu Qianlong's back. "My cousin is really something. She just separated your third room and let you, a young woman, take care of 2 children. It's not easy. What's in this backpack? Second aunt will help you." I really didn't expect that the new daughter-in-law of the third room of the Gu family was so capable. Isn't she the daughter of a scholar? She can even go up the mountain to get prey? When did things in the mountains become so easy to hunt? I really have to let those freeloaders at home try it later. Looking at the heavy appearance of her backpack, there must be a lot of good things in it. Second aunt? Where did this relative come from? When the family was divided before, she didn't show up. Now she came out to join in the fun and pretend to be an acquaintance? No need to bother. We're home soon, just don't block my way. What a joke. Gu Qianlong had seen all kinds of people. As soon as the woman approached, she saw the greed and calculation in her eyes. How could she let her succeed easily? She slightly turned her body and protected the backpack behind her. This so-called cheap second aunt, it's better to stay where it's cool. Thinking of this, she took a few quick steps to shake off the woman in front of her and walked away. Qian Hongxiu watched Gu Qianlong, who was dragging the deer, carrying a bunch of things and still walking briskly, enter her own yard with eager eyes, and finally did not shamelessly follow her in. She could only sigh and leave reluctantly. Sia was pulling weeds in the yard. When she saw Gu Qianlong walking in with a fawn, she shouted excitedly, "A fawn! Mom, you are amazing! You actually caught a live deer. Daddy never caught a deer when he was at home." Sia ran forward and gently stroked the fawn, reluctant to let it go. Gu Qianlong let go of the fawn. Anyway, the deer had a broken leg, so it was impossible for it to run away. It was rare that Sia didn't even say she wanted to eat it this time. "Go get some grass to feed it. I'll take it to the town to sell it tomorrow morning." "Mom, the deer's leg is broken, and it's bleeding so much. Let's bandage it." The little girl's eyes showed some reluctance. She wanted to tell her mother to keep the deer, but when she thought about the conditions at home, she couldn't bring herself to do it. "There are some strips of cloth in the room. Leave it to you and Wu Bao to deal with. Mom will go to cook." Thinking that she would sell the deer to the space after leaving the village tomorrow, Gu Qianlong let the 2 children do whatever they wanted. She was a little looking forward to it. Number 006 had been urging her to take in the deer, and how much silver and points she could get in exchange. The next day, just after dawn, Gu Qianlong held the deer and carried a basket of mountain products towards the town. Number 006 finally got the chance to continue persuading Gu Qianlong, "Host, listen to my advice and sell this deer to the space. You have to know that selling it to the space is absolutely worth the money. I guarantee that you will not suffer any loss. It is many times better than taking the deer to the town to sell it." Gu Qianlong originally planned to send the deer to the space for trading as soon as she left the village. Seeing number 006's anxious and sincere look, She couldn't help but wonder how much money this deer could be exchanged for in the town. How about this? You tell me first the space's valuation of this deer. I'll take it to the town to ask if it's suitable. I'll trade it with the space. Although she knew that the purchasing power in this small town was limited, Gu Qianlong still wanted to try and see what the market price of this deer was. Okay. The space can buy this deer for 200 taels of silver, plus 15 points. Host, you may not be able to meet this price in the entire Song Kingdom. It's fair, isn't it? Number 006 proudly reported the space's valuation. It didn't believe that the host would not be tempted after hearing this price. 200 taels. Although she knew that this deer was worth a lot, the income of 200 taels of silver was still a bit beyond her expectations. 200 taels? It's really good. But I still plan to take this deer to the town to ask how much silver it can be sold for. She didn't plan to send it to shopkeeper Wang for a trade. She didn't know how much the restaurants in the town would pay for this deer. It seemed that seeing that Gu Qianlong was determined to find out the market, no. 006 didn't say anything more. It was confident that the price given by the space was already very high. This little deer would be collected sooner or later. Because the little deer that Gu Qianlong brought was a living thing, it attracted the attention of many people as soon as it arrived in the town. It was just that many people were just watching the fun, but few actually asked the price. When they heard her offer a price of 200 taels, they all shook their heads and walked away. It was almost lunchtime, and the deer still hadn't found a suitable buyer. Number 006 said proudly, "Host, don't wait any longer. Find a place to send the deer into the space for trading." "What's the hurry? I'll find a place to eat first." Gu Qianlong calmly picked up the deer and walked towards the largest restaurant in the town. Relying on the original owner's memory, Gu Qianlong successfully came to the largest restaurant in the town, Juxinlu. The waiter at the door saw the deer in Gu Qianlong's hand at a glance, and his eyes lit up immediately. "This is a good thing. Madam, are you here to eat or stay in the hotel? Or are you looking for our shopkeeper?" The waiter greeted her with a smile and didn't put on airs because Gu Qianlong was dressed shabby. "Eat, and by the way, ask if your shopkeeper is here." After all, it was the largest restaurant in the town, and the waiter didn't cheat the customers, which was quite rare. It seems that the shopkeeper of this restaurant has his own strengths. "This lady is looking for our shopkeeper. Is it for this deer?" Being able to be a waiter in this big restaurant, he still has some vision. Yes and no. Gu Qianlong smiled and said no more. Whether to sell this deer to the restaurant depends on the price they offer. "Please follow me to the backyard and wait for a while. I will call our shopkeeper over. It is rare to encounter such a good prey." The waiter is very active, fearing that the deal will be lost. Inviting Gu Qianlong to sit down in the pavilion in the backyard and pouring a glass of water, the waiter ran away in a hurry. In the private room on the second floor, Butler Su recognized Gu Qianlong sitting in the pavilion at a glance. It is really her stunning profile that makes it difficult for people to ignore it. If it weren't for the mark on the half of her face, I am afraid that she would fascinate many people just by her appearance. She is indeed the one that the master has been thinking about. Even if she only has half of her face intact, it is totally worth all the effort. "Lu Quan, did you see the woman sitting in the pavilion?" Butler Su thought to himself as he looked at the beauty downstairs. Following Butler Su's gaze, Lu Quan looked downstairs. With just one glance, he immediately understood Butler Su's intention. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Butler Su, are you attracted to the deer in the woman's arms?" After looking at the woman's profile, what else did he not understand? He just pretended to be stupid and asked. Butler Su smiled meaningfully. "Lu Quan, it seems that you, the shopkeeper of Juxian Tower, don't want to do this anymore? When did your ability to read people's expressions decline to this extent?" After hearing this, Lu Quan's face changed slightly. It seemed that Butler Su was determined to get the woman in the pavilion. No, Steward Su, what do you think I should do?" "But what you said is not wrong. Go and ask someone to invite that girl up. I will take the deer she is holding for the master," Steward Su ordered. While he was talking, the waiter had knocked on the door of the private room. Manager Lu walked to the door, said a few words, and then sat down in front of Steward Su helplessly. As for whether the lady could understand what he meant, he could only leave it to fate. But a moment later, the waiter led Gu Qianlong in. Lu Quan silently felt sorry in his heart, but he didn't know whether the fate of this young lady would be different. I heard that the girl wants to sell this deer. This is Steward Su, who intends to buy it. You guys chat slowly. I still have some things to deal with, so I won't stay with you. Lu Quan said, got up and left the private room, and gently closed the door. As for the person inside, he can only wish for the best. Gu Qianlong looked at the restaurant owner who got up and left, and couldn't help but feel alert. Miss, there is no need to be nervous. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Let's chat slowly. Butler Su said kindly. Gu Qianlong smiled slightly and sat down opposite to Butler Su generously. No need to drink tea. I heard that you're interested in this deer. You can see that my deer is still alive, but it has a little injury on its leg. It can be raised for fun after it is healed. Some rich young men like to raise different things, which is why Gu Qianlong insisted on bringing the deer to try her luck. And the whole body of the deer is a treasure. I believe there is no need for me to explain the benefits one by one. Butler Su pondered for a moment and said, this deer is what our master wants to collect. He said that he would send it to the nobles in the prefecture city, so it is naturally better to live. I just don't know how much this girl plans to sell it for. Gu Qianlong quickly calculated in her mind. The price given by the space plus the points obtained, how can she not lose money when selling it to a wealthy family? She thought again and again, silently stretched out 4 fingers, and the extra silver would be regarded as exchange points. Even if the other party did not agree, she would not lose money, and the same would be true if she turned around and sold it to the space. This is for 100 taels? Butler Su felt a little distressed. How dare Mrs. Gu ask for it? Could it be that she knew something? Was she sure that he would agree? Seeing Butler Su's painful expression, Gu Qianlong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the price was too outrageous? Would he kick her out? She smiled embarrassedly. Yes, the price is 400 taels. If you agree, we will pay the money and the deer. For a moment, Butler Su was a little undecided. I'm afraid I can't decide on this price. Why don't you come back with me? I will report to the master directly and let him decide. What do you think?
This.
400 taels. The butler didn't even bargain. Was her price too high or too low? If I had known, I should have said 500 taels. 006 hurried voice came to his ears. Host, we can still discuss the purchase price of this deer. If you think 200 taels is too little, the space will give you another lucky draw. What do you think? Seeing that the deer in his hand was about to fly away, 006 was also a little anxious. Where did this sucker come from? He actually wanted to cut in. It was too much. Buying a deer for 400 taels, this is not scientific at all. Even if you buy a live deer to take home for fun, it won't be this price. There is a problem. There must be a problem here. Hearing that there is a lucky draw, Gu Qianlong was a little tempted. The products of the space are all good things, which can't be bought with money. Host, believe me, the price offered by the space is really real. There is a problem with this buyer. He must have bad intentions. The host must be careful. 006 reminded anxiously. Is it easy for it to find a suitable host? There are actually people who come up to calculate. This is intolerable. As if seeing Gu Qianlong's hesitation, Butler Su continued, you should know that our master likes to collect such rare things the most. The price of 400 taels is really not cheap. I'm afraid that in the whole town, or even in the whole county, only our master can accept it. But 400 taels is not a small amount after all. Please come back to the mansion with me. When the time comes, the silver and goods will be settled, and you will never suffer a loss. Without thinking too much, Gu Qianlong decided to go with Butler Su. She wanted to see what tricks this man in front of her was going to play. Juxian Building is very close to Su's house, only 2 streets away. Butler Su took Gu Qianlong to the side door and asked the doorman to open it with ease. As soon as he entered the mansion, Butler Su regained his momentum as a butler. Donger, come here. Donger, who was watering the flowers in the yard, trembled a little and trotted to Butler Su. Take this noble lady to the front hall and wait. Remember to serve her good tea. Do you understand? Butler Su looked at Dong meaningfully, then turned around and said to Gu Qianlong, "This lady, rest assured, go to the front hall and wait. I will go and ask the master." Everything seemed normal, but Gu Qianlong always felt that something was wrong. Donger's face was as white as paper. "Got it, Butler Su. This lady, please follow me." Donger raised her head and quickly glanced at the woman in front of her. Could this be the seventh lady that the master wanted to welcome back? The other servants did not look sideways and did not dare to breathe while doing their own things, for fear that they would hinder Butler Su's eyes. Everyone in the mansion knew that the master was in a bad mood recently, and only Butler Su could say a few words. After passing through several corridors, Donger finally brought Gu Qianlong to the front hall. Along the way, she kept thinking about Butler Su's words and his meaningful eyes. What should she do? If only Sister Xiaoqun was here, she would be smarter and would definitely know what to do. After thinking it over, Dong still followed her guests and put some drugs in Gu Qianlong's cup. This drug was always kept in the tea room in the front hall for convenience. But when she thought of the girl she had just brought in, she couldn't bear it. After finally finishing everything and putting the tea in front of Gu Qianlong, Dong hurriedly retreated to the door. Looking at the tea on the table, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but sneer in her heart. The little maid probably didn't do bad things in her daily life. Her hands were shaking so much when she put the drugs for the first time, and she didn't notice a little powder sprinkled on the rim of the cup. She picked up the teacup and smelled it. It was colorless and odorless. It seemed to be a good medicine. But she didn't know why this housekeeper Su went to so much trouble to trick her into the mansion. Seeing Gu Qianlong holding up the teacup, 006 couldn't sit still anymore. This host couldn't be so stupid, right? No way. Calling the host. Calling the host. You must not drink this cup of tea. There is a drug added to the tea. If you drink it, you will lose consciousness. No one can save you. Gu Qianlong raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard number 00SIX's urgent call. She is not stupid. Why would she drink this cup of tea that was obviously added with drugs? It's quite interesting that number 006 can also know it. This space is quite spiritual. It can actually distinguish that there is a drug in the tea and remind her in time. I say, Xiaoyozi, you really surprised me. Tell me, do you have any special functions that I don't know yet? Gu Qianlong was answered by silence. Xiaoyozi, 006? Say something. Faced with number 00SIX's sudden silence, Gu Qianlong was a little anxious. What did she say wrong? Host, why do you call me Xiaoyozi? After a long time, number 006 finally asked. No reason, I just feel that calling you 006 is not very convenient, so calling you Xiaoyozi is more intimate. How about calling you Xiaoyozi from now on? Noticing that number 006 was in a low mood, Gu Qianlong asked tentatively. Or, you don't like the name Xiaoyozi? Then you should still call me 006 from now on? No, host, just call me Xiaoyozi. It's just a name, whatever you like. After saying that, Xiaoyozi stopped talking. How long has it been? It seems like I haven't heard this name for many, many years. This was the name given to it by its previous host.
I still remember that he was very happy at that time.
Xiaoyozi sighed and just hoped that this host would be successful. Being interrupted by the matter of the name, Gu Qianlong didn't want to ask Xiaoyozi any more questions about the space and him. There was still a long time to come, so there was no need to rush. Having sat in the front hall for more than a quarter of an hour and still not seeing Butler Su or anyone else, Gu Qianlong became a little impatient. She simply pretended to drink the tea, but actually poured the tea into the space, and then she lay softly on the table. The little deer in her arms fell to the ground, screaming in pain, and kept struggling to stand up. Dongra looked inside cautiously and saw that Gu Qianlong had fainted on the table. A hint of joy flashed across her face. Now Butler Su will definitely praise her. She has performed so well. Will he promote her to be a second-class maid? She walked into the room quietly and pushed Gu Qianlong. Girl, wake up, girl. After confirming that Gu Qianlong had completely fainted, Dong-er ran briskly towards the front yard.
Butler Su.
Butler Su, it worked. Master? Dong-er ran quickly towards Butler Su to report the good news, but she didn't expect that the master was actually standing in front of Butler Su. But the Butler Su in front of him no longer had the high spirits he had before. He was dejected and silent, like a defeated rooster. Seeing the serious look on the master's face, Dong-er felt that a storm was about to hit. She knelt on the ground at a loss, lowered her head, and tried to reduce her presence. It's done? What's done? Explain it to me clearly. The more you fear something, the more you have to face it. The master's stern voice sounded above Dong-er's head.
Reply.
Reply to the master, it's the housekeeper Su who told me to do it. Dong-er replied in a low voice. Nonsense. When did I ask you to do something? You idiot. Housekeeper Su said, kicking Dong-er hard in the heart. The little girl fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, and she was unconscious in an instant.
Come on.
Drag her down for me. Immediately, a maid dragged the injured Dong-er down, and as for her fate afterwards, it was unknown. You are quite capable.
What?
Are you silencing me in front of me? Master Su looked at the housekeeper in front of him coldly, with a trace of inexplicable emotion in his eyes. I dare not. I dare not. I was just thinking about sharing your worries, so I was confused for a moment and did something wrong. After all, as someone who has followed the master for many years, Butler Su knew that he had touched the bottom line of the master this time. If he was not careful, he might— Oh, confused for a moment? What a confused moment. You have been with me for many years, and you dare to make your own decisions behind my back. Who gave you the courage and guts? Very light footsteps came from far away. With the corner of her eye, Gu Qianlong saw a man in a light-colored robe with dark patterns standing in front of her. She slowed down her breathing and pretended to be unconscious. The man bent down and gently carried Gu Qianlong sideways. The woman in his arms was so light that she seemed to have no weight. The man frowned, and his eyes showed more pity. Gu Qianlong resisted the urge to attack and waited quietly for the right opportunity. Either she would not attack or she would hit the target with one strike. After passing through several corridors, the man finally carried Gu Qianlong into a room. He put her on the bed gently and took off her shoes carefully. Gu Qianlong's nerves were tense. If this man made the next move, she would do her best to attack. But the man pulled the quilt over her and gently covered her. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her motionlessly as she pretended to faint. Gu Qianlong's heart was full of thoughts. What about the expected violation? Did he touch her? What the Hades was he just sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at her? This was completely confusing for her. The other party did not make any further moves, just staring at her like this. What should she do? Madam Gu, stop pretending.
I know you are not bewitched.
Let's talk. After a while, the man finally spoke. My last name is Su Hausa, and I am the owner of this house. People outside call me Su Yuanwei. The man's voice was a bit magnetic, and it was hard for people to get tired of listening to it. It was difficult for Gu Qianlong to connect the owner of this voice with her impression of Su Yuanwei. So this is the one who asked a matchmaker to come to her house to propose marriage? Gu Qianlong slowly opened her eyes and saw a sturdy man sitting in front of her. Even against the light, she could see that he had a bit of elegance.
Huh.
This is very different from the image of a clerk she imagined. Shouldn't a clerk in his early 40s have a bald head, a fat belly, and shake the earth with every step he takes? With such a good figure and a handsome appearance, does she need a matchmaker to come to her house to find this type of person? I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding here. Gu Qianlong slowly sat up from the bed and looked back at Mr. Su in front of her quietly. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The servants in the family are abrupt and have offended you. I apologize to you here. Mr. Su said as he stood up, bowed deeply, and saluted Gu Qianlong. Everything happened so fast that it caught people off guard. What is this operation? At this moment, Gu Qianlong felt as if she was a lady of a noble family in front of Mr. Su, not a village woman who could not afford 3 meals a day. Mr. Su is too polite. How can I do this? It's all my fault that I didn't manage my subordinates strictly. That's why Madame Gu was frightened. I'm really ashamed. Come here. Bring him up to me. Su Hausa ordered in a deep voice. Not long after, several servants dragged Butler Su to the front of the house, and the yard was already full of servants. Everyone was quiet, for fear of making any noise to annoy the master in the house. Butler Su Tong, do you know your mistake? Butler Su was lying on the ground in a mess, and there was no trace of his previous high spirits. Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted on my own and tricked Madame Gu back home. I beg you to forgive me this time. Su Tong cried with snot and tears. He couldn't understand that he did this only for the master to get what he wanted as soon as possible. He had done this before. Why doesn't it work this time? In the past, the master praised him for his good work. He even didn't mind giving him the things he didn't want for free to play with. Alas. Is that all? I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Su Hausa said with disappointment, his eyes darkened.
Come here.
Beat him hard, until he understands where he is wrong. After saying that, he turned his head and no longer looked at the butler Su, who fell to the ground in shock. Is Madame Gu satisfied with this punishment? Su Hausa smiled kindly, but Gu Qianlon's heart was alarmed. The affairs of Mr. Su were full of strangeness that was hard to figure out. Master Su, you don't need to ask for my opinion on how to deal with your servants. Just be happy,
she said lightly.
Master, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Madame Gu, please spare me. Please help me beg for mercy. Butler Su begged for mercy loudly, and the board hit him again and again, but it didn't stop his voice of begging for mercy. Obviously, the servants who took action were not sure of the master's intention. If after a while, Butler Su came back again, it would not be easy to settle accounts with them. Has he not eaten, or what? Shut his mouth and beat him hard. Su Hausa ordered angrily, with fierce eyes. Seeing the master's anger, the servants who took action looked at each other and stood there hesitantly for a while, not knowing what to do. Gu Qianlon shook her head in her heart. If Master Su ordered people to beat Butler Su before, it was just for him to see. And now the servants' actions were undoubtedly putting a knife on Butler Su's neck. Sure enough, Su Hausa saw that the servants did not take action and rushed out of the house in a rage, kicking each of them. Then he personally pointed out 2 servants to torture. In just a moment, Butler Su's back and even most of his body were beaten to a bloody mess. It was not until Butler Su was completely silent after being beaten, with his limbs limply lying on the bench, that Master Su finally waved his hand to have them stop. Drag him to the woodshed and lock him up. Seeing that Butler Su was breathing more than breathing, the servants dared not even breathe. Finally, a maid who looked like a manager boldly said, Master, Su Tong is seriously injured now. If he is not treated in time and is locked up in the cold woodshed, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive. She didn't dare to say this, but everyone present understood it in their hearts. She was just doing her best to plead for mercy because Butler Su had taken care of their family. Su Hausa turned around and looked at Gu Qianlon in the room. What do you think, Madame Gu? Gu Qianlon raised her eyebrows. What did she think? Why ask an outsider like her about such family matters? Just because she was the victim? I still say the same thing. You don't need to ask me for your opinion on how to deal with your servants, Master Su. Just decide for yourself. She was not a saint. If she was just an ordinary weak woman, without Xiao Liuzi's reminder, she would not have discovered that the cup of tea was drugged. She drank it in a daze. What kind of fate would be waiting for her? She dared not imagine. Madame Gu is like this, which suits me very much. Su Hausa smiled slightly. She was worthy of being the one he liked, and even her personality was so suitable for him. Take the people away and disperse. With an order, the servants left in an orderly manner. Gu Qianlon and the moody Master Su were left in the room again. Master Su, I came to the mansion only to sell the deer. 400 taels of silver is not negotiable. This is what your housekeeper Su agreed to before. But in this situation, if you don't agree, just pretend that I have never been here. I will take the deer away and say goodbye. Gu Qianlong turned over and got out of bed, quickly putting on her shoes. Who said, I don't recognize you? This is a silver note of 400 taels, which can be deposited and exchanged in all the money houses of the Liansong dynasty. Madam Gu, please check it. The original owner's family had some savings, so she was naturally familiar with this kind of silver note. She took it and looked at it carefully, confirming that it was correct. Speaking of which, I should also thank that self-willed dog captive. If it weren't for him, I don't know when I can see Madame Gu's face again. Su Hausa said, with a hint of shyness and embarrassment.
Please.
No matter how handsome you are still a middle-aged uncle. Don't you feel awkward to be so shy? Gu Qianlong suppressed her heart that was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and took the silver note calmly and put it into the space. Master Su, please be careful with your words. I am married, and it is inappropriate for you to say these things. The Master Su in front of her made Gu Qianlong feel very uncomfortable for some reason. Although he smiled harmlessly, he had just killed a servant who had been with him for many years, and he did not show any mercy. Yes. Madame Gu is right, Su was rude. Master Su paused, still smiling peacefully. Master Su, now that the money and goods have been paid, can I leave? He had been out for a long time, and the two children at home must be waiting anxiously. This is natural. Xiaochun, you must not neglect to send Madame Gu out of the house. Su Hausa ordered in a deep voice. Xiaochun walked to Gu Qianlong tremblingly. Madame Gu, please follow me. Looking at Xiaochun, who was walking 2 steps ahead of her, Gu Qianlong was puzzled. She was just sending her out of the house, but why did this girl tremble like sifting chaff? She is not the smiling tiger master in her family.
Xiaochun, right?
Are you cold? I'm not cold. Xiaochun answered subconsciously. No. Why are you shaking? After passing through several corridors, Gu Qianlong looked at the house where the gate was still invisible and said lightly, You should have taken me to the right at the fork in the road just now. Gu Qianlong said calmly. Xiaochun looked stunned and was speechless for a long time. I went the wrong way. Madame Gu, please forgive me. In fact, although this house is large, for Gu Qianlong, who has an electronic map in her mind, it is as familiar as her own backyard. Even if she closes her eyes, she can walk out of this house at the fastest speed. However, at this moment, she had to follow this little girl to see what tricks the owner of this house wanted to play. It must be said that she regretted it a little. Although the deer was sold at an unexpectedly high price of 400 taels of silver, she seemed to have provoked someone she shouldn't have provoked. Tell me, where are you going to take me? Don't tell me you've taken the wrong road. Although Gu Qianlong's expression was indifferent, she gave Xiaochun a sense of authority without anger. Madame Gu, I am also following orders. Please don't tell the master. Xiaochun pleaded. Following orders? Whose orders? I just came here to sell the deer. Now that the money and goods have been paid, I have no reason and no interest to stay any longer. If you can't lead the way well, I can go out by myself. Gu Qianlong looked at the little maid in front of her coldly. She really had no good feelings for the maids in this mansion. None of them were worry-free. Madame Gu, please be kind and save us, Xiaochun said, and knelt on the ground with a plop. Save you? Huh. What virtue do I have? You really think too highly of me. Gu Qianlong was so angry that she laughed at the words of this little girl. Not to mention that she is just an ordinary farm lady now, with no power, no influence, and no money. What can she do to save others from danger? Can you still show your face to others with this half of your face? Don't make me laugh. Madame Gu, actually, it's our wife who wants to see you. Please, just come with me, Xiaochun said with a begging face.
Madame Su.
Unexpectedly, her appearance actually alarmed Madame Su. Could it be that she regarded herself as a mistress or an imaginary enemy? Gu Qianlong rubbed her eyebrows irritably. If she had known that these 400 taels would cause so much trouble, she might as well have traded directly with Xiaoliuzi. Seeing this guy depressed, he has shrunk in the space since Lu made a move and refused to say a word. I don't know your wife, and there will be no intersection in the future, so there is no need to go through the trouble of meeting. She was not interested in meeting that Madame Su. In order to maintain their status, these women in the backyard might do something crazy. Madame Gu, my wife has absolutely no ill will towards you. Please go and see her, Xiaochun said, and knelt directly in front of Gu Qianlong. Get up. Why are you kneeling in front of me? Gu Qianlong looked at Xiaochun, who was kneeling in front of her with a headache. She couldn't stand these people who kept kneeling. Madame Gu, my wife said that if you insist on not going over, just say, there is a bandit gentleman pretending to be Xiaoying, Xiaochun said anxiously. When Gu Qianlong heard this, her mind buzzed. This was clearly the poem on the original owner's mother's love hairpin. How could Madame Su know such an extremely secret thing? Even the eldest aunt of the Gu family, who had already snatched the hairpin away, didn't know this poem. I don't know what this sentence means. I read it several times before I finally remembered it, Xiaochun said anxiously, fearing that she would not be able to complete the task assigned by the lady. As early as the moment Xiaochun read that sentence, Gu Qianlong decided to meet this Madame Su. Lead the way. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qianlong raised her foot and walked forward. Xiaochun's face lit up, and she stood up and walked forward quickly. Madame Gu, please follow me. My wife usually lives in the small Buddhist temple in the side yard. Jingyuan, as its name suggests, stands quietly in the deepest part of the house. Madame Wu, do you think she will come? The middle-aged woman kneeling on the futon asked softly. An old nanny standing beside her quickly responded, Madam, she will definitely come. No matter what, she will definitely come to see you after hearing that poem, Madame Wu said firmly. The kneeling woman seemed to be relieved, breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes, and continued to fiddle with the Buddhist beads in her hand. Madame Gu, this is the small Buddhist temple where my wife lives. Please go in by yourself. I can only take you here. When they reached the gate of Jingyuan, Xiaochun stopped and motioned Gu Qianlong to go in by herself. The yard was quiet. Gu Qianlong hesitated for only a moment and then walked in. Since that Madame Su could recite the poem on her mother's hairpin to lure her to see her, she believed there was no need to spend so much energy to plot against a peasant girl who had nothing. She walked unimpeded all the way to the main door, and from a distance she saw a woman kneeling in the center of the room. Hearing the footsteps approaching, the kneeling woman slowly stood up and looked at Gu Qianlong standing at the door with a little anxiety. Is it Madame Gu? Come in and sit down, Madame Wu, go make tea. Madame Su looked at the woman in front of her with some excitement. Compared with Madame Su's eagerness, Gu Qianlong seemed much calmer and colder. She searched through the original owner's memory and had no impression of this Madame Su at all, but it was intriguing that the other party actually knew about her parents' token of love. No need for tea. I won't beat around the bush. May I ask why Madame Su asked me to come? How do you know the poem on my mother's hairpin? She had already wasted too much time here, and she didn't have time to chat with this lady she had never met. Madame Su's face turned pale, and she smiled bitterly, looking up at Aunt Wu beside her. Aunt Wu bowed to Gu Qianlong, turned around, and went out to close the door. This is a long story. Madame Gu, please sit down. I will tell you slowly. Madame Su slowly walked to the main seat and sat down and said, You can make it short. There are really 2 young children at home who have no one to take care of them. I am worried about you being out for too long, Gu Qianlong said lightly. If Xiaochun hadn't said that poem, she wouldn't care who Madame Su was. I know that poem because your mother told me it herself. I also know that the words on the hairpin were carved by your father himself. Madame Su looked at Gu Qianlong, and it seemed that through this face, she saw another person, recalling the distant past. My mother? In the original owner's memory, Gu's mother Xiao Xiaoying was a gentle and beautiful woman. Since the accidental death of her father, she has been immersed in the thoughts of her late husband all day long. She was bedridden and depressed, and soon passed away. Speaking of which, your mother is the daughter of my second uncle's family. I am 1 month older than her and am her cousin. Gu Qianlong looked at Madame Su in front of her with some surprise. Looking closely, she and the original owner's mother were really 5 or 6 points similar. But why? She had never heard her mother mention that there was such a relative here. If they mother and daughter could get help from this aunt, they would not have. Of course, in this case, Gu Qianlong would have nothing to do. Looking at the woman in front of her who claimed to be her aunt, Gu Qianlong felt no emotion at all. If she really wanted to acknowledge this relationship, or help them, why did she wait until now? I have never heard my mother talk about you. I guess even if you're cousins, you don't usually interact with each other. Even when my parents passed away one after another, you didn't show up. I just don't know, you suddenly found me today and acknowledged this relationship with me. What is your plan? Gu Qianlong had no patience at all and was acting out the so-called affectionate relationship between family members with Mrs. Su. If you really wanted to recognize your relatives after all these years, you wouldn't have waited until now. What were you doing? She didn't think that this Madame Su was just a woman who stayed in the small Buddhist temple and didn't care about worldly affairs. Plan? What plan can I have? Do you know that the master treats you? Madame Su looked at Gu Qianlong's beautiful face. Even if it was only this half of a perfect face, it was still enough to make her man crazy. I have already refused. What's more, I have a husband and children. Madame Su doesn't have to worry about her unstable position. If you only want to see me to recognize my relatives or to remind me to stay away from Master Su, then I won't accompany you, Gu Qianlong said, and then pretended to leave. Don't you want to know what's going on with your face? Seeing that Gu Qianlong was about to leave, Madame Su quickly threw out another sentence. She was betting. She bet that her cousin didn't tell her daughter how to resolve the mark on her face. Sure enough, Gu Qianlong stopped in surprise. It must be said that Madame Su's words were far more attractive than the poem. Which woman doesn't care about her appearance? Although she doesn't mind the mark on her face now, she also wants to know how to remove it. You know? Gu Qianlong gently touched that half of her cheek. It was smooth and insensitive to the touch, just like normal skin. But it was the blue-gray color that made people daunted. This is about your mother's hairpin. Seeing Gu Qianlong's puzzled look, Madame Su was more certain of her guess. Her good cousin really didn't tell her daughter this secret. I wonder if you have the hairpin with you? Take it out and show it to me. Madame Su didn't mind Gu Qianlong's previous rudeness at all and said patiently. Gu Qianlong took out the hairpin from her arms, in fact, from the space, and handed it to Madame Su. In front of her, she wanted to see what tricks this so-called aunt was going to play. Madame Su didn't take the hairpin, but picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup of water, and pushed it in front of Gu Qianlong. Put the end of the hairpin with the words into the water. The light green hairpin was put into the cup of water. After just a few breaths, the transparent water in the cup turned dark red visibly. Gu Qianlong quickly picked up the hairpin and observed it carefully. The light green jade hairpin did not look any different from before. Use the water soaked in this hairpin to gently wipe the half of your face with the mark. After 12 hours, your appearance will be restored to its original state, Madame Su said, handing over the handkerchief in her hand. Gu Qianlong hesitated and did not take the handkerchief. In her current condition, can she really protect herself and her two young children? Once her appearance is restored, what will greet her? I haven't decided whether to use this potion now. Perhaps my mother doesn't want me to return to my original appearance. After a little thought, Gu Qianlong decisively pushed away the cup in front of her. Restoring my appearance is important, but the way I am now is also good, Gu Qianlong said, and was about to get up and say goodbye. Thank you, Madame Su, for telling me the secret of this hairpin today and letting me know how to restore my appearance. But now I have a peerless face, which is not a good thing. I just don't know if this hairpin can make the same potion again. As long as this hairpin can make the same potion again, the initiative to restore my appearance will always be in my hands. Or, do you know how this mark on my face was put there? She was very curious about the blue-gray mark on her face. She was very sure that there was no such thing on her face before she got married and got on the sedan chair. So, how did this mark come from? Speaking of this hairpin, it is a family heirloom in our family. The women in the family know the secret of this hairpin. Later, by chance, it was obtained by your mother. Madame Su seemed to be lost in memories and sighed softly. Since you don't want to restore your appearance today, forget it. No matter when you want to remove the mark on your face in the future, you just need to follow the method I told you. Madame Su said with a little regret. As for how to make the mark on your face, it's actually easy. Soak the other end of the hairpin in water, wait for the color to come out, and rub the potion on your face. After 12 hours, it will be indelible. Gu Qianlong carefully examined the jade hairpin in her hand. She didn't expect that her mother actually had such a magical treasure. However, before that, the jade hairpin had clearly been snatched away by Gu's aunt Hu Juanzi. How did the original owner get the potion and put the blue-gray mark on her face? The original owner's memory became more and more vague in her mind, and Gu Qianlong couldn't remember this important fragment. That's it. Now that she knows the origin of the mark on her face and the method to remove it, she will take out the jade hairpin and use it when there is a suitable opportunity in the future. Thank you, Madame Su, for telling me all this. I thank you here. No matter what purpose Madame Su told her this, she was extremely grateful. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary jade hairpin would actually hide such a mystery? Master. A cry came from outside the house. Then, the door was pushed open with a thud, and Su Haozi stood at the door with a gloomy face. Xiaoqing, you are so brave. Seeing Su Yuanwei, Gu Qianlong subconsciously took the cup of medicine on the table and put it into her sleeve, actually putting it into the space. Regardless of whether what Mrs. Su said was true or false, the medicine she saw with her own eyes was always real. It would be safer to take it away and put it away first. How did I am like this? Isn't it all forced by you? Looking at this husband who has not stepped into her yard for several years, Xiaoqing couldn't help feeling sad. Aren't you here to accompany the Buddha? How come you can invite anyone who comes to my house to this Buddhist temple? Su Haozi said, trying to suppress his anger. For this guest, you made such a big fuss. All the servants in the courtyard know about it, and even I, who live in a remote corner, was alarmed. What's wrong with inviting someone to come and sit down? Xiaoqing said self-deprecatingly. So, you're blaming me? Look at the way you look now. Are you speaking up for Butler Su? Or are you worried that your position as the legal wife will be lost? Seeing that the couple was about to fight, Gu Qianlong had to speak up. Since you two have something to talk about, I'll take my leave first. Su Haozi looked at the intact Gu Qianlong and finally felt a little relieved. He was afraid that this crazy woman would hurt the beauty in front of him without caring. God knows how worried and nervous he was when he heard that Gu Qianlong came to Jingyuan.
Someone.
Send Madame Gu away from the mansion. Su Haozi did not feel embarrassed at all and ordered quickly. Xiaoqin walked incautiously from the gate and bowed. Madame Gu, please follow me. Without any hesitation, Gu Qianlong walked out of the courtyard. She never wanted to come to this Su mansion again. Fortunately, this trip was worthwhile. Not only did she sell the deer at a high price, but she also unexpectedly learned the secret of the jade hairpin. Is it Xiaoqin? I should have known that in this mansion. Except for Madame Wu, there is probably no one else who would take me, the mistress, seriously. Xiaoqing said calmly. So what? As a captive in this mansion, her life and death are in my hands. I don't think she would dare to betray her master. What's more, the previous experience of Butler Su is right in front of her. How dare she hide anything? Su Haozi said contemptuously. Tell me, you invited Madame Gu over here. What did you say to her? Gu Qianlong had been in this small courtyard for quite some time, and this was what he was more concerned about. Master, have you forgotten that Madame Gu is the daughter of my cousin, my niece from my mother's side? It is perfectly normal to invite her to recognize her as a relative and reminisce about the past. Su Haozi narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Suddenly, he stepped forward quickly and grabbed Xiaoqing's neck. You'd better be honest and say nothing to her otherwise. Even this remote corner of the backyard can't accommodate you anymore. After saying that, he let go of the woman in his hand and left the courtyard without looking back. Madam Wu stumbled into the room and helped up the woman who collapsed on the ground. Xiaoqing sat on the ground in a daze, stroking her neck, and had not yet recovered from the scene just now. He actually treated me like this? 2 lines of hot tears slid from her eyes. Nanny Wu felt a dull pain in her heart, not knowing how to comfort her master. The cup. Where is the cup? Where is the medicine in the cup? As if she had thought of something, Xiao Xiuqing suddenly stood up and rushed to the table. The table was empty, and the cup that had been used to soak the medicine with a jade hairpin had long disappeared. This time, Xiaoqing kept his head down and took her out of the side door obediently. Gu Qianlong walked out of the Su mansion with a huge sum of 400 taels of silver notes. Xiao Liuzi, if you really can't bear to part with that deer, I'll find time to hunt another one in the mountains and trade it with you. Seeing that Xiao Liuzi had been silent, Gu Qianlong flattered him. Does the space lottery you mentioned before still count? It's not her fault for being greedy. She was really in the dark after coming to the ancient times, and she was penniless. She needed to save more money in her hands to feel more confident. Xiao Liuzi almost couldn't breathe. Of course he didn't need to be angry. Host, you can make money and win the lottery at the same time. Isn't it all because of poverty? You should understand. Gu Qianlong smiled. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, she will have to live with Xiao Liuzi in this world for the rest of her life, and the relationship cannot be strained. It counts. Why not? We keep our word in our space. Xiao Liuzi said proudly. I feel relieved when you say that. Don't worry, when I go back, I will find time to go up the mountain and hunt another deer for you. There's no need to find time. Let's do it tomorrow, okay?
Don't be angry this time.
Gu Qianlong promised. Humph. I won't care about it because you have a good attitude to admit your mistakes. Xiao Liuzi was not angry. He was just afraid that the host would fail and die accidentally. Then he would really want to cry without tears. Fortunately, everything passed without any danger, which was a blessing. On the way back, Gu Qianlong bought some food and went to Wang the shopkeeper to settle the bill for the last purchase, but Wang was out and had not returned yet, so she did not see him. She walked back with nothing to do, and now that she had this huge sum of money in her hand, she could consider buying the house she was currently living in. She also wanted to take some time to take Wu Bao to the big medical clinic in the city to see a doctor. After all, a child cannot speak, but it is a lifelong thing. After shopping, Gu Qianlong finally showed her generosity and spent 20 cents to hire an ox cart to go back to the village. The ox cart stopped at the entrance of the village. After paying the fare, Gu Qianlong walked quickly towards home with a backpack on her back.
Hey.
Jianzhong, you went to the town to sell a deer and came back. Tell us quickly, how much silver did you get for the deer? There were several women sitting under the big tree at the entrance of the village, each holding some needlework in their hands, chatting about family matters while doing needlework. Seeing Gu Qianlong getting off the ox cart from a distance, the gossip fire in her eyes was burning fiercely and could jump several meters high. Gu Qianlong did not know the woman who spoke, so she paused for a moment and ignored her and continued to walk forward. Jianzhong, why are you ignoring me? You must have sold the deer for a lot of silver, so you can afford to hire an ox cart to bring it back. Another woman also asked curiously. It didn't sell for much silver, but there were too many things to buy at home, and I was worried about the 2 children being alone at home, so I hired an ox cart to bring it back. Gu Qianlong had no choice but to deal with it. Look at what you said. We are not asking you to borrow money, so what's wrong with saying it? Last time, the hunter Zhang in the village killed a musk deer and sold it at a restaurant in town for 50 taels of silver. The deer you killed is still alive, so it's probably worth more. Besides, your Jianzhong used to hunt and sell prey from time to time. You can fool us with these words, but you can't fool Mrs. Qian. The woman said with some gloating. Gu Qianlong's heart skipped a beat. She had already separated from the family and signed the documents. Would Mrs. Qian come to her house to ask for money? Where is her face? Aunts, you may have forgotten that our 3rd room has been separated from the old house, and a separation document was signed at that time. At that time, it was agreed that after our family was separated, we would not have to pay tribute silver and food in the future. Moreover, our family will no longer have any connection with the old house in the future. She remembered that when the family was divided, most of the people in the village were present, and she didn't believe that the aunt who was talking didn't know about it. That's right, didn't you kill the deer at that time? There is a difference between having silver and not having silver. Just watch, it would be strange if Mrs. Qian didn't ask you for the money from selling the deer. The woman reminded with a smile, not caring at all about the content of the separation document mentioned by Gu Qianlong. This document is dead, but the person is still alive, right? That's a lot of silver. For these farmers, the whole family works hard all year round, and they can't save a few taels of silver. This is also the case when the harvest is good and the family is healthy. If there is any accident, let alone saving a few taels of silver, they will have to borrow money and food everywhere to make ends meet. It is only because the third son of the Yu family can hunt and earn a lot of money. Otherwise, the Yu family can live like this. The Yu family was reluctant to part with their sons, and they paid for 2 years of military service, spending 40 taels of silver. It was not until this year that they could no longer afford it and finally let their sons draw lots to choose one. Who would have thought that the third son, who could make the most money, would be drawn? After hearing the woman's words, Gu Qianlong was silent for a moment. Perhaps she overestimated the effectiveness of the division document in the hearts of these villagers. Excuse me, Auntie, what is your surname? My surname is Tian, and the village chief's wife is my niece. Thank you, Auntie Tian, I see. It turned out that she was related to the village chief's family. No wonder she dared to say these words without fear of offending others. She walked home quickly, and from a distance, she saw the third daughter of the second room peeking out of the yard. When she saw her come back, she ran away in a hurry. Is this really being remembered? Thinking of the greedy second sister-in-law, Gu Qianlong felt as if the scene of her adding bowls seemed to float before her eyes again, and the shadow area of her mind was indescribable. Children, I'm back. As soon as the gate was opened, the 2 children surrounded her obediently.
Mom.
You are back. Second aunt came several times today. Seeing that our yard was locked, she asked about you several times before leaving. As soon as the gate was closed, Sia reported to her mother what happened today. Your second aunt is here again? What did she say? No wonder she saw Sanya just now. She must have come to help her mother to get information. Second aunt asked about our deer, and she said that it was Grandpa and Grandma who asked her to ask. The little girl pouted and said in a low voice. Although she was prepared that this deer would make people jealous, Gu Qianlong still couldn't help feeling a little upset. Don't worry about her for now. Mother has hidden the money from selling the deer. No one can take it away. You must be hungry. Mother bought you some big meat buns. Wash your hands and go in to have a taste. Gu Qianlong said as she led the 2 children into the house. Just after they finished eating the 2 buns, they heard the door being slapped. Third sister-in-law, open the door. The voice of the second sister-in-law Feng Xiaoer came from outside the door. Third sister-in-law. The person outside the door persisted, as if she would not give up until the door was opened. Gu Qianlong sighed helplessly. It's my second sister-in-law. What's the matter? Feng Xiaoer stretched her neck to look into the yard. Yes, of course. Let me go in and talk first. Gu Qianlong turned sideways to let the person in and said lightly, What's the matter? Just talk here. Did my third sister-in-law bring back any good things from selling deer in town? My parents asked me to come and see. If there is anything to bring, I won't bother you to run later. I didn't expect that this scholar's daughter would be so lucky to hunt a live deer. This luck is really beyond words. Thinking of the money that the third brother had paid to the public for hunting over the years, Feng Xiaoer felt jealous. After hearing this, Gu Qianlong raised her eyebrows. Second sister-in-law, if I remember correctly, our third room has been separated. It was clearly written in the division document at that time that from now on, I don't have to give money to my parents. I made a fool of myself when I sent the fish last time, but I dare not stick to them again. Third sister-in-law is wrong. Although it is a division, the bones are still connected. Didn't father also say that when the third brother comes back, if he feels that the division is not right, we can discuss it again? If she wants to say, it is still father who has foresight, and did not say it firmly. He just separated the third room temporarily. Otherwise, how can I mention the money from selling the deer now? I'm afraid I will disappoint my second sister-in-law this time. Although the deer was sold for a few silvers, You also know that the family is poor and even rents a house from the village. There are too many things to buy at home. I really didn't buy anything for you to bring over. This time, Gu Qianlong will not be so easy to talk to and let the old house take advantage easily. Once this example is set, there will be countless times after the first one. You mean no? Feng Xiu'er raised her voice involuntarily. If she goes back empty-handed, her father may not say anything, but her mother will definitely tear her skin. It's okay. If you haven't bought the things, silver will do. Why don't you just give the silver to your parents and let them go to the town to buy them themselves? It's the same. Feng Xiu'er said with an idea. Second sister-in-law, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you say this? Asking for things and silver, is this your idea or your parents' idea? Gu Qianlong was almost laughed at by Feng Xiu'er. Where did she get the courage to ask for silver? Of course it's my parents' idea. Otherwise, how could I come here by myself? Feng Xiu'er said righteously. Since it's my parents' idea, then let them come and talk to me in person. She didn't believe that old Manhwa was so shameless that he would make a scene in front of her. If they really dared to come, she would not be a pushover. I'm still busy at home, so I won't keep you, sister-in-law. Please come in, she said, and then she pulled Feng Xiu'er's arm and threw her out of the yard without any courtesy. Feng Xiu'er was dragged out of the door without any chance to fight back, and the door slammed shut in front of her, leaving her with a cold face. Seeing that there was no hope of getting in, she curled her lips and said, "Humph, what are you so proud of? Mom will come over later and see if you are still capable." Then she went to the direction of the old house. Mother, will Grandpa and Grandma really come? Sia's little face was full of worry. Don't be afraid. Your grandfather is a reasonable man. But if they really come later, you can take the opportunity to run out and call the village chief uncle over. Well, I know, Mother. Sia said firmly. Mom, go into the house and find a place to hide all the things in the house. No matter who comes later, don't open the door first. Let Mother come. Afraid that the people in the old house would take their anger out on the child, Gu Qianlong reminded her worriedly. Calculating that the people over there would come to make trouble in a while, Gu Qianlong picked up the backpack and went into the house, and simply put all the valuable things into the space, leaving only a little food in the kitchen. Just after putting the things away, the courtyard door was knocked again. Old Thirds, open the door quickly. From the sound of the voice, it turned out to be the second sister-in-law Feng Xiu'er. Is this to bring in reinforcements? They are so confident that they don't even bother to call the third brother's wife? Old Thirds, open the door quickly. Mother is here. The knock on the door was so powerful that those who didn't know would think it was a wolf. Gu Qianlong slowly opened the door.
Wow.
They all came in full force. Behind Mrs. Qian, all the men and women from the first, second, and fourth rooms of the Yu family were present, but there was no sign of old man Yu. That's right. How could the head of the Yu family have the nerve to show up for such a shameful thing? It's Mother. What's the wind blowing today that brings you here? And you brought your whole family with you. What a rare guest. Looking at the group of people outside the door, Gu Qianlong sneered in her heart. Mrs. Qian obviously came with bad intentions, and she brought her whole family with her. I'm afraid they didn't have a disagreement and wanted to rob, but I'm afraid they will be disappointed this time. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you, when the second family came to you to get something just now, did you say that you didn't have the things and didn't have the money? Mrs. Qian asked with a gloomy face. When she thought about how much money she got from selling the live deer and how the black-hearted third daughter-in-law was planning not to give a penny, her heart ached. What Mother said is true. Of course, there is nothing when the second sister-in-law comes to ask for it. That's not what I said at the time. Gu Qianlong knew that Feng Xiu'er would definitely exaggerate her story when she returned, but she was not panicked at all. When Mrs. Qian heard this, she thought there was a chance. Her tone softened immediately. Then what did you say? I told my second sister-in-law very clearly that if you want things or money, you have to let my parents come and talk to me in person, but I didn't say anything else.
Right.
Second sister-in-law, Gu Qianlong said with a smile. Mrs. Qian glared at Feng Xiu'er with dissatisfaction. this fool who is incapable of doing anything but more likely to cause trouble. Finding a daughter-in-law who is separated from the family and lives alone to ask for money, and things can be done in private. That is the filial piety of the younger generation to the elders. But now that she has brought a large family here, and the matter has come to light, it will not end so well.
Mom.
It was my third sister-in-law who asked you and Dad to come in person, so Fong Xiaoer said hesitantly. Third sister-in-law, now that Mother is here in person, shouldn't you take out the things and silver and divide them up? The eldest sister-in-law Qian Finfang was too lazy to listen to Fong Xiaoer's nonsense and got straight to the point. Mrs. Qian frowned and said unhappily, "We are all family. What are you talking about? How much silver did the deer sell for? Hand it all over, and let Mother keep it for you." Mrs. Qian said it with confidence, and as it should be. Gu Qianlong was so angry that she laughed. She thought that the old house would have ideas when they knew about the money. But she really underestimated the greed of human nature. She wants to take everything right away? Who gave her the face? Yes. Take out all the silver quickly. You are a woman, and I am afraid you can't manage so much silver. It's better to keep it with Mother for safety. The eldest brother Yu Jianqing echoed. That's right. If the third sister-in-law needs silver in the future, you can tell Mother again. As long as the purpose is legitimate, are you afraid that Mother will not give it to you? Qian Finfang kindly added at the right time. Do I need these people to keep the money I earned with my own hard work? Thank you so much. Don't bother Mother. It's just a few pieces of paper. There's not much silver. It's not enough for future expenses. Wanting to take the silver from her is probably a foolish dream. Not much silver? Old third, you are not being cheated by someone. When Mrs. Qian heard this, she refused to do it. She knew best what price the prey could be sold in the town. Although the third brother had never shot a deer, it also showed how precious the deer was. It didn't make sense to just take a few silver coins. Tell me quickly, who did you sell the deer to? How much silver did you get? Mrs. Qian asked excitedly. I sold it to Mr. Su's family in the town. As for how much silver was sold, that was absolutely not allowed to be said. If the group of people in front of her knew that she got 400 taels of silver, wouldn't they go crazy? Hearing this, Mrs. Qian choked, covering her heart with her hands and looking painful. It's over. What good can there be in selling it to the Su family? Even if she lost money, she wouldn't dare to go to the Su family to make trouble even if she had 10,000 guts.
Tell me about you. What can I say about you?
The town is so big. Why don't you sell it to anyone else, but actually sell it to the Su family?
Alas.
Mrs. Qian was so angry that she beat her chest and stamped her feet. How much silver did she lose? You prodigal woman. I'm really angry. Mrs. Qian shouted loudly, as if she saw the white silver flying away from her eyes. The fourth son's wife, Yuanan, approached quietly and whispered softly in the ear of Mrs. Qian. Although her voice was very low, Gu Qianlong, who had been completely transformed after drinking the spiritual spring water, could still hear it clearly. Mom, there are only a few new clothes in her room, and the kitchen has some ordinary food, which is only enough for a few days. After hearing this, Mrs. Qian believed that the third son's family was cheated by the Su family. Come to think of it, since they had rejected the matchmaker's marriage proposal, how could they not make up for it elsewhere? In the future, stay as far away from the Su family in town as possible and don't think about asking for it. Where is the remaining silver? How much is left? Take it out. Mrs. Qian already believed that the deer did not sell for the ideal silver, but how could she return empty-handed?
Aunt.
What a coincidence. Everyone from your old Yu family is here. Before Gu Qianlong could speak, the village chief Yu Jiankai walked in quickly, followed by many villagers who were watching the excitement, and the small figure of the fourth daughter also followed far behind. The usually deserted courtyard was suddenly filled with people inside and outside. It's the village chief. Why are you here? Mrs. Qian glared at Gu Qianlong with hatred, thinking that this troublesome guy must have called her over. Mom, I asked Xia to invite the village chief here. While everyone is here, I want to talk to the village chief about buying the house we live in now, so that we can give the children a real home. The money from selling the deer came in a fair and honest way, but money can't stop people from tempting people. It's better to spend it all in front of these villagers, so as not to attract people's attention all day long. That's great. With your own house, when the third child comes back, he will also have his own little home. Village chief Yu was very pleased. The wife of Jianzhong's family knew how to live. Just don't know how much silver this house is estimated to be worth? She was quite satisfied with this house. Although it was a bit remote and the nearest neighbor was several hundred meters away, the advantage was that the courtyard wall was high enough and there was a well in the backyard. Mrs. Gu, have you really thought about it and want to buy this house? Yu Jiankai hesitated. It would be great for the third child's family to have their own house, but it was a bit worrying that the three of them lived in such a remote place. Well, village chief Yu, this house is very nice for us to live in. It's safe and quiet. Just name a price. Seeing that Gu Qianlong had made up her mind, Yu Jiankai calculated for a moment and said, "How about this? You just give 20 taels of silver, and this silver will belong to the village and be used to repair and maintain the village ancestral hall. Since you have already paid this year's rent, you don't have to pay for the transfer. Tomorrow I will go to the county government office to get the house deed and send it to you directly." While everyone is here, do you have any objections? Village chief Yu asked symbolically. In fact, how could everyone have any objections? The house is left empty here, and it will only gradually rot over time. Now that Jianzhong's family has bought it, it is equivalent to everyone getting the 20 taels of silver for free, and it also saves them money to maintain the ancestral hall. Why not do it? The price given by village chief Yu is fair and within Gu Qianlong's expectations. Village chief Yu, I would like to ask if there is any land in our village? As you know, my mother and I were separated, and we don't even have 1 acre of land. When the children grow up, we must leave something for them. Gu Qianlong knew nothing about the price of the land, and the original owner did not seem to pay attention to these things. Do you still want to buy land? The land is divided into high-quality land, medium-quality land, and low-quality land. The high-quality land is 15 taels of silver per acre, the medium-quality land is 10 taels per acre, and the low-quality land is cheaper, 6 taels of silver per acre. I wonder what kind of land Madame Gu plans to buy. How much? Yu Jiankai quoted the actual price of the land. In fact, the Yu family has 5 acres of high-quality land. If 1 acre is sold and a few taels of silver are added, it will be enough to cover this year's military service. It's just that the 2 old people in the Yu family are reluctant to give it up. Even when the third room was separated, they didn't give out 1 acre. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the daughter-in-law of the third family would earn so much money? It can be said that fate is playing tricks on people. After thinking for a while, Gu Qianlong seemed to have made a decision. Village chief, I plan to buy 5 acres of top-quality land. As soon as the voice fell, there were bursts of gasps around. The Yu family is really generous. Everyone kept guessing how much money the deer sold for. 5 acres of top-quality land, plus buying this house, it will cost 95 taels of silver. Although Yu Jiankai didn't know how much silver Mrs. Gu had, he couldn't help but remind her. To be honest, I have 100 taels of silver in my hand. Gu Qianlong lowered her eyes and said in a low voice. This was not a lie, but she didn't say how many 100-tael silver notes she had in her hand. What? The deer was sold for 100 taels of silver, and you spent it all now. When Qian Finfang heard that the third family spent so much money in one go, she was the first to be unhappy. Sister-in-law. After the third sister-in-law bought the house and the land, there were still 5 taels of silver left. Chen Ainen corrected lightly. 5 taels of silver. The 3 of them can use it for half a year without any problem, and it is not impossible to save some and use it for a year. Plus the income from the 5 acres of high-quality land, the life of the third sister-in-law is getting better. After all, she is the daughter of a scholar. 100 taels of silver were spent in an instant. The arrangement was clear, and no one could find any fault. I really didn't expect that the third brother would have such good fortune. It's just a pity. I don't know if he can come back. I don't know who will benefit from this house and land in the future. Chin Anan thought sourly. Anyway, their fourth room will not benefit from it, so they can only watch the fun. 5 acres of land, mother. There are so many of us, and we only grow 5 acres of land. Qian Finfang said unwillingly. Mrs. Qian had a gloomy face. How could she not know this? But now in front of almost the whole village, how could she open her mouth? Forget it. At worst, she can wait for the third brother's family to buy the land back. She is a daughter of a scholar, and she doesn't know how to farm. Won't they have the final say? Thinking of this, she finally felt better. The third family is a successful one. Just one sentence dispelled all Qian Finfang's resentment. She glared at Gu Qianlong hatefully. What a spendthrift woman. 100 taels of silver didn't even get warm before she spent it all. But, mother, don't we still have 5 taels of silver? This third sister-in-law is really something. It's fine to use all the 100 taels of silver to buy houses and land. Don't you think about honoring your parents at all? She was unwilling to accept it. It was obvious that the third family that was separated was the most miserable one. But in a blink of an eye, it became the richest family in the village. That's right. 100 taels, didn't you think about leaving a little for your parents? Chin Anan echoed from the side. Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, you must have forgotten that I have moved out of the old house. What kind of life did my 2 children and I live before today? We had to worry about the next meal after eating the previous one. What? You all forgot when you saw me hunting a deer? I didn't have an inch of land or a tile. Gu Qianlong said, unhappily. She really couldn't imagine how the original owner would live if she faced the same situation as her. Are you going to take the remaining 5 taels of silver? Then I will take my 2 children and ask for money from the old house every day to buy food? She didn't believe that in front of so many people, Mrs. Qian had the nerve to take such a small amount of money. Mrs. Qian hesitated for a while. It was obvious that the 5 taels of silver were not easy to take, not to mention that she valued the future harvest of the 5 acres of land. All right. What are you all doing here? A voice appeared unexpectedly, breaking the deadlock. Old man. Mrs. Qian seemed to have found her backbone all of a sudden. You came at the right time. The third family hunted a deer and is now buying a house and land. We are all here to help. With just one sentence, he made himself and the family behind him look noble. He completely forgot that they came to ask for money and things when they entered the door. Well, I know everything. Old man, you walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. The third family knows how to live, he said with a look of relief. Since the house and land purchase have been settled, we should go back and don't delay everyone's work. Old man, you didn't mention the matter of asking Gu Qianlong to pay the filial piety silver and just let everyone disperse. But, Dad, that's silver. Qian Finfang got anxious when she heard it. Even if she didn't want the remaining 5 taels, giving 1 or 2 taels would be fine. How could she just leave like that? Old family, what I said is useless, right? Old man, you frowned. He was really a shallow-minded person. Alas, whatever Dad says is the truth. Seeing that she couldn't get any advantage, Qian Finfang stamped her foot, pulled her man, and turned around to leave the yard. Don't think she didn't see it. That pair of eyes without conscience almost grew on the good half of the third brother's face. Dad, Mom, I'll send some food over later. At this point, Gu Qianlong also understood that it was impossible to be stingy. Filial piety is more important than anything else, and she still has to live in this village. It's better to take the initiative to mention it and shut these people up. You are thoughtful. Old man, you said with a smile. Mrs. Qian pursed her lips, but didn't say anything else. In front of everyone, Gu Qianlong took out a silver note of 100 taels from her sleeve pocket and handed it to the village chief. Village chief, this is a silver note of 100 taels. Keep it. When the house deed and land deed are processed, see how much is left, and you can give me the rest. She didn't have to pay for the house deed, but it would cost money to process the land deed. She was not naive enough to think that the village chief would exempt her from all the expenses. Okay, don't worry, I will go to the county town tomorrow to get everything done for you. Then, I will give you the remaining silver and the deed. Village Chief Yu took the silver note and put it away carefully. It was the first time he had seen a silver note of 100 taels in his life, and it was the first time he had so much money. Come with me later and choose 5 acres of the best public land in the village. See which one you want. The unowned land belongs to the public and is registered in the county government. Every year, the harvest is handed over to the county, and the village can keep 30% for distribution. Old Man Yu smiled throughout the whole process, and he didn't seem to be greedy for his daughter-in-law's property. Seeing this, the villagers changed their minds about him dividing the third house separately last time. It seems that what happened before was just because of poverty. Now it seems that the old Yu family is not so unreasonable. Seeing that there is no more excitement to watch, the villagers dispersed. Village Chief Yu, do you think it is convenient now? I want to go to the public land in the village. It will be easier to arrange if I choose it earlier. She wanted to talk to the village chief, by the way. Choosing public land is not a simple matter. Mrs. Gu, I believe you also know that the crops in the fields will be harvested in 2 months. 60% of this year's income will be paid to the county, and 30% will still go to the village, so you can only get 10%. Gu Qianluan didn't care about the income from the fields. For her, the existence of these acres of land was just to make it easier for her to explain the source of some things. The amount of the harvest is not so important. She has her own space-cheating artifact in her hand. Village Chief Yu, I want to ask you something. She had never planned to learn how to farm by herself, let alone ask the old house to help with the harvest. Which families in our village are good at taking care of crops? It would be best if they have a large family and need to rent some land to farm. It would be even better if they could have a say in the village and have some prestige. Gu Qianluan was thinking about the right person in her heart. The other party had to be a reasonable family who could confront the old house without fear. After listening to Mrs. Gu's words, what else did Village Chief Yu not understand? This meant that he didn't want to be involved with the old house. In that case, I'm afraid only fourth uncle's family is the most suitable. Village Chief Yu thought for a while and said, My fourth uncle has a high seniority in the village. He has 4 sons, 17 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren, a total of 37 people in the family. My fourth uncle's family has a total of 8 acres of land, 4 of which are medium-sized fields. Every year, they have to rent some land to make ends meet. 37 people. Didn't my fourth uncle's family split up? With such a large family and the seniority there, the people in the old house definitely couldn't afford to offend.
No.
The family won't split up while the parents are still alive. After saying this, Village Chief Yu couldn't help but choke, his expression slightly embarrassed. Gu Qianluan smiled indifferently. It's better to split up the family. If it wasn't split up, she wouldn't dare to buy a house or land. Since it's the village chief's suggestion, then I'll ask my fourth uncle's family for help with my family's land when the time comes. I don't know if there's any public land that's closer to my fourth uncle's house. I'll choose that side. As for my fourth uncle's side, please ask the village chief to help introduce it. Gu Qianluan made a decisive decision. That's easy. There are a lot of public lands in the village. I know it. Village Chief Yu looked at Gu Qianluan with admiration. She is capable, smart, decisive, and successful. Why did Uncle Xinguang divide up such a capable third daughter-in-law? Village Chief Yu's mind was full of thoughts, and he was slightly absent-minded when he saw Mrs. Gu's flawless profile. Village Chief Yu, I would also like to ask, by the way, how is the wasteland near my house sold? I plan to fence it together, and then I can build a house when the children grow up. Since it is a house deed, it is better to make the foundation bigger at one time. Anyway, she doesn't need this silver now. Wasteland. That piece of wasteland is not worth much when used as a homestead. 2 taels of silver per mu. Are you planning to buy 2 mu? Thinking of the silver that Mrs. Gu still had left, Village Chief Yu asked. Just by calculating this way, the 100 taels of silver that Mrs. Gu got were spent cleanly. Gu Qianluan turned her head and glanced at Village Chief Yu, who was amazed. Forget it, 2 acres is 2 acres. She originally wanted to buy the dozens of acres of wasteland. But seeing the look on Village Chief Yu's face, it's better not to stand out too much. Fortunately, her house is located in a remote area, and it is unlikely that other villagers will be willing to come and build houses and be her neighbors. But the matter of buying the wasteland will have to wait until the next opportunity. Then let's buy 2 acres first, but I'll have to trouble village chief you again. After forbearing again and again, Gu Qianlong finally suppressed the urge to take out another 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver had already shocked almost all the villagers in the village. If she took out another 100 taels to buy wasteland now, she would be labeled as unfilial. Mrs. Gu, hey. I'm not saying this to you, but you still have to plan your life. Don't think you can have this kind of luck again just because you sold the deer for so much money this time. There's still some time before the harvest. The 10% income from the 5 acres of good land is not enough for you 3 mothers to eat until next year. You can't eat the last meal and worry about the next meal. Village chief, you said kindly. Gu Qianlong's face showed a trace of embarrassment. It turned out that she accidentally became someone who didn't know how to live in the eyes of others. Don't worry, village chief you, I know everything. Now, she also knew that it was inconvenient to take out the remaining banknotes for the time being. Yu Jiankai sighed, shook his head, and walked away. After all, he came from a scholar's family. I heard that his family was well off in the past. He was probably used to spending money lavishly. The deer-selling incident was finally over. Gu Qianlong returned to the house and slipped into the space. She had not forgotten the potion she had brought back from Madame Su. It was said that the potion could remove the marks on her face. She had to try it out first. Gu Qianlong did not blindly apply the so-called dissolving potion to her face. Instead, she followed Madame Su's instructions and soaked the other end of the hairpin in the water. After a short while, the water in the cup turned dark green. This seemed to be very similar to the color of the marks on her face. At this moment, she had already believed Madame Su's words. She put away the hairpin and gently applied a little dark green medicine on the back of her foot. Now she had to wait for 12 hours to see what would happen to the back of her foot that had been applied with the potion. After the space was upgraded to level 2, potato and corn seeds were added. As usual, she worked in the space for a while and planted a wave of food. She now had a sense of déjà vu of playing a farm game many years ago. It was definitely impossible to steal vegetables, so she could only produce and sell them by herself to increase her points. By the way, Xiaoyozi, you haven't mentioned how many points are needed for the next upgrade of the space? Last time, when she heard that she missed the repurchase of extinct species, she was in a bad mood. At that time, she was only angry and annoyed and didn't pay attention to the points required for the next level of the space. It's still a long time before the next upgrade, and it requires 500 points. Xiaoyozi said calmly. With a host's speed of working for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, who knows when he can accumulate 500 points? If he can go to the mountain a few times every day and find a few extinct species, then... Xiaoyozi thought happily, but unfortunately, as a space, he can't give the host a hint. 500 points is so much. Gu Qianlong silently calculated in her heart. Now she can only get 6 points for harvesting 60 kilograms of crops once. Sometimes she is too busy or forgets the time, and she only harvests crops once a day. How much food does she have to grow for 500 points? Just thinking about it makes her want to cry. If she can encounter extinct species again, she can get dozens of points at a time, and upgrading the space is not too difficult. Host, 500 points is actually easy to achieve. Don't forget, you promised to hunt a deer. 15 points. Xiaoyozi tempted in a gentle tone. Early the next morning, Gu Qianlong was ready and headed straight to the pond deep in the mountains. Although hunting a deer was what she had promised Xiaoyozi before, she also had expectations for the lucky draw that the space would give. After arriving at the pond without any obstacles, seeing the deer strolling leisurely on the grass, Gu Qianlong's heart was burning. These are all running silver. Even if they are only sold to the space, 1 deer is 200 taels and 15 points. 200 deer is 40,000 taels of silver and 3,000 points. She is still worried about not getting rich. Is the space upgrading slowly? She is limited. She only thinks about the few points she gets from farming. ignoring the silver and unknown points all over the mountains and fields. Xiaoyozi, do you think there are 200 deer on this grassland? It seems a bit uncertain. Thinking so in her heart, she chatted with Xiaoyozi. Host, what are you thinking? You're not planning to collect all these deer, are you? Xiaoyozi said uncertainly. This host is too quick to understand. He can't accept it. As expected, he is a top student. His brain is very fast.
Ah? No?
The space can only collect one? Gu Qianlong asked in surprise. After all, he is the one who has the final say. It's not that we can't collect them at all. We can collect some. I'm not sure whether we can purchase 200. In short, the principle of space acquisition is that it cannot destroy the local ecological environment and the law of survival. Xiaoyozi said seriously. Although they are just a space, they also follow the rules. I understand. It's okay to collect these deer appropriately. While speaking, Gu Qianlong aimed at the deer closest to him, threw the hatchet in his hand quickly, and accurately hit one of the deer's hind legs. The Sika deer fell to the ground and let out a painful whine. Xiaoyozi, this deer is in your hands. Gu Qianlong ran quickly towards the Sika deer and reached out to collect it into the space. In just a blink of an eye, the space deposited 200 taels of silver and added 15 points. There was no sound more beautiful than this. The 3 100-tael silver notes she received before were still alone in the corner, not put together with the previous silver. Xiaoyozi, can those 3 silver notes be exchanged for cash in the space? Although Su Yuanwei said that these silver notes were the hard currency of the entire Liansong dynasty, she still felt that it was more reliable to put real gold and silver in the space. Host, don't think about it. Our space is not omnipotent. You can only deposit gold and silver into the space, and forget about these pieces of paper. Xiaoyozi said unhappily. Okay, I'll find time to go to the bank and exchange all these silver notes for silver. Looking at these light pieces of paper, I always feel uneasy. Gu Qianlong didn't know much about the regime and economy of this dynasty. Just seeing the constant wars over the years, she felt that it was more reassuring to hold the silver in her hands. Can we start the lottery now? Thinking of the spiritual spring water and the electronic map she had obtained before, she was eager to try. Of course, host, are you ready? Please click. Xiaoyozi said proudly. A large turntable appeared on the empty crystal panel. There were 7 grids on the turntable which were written with the first prize, participation prize, second prize, commemorative prize, third prize, consolation prize, and fourth prize. How is it? Host, our lottery is quite affordable, and you will win a prize 100% of the time. Xiaoyozi introduced it in a calm tone, but Gu Qianlong could clearly hear a hint of joy in his tone. 100% winning. It looks pretty good. Gu Qianlong blew on her palms and gently pressed the word lottery on the panel. The turntable began to spin rapidly. First prize. First prize. She kept repeating in her mind. Finally, after a while, the turntable stopped and the pointer stopped steadily on the commemorative prize. Commemorative prize? What is this commemorative prize? It's not the second prize nor the third prize. What good things can this commemorative prize have? Host, there are also good prizes in the commemorative prize. Xiaoyozi said unhappily. Okay, open it and have a look. Gu Qianlong no longer hesitated. She also knew that the first prize was not so easy to get. I saw a flash of golden light before my eyes, and the gift box was opened. Inside was a delicate dome and a bag of arrows with 20 arrows marked on it. This is, she said uncertainly, a chain dome that can fire 10 arrows at a time, with a maximum range of 200 meters each time. Xiaoyozi introduced. Gu Qianlong picked up the small chain dome, which seemed to be tailor-made for her. Firing 10 arrows at a time, the highest one is 200 meters? This is totally unscientific. She couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the space world. You have to know that according to her understanding of the arrow dome, the most powerful dome in modern times can only fire 5 arrows at a time, with a maximum range of 150 meters. There is no such thing as science or unscientific. Space is science. You know, there are still many good things in space. Is the host satisfied with this commemorative award now? Although she didn't know what the other prizes would be, she had to say that she liked this commemorative award very much. The key is practicality. In the future, when she encounters any prey, she will no longer have to use the axe. Satisfied, quite satisfied. Could it be that your space heard my voice and specially selected the prize for me? Gu Qianlong couldn't help but say jokingly. Humph. I won't tell you. Xiao Liuzi said speechlessly. If Master Su knew what the other prizes were, he probably wouldn't say that. By the way, after these arrows are shot out, they can be automatically retracted according to the host's telekinesis. Seeing Gu Qianlong playing with the dome in her hand, Xiao Liuzi added. It's so convenient? That's great. This way, she won't have to worry about being discovered when she uses it in the future. As she spoke, Gu Qianlong raised the dome in her hand and shot at a bison in the distance. The arrow went deep into the bison's neck. It fell to the ground without even having time to wail, and died after floundering a few times. Although the mind power turned, the arrow that had just been shot appeared steadily in Gu Qianlong's hand. Xiao Liuzi, do you think this wild bull will be collected? Looking at the bison lying motionless in the distance, Xiao Liuzi felt that he was wrong. The host he chose this time was so lucky that he got such a powerful weapon just after entering the second level of the space. In the future, he will probably be able to walk sideways in this mountain. The wild buffalo he hunted with the Lianhuanqiang was unexpectedly rewarded, which instantly opened up a new perspective for Gu Qianlong. She looked at the various animals drinking water and eating grass by the pond, and felt that she had fallen into a nest of money. With the Lianhuanqiang in hand, making money and earning points is not a difficult thing. She seemed to be cheating all the way, and she also hunted a wild goat, a musk deer, and a silly roe deer. In just a few dozen minutes, she exchanged 2,800 taels of silver with Xiao Liuzi, and her points also rose sharply to 260 points.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Liuzi, I know how you play this space. Looking at the silver and points in hand, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. God really treats her so well. Is she still worried about not being able to survive in this unknown, ancient time? If she doesn't reach the pinnacle of her life, she will be sorry for the great love and kindness she has shown to her. Host, you now know how good our space is. Xiao Liuzi said with relief. How to use the space better is up to the host to comprehend and discover on his own. I can't give too many hints here. Seeing that Gu Qianlong was in the mood for hunting, Xiao Liuzi reminded her. I understand. What you want most is those extinct species, right? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. But she didn't know which species were extinct for the space, so she could only let nature take its course. Now, I'm also a rich woman with more than 3,000 taels of silver in savings. Gu Qianlong was very relieved to see the amount of silver deposited on the crystal panel rising straight up. She took out 20 coins and bought a bottle of purified water from the space mall. After working for so long, she drank most of the bottle of water and felt relieved. Purified water is something that is available in the mall when the space is level 1. When she saw the price at that time, she cursed in her heart that it was so expensive. After that, no matter how thirsty she was, she couldn't bear to pay for a bottle. Now, she can finally shop freely in the space mall. No longer need to drink the slightly astringent well water. The quality of life has risen sharply. After a short rest, Gu Qianlong packed up her things and prepared to go home. If this mountain was not more conducive to making money and upgrading the space, she really wanted to move to the bustling city with her 2 children. Away from the people and right and wrong in the old house, live a quiet and peaceful life as a rich woman. On the way down the mountain, she shot 2 pheasants, dug a pheasant nest, and picked up 10 eggs. Now she even has dinner. It must be said that this mountain is a treasure, and you can return with a full load just by going there. In the small courtyard, Xia and Wu Bao had already sensibly lit the fire at the bottom of the stove and cooked enough food for the mother and 3 of them for a day. Although my mother had already told me last night that there was no need to save on food at home, and every meal should be dry. But when Xia started to cook, she still felt a little unsure. Wu Bao, if I really cook dry rice, will we run out of food again in a few days? Xia's little face was full of worry, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Wu Bao shook his head, signaling his sister not to worry. He believed that his mother must have made her own arrangements for doing this. Children, come and see what delicious food mother has brought back. Gu Qianlong walked into the kitchen and saw the two children sitting there obediently and said with a smile. Siya's eyes lit up. What good things did mother bring back again? Gu Qianlong put down the backpack, revealing the pheasant and pheasant eggs in it.
Wow.
Mother is so awesome. Are these all for eating? Do you want to take them to the town to exchange for silver tomorrow? Although Sia wanted to eat too, she couldn't help but worry when she thought about the fact that there was not much silver left at home. Seeing that this little child was also worried about the livelihood, Gu Qianlong felt sad. You don't have to worry about the money. Mother has her own plan. These are all for our family to eat. Later, Mother will make a radish roast chicken and cooked chicken soup for you to taste. This pheasant is fat and meaty, weighing more than 4 pounds. Half of it is used for braised, and the other half is used for soup, which is just right for 3 people. I will make boiled eggs for you, with these pheasant eggs tomorrow morning. Each of us 3 mothers will eat one. In the future, we will have eggs to eat every day. The 2 children heard it and stared in disbelief. What kind of life is this? They simply dare not think about it. When they were in the old house before, no matter how much grandparents loved Debeo and them, it was impossible to boil eggs every day. Mom, are you serious?
Oh.
That's great. We will have eggs to eat in the future. Sia's innocent little face showed a bright smile. Children's happiness is sometimes so simple. With 2 children helping to light the fire, Gu Qianlong quickly demonstrated her superb cooking skills. Soon the radish and chicken were out of the pot. Come on, try the chicken first. How is it? Let's eat it first. After we finish the meal, the chicken soup in the small pot should be ready. Gu Qianlong said, picking up a piece of chicken for each of the 2 children. It's delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. There will be chicken soup later. The freshness of the chicken was completely stimulated, and it was so fragrant that people wanted to swallow their tongues. Even the radish was very tasty. After eating and drinking, Gu Qianlong thought about the remaining 300 taels of silver notes and decided to go to the bank to exchange them for silver tomorrow and then buy some things by the way. Mom has to go to the town tomorrow morning. You and Wu Bao stay at home to guard the gate. I will prepare delicious food and put it in the kitchen. You can heat it up by yourself when the time comes. Well, don't worry, Mother. Wu Bao and I will take good care of ourselves. Sia patted her chest and said like a little adult. The largest bank in the town is located in the center of the town, called Tongda Bank. It is said that the owner of the bank has great magical powers and even has branches in neighboring countries. Gu Qianlong wore a newly bought aqua green luo skirt, with a simple bun on her head and a light green jade hairpin on her head. The translucent hairpin on her head made her look more dignified and her eyes more radiant. As soon as she stepped into the bank, she attracted the attention of everyone in the store. They seemed to sigh at the grayish-blue mark on half of her face and seemed to be impressed by her dignified demeanor. Madam, please come in. Are you here to deposit or exchange money? The shop assistant came forward and greeted her warmly. I have 3 silver bills that need to be exchanged, worth 300 taels of silver. Gu Qianlong said, and handed over the silver bills in her hand. The clerk took it politely and handed it to the shopkeeper Meng behind the counter. The shopkeeper picked up the 3 silver bills and looked at them again and again, walked up to Gu Qianlong and asked, "Excuse me, madam, are these 3 silver bills yours?" What does the shopkeeper mean by this? Gu Qianlong asked in a deep voice. This lady is so bold that she actually came to cash in the silver note that someone else had reported lost? It's a pity that you probably don't know. Every silver note issued by our account has a number. As long as someone loses it and comes to report the loss in time, we will try our best to minimize the loss of the householder. Shopkeeper Meng looked at the woman in front of him coldly. Looking at her demeanor and dress, it was really hard to recognize her as a thief. But she was clearly holding the silver note that Mr. Su had reported lost not long ago. Gu Qianlong sneered in her heart. What else did she not understand at this moment? I'm afraid that from the beginning, the kind-looking Mr. Su had this plan. He must have tampered with all the 400 taels of silver. I didn't expect that the 100 taels that were handed over to the government office by village chief Yu had not been found to be problematic. Otherwise, I really don't know what will be waiting for her. Tell me, where is the other banknote now? How did you get these banknotes? Seeing that the woman was sitting there as steady as a rock, Manager Meng did not rush to let the clerks come forward to arrest her. I earned these banknotes from Mr. Su in an open and above-board manner.
Oh.
I just didn't expect. Mr. Su was such a two-faced villain. He agreed to the deal and then came to the bank to report the loss of the banknotes. I don't know how many innocent people he has harmed in this way. Who will dare to do business with him in the future? Thinking of Mr. Su's bad behavior, Gu Qianlan was so angry that she almost exploded. This despicable and shameless villain actually played this trick on her. Young lady, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Su is generous and wealthy. How could he do such a thing to cheat others? Manager Meng has cooperated with the Su family for many years, and Mr. Su is the largest householder in his branch. It is not something that a little girl like her can discredit. Being generous? He is very generous. He just bought a live cicadere with 400 taels of silver for me, and then he came to the bank to report the loss. May I ask why? She was not afraid that the Su family would dare to do anything to her, but she did not want to expose her ability at the moment. Seeing the young lady in front of him speaking so confidently, Manager Meng was undecided for a moment. You go. Go to the Su family and tell them that someone has come to exchange the 400 taels of silver notes that were reported lost before. By the way, tell Mr. Su that I will stay in the store for the time being. Please ask him to come quickly. Manager Meng waved his hand to let the clerk step aside and sat down on the chair next to Gu Qianlan calmly. He can become the manager of the largest bank, so he must have his own strengths. Even if this is just an inconspicuous town, it will not allow others to play with their bank. Mr. Su may be a big family in this town, or even in the county, but in the eyes of their boss, he is just an ant. Dare to use their bank to do that illegal thing. It's really a birthday star who hangs himself and thinks his life is too long. Su Yuanwei came faster than expected. He was wearing a moon-white gown embroidered with green bamboo. He jumped off his horse quickly, and he was handsome and unparalleled. If I had known his ugly and evil thoughts and his ruthless and cruel behavior, I might have been deceived by his elegant appearance. Manager Meng, I am polite. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yuanwei greeted Manager Meng politely. Mr. Su, you don't have to be polite. This young lady came to exchange the silver bill you reported lost before, and I kept her here. Manager Meng said straight to the point. Madam Gu, I am here to honor you. He bowed deeply. Humph. I am really unworthy of this. Mr. Su, please explain the silver note first. Gu Qianlan sat still and accepted Su Hao's greeting. Shameless villain. Let's see what tricks he is going to play. Seeing this scene, Manager Meng had already made up his mind. There was nothing to be unclear about who was right and who was wrong between these two people. He looked at Mr. Su calmly. It was said that this man liked women and had 6 concubines in the backyard. There were countless maids and servants. But he didn't expect that he would also have feelings for the young lady in front of him, and he didn't hesitate to play with their money house. Really? Su Haoza lowered his eyes and said in a gentle tone, I really frightened Madame Gu. I am really guilty. But please believe that, Madame Gu, this is not my intention. He said sincerely. Then please explain to the shopkeeper, Mr. Su, whether those banknotes are mine or not. Looking at his hypocritical face, Gu Qianlan felt a chill in her heart. As for the banknotes, of course I handed them to you, Madame Gu, in person. Su Haoza did not deny it in person. It's just. Please don't be angry, shopkeeper Meng. I came here to report the loss. There is indeed a reason.
Oh.
Mr. Su, please tell me. Shopkeeper Meng said leisurely. These several hundred taels of banknotes are the betrothal gifts I gave to Madame Gu. I originally planned to take Madame Gu as the 7th concubine in my house. Mrs. Gu accepted the betrothal gifts but regretted it. As long as Madame Gu signs this divorce letter, cuts off relations with her husband's family, and fulfills the previous agreement, Not to mention 400 taels of silver. All the family property in my house can be offered with both hands. Su Haoza said, taking out a thin piece of paper from his arms and handing it to Gu Qianlan with both hands. The words divorce letter were clearly written on it, and her name, Gu Qianlan, was written on the paper. Today, she finally saw what it meant to lie with open eyes. This was because the last marriage proposal failed, so he dug a big pit for her to jump into. Shopkeeper Meng looked at Mr. Su, then looked at the young lady in front of him with a red face, shook his head, and said nothing.
Oh.
What is confusing right and wrong? Talking nonsense, I finally saw it today. This man looked handsome and looked like a modest gentleman. How could he lie so shamelessly? Madam Gu, since you have already accepted my betrothal gift, I will not pursue it if you regret it now. As long as you can sign this divorce letter and go back to my house with me, I will agree to your wealth and glory in the future, and even your exclusive favor in the backyard. Su Haoza looked at Gu Qianlan with deep affection, and this time he would get his wish, no matter what. Thinking that he would be able to kiss her soon, the corners of his mouth could not help but pull up a beautiful arc. Gu Qianlan resisted the urge to throw a punch and took a few deep breaths. It seemed that this Su was going to fight her here today. Shopkeeper Meng, these banknotes are indeed what I got from selling the deer, not the so-called betrothal gifts that Su Yuanwei said. Now we have different opinions. What do you think we should do? Shopkeeper Meng was immediately happy when he heard it. This Madame Gu is quite interesting. His place is just a bank, not a government office that is responsible for judging cases and judging right and wrong. Madame Gu, I am Tongda Bank here. Now I know clearly, no matter how you got these banknotes, one thing is certain. That is, these banknotes do belong to you, Madame Gu. As for shopkeeper Su regretting after giving the banknotes and coming to me to report the loss, I cannot agree with it and cannot return the banknotes. Shopkeeper Meng said, putting the 3 banknotes he had collected on the table. I want to ask Madame Gu, are you going to continue to exchange it now, or come back another day? Shopkeeper Meng's attitude was very clear. That is, he only cared about who the silver belonged to. As for other things, let the 2 parties to sort out themselves. In that case, let's exchange it immediately. In front of Su Haoza, Gu Qianlan said without hesitation. What a big joke. Why are these banknotes in her hands? Doesn't this Su know? He actually played dirty with her. Seeing that shopkeeper Meng didn't buy it, Su Haoza's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Madame Gu really wants to do this? Aren't you afraid that I will report it to the county magistrate? Su Haoza pressed the banknote and warned coldly. Mr. Su, what's the matter with this 400 taels of silver note? God knows, the earth knows, you know, and I know. Is it fun to continue to make trouble like this? This person must be a drama queen. He made up a story and took it as true? What's so good about the Yu family? They separated a young and weak woman like you from the family. They left you as a widow, and you had to take care of 2 children who have no blood relationship with you. Whenever I think about it, I feel heartache as if it were cut by a knife. Madame Gu, why don't you understand my sincerity towards you? Su just wants to take good care of you and prevent you from suffering any grievances. Su Haoza looked at Gu Qianlan's flawless face with deep affection. Her skin was as white as jade and as delicate as a baby's. Even after all these years of friction in life, it did not affect her beauty at all. Instead, it made her look more mysterious. Just by looking at her like this, he could already guess what kind of ecstasy was under her clothes. He suddenly felt his throat tighten and his heart was burning. He just wanted to throw the beauty in front of him, under him, immediately. Mr. Su, I must have made it very clear to that matchmaker, Zhao, last time. I, Gu Qianlan, will not do such a thing as divorcing someone for no reason, let alone becoming someone's concubine. Gu Qianlan looked at Su Haoza and said firmly, it's not that she really wants to live with a 3rd son of the Yu family, but the requirements of this imaginary dynasty for women are too strict. If you want to live a free and easy life, it's really inconvenient without this nominal husband. After hearing this, Su Haoza suddenly understood something in his heart. If Madame Gu insists on doing so, I can write a divorce document immediately and let that yellow-faced woman get out of the Su family. Then I can use 3 matchmakers and 6 engagements and 8 sedan chairs to marry you into the family. But please sign this divorce letter first, Madam Gu. Su Haozi pushed the divorce letter in front of Gu Qianlan with an expectant look. Shopkeeper Meng at the side was instantly surprised. What kind of shocking news had he heard? Mr. Su was actually going to divorce his wife of many years for the sake of the young lady in front of him. He couldn't help but secretly glance at Madame Gu, who was sitting upright. With such a demeanor and such a look, if it weren't for the grayish-blue mark on half of her face, she would indeed be 1 in a million. Just because she could still sit here calmly after hearing what Mr. Su said, it was not something that an ordinary woman could do. What is Mr. Su talking about? Did she mean that? Gu Qianlan frowned in annoyance. Does this Su guy not understand what people say? Or is he deliberately misinterpreting her meaning? Are you saying this to put me on the spot? To be honest, I'm afraid I have to call you uncle. Now it's not a question of divorcing and marrying another wife, but I, Gu Qianlan, will never divorce you Jianzhong in this life. She stood up angrily and didn't want to get entangled with the person in front of her. Does Mr. Su want to argue with me now? Or let's just go to the county magistrate to judge the matter and call my poor aunt to come along and discuss the silver bill first and then talk about the things in your backyard so that you don't have other thoughts about me. It seems that this guy is relying on her today, using the silver bill to trap her in the town and completely isolate her so that he can do things more conveniently. He is really dreaming. Hearing Gu Qianlan calling him uncle, Su Haozi's old face turned red. A hint of sinisterness flashed across his well-maintained, handsome face. What uncle and aunt? Madame Gu, don't make random connections. I don't know your mother at all. How could she be my wife's sister? Seeing this, Su Yuanwei couldn't sit still. He glanced at the banknotes on the table reluctantly, that's all. Although it was a huge loss to buy a deer with 400 tails, and he didn't get any advantage at all, he had already lost the initiative. He looked at shopkeeper Meng deeply, and finally left in anger. Seeing Su Yuanwei go away, Gu Qianlan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Now she can only bet on the so-called aunt, and she can still restrain this Su. Shopkeeper Meng looked outside the door with a look of lingering satisfaction. This Su Yuanwei is indeed worthy of his reputation. But today, did he offend this person? Madame Gu, please come this way. Shopkeeper Meng said with a warm face, and collected the banknotes on the table. Come here, take out 300 taels of silver from the storehouse, and give it to Madame Gu. In just a moment, a large square wooden box was carried over, which completely confused Gu Qianlan. She had no idea how much volume 300 taels of silver would take up in ancient times. Looking at such a large wooden box in front of her, she was a little at a loss. In front of so many people, how could she put such a big box into the space? It was really a mistake. This. Shopkeeper Meng, I wonder if your bank has door-to-door delivery service? Such a big box, for a little girl like me to carry back. I'm afraid it's not very safe on the way. Unsafe, of course, does not exist. Where she is, the only ones in danger are others. But she never expected it. She originally thought that it was just a few dozen kilograms of silver, and she could pick it up lightly even in front of many people. Who knew that this 10 taels of silver would be so big, a full 300 taels? Wouldn't it take up a lot of space? Originally, we are not responsible for delivering this amount of cash. It's just that this time our store was at fault and Madame Gu is wronged. After saying this, Manager Meng ordered the clerk to harness the cart. Feng Xiu'er dragged a large bundle of firewood and walked into the yard with difficulty. In the yard, Sanbao was chasing Debao, asking for a piece of maltose. Brother, just give me another taste of the candy. I'll just try a little bit and I won't bite it. Sanbao cried and said, No. I've let you try it 3 times. What else can I eat if you try it again? A piece of sticky black candy was tightly held in Debao's hand. This was secretly given to him by Grandma a few days ago. He himself was reluctant to eat it and kept it until now. Woo. Brother, I want to eat candy. Sanbao cried with snot and tears and bumped into Feng Xiu'er. Feng Xiu'er was unstable for a while and fell to the ground with the firewood.
Mom.
I want candy. My eldest brother won't give me any, and my second aunt hit me. Sanbao's loud cries spread throughout the yard. It's just this day and night, it never stops. Mrs. Qian frowned and looked over with disgust. You lazy thing. I asked you to bring some firewood back, but you're not happy, right? Look at how Sanbao got hit. Why don't you help him up quickly? Mrs. Qian didn't hide her dislike for Feng Xiu'er at all. She gave birth to a bunch of money-losing things, and she only knew how to eat. If it wasn't for the fact that she gave birth to Sibao in the end, she would have kicked her out long ago. Feng Xiu'er rubbed her stomach that was hurt by the bump and got up from the ground with difficulty. Since getting up in the morning until now, she has only drunk a few sips of water, and now she is so hungry that her eyes are black. Why don't you help Sanbao up quickly? Why are you pretending there? Don't give me food later. Seeing Feng Xiu'er's dying look, Mrs. Qian was furious.
Mom.
Don't. I'll help Sanbao up right now. I want candy. I want candy. Sanbao cried relentlessly. What candy? Where is the candy? Go play somewhere else. Mrs. Qian said impatiently. Still want to eat her eldest grandson's candy? What good things are you thinking? Why don't you collect the firewood quickly? Do you want me to do it myself? As she said that, she yelled at Feng Xiu'er in a bad mood.
Hey.
Mom, I'll do it right away. Feng Xiu'er dragged her tired body and collected the firewood on the ground bit by bit. Sanbao pouted and pulled at the corner of his mother's clothes with an unwilling look. Sanbao, be obedient. When the autumn harvest is over, I will go to the town and bring you a piece of candy. Qian Finfang still loved her youngest son more. She touched Sanbao's head with pity and coaxed him softly.
Mom.
Just now on my way back from collecting firewood, I saw my third sister-in-law coming back in a carriage. She also brought back a big wooden box from the carriage. Maybe she bought some candy. Feng Xiu'er thought about the big box, wondering what good things were in it, and it was actually sent back in a carriage. With this money, she didn't know how to use it to honor her parents-in-law, and she could also get some benefits.
What?
She came back in a carriage again? When Qian Finfang heard this, she felt sour in her heart that she wanted to bite her teeth.
Mom.
Look at this third sister-in-law. She really doesn't know how to live. She just bought a house and a piece of land, and she doesn't know how to save the little money she has left. It was promised before that some food would be sent to the old house, but there is still no sign until now. Qian Finfang said unwillingly. How about asking the second sister-in-law to go over and ask? Thinking of the strength of the third sister-in-law, she felt a little scared inexplicably. This kind of good thing should be given to the second house. Mrs. Qian looked at Feng Xiu'er's unsteady appearance and said directly, No, you have to go for this matter. Who knows if this shallow-eyed thing will eat the food first? I'd rather you go over there. I'd feel more at ease. Duen thinks she doesn't know that the second family often steals food. The second family not only steals food, but also always takes food from the mouths of the three girls. The three girls are dark and thin, and they are embarrassed by her old Yu family when they go out. Don't worry, since the third family promised to give food here, they will not default on it. In this respect, they are much better than those women in the village. Although she didn't have much contact with the third wife, Old Lady Qian had no problem judging people. The daughter of the scholar's family was a person who wanted to maintain her dignity and had a backbone.
Oh.
Okay, I'll listen to my mother.
Mom.
I want candy. Xia and Wu Bao both ate candy last time. Sanbao shouted excitedly when he heard that his mother was going to the west end of the village. They are so bad. When they saw us, they immediately stuffed the candy into our mouths and didn't let us lick it. Sanbao spared no effort to complain, and this time his mother would definitely help him get revenge.
When?
Xia and Wu Bao actually have candy to eat? That's an expensive thing. Third sister-in-law is really willing to spend it. What can a little girl eat candy? Her second and third treasures can't even get any. So the third house really made a lot of money. Thinking of this, Qian Finfang immediately walked towards the west end of the village with full motivation. As she walked, she couldn't help muttering in her heart that she lived so far away from the mountain, and she was not afraid that wild animals would come down from the mountain and take people away. As soon as the carriage of Tongda Money House left, Gu Qianlong immediately put all the silver into the space, leaving only an empty big box. Seeing that the deposit on the space panel quickly increased by 300 taels, she felt happy. Third sister-in-law, you are at home. Mother asked me to come and ask if the food promised to the old house can be given now. Before she started to pack up, she heard Qian Finfang's voice outside the courtyard gate. She couldn't help but hold her forehead. She was busy hunting and making money yesterday, and she completely forgot about the food she promised to give to the old Yu family. Sister-in-law is here. What a rare guest. I've been busy cleaning the house these 2 days. I thought I would send food to the old house after village chief Yu got the house deed and land deed done. Isn't it that I feel uneasy every day when the deed is not done? I don't know if village chief Yu has returned from the county. It takes half a day to go to the county by ox cart. Village chief Yu set out early yesterday morning and has not returned yet. Gu Qianlong's reply is reasonable. I heard that you just came back from the town by carriage. I thought the village chief had come back and gave you the silver. Qian Finfang's eyes rolled around, and her eyes wanted to get into the big box on the ground. It seems that the third brother's wife probably earned more than the 100 taels of silver. There must be other good things. Gu Qianlong smiled. What an international joke. How much money do you have in your hands, and what ways do you have to make money? Can you tell her? To be honest with you, I am also waiting to get the silver from village chief Yu so that I can buy some food before going to the old house. Third sister-in-law, you're being modest, right? I heard from the children that Xia and Wu Bao have eaten candy. You are living a very comfortable life. Qian Finfang's eyes were glued to the big wooden box, guessing what was inside. Fortunately, she was illiterate and did not recognize the words Tongda Money House on the box, otherwise it would be really lively. She approached quietly, tore off the note on the box, and threw it into the space. This thing was too eye-catching to keep it. Qian Finfang was about to take the opportunity to open the box regardless of anything, when suddenly there was a noise outside the yard. She looked outside and was immediately scared to the point of her heart almost jumping out. There was a carriage parked outside the courtyard gate. A yamen runner was driving the carriage, and behind the carriage was an empty prisoner carriage. At this moment, 3 yamen runners were escorting village chief Yu out of the carriage. Village chief Yu looked decadent and haggard, and his clothes were wrinkled. It was obvious that he had suffered some setbacks. What the Hades was going on? Didn't village chief Yu take the silver note to the county town to get a deed for the third brother's family? Why was he escorted back by 4 yamen runners? There was a prisoner carriage following behind. The third brother's family must be in big trouble. Village chief Yu, what's wrong? What happened? Gu Qianlong had a vague guess in her heart. It must be the problem of the last silver note. Perhaps the news from the town had not yet been passed to the county town, and the shopkeeper of Tongda Money House there was still unaware of it. So he sued her, the head of the household. This Su Yuanwei who cheated people to death without paying for his life. You are Gu Qianlong? You are so brave. Catch her. 2 yamen runners came forward without saying anything and tried to catch Gu Qianlong from the left and right.
Mom.
Don't catch my mom. My mom is a good person. The 2 children rushed out from the back of the house, tearfully pulling the sleeves of the yamen runners. Little kids, get out of my way. The yamen runners mercilessly shook off the little hands of Xia and Wu Bao. The 2 children staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground, but still persevered and climbed up and stepped forward, trying to stop the yamen runners. We are the constables of Huai'an County. The 100 taels of silver notes you used to buy houses and land have been confirmed as stolen items. Come with us. The leading constable said in a deep voice. All the outsiders, please leave immediately. Seeing this, Qian Finfang's legs had already become weak, and she was shaking like sifting chaff. After hearing this, she immediately ran out of the yard as if she had been pardoned. This third son's wife must have a bad fate with her. Every time she sees her, there will be no good things. Today, it's even worse. Gu Qianlong looked at Qian Finfang, who ran away, with contempt. She knew that this guy was a coward and only bullied her in her own nest. Madam Gu, this is Constable Shi from Huai'an County. He has been ordered to come and get you. Village chief Yu looked at Gu Qianlong helplessly and sighed. This matter was handled so unlucky. Not only did he not get a penny, but he was also suppressed by the county government. Constable Sure, this is all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Gu Qianlong said calmly. At this moment, she only needed to quietly put the 300 taels of silver back into the box, take out the seal of Tongda Money House, and say that Manager Meng of Tongda Money House in Chongbei Town was here, and invite him to come to clear her name. But in this way, Village Chief Yu would inevitably know about the other 300 taels of silver. As her thoughts turned over and over, she couldn't help but curse Mr. Su 100 or 80 times in her heart. What would happen if the villagers knew that she had received a total of 400 taels of silver? Misunderstanding? If you have anything to say, go and tell the county magistrate. We are just rough guys who are responsible for arresting people. Stop talking nonsense and take her away. Sure, Zhongliang didn't have the time to listen to the nonsense of this little woman. Seeing that several constables wanted to take her away, without any explanation, Gu Qianlong was not panicked. She quietly took out a tael of silver and handed it to Constable Sure. Please do me a favor, Constable. There are 2 young children at home who need to be arranged. Can I explain briefly before I go with you? This is a small gift. Just consider it as tea money for the trouble of running a trip. As the saying goes, money makes the devil go. It takes at least an hour to drive a horse carriage from the county to Yujia village. Looking at the prison carriage behind the carriage, Gu Qianlong just hoped that she would not be locked up in it later. Sure, Zhongliang held the silver in his hand, and his tone softened. He didn't expect that this little village woman in a remote village would be so generous. Hurry up, we brothers have to go back early. Village Chief Yu, the silver note is all a misunderstanding. I will go to the county government to explain it clearly, and everything will be fine. But I have to trouble you to take care of Xia and Wu Bao. Gu Qianlong took out another 100 coins and handed them to Village Chief Yu. I'm really sorry for the trouble of handling the deed this time. I'll come to thank you when I come back from the county. Gu Qianlong bowed. No matter what Village Chief Yu experienced was all because of her.
This.
Madam Gu, is your silver note really okay? Village Chief Yu said worriedly. He vaguely heard that Su Yuanwei in the town had sent Zhao the matchmaker to propose marriage to Madame Gu. He just didn't know if Madame Gu would come back after she left, and what would happen to Jianzhong's 2 children. Village Chief Yu, believe me, this banknote came in an upright manner, so it is not afraid of being checked. If she was not afraid of exposing the existence of the other 300 taels of silver, she could clear herself of the crime now.
Alas.
The banknote of 100 taels was seized by Wang, the shopkeeper of Tongda Money House in the county. Your house deed and land deed have been processed. As long as there is no problem with the banknote by then, you can go and get it yourself. Village Chief Yu explained carefully. Okay, I'll remember it. Xia, Wu Bao, you 2 go back with the village chief uncle. He will take care of you temporarily. When mother finishes these things, she will come back tomorrow at the latest. Looking at the 2 children crying like little cats, Gu Qianlong's heart softened. When the children saw their eldest sister-in-law coming, they quietly hid behind the house. But they were able to stand up and protect her at the moment when the Yamen runners were about to take her away. This friendship deeply touched her. Okay, come with us. Seeing that the words were almost said, Sir Zhongliang urged. Sir Constable, regarding the matter of the silver note, all of you just need to come with me to the town and find Manager Meng of Tongda Money House, and you will know the truth. As for the prison van behind, can it be spared? I have been married into this village for a short time. If the villagers see such a scene from now on, Gu Qianlong said in embarrassment. Gu Qianlong exhaled deeply. This separation between men and women. After all the fuss, it turns out that the prison van behind came from this. If she really had to sit in the same carriage with these Yamen runners, when she returned safely, who knows how bad the rumors would be. Don't worry, since you said that Manager Meng of Tongda Money House in the town can prove your innocence, we are not unreasonable people. If you just sit in the prison van, we won't put the shackles on you. Sure, Zhongliang also knew that people's words were scary in this world. But this was all he could do for this young lady. I wonder if Constable Sure can let me sit outside the carriage? Don't worry, I won't jump out of the carriage and escape, nor will I fall off the carriage. If she really sat in the prison carriage, she would be so speechless that she couldn't explain herself. Please be convenient, Constable Sure. It's true that when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Gu Qianlong bowed deeply to Shi Zhongliang. After suffering such a great humiliation today, she would definitely repay the Su man if she had the chance. Perhaps it was Gu Qianlong's attitude from beginning to end, or perhaps it was because of the 1 or 2 taels of silver for her hard work that Shi Zhongliang finally agreed reluctantly. Looking at the carriage going away, Village Chief Yu sighed with a worried look on his face. Just as he closed the gate with his 2 children, he saw a large group of villagers coming in this direction. Uncle Xingwang, why are you here just now? Madame Gu was just taken away by the people from the county government. Yu Jiansai's anxiety and concern were obvious on his face. Dad, you see what I said is right. The 3rd brother is in trouble. He dared to cheat for 100 taels of silver. Do you really think Mr. Su is made of clay? Before Old Man Yu could speak, Qian Finfang jumped on the side and said, I saw that there was a prisoner's cart behind the carriage. What good would it be if she got on the prisoner's cart? If she was fine, would the county government use a prisoner's cart to take her away? Qian Finfang's guess also expressed the villagers' thoughts. For a moment, everyone looked at Village Chief Yu with different expressions.
No.
There was no prisoner's cart. Madame Gu was sitting outside the carriage and was taken away by the yamen runners. At this moment, Village Chief Yu truly realized how wise it was for Gu Qianlong to insist on not getting into the prisoner's cart. Even if she was not arrested in the prisoner's cart, she was taken away by the yamen runners. This is an indisputable fact. Village Chief Yu looked at Old Man Yu, who was silent with a gloomy face, and nodded helplessly. Old man, what did I say? The 3rd brother's family offended Mr. Su. How can they get away with it? Now they haven't gotten a penny from the house and the land, and they've even lost their lives. What a pity for the deer. If the 3rd brother was still at home, the deer would have been sold for a good price. It's such a waste of such a good prey. But at this moment, she had no idea that even if the 3rd brother was at home, he had never hunted a deer.
No.
We must drive this jinx out today. Don't let it affect our family's reputation. Old Mrs. Qian said confidently. Village Chief Yu looked at Uncle Xingwang in astonishment. After all the trouble, they came here to support Madame Gu? Drive her out. Uncle Xingwang, Madame Gu has been separated by you. Where are you going to drive her to? Madame Gu was taken away just before the group of people from the old Yu family came with the villagers. He really didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Break off the engagement. This time, our Yu family can't afford a troublemaker like her. Old Mrs. Qian said firmly. Uncle Xingwang, is this what you meant? Yu Jiankai looked straight at Old Man Yu. He couldn't believe that Old Man Yu, who was always fair in his eyes, would actually add insult to injury to Jianzhong's wife at this time. Nephew, you also know that our Yu family has such a large family. We can't have a daughter-in-law like her who gets into a lawsuit and has to go to jail. Just do as the old woman said and break off the relationship. Last time the family was divided, the household registration of the 3rd child's family was not divided. We only made a document and didn't file it with the government. This time, we will divide it completely. Considering the 3rd child and Xia and Wu Bao, we won't expel them from the family. When she comes back in the future, she can continue to live in the village. Yu Xingwang seemed to understand the righteousness. His remarks were actually unanimously agreed by the villagers present. There are many children in the family. Although there are no families in the village who are studying now, they are not afraid of affecting their future. But it will affect the girls and boys when they grow up and find marriages. There was an aunt who was imprisoned in the prison. She walked out with no luster on her face. But just now, Madame Gu said in person that there was no problem with the banknote. It was all a misunderstanding. She can come back after she explains it clearly in the county. Yu Jiankai explained hurriedly. Nephew, do you believe what the 3rd son's wife said? You also know Mr. Su in the town. If you mess with his family, can you end up well? Yu Xingwang said in a deep voice. Seeing that everyone in the old Yu family agreed, village chief Yu finally stopped talking. Seeing that he was powerless to stop all this, he pushed Xia and Wu Bao forward. Madame Gu was taken away, so what should Xia and Wu Bao do now? They are always members of the old Yu family, and the children are not wrong. You can't just watch them and ignore them. A trace of hesitation clearly flashed across Old Man Yu's face. After all, these are also the children of the third son's family. Don't care. Whoever wants to take care of it can do it. Before Old Man Yu could speak, Old Lady Qian jumped up and said first. What a joke. It was so hard to get rid of these two burdens. How could they be brought back? What can these two 4-year-old kids do? The few pieces of firewood they picked up can't even earn enough to buy a bowl of corn porridge. Yes, village chief Yu. Since the third sister-in-law, Ba. It was Jianzhong's family who said before she left that she would be back soon. Then what arrangements did she make for these two children? Qian Finfang thought of the big wooden box in the room. What good things were in it? Jianzhong's family must have given something to the village chief. Otherwise, he would be so sure that people could come back. When Madame Gu left, she asked me to take care of the children for 2 days. Touching the 100 copper coins in his sleeve, Yu Jiankai still didn't say anything about giving money. That's it. For the sake of the 100 copper coins, it's not a big deal for him to take care of the 2 children for a few days.
Oh.
Village chief, you are wrong. Since Jianzhong's family entrusted the children to you, and you agreed, you still want to send them to us? This is not appropriate. Gu Qianlan didn't know at the moment that she had been completely cut off by the old Yu family without knowing it. If she knew, she would probably wake up laughing in her dreams at night. Perhaps to keep an eye on her, Shi Zhongliang personally drove the carriage to Chongbei town this time. Shopkeeper Meng saw that Gu Qianlan had come back and came with several yamen runners in a carriage. What else did he not understand? He immediately took people to the county government office. However, by the time everything was explained and settled, it was already evening. Shopkeeper Meng could settle down in Tongda Money House in the county, but Gu Qianlan couldn't go back to Yujia village. Holding the house deed and land deed that she had already obtained, she was stunned for a moment. If there was a mirror in front of her at this moment, she would definitely be able to see her entire face, which was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. It turned out that she had been busy for so long and had gone through many twists and turns for these hundreds of taels of silver and was almost thrown into prison. As a result, the house deed and land deed that she had finally obtained were not named on her name at all. Yu Jianzhong. Yes, all of this belonged to her husband, whose appearance she had no impression at all and had nothing to do with her, the main person who paid the money. Gu Qianlan took several deep breaths before she reluctantly eased her emotions at the moment. No wonder the attitude of the old house was so calm when she said she wanted to buy a house and land. After all the fuss, all of this is the property of someone else's son. Mrs. Gu, it's getting late now. Do you have any plans? If you don't mind, our county town's Tongda Money House has a guest house, and we can arrange for you to stay for 1 night. Seeing Mrs. Gu's silly expression, completely different from before, Manager Meng couldn't help but stepped forward and said. Gu Qianlan looked up in confusion. Will this not be inconvenient? Speaking of which, Madame Gu's experience is also inseparable from our bank. It's just a temporary stay for 1 night, and I can still do this. Shopkeeper Meng said apologetically. After all, it is because their bank still has loopholes in the management and control of this aspect that Su Yuanwei took advantage of it. Otherwise, everyone would follow suit and change their orders every day and use their bank's silver bills to make money out of nothing. Who would dare to deposit money in their bank in the future, and who would dare to use their silver bills to do business again? We have already sent a pigeon to inform the big boss of this matter. I believe that the boss will soon come up with a way to prevent such things from happening. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused to Madame Gu. Shopkeeper Wang on the side also apologized with a smile. It is not difficult to see that the big boss behind this Tongda Bank has done a very good job in management and service. In that case, I'm sorry to bother you. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. It is not Gu Qianlan's style to stay in an inn instead of a free room. Besides, in Liansong where the folk customs are not open, a woman staying in an inn alone will probably attract gossip. Tongda Bank's branch in Huai'an County is also located in the center of the county, the most prosperous area. The fact that they can build their own branches in such a place is enough to show the strength behind the big boss. The backyard of the bank is much larger than expected. Once you enter the backyard door, you will see a large garden with many flowers planted neatly. There are 2 full roses on both sides of the road, and the faint fragrance is refreshing. After passing through a winding corridor and a hanging flower gate, you will reach the main house of the guest house at the end. Although she had seen the magnificence of Mr. Su's mansion, Gu Qianlong still couldn't help but sigh at the elegance of the backyard in front of her. Billion had come to the main door early to greet them. Seeing the 2 shopkeepers leading the young lady over, she immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you for your hard work. The master asked me to come and greet Madame Gu." The master actually came in person? Shopkeeper Wang was shocked and obviously felt very surprised. Yes, the master received the news and happened to be doing something nearby, so he rushed over immediately. Billion said respectfully, "Does the master have any instructions?" The 2 shopkeepers were in a state of confusion, and for a moment they were unsure of the purpose of the big boss's sudden arrival. "The master is in the study now." He told the 2 shopkeepers to come and see him immediately when they come back. Billion said softly. At this moment, the 2 shopkeepers were no longer as calm as before. They hurriedly said a few words with a flustered step, and then left in a hurry. Billion's eyes fell on Gu Qianlong's face. Although she tried to remain calm, her slightly pale face and slightly trembling eyelashes revealed her inner fear when she saw the half-gray cheek. "Madame Gu, please follow me." After calming down, Billion said softly. Several oil lamps had been lit in the room, and the soft and dim light sprinkled on the 2 of them, casting a faint light on them. After a while, Billion called the little maid to bring in hot water. The other 2 or 3 maids came in one after another and cleaned up the room. Their movements were neat, and there was no noise. Rejecting Billion's kindness to help her wash her face and brush her teeth, Gu Qianlong retreated behind the screen to wash herself. After taking off her clothes and sitting in the bathtub, she felt that her whole body was stretched out. This was the first time she had such a thorough bath and brush her teeth since she crossed over. After a whole day of tossing and turning, even her strong body felt a little tired at this moment. Her eyes could not help but look at the previously smooth instep and saw that the place where the medicine was applied clearly showed a blue-gray mark the size of a fingernail. The color was exactly the same as the one on her face. Gu Qianlong's eyes darkened, and when she stood up, she applied another kind of medicine, waiting to see what the result of the experiment would be. Just after she got dressed, a little maid brought in dinner. Because she had something on her mind, and her name was not on the contract, Gu Qianlong was completely in no mood to eat. She ate a few bites perfunctorily to fill her stomach, and then planned to get up and rest. "Are you tired, Madame Gu? Then I won't disturb you to rest. If you have any instructions, just pull the bell by the bed." Seeing that everything had been arranged, Billion said goodbye and left. "Well, trouble you, young lady." The hospitality of Tongda Money House gave her the experience of luxurious VIP service, and everything gave her an extremely unreal feeling. In the study of Tongda Money House, Mo Tiancheng closed his eyes and leaned on the back of the chair next to the desk to rest. After the servant passed the message, the 2 shopkeepers Wang and Meng walked in one after another. As soon as they entered the door, they knelt down respectfully and bowed. "My servant greets the master, and the master as well." The 2 knelt for a long time without seeing any movement from the master, but they did not dare to move at all, and just kept this kneeling posture. After a long time, just when the 2 thought that the master might be asleep, a faint voice came from above their heads. "Get up. Tell me what happened." The 2 shopkeepers climbed up from the ground tremblingly, lowered their hands and bowed their heads to answer, telling how Mr. Su paid the silver note to buy the deer, and then went back on his word and came to the bank to report the loss, and how because the news was not delivered in time, Mrs. Gu was taken to the county government for questioning. All of them were reported to the man sitting at the top. After listening to the story of shopkeeper Meng, the man said nothing, and his fingers rhythmically tapped the armrests of the chair. Shopkeeper Wang was complaining bitterly. He was simply suffering from an unprovoked disaster this time. It was all because of Mr. Su's audacity that he dared to plot against their bank. It was also because such an incident had never happened before that they were not able to handle it properly for a while. Fortunately, the victim did not suffer any losses in the end, which was a blessing. Su Haoza from Chongbei Town? He is just a clerk. Who gave him the courage? The man said in a deep voice, as if talking to himself. Shopkeeper Meng stood there respectfully, not daring to breathe. These people usually look glorious, but in the eyes of the master, they are just servants.
All right.
You two can leave. Let Billion come to see me. There was no joy or anger in this voice, and even other emotions were not obvious. The two shopkeepers wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and only had the illusion of surviving a disaster. Billion adjusted her already flat skirt and pushed the door in shyly. Master, you're looking for me? Mo Tiancheng looked up at the maidservant in front of him, who had a rosy face and a slightly red face, and remained silent. The air froze for a moment, and Billion's face changed again and again, from shyness at the beginning to uneasiness. She raised her head slightly, but was facing Mo Tiancheng's seemingly gloomy face. Her legs softened immediately, and she knelt down involuntarily. If a maidservant doesn't even know the basic rules, you might as well let someone who knows do it. Mo Tiancheng lowered his head, looked at the person kneeling in front of him, and said coldly, "Yes. I know I was wrong." Billion said with tears in her voice, aggrieved. "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Mo Tiancheng asked casually. Reporting to the master, Madame Gu has been settled in Luoan courtyard to rest. Billion said in a weak voice with a bit of sobs. "Well, come out." Billion looked up in confusion. Before she could figure out what was going on, she saw a man in a navy blue robe and a stern face walking out from behind the screen.
Master,
Jianwu said in a deep voice. Billion has no respect for the inferiors and is committing treason. Drag her away. The man sitting at the top had a cold tone, and his words were cold at all. Billion looked at the master in front of her with horror. He was still the handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. But the look he gave her was so cold and cruel. "Master, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again." She twisted her body to break free from Jianwu's grip, but all her struggles were in vain in Jianwu's eyes. She never expected that her master, who always looked gentle, would suddenly attack. Just a moment ago, he had carefully arranged to take good care of the frightened Madame Gu, and even took out his treasured Jieling incense and lit it for her. If that lady was really a stunningly beautiful woman, it would be fine. She would never have any inappropriate thoughts about her. I only heard from shopkeeper Wang that Madame Gu had a husband who was serving in the military, and half of her face was covered with blue-gray marks. She didn't understand how that lady could deserve the attention of her master. Compared to her, she was obviously not inferior to him.
but why?
She was sent to Hades in an instant because she did not kneel down to her master. "Why don't you do it?" Mo Tiancheng's eyes were dark and deep, with a chill that made people's backs cold. "You are just a servant, and you dare to guess the master's mind. In the final analysis, it is because I am too lax in my supervision of you, so you have thoughts that you should not have." He curled his lips, and the words he said were even more cruel. Jianwu dragged the already limp Billion out of the study without any hesitation. No one knew what tricks he used, but Billion didn't make a sound along the way. Gu Qianlan, the new bride of Yujia village.
Ah,
Mo Tiancheng stood up and looked towards the direction of Luoan courtyard, muttering. In a flash, it disappeared into the endless night. Gu Qianlan slept the sweetest sleep she had ever had. When she woke up, it was already bright day. He raised his hand and pulled the bell on the bedside, and a clear and pleasant bell sound floated out of the house. A moment later, 3 maids came in one after another, carrying hot water and breakfast. "Greetings, Madame Gu." After only one night, the maid's manners seemed more thoughtful. Although she was curious and didn't see the maid named Billion last night as a guest, she naturally didn't ask too many questions. After a quick wash and breakfast, she was ready to leave. "I've been out for so long, it's time to go back." Please thank your master for me. Although Tongda Bank had been very considerate in its hospitality, she could no longer refuse the silver bill incident. Anyway, she has a space in her hand and can store any amount of gold and silver. In the future, she will probably never meet money houses and banknotes again. Madame Gu, please wait. My master has prepared a small gift as an apology. Please do not refuse it. As the maidservant spoke, she placed a carved wooden box inlaid with rubies on a tray in front of Gu Qianlong respectfully. What is this? Just looking at the box, it was already worth a lot of money, not to mention the things in the box. It was just an accident that was a close call. Your master is really too polite. I have received your sincerity, but I can't take the things, Gu Qianlong said, and prepared to get up and leave. Seeing this, several maidservants actually knelt down together. Madame Gu, please be kind and don't embarrass us servants. Please accept this box. Sighing, Gu Qianlong had to open the box in front of her and saw a milky white half-face mask lying quietly inside. She gently picked up the mask and felt that the material was very light. Although she thought she was knowledgeable, she couldn't tell what material it was made of. There was a dark string at each end of the mask which was almost completely close to the color of the hair, which was very convenient. Madame Gu, the master said that the material for this mask was obtained by chance. It is very light and breathable, and you won't feel stuffy no matter how long you wear it. This is a small gift prepared by our bank to express our apology. I hope Madame Gu can accept it. The little maid was not very old, but she was eloquent and tried her best to express the master's intention. It must be said that this gift from the owner of the bank really suited her heart. Originally, she didn't want to restore her appearance in a short time, but she was worried that the marks on her face could not be restored after a long time. Now with this mask, as long as the medicine test is no problem, she will no longer have to worry about this. She can remove the marks on her face and still wear the mask to cover up her ugliness. The maid took a dressing mirror and helped Gu Qianlong put on the mask. The mask fit perfectly with half of her face, just covering up the gray imperfections on her face. Mrs. Gu is so beautiful. The little maid sighed sincerely at the woman with half of her face covered. No wonder their master ordered people to make this mask overnight, just to deliver it to Mrs. Gu early in the morning. Looking at her nearly perfect face in the bronze mirror, Gu Qianlong was in a trance for a moment. Is this what she looks like now? No wonder Su Haoza had such thoughts, even ignoring her status as a married woman. I accept this mask, but I don't want to accept it without merit. Your hospitality last night is already an apology. If I accept this mask again, it would really make me look a little shameless. Although she was a little reluctant to let go of this mask, she also knew very well that this thing was not a small amount of money that could be owned by a few taels of silver. Ask your master, how much is this mask? I bought it. After all, she is now a person with more than 3,000 taels of silver. How can she covet such a small thing? If she accepted the mask today, who knows what kind of trouble she would get into in the future. Some things are better to be clear.
This.
Madame Gu, please don't embarrass me. The master only said that he would give this thing to you, but didn't mention the silver. The little maid said with embarrassment. Is your master still here? Otherwise, I'll ask him in person. This mask was made like this, and it was probably tailor-made for her. Even if she refused to accept it at this time, it would not be suitable for others. Continuing to refuse would only make her seem too hypocritical and unkind. This. The master didn't say anything. Madame Gu, please don't embarrass us anymore. The little maid said, and actually knelt down. Well, in that case, you must have pens, ink, paper, and inkstone here. Seeing the little maids looking at a loss, Gu Qianlong had to think of another way. Yes, please wait a moment, Madame Gu. As if afraid that Madame Gu would make other impossible requests, the little maid quickly brought a set of 4 treasures of the study. Gu Qianlong picked up the pen and thought for a moment. Although some of the original owner's memories have become blurred in her mind, all the previous knowledge and skills still exist and have been perfectly integrated with her. As the only daughter of a scholar, she was naturally literate. In fact, because of her parents' love, her knowledge was no worse than those men who had attended school. It's just that girls from Lientang are not allowed to go to school, let alone take the imperial examinations. Otherwise, with all her knowledge, she could have won the title of female top scorer. In just a few breaths, a few lines of beautiful small calligraphy appeared on the paper. The paper only read, "Receipt. I have received a mask from the owner of Tongda Bank. Since the price is not yet determined, I am writing this note as proof. If you need anything in the future, I will do my best to pay for the mask. This is proof. Signed, Gu Qianlan, from Yujia Village, Chongbei Town, Huayan County." After writing the note, she could finally wear the mask and leave with peace of mind. Give this note to your master and tell him that you can use this note to collect the money for the mask in the future. If you regret it, you can also take the note to get the mask back. The little maid took the note respectfully and placed it on the tray carefully. "I will remember it. Please take this box with you, Madame Gu." The master said that when the mask is not worn, it must be placed in this wooden box for better storage. Seeing that Gu Qianlan was about to leave and was not going to take the wooden box with her, the little maid reminded her. Looking at the wooden box in front of her, which was obviously also expensive, Gu Qianlan gritted her teeth and took it. "Forget it, even the mask has been accepted, so this box is not a big deal. Just thinking about the huge sum of more than 3,000 taels in the space, I don't know if I can afford these two things." Seeing this, she felt worried instantly. "The silver hasn't even warmed up yet. I'm afraid it will become someone else's." She just helped others keep it for a while. To put it bluntly, it's just a mobile safe. After asking the little maid about the direction of the carriage and horse shop, Gu Qianlan finally left as she wished. After leaving Tongda Money House, there are shops on both sides of the road, including jewelry shops and ready-made clothing shops. There is even a large Jimintang medical clinic not far away. At this moment, there are still many people queuing up to see a doctor at the door of the clinic. Thinking of Wu Bao, who can't speak all the time, she turned around and joined the queue. "This young lady, are you going to see a doctor or get medicine? What's wrong with your body?" Finally, after about a quarter of an hour of waiting, a medicine apprentice came to her. "This is probably the front desk of the ancient tria. I came from Yujia Village. This time I came to see a doctor for my son." The patient didn't come in person? The medicine apprentice looked up with a little surprise. The woman in front of him had a simple bun, with only a plain jade hairpin on her head. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips were red without any makeup, and she was wearing a milky white mask that covered half of her cheek. She was indeed a peerless beauty, mysterious beyond description. Just by looking at her lightly, the medicine apprentice felt his face flushed, and even his speech was a little incoherent. The medicine apprentice nodded. "Dr. Zeng of our Jishitang is in charge of pediatrics. Please go to the first room on the left, lady." After thanking her, Gu Qianlan stepped into the ancient medical clinic for the first time. In the first consulting room on the left, an old doctor about 60 years old was sitting in it. Seeing Gu Qianlan coming in alone, he did not show any surprise. "What is the current condition of the child?" As soon as she sat down, the old doctor asked directly. "To answer Dr. Zeng, my son is less than 5 years old. He used to be able to speak, but he suddenly stopped speaking last year. The child's father also took him to the town's clinic. The doctor said that the child was not ill. He suddenly stopped speaking, maybe it was something else. The child's father has taken him to see many doctors and taken a lot of medicine over the past year, but there is no improvement." Whenever Gu Qianlan thought of Wu Bao's thin face, she felt sad. If the child was not sick, perhaps the old Yu family would treat him differently. At least they would not drive him out of the house, as the only male in the third room. Dr. Zeng touched his gray beard. "Are you saying that your son suddenly stopped speaking last year?" "Yes." It was not until this moment that Dr. Zeng raised his eyes and carefully looked at the woman in front of him. Even at his age, he had to admit that this young lady was simply the most beautiful in the world. After being stunned for a few seconds, Dr. Zeng retracted his gaze and asked, "May I ask this lady, are you from Yujia Village, Chongbei Town?" "Yes, Dr. Zeng, do you know our family?" Gu Qianlan said with a little surprise. "If so, then there is no need to ask. Your husband once brought his child to see a doctor for muteness, but the child's condition is a heart disease and medicine is ineffective. Why does the lady look like she doesn't know about this? He remembered very clearly that the hunter was tall and rough, and he looked like a strong man. The child in his arms was thin and small and looked a little malnourished. But he never thought that such a man would marry a stunning beauty. No wonder he came here alone with his child last time. With such a beautiful wife, if it were him, he would probably have to hide at home for fear of being coveted by others. To be honest, I've been married for a short time, and I don't know that my husband brought the child to the county town for treatment. Gu Qianlong explained. This turns out to be the new wife he married later. That hunter is so lucky. Dr. Zeng had unknowingly eaten a big melon. So that's the case. It's okay. Although the child can't speak, he has no problem with hearing. Talk to him more often on weekdays and comfort him. Maybe one day, he can untie the knot in his heart and speak. This heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. As doctors, we may have ways to treat physical diseases, but this heart problem still requires you as parents to pay more attention to it on weekdays. Dr. Zeng said patiently. Facing such a peerless beauty, he was happy to say a few more words. Thank you, doctor. Okay, you don't have to worry. No need to prescribe medicine. The consultation fee is 20 coins. Just give it to the previous medicine apprentice. Dr. Zeng said with a smile, stroking his beard. Although the beauty is beautiful, the consultation fee still needs to be collected. After leaving the clinic, Gu Qianlong went shopping again. Compared with the shops in the town, the shops in the county not only had a wider variety of goods, but also had more advantageous prices. She first found a grocery store and bought a large backpack and some daily necessities. Then she went to a cloth shop and bought a few pieces of cloth, a few sets of ready-made clothes, and a few pairs of shoes. She took the opportunity to put these things into the space, leaving only a large backpack on her back to hide from others. The whole shopping spree cost less than 50 taels of silver. It has to be said that the purchasing power of ancient silver is still quite considerable. After successfully finding the carriage agency and negotiating the price for the trip back to Yujia village, she boarded the carriage for the return journey. Although the carriage cost her a full 150 coins, she didn't want to waste time on the road, and the ox cart was too bumpy. At the city gate, a brown-gray carriage made of nanmu wood was parked in an open space not far away. Four sleek and strong red horses were leisurely parked in front of the carriage. Master, that Lady Gu has just left in the rented carriage. Shopkeeper Meng stood respectfully beside the carriage, waiting for the master's next instructions. In the carriage, Mo Tiancheng, wearing a sky-blue brocade robe with a pattern of backlash, was holding the receipt written by Gu Qianlong in his hand, with a playful smile on his lips. Immediately, the figure swayed, and two figures passed over the treetops and quickly followed. Pay the money for the mask? I'm afraid you really can't afford it when the time comes. Looking at the silky handwriting on the receipt again, Mo Tiancheng carefully folded the paper and put it in the dark blue cloud pattern purse he carried with him. Let's go. With a command, the four horses let out a loud cry and raised their hooves, galloping towards the official road. Shopkeeper Meng looked at the carriage going away and quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. This hurdle was finally passed without any danger. He didn't expect that the master was so concerned about this matter that he would come in person despite his busy schedule. It was afternoon when the carriage arrived at Yujia village. The women who were chatting at the entrance of the village once again saw the carriage galloping towards the west end of the village. Hey, who is coming again? Could it be that Jianzhong's family? These days, whenever there is a carriage in our village, it must be her return. A woman said. No way. Wasn't she captured by the county officials yesterday? How could she come back so soon? Another woman said uncertainly. Is that so? Let's go over and take a look. Won't it be clear? If it's really Jianzhong's family that's back, then there's really something interesting to watch. Isn't it? The old Yu family couldn't wait to break off the engagement with them yesterday. The women seemed to think of the grand scene yesterday, and suddenly they felt a little gloating. That was a family property of 100 taels of silver, and the engagement was broken off just like that. They didn't say they would wait for a few days, for fear that Madame Gu would be implicated. If the person who came back in the carriage just now was really Madame Gu, the old Yu family would probably regret it to the core. 4 or 5 women stopped sewing and gossiping, picked up their work, and ran in the direction where the carriage disappeared. That's right. Speaking of which, many people in the village saw her being taken away by the officials from the county government. The village chief even came back in the carriage of the officials. Now that he saw her return safely, wouldn't he be very curious? Are there any problems, sisters-in-law? Gu Qianlong, wearing a mask, seemed to be a completely different person. She no longer had the frightening aura she had before, and she looked much more approachable. Is Jianzhong's family okay? I am the village chief's sister-in-law. My surname is Liu. Liu asked curiously, looking at the intact Gu Qianlong in front of her. What could be the problem? I've said it all. It's just a misunderstanding. You can come back after you've explained it clearly. It was just too late yesterday, so I stayed in the county town for one night, and I hurried back early this morning. Gu Qianlong explained. She understood the mentality of these women in the village very well. The village was isolated from the news, there were no entertainment programs, and there was nothing new to talk about all year round. When something like this happened out of the blue, the gossip fire must have burned for a while. Oh, it's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. Where are you going? Liu asked in a familiar manner, not embarrassed at all. I just came back to put my things down, and I plan to go to the village chief's house to pick up the 2 children. Gu Qianlong said patiently. After all, she still has to live in this village in the short term. Even if she doesn't have to get along well with everyone, she should at least keep a decent appearance. Hey, Jianzhong, you probably don't know yet. As soon as you were taken away by the Yamen runners yesterday, the old Yu family completely severed the relationship with your 3rd branch. Liu said with concern. Gu Qianlong couldn't help but look at Liu, with a look of confusion on her face. Severed relationship? What does that mean? Didn't their 3rd branch separate a long time ago? Sever relationship? Didn't our 3rd branch separate a long time ago? A good student is one who asks when he doesn't understand. The original owner didn't understand these rules very well, and Gu Qianlong, an outsider, knew even less. Breaking off the relationship and splitting up the family are 2 different things. When you split up the family last time, you didn't separate the household registration from the old Yu family. Even if you break the bones, the tendons are still connected. If the relationship is not severed, if something happens to you, the 3rd branch may be implicated. It's just that the family is separated and the household registration is not set up separately, so you are still a family. As the village chief's sister-in-law, Liu knows the ins and outs of this. This is also the reason why the old house is not afraid of not getting any benefits when the 3rd branch buys houses and land before. Jianzhong's family, after the relationship is severed, you mother and daughter will be without a backer. What are your plans for the future? Or should you say something soft and recognize the relationship again? Another woman comforted worriedly. It's not as simple as you say. If Jianzhong's family came back last night, it would still be possible. Early this morning, I saw the village chief and the old Yu family hired a bullock cart and went to the town to divide the household registration. Now, I'm afraid they've already divided the households and are on their way back. Liu said regretfully. So there is such a big difference between separation and severing kinship? Gu Qianlong suddenly learned something new. After all the fuss, the previous separation was just a show. In ancient times, filial piety was more important than anything else. If filial piety was suppressed by the old house, she and her children might become the target of public criticism. Severing kinship is different. They are truly 2 families, and they will not interfere with each other from now on. Even the names can be changed. If they are told to others, they are just members of the same clan, not direct relatives. This is really great. Listening to the sisters-in-law talking one after another along the way, Gu Qianlong almost couldn't help but scream to the sky. It's good to break off the relationship. In other words, from now on, my 2 children and I are no longer considered to be members of the old Yu family? Gu Qianlong couldn't help but confirm again. No, it also includes your Jianzhong. The 4 of you are no longer members of the old Yu family. Liu corrected. Gu Qianlong's mouth twitched, and it was so hard to hold back her laughter. Fortunately, half of the mask covered her true expression, otherwise she would have laughed out loud. But in the eyes of several women, this scene was a pitiful look that made her want to cry. A woman whose parents are both dead and who has no one to rely on, her husband has gone to serve in the military, and it is still unclear whether he will come back alive. How will she live in the future with two young and ignorant children alone? Jianzhong family, don't be too sad. Fortunately, you are still a member of Yujia village and are still on the Yu family genealogy. You have not been expelled from the family. With the 5 acres of land and no need to pay rent, you can still make a living. Several women comforted. Well, thank you, sisters-in-law. I know. Yes, Jianzhong family, you still have the silver note, right? Have you got the house deed and land deed? Several women asked with concern. Of course, the silver note is the money I earned from selling deer. It is clean and above board. After explaining it clearly in the county yesterday, I immediately got the deeds. Since they have already separated and set up their own families, Gu Qianlan is not afraid that these things will be remembered by others. That's good, that's good. Jianzhong family, the mask you wear is quite good-looking. Once you put it on, we won't feel scary when we talk to you. Several women said at the same time. It is a woman's nature to love beauty. Even women like them who have been married for many years also yearn for beauty. This mask doesn't look cheap, does it? I'm afraid it must cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. Lu tried to guess.
This.
I'm not sure. This mask is a gift from Tongda Bank, saying it's to calm me down. Gu Qianlan gently touched the mask, and the thin and soft touch reminded her again and again that the material of the mask was superior. It's free. Hey, how can it be worth 1 or 2 taels of silver? You're just guessing. When the woman next to her heard that it was a gift, she immediately thought that it must be a cheap thing. Otherwise, why would Tongda Bank give such an expensive thing away for free? It's not stupid. Jianzhong, is the county town big? Is it expensive to stay overnight? I have never been to the county town since I was a child. The farthest I went was to our Chongbei town, which was too boring. The women asked curiously around Gu Qianlan, wishing they could go to the county town for her. I stayed in the guest house of Tongda Money House last night, and it didn't cost me any money. Sister-in-law, are you home? Is Jianzhong back? Before entering the yard, Lu shouted loudly. Tian Xinger came out of the house with a look of surprise. Her eyes flickered a little, and the meaning was unclear. It's Madame Gu, who is back. Please come in and sit down. Seeing Madame Gu coming with 4 or 5 women, Tian Xinger's face flashed a little unnatural. The head of the family has not come back from the town yet. You have heard about it. Tian Xinger said hesitantly. As soon as you left yesterday, Uncle Xingwang took the household registration and, in front of the villagers, completely severed his relationship with your 3rd branch. Early this morning, before dawn, Uncle Xingwang found the head of the family and went to the town to handle the household division. Tian Xinger said, looking at Mrs. Gu with sympathy. On the way just now, several sisters-in-law have told me about this. Since the village chief has gone to handle the household division documents, I will wait here and get the household registration of our 3rd branch, by the way. Gu Qianlan said, and sat down on the stone bench in the yard. Seeing Gu Qianlan sitting down by herself, Tian Xinger's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. By the way, sister-in-law, why don't I see your fatty and my Xia and Wu Bao? After being here for a while, the 2 children should have come to greet her when they heard her voice. Why is there no sign of her all the time? You mean Xia and Wu Bao? Our fatty and the 2 kids went to play in the village. They won't be back until dinner time. Mrs. Gu, if you have something to do, why don't you go back first? I'll let the kids go home when they come back. Tian Xinger's eyes lit up and she spoke. Gu Qianlan looked at the village head's wife calmly. She had been acting unnatural since she entered the yard. This made her have to make some bad guesses. Don't bother my sister-in-law. I don't have any fields, land, or livestock to raise. What can I do? The most important thing right now is to wait for the village head to come back and get our household registration. That's the right thing to do. It's not good to let the village head come back and make another trip to my house. That would be too bad. Gu Qianlong declined Tian Xinger's kindness and insisted on sitting down and waiting for the village head and the children to come back. She wanted to see where the uneasiness of the village head's wife came from. Several women who came in with him were also sitting in the yard with a thick face, chatting about this and that. They all hoped that the village chief would come back soon so that they could have their first bite of the big melon. They couldn't wait to see how the people in the old Yu family reacted when they saw Mrs. Gu return safely. Seeing this, Tian Xinger was secretly anxious and looked out of the yard from time to time. Time passed by minute, and finally the cry of the old cow and the sound of wheels came from far away.
Ah!
It must be the head of the family who are back. Tian Xinga walked out of the yard quickly and met the village chief and his group who were getting off the ox cart. The head of the family is finally back. Mrs. Gu has returned from the county town and is sitting in our yard waiting. Seeing the head of the family, Tian Xinger seemed to have seen the backbone, and her speech became fluent in an instant. Mrs. Gu is back? I told you if she said she was fine, then she must be fine. Village chief, Yu said excitedly. After that, he looked at the men of the old Yu family behind him with regret. Why couldn't they wait for 2 more days? Alas. The ox cart that went to the town to register for the separation of households was full of adult males in the Yu family. Except for the third son who was away on military service, Old Man Yu and his other 3 sons were all present. After hearing what Tian Xinger said, his face suddenly became gloomy. The third brother is back so soon? This shouldn't be possible. How could this person who was taken away by the county yamen runners come back overnight? She had offended Mr. Su's people, but Mr. Su's family was not someone that could be easily messed with. But no matter how unreasonable this matter was, Gu Qianlong was indeed standing in front of everyone unscathed. I'm sorry to have worried the village chief and everyone. This matter was originally just a misunderstanding. It will be fine after we talk it out at the county government office. The county magistrate is very reasonable. He immediately returned the 100 liang silver note to me and also signed the deed in court. It was just that it was late yesterday and there was no carriage to go back to the village. I could only stay in the guest house of Tongda Money House for 1 night. I rented a carriage and rushed back early this morning. Gu Qianlong explained with a smile and took out the deed clearly for the village chief to review. Good. With the deed for 5 acres of high-quality land in hand, Madame Gu will not have to worry about her livelihood next year, Yu Jiankai said with emotion. He was really happy for Madame Gu's family. The 4 men of the Yu family saw this scene and couldn't help but turn pale. They couldn't help but think about what it would be like if the relationship hadn't been severed and the 5 acres of top-quality land were handed over to them next year. Would they still worry about not having enough to eat? I heard from several sisters-in-law that the village chief and Uncle Xinguang's family went to the town to get the separation of the relationship and the household registration. I wonder how it went. Looking at the pale faces of the men in the old Yu family, what else did she not understand? She asked this question specifically at this moment so that they would know that once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. This is naturally done. Yu Jiankai fumbled in his arms and took out a cloth bag. Alas. While all the families in your old Yu family are here, this household registration will be handed over to each of you for safekeeping. After that, Yu Jiankai took out the household registration of Gu Qianlong's family of 4 and handed it to her. Looking at the household registration in her hand, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Is this the so-called blessing in disguise? You have to know that in this era, splitting up a family is still a relatively common thing. The operation of Old Man Yu last time is not uncommon in the entire Huayan County. But breaking off a relationship is a very rare thing. As far as Yujia village is concerned, their 3rd branch was cut off from relatives, which is the first case in the village in the past few decades. Old Man Yu took over his family's household registration, and 1,000 worries surged in his heart for a while. It's a pity that it has come to this point. He also understands the truth that it is difficult to reverse what has been done. Old Third's family, since you are back, the land deed and the house deed have been processed, then live a good life with the 2 children. Old Third is a capable person. Maybe he will come back after serving in the military in a few years. All the expectations of old Manhwa at this moment are on old Third, who is serving in the military. Old Third is a filial son. When he comes back, everything can be discussed. Old Manhwa, whose name was corrected by Gu Qianlong, looked gloomy in an instant. He glared at Old Third's family in annoyance, and finally said nothing. He just closed his eyes in silence. Let's go. Let's go back. He called a few sons who were still in a daze, and walked towards his home without looking back. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, the women said goodbye and left, leaving only Gu Qianlong waiting for the two children to appear. Village Chief, I wonder if Xia and Wu Bao are obedient here? It's getting late. I have troubled your family for so long. I should take the two children back. I heard from my sister-in-law that Fatty took them to the village to play. I am really sorry to trouble you.
Gu Qianlong said politely.
No trouble. No trouble. The two children in your family are very obedient. They can also help us to light the fire. They are much more sensible than Fatty. Speaking of the two children of the third room of the Yu family, they are pitiful. Fortunately, now with Mrs. Gu, they finally started to live a good life. Mother of the children, where did the children go to play? It's time to go back now. Village Chief Yu asked with doubts. This you ask me, who should I ask? The village is so big, several children will run around everywhere when they get together. Tian Xinger rolled her eyes at Village Chief Yu, turned around, and went back to the house in a bad mood. Having said that, Gu Qianlong always felt that Tian Xinger's previous performances did not seem that simple.
Mom.
I'm back. Hurry up and pour me some water. I'm so tired. Fathead's figure rushed over from the intersection in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he rushed past Gu Qianlong like a little rocket. Gu Qianlong looked behind Fathead, but did not see the figures of Xia and Wu Bao. Fathead, where are our Xia and Wu Bao? Why didn't they come back with you? Gu Qianlong asked hurriedly after Fathead walked into the house. Fathead was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect Gu Qianlong to be in his own home, and to look for someone. Yeah, Fatty, where are Xia and Wu Bao? Didn't your mother say you two played together? Village Chief Yu was also surprised to see Fatty coming back alone.
No.
Seeing his father, Fatty immediately lowered his head, looking like he had done something wrong. Oh, Fatty just came back and is thirsty. If you have anything to say, just ask later. Tian Xinger pulled Fatty over and handed him a large bowl. Be good. Drink it quickly. Mother made some brown sugar water especially for you. Fatty drank the sugar water happily, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he felt sweet in his heart. You kid, tell me, where are Xia and Wu Bao? Village Chief Yu was a little angry. How could this woman not even know the priorities? Didn't you see that Madame Gu was in a hurry? It was Mother who sent them to the foot of the mountain to collect firewood. She said that if they didn't collect 2 large bundles, they wouldn't be given food when they came back. Fatty couldn't stand his father's anger, and he told everything with just one look. What about you? Did you also collect firewood with them? How could that be possible? Mother told me to supervise their work. If they didn't finish, they were not allowed to come back. I'm just thirsty. How dare I run back home? When Village Chief Yu heard this, he wanted to beat his wife with a stick. When he left, he clearly told Tian Xinger to treat the 2 children better, and he also made it clear that Madame Gu gave him 100 coins. But this woman was so bad that as soon as I left, she arranged for other people's children to do hard labor. She had brought shame to him, the village chief. You've done such a good thing, woman. Gu Qianlong's face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out of it. Is this what the village chief's wife did? No wonder she looked uncomfortable when she saw him coming back. She had given money for this. According to the living standards in the village, 100 coins were enough to feed 2 children for 10 days, with some left over. But what about Tian Xinger? She couldn't wait to arrange tasks for the children the next day. She looked at Tian Xinger coldly. She thought she had never done anything to offend her. She even brought her a bowl of fish soup last time.
But what about now?
She originally thought that the village chief was reasonable and reliable. But it turned out that. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you go and call Xia and Wu Bao back? What kind of firewood are they picking up? Does our family need that little firewood? Village Chief Yu was so angry that he slapped Fatty on the head. Fatty didn't dare to refute and ran outside with his head covered. Village Chief Yu, since the children are picking up firewood at the foot of the mountain, I will go over first. Sorry for disturbing you, goodbye. Gu Qianlong endured, and finally did not vent her anger on him. She turned around and walked in the direction where Fatty disappeared. Look at what you have done. Seeing Mrs. Gu walking away, Village Chief Yu finally couldn't help but slapped his wife in the face.
You
hit me? Tian Xinger, who was slapped, looked incredulous. You hit me for other people's 2 children? You hit me. You might as well beat me to death. Shock and grievance intertwined in Tian Xinger's heart. You said that Madame Gu gave you 100 coins so that we can take care of the 2 children. But where is the money? When have I ever seen money? Not to mention 100 coins, I haven't even seen a penny. Tian Xinger cried out sadly. Why is she like this? She was forced to do so. When it comes to money, Village Chief Yu was speechless. He sighed helplessly, took out 10 coins from his pocket, and handed them to Tian Xinger. Mother, take this little money first. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. Yu Jiankai could no longer say anything to blame his wife at this moment.
Ha!
10 coins? What about the 90 coins? You're going to hand it over to your parents again, right? Looking at the 10 coins handed in front of her, Tian Xinger did not take it. She knew it was like this again. If she hadn't made such a fuss this time, she might not even have the 10 coins. Mother, the eldest son is about to take the exam for a scholar. When he passes the high school entrance examination, our family will be better off. Yu Jiankai comforted her. Thinking of the eldest son who was taken to be raised by his parents-in-law since he was born, Tian Xinger felt bitter in her heart. Do you believe this?
Tian Xinger asked softly.
The son is raised by them, and the money is paid by us. How much money have we put in over the years? Yu Jiankai, don't you have any idea? Mother of the child, don't say it. After the eldest son finishes the exam this time, no matter what the result is, we will take him back to our side. As if he had made up his mind, Yu Jiankai said firmly. At the foot of Dongxia Mountain, Xia and Wu Bao were working hard to pick up firewood. In just one day, their little faces were full of dirt, and their skin could not be seen originally. Wu Bao, this bundle of firewood is almost enough. As long as we pick up one more bundle of firewood, we can go back. Xia looked at the already stacked firewood with anticipation. I don't know when my mother will be back. She and Wu Bao miss her so much.
Xia.
Wu Bao, you two stop picking up firewood. Your mother is back. Fatty ran from home to the foot of the mountain in one breath, panting and blushing. Fathead, you said our mother is back? Really? Wu Bao, that's great. Mom is fine, she's back. But what about the firewood at Fatty's house? The little girl looked at the firewood that had been picked up on the ground with a tangled face and was a little at a loss for a moment.
Hey.
What should I do? You two can carry the firewood you picked up to your own home. Besides, it's much closer to carry it to your home. Fatty said generously. I'll help you. He was a loyal child. He didn't run away after passing the message, leaving the two to play by themselves, but accompanied them to sort out the firewood. The 3 children divided the picked firewood into 3 small bundles, carried them on their backs, and walked towards home. When they saw Gu Qianlong standing at the gate waiting, they could no longer bear the grievance in their hearts and ran over quickly. The 2 children hugged their mother on the left and right, sobbing softly. Mom, you are back. We missed you so much. Looking at the children's attached little faces, Gu Qianlong's heart softened. Seeing Fathead also following behind with a small bundle of firewood on his back, she smiled slightly, and her impression of this child was not so bad. You must be tired. Come into the house and put down the firewood. Mother brought you good things. Thinking of the pile of things she bought in the county this time, Gu Qianlong used her consciousness to search for suitable small gifts in the space. Mom, what are the good things? The 2 children asked expectantly. You guys put down the firewood quickly, wash your hands, and I will get it for you. Well, Aunt Gu, I'll go back first. Mother is waiting for me to eat. Fathead put down the firewood and said carefully. The little guy seemed to know that his mother had done something wrong and made his father angry, and at this moment, he tried hard to do something to make up for it. Okay, you should stay too. It's not that your little thing is missing. Besides, I don't know whether your mother has cooked or not. Seeing Fatty's embarrassed look, Gu Qianlong said unhappily. There is no need to involve children in the affairs between adults, not to mention that Fatty is only 5 or 6 years old. Looking at him, he has not been taught to be unreasonable. When Gu Qianlong came out of the house with 3 strings of candied haws, the 3 children had washed their hands and stood there waiting. When they saw the 3 strings of red candied haws, the little one's eyes lit up instantly. Mom, what is this? So beautiful.
She asked curiously.
Sia is so stupid. This is a candied haws, which is only sold in the county town, and the market in the town is only available during the new year. Fatty said proudly. Candied haws?
Have you eaten it?
Sia looked at the things her mother was holding with longing. I've only seen such expensive things, but never eaten them. My mother can't afford them, and my father is reluctant to buy them for me. Fathead said sullenly, lowering his head. Aunt Gu probably took out such a precious thing just to let him take a look. The 3 of them, mother and son, each got a string, so it was definitely not available to him as an outsider. However, it was a wonderful thing to be able to take a look at and smell the fragrance of the candied haws. Here, take it, 1 string per person, and eat it quickly. Gu Qianlong saw the wonderful changes on Fatty's face, from expectation to disappointment. What else did she not understand? He was just a child after all. Fathead looked at the candied haws handed to him in shock and asked in disbelief. Aunt Gu, is this for me? I have one too. Of course, you carried firewood back for my family, so this is a reward for you. Take it quickly. Gu Qianlong looked at Fathead's bewildered face with amusement. A string of candied haws, is that necessary? Fathead rubbed his hands on his clothes, carefully took the candied haws, and gently licked it with his tongue. It tasted sweet, hundreds of times sweeter than the brown sugar water his mother had given him just now. Thank you, Auntie Gu. Eat it quickly. This candied haws is meant to be eaten by biting. What's the point of licking it twice? Seeing that several children were reluctant to bite it, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but said with a smile. Mom, such a delicious thing. We are reluctant to bite it, lick it a little at a time, and it can be eaten for a long time. Yes, yes. Just lick it, and it will be gone after a few bites. After all, children understand each other's thoughts better, Fatty and Sia said at the same time. Wu Bao also followed suit. Only Wu Bao bit the candied haws in small bites after listening to his mother's words. Suddenly, the sour and sweet feeling filled his mouth and hit his taste buds. This must be the most delicious thing in the world. Fathead was reluctant to eat them, and carefully took the candied haws off the stick one by one and put them into a small cloth purse he carried with him. Thank you, Auntie Gu, for the candied haws. I'll go back first. After saying that, he jumped and ran towards home. You two are still reluctant to eat them?
Don't save them.
Mother also brought a lot of other good things, enough for you two to eat. Perhaps it was the first time they saw candied haws and tasted such delicious things. The 2 children ate for a long time and didn't miss a single candied haw. According to this way of eating, they would probably have to wait until the fruit went bad before they were willing to eat it. Mom, these candied haws are expensive, right? A small piece of maltose sold in town costs 3 cents. Even the village chief uncle was reluctant to buy one for Fatty during the new year. Silly children, eat it quickly. These are not things you should worry about. You too, just put your worries in your stomach. Mom has a way to make money now. I will buy you these snacks when I have the chance. Our family will live better and better. Seeing the 2 little guys worried about their livelihood, Gu Qianlong felt distressed. They should have been carefree and loved by their parents. But they had to face the coldness of family affection and the coldness of reality so early. Come and see what delicious food Mom bought from the county. As she said that, she lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing the rice, flour, and a large piece of pork belly inside. Gu Qianlong smiled and looked at the 2 children. Since the original owner's father died unexpectedly, she had never eaten pork again. The last time I saw pork was when I was in Gujia village, on the dining table of Gu Winsai's house. However, the orphan girl who was living under someone else's roof at that time naturally had never tasted even a bit of meat. As for the two children, I am afraid that the chance of them having eaten meat is even lower than hers, since the mother and her two children had to share a bowl of porridge in the old house. Today, mother will make braised pork for you, and then steam a big pot of rice, and we will have a good meal. The pork belly bought from the county town looks very even, with fat and lean meat. This kind of meat is the most delicious for braised pork. She first put the pork belly into the pot and blanched it, then took it out and cut it into small pieces. Pour a little oil into the pot, then pour all the cut pork belly into it and stir-fry it. When it is fried until brown, pour out the extra oil. Before it is out of the pot, the aroma of pork has filled the whole yard, and the two children are so greedy that they spit. Add the sugar bought from the space and various seasonings to the pot. Add enough water and simmer slowly, and wait for half an hour to collect the sauce. Wow, this meat tastes so good. Sia took a few deep breaths with a satisfied look. She also stir-fried some shredded potatoes. The two dishes, one meat and one vegetable, made people's appetites grow. Come here quickly, it's time to eat. Smiling and inviting the children to sit down, Gu Qianlong herself was also looking forward to it. She picked up a piece of meat and put it on the rice. The sweet and shiny soup, with rice and another bite of meat, made her feel deeply satisfied. Gu Qianlong and her mother and son ate the meal happily, but over at the Yu family's old house, there was a cloud of sorrow. Dad, you should eat a little, don't get angry. Since entering the yard, old man Yu sat there with his head down, smoking a dry pipe. Thinking of the source of all this, it was all from his wife coming back from the third brother's house. Yu Jianqing couldn't help but be careful. Yes, old man. You haven't eaten a single grain of rice since you left home this morning. This man is made of iron and rice is made of steel, so don't starve yourself. When thinking of the third room that was separated from the family, Mrs. Qian felt bad. That was 5 acres of top-quality land. There were so many people in the Yu family, but they only had 5 acres of land. The third room's half-face was clearly a sign of bad luck for the family. How could they have such good luck? How long has it been since they were divided? They already have a house and land, and their life is richer than many families in the village. How much food is left in our family? Yu Xingwang asked after taking the last puff of his cigarette. Mrs. Qian paused as she was setting the bowls. Last time, we gave the third room 20 kilograms of food, and they have eaten it for so many days, so now there is less than 100 kilograms of food. Nearly 100 kilograms of food sounds like a lot. But with such a large family of 17 people, they can only barely eat until the autumn harvest by drinking some thin soup every day. Where's the silver? How much is left? Seeing old man Yu asking about the family's financial situation, Mrs. Qian couldn't sit still. How much is left? Old man, why are you asking this all of a sudden? I haven't spent much recently. If I remember correctly, there should be 12 taels of silver left. Yu Xingwang ignored the old woman's questioning and spoke lightly. We only have so much money in our family. It's not like before. The eldest, the second, and the fourth sons don't have the ability to hunt, and we are about to run out of money. You don't want to subsidize the third wife, do you? They are about to have a harvest of 5 acres of land. How can they care about your little things? After all, they have been married for most of their lives. As soon as old man Yu opened his mouth, she guessed it almost right. This old man wants to ease the relationship with the third wife and send some money and food to them. Okay, I still have the final say in this family. After dinner, take 1 or 2 silver coins and 10 kilograms of food to the third wife. Remember to talk to her nicely. Don't rush in like you've eaten firecrackers. Whether she can plant her 5 acres of land next year depends on you. Yu Xingwang made the decision without saying a word. Although Mrs. Qian was reluctant, she didn't refute old man Yu's opinion in the end. After all, who would have a problem with the 5 acres of land? That's all food. After eating in a hurry, Mrs. Qian went back to the house and locked the door, shouting loudly, "Old family, bring the things and let's go." Almost instinctively, Qian Finfang stepped back. "No way. Go again?" She intuitively found that every time she dealt with a third family, she would definitely end up in trouble. But then she thought of the big wooden box and immediately followed. The closer to the west of the village, the more obvious the faint smell of meat in the air became.
Mom.
Whose family is eating meat? It smells so good. It smells much better than when we celebrate the New Year. Mrs. Qian rolled her eyes at the eldest daughter-in-law. This was her niece. If it was someone else, she would have sprayed her in the face. If ours doesn't smell good, you didn't eat less during the Chinese New Year. You eat more than anyone else who can beat you. Hee hee. Mom, it's meat after all. It's delicious no matter how you cook it. Whose family is this that doesn't know how to live? There's still some time before the autumn harvest. Can they survive the rest of the days? Qian Finfang complained about this unknown spendthrift woman while slurping her saliva. But the closer she got to the house of the third brother, the stronger the fragrance became. She couldn't help but secretly speculate that the spendthrift woman who cooked the barbecued meat couldn't be the third brother's wife. She couldn't help but secretly glance at her mother-in-law, only to see that the face of the mother-in-law Qian became more gloomy as the smell of meat became stronger. Finally, they arrived outside the door of the third brother's house. Through the half-closed courtyard door, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw the mother and son sitting in the yard eating. What else is there to understand? The spendthrift woman who cooked the barbecued meat was right in front of her. Mrs. Qian pursed her lips tightly, and the silver in her hand was so tight that it hurt. But she couldn't make a sound. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would not be able to help but scold the third brother's wife again. If she really did that, the old man would probably tear her to pieces first.
Oh.
Third sister-in-law, I was wondering why it smelled so good. It turned out that your family was roasting meat. Qian Finfang's eyes were glued to the small table. The greasy and red thing must be roasted meat. Mrs. Qian looked at the fragrant braised pork on the small table and the white rice in the bowls of several people, and her face turned pale and blue alternately. The old man might have made a mistake this time. How could the third brother's family need help from their old house? Their life is the best in the village. Gu Qianlong couldn't help but frown. She was busy cooking before, and she even forgot to bolt the gate of the courtyard. She originally thought that this place was remote, and there were usually not many people passing by. It's not a big deal to leave the door unlocked once in a while in broad daylight. But this time, the elder and younger Yu Qianshi were caught in the act. She wasn't afraid of anything, but their big mouths. They were so noisy that it gave people a headache. But given their current relationship, what did the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law want to do by coming here? Didn't they think they were quarreling enough? Yu's eldest sister-in-law, you may have called the wrong person. There is no third sister-in-law of yours here. You can call me Madame Gu, or at least call me Jianzhongs. Gu Qianlong corrected lightly. If you want to break off a relationship, you must be aware of it, and don't try to get close to her every day. Don't just stand there, eat quickly. Gu Qianlong guessed that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law must have something to ask for when they came here, so she whispered to the children to make a quick decision. After all, Feng Xiuer's licking of the bowl was still vivid in her mind, and she still had the bowl from before. The little ones immediately picked up the bowls and ate several times faster. This made Qian Finfang at the door very anxious. So much meat. All of it went into the stomachs of these two little guys. Isn't it a waste of such good things? Hey, third sister-in-law, we are all family from the same pot. Why bother about these names? Qian Finfang said, and her feet walked into the yard involuntarily. How did you cook this meat? Why is it so red and so beautiful? Mrs. Qian grabbed the eldest daughter-in-law, who continued to walk in. She had never seen meat in her life. It made her lose face. Gu Qianlong had been paying attention to the little movements of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Seeing this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was someone who was a little normal. Didn't she just cook some pork belly with sugar? Is it that serious? Okay, look at your achievements. Mrs. Qian glared at the eldest daughter-in-law, who was drooling. Why didn't she think she was so greedy before? What are you two doing here? Are you planning to give the old house food as promised before the breakup? Gu Qianlong asked tentatively. No way. What was said before the breakup? Do you have to fulfill it now? Is it easy for her to eat meat? How can this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law find time so well? When Qian Finfang heard this, her eyes lit up. She opened her arms and ran straight to the small bowl of braised pork left on the small table. Seeing her pounce, Gu Qianlong hurriedly picked up the meat bowl and turned sideways, narrowly avoiding her pounce. The eldest sister-in-law of the Yu family was really not reserved at all when she saw the meat, which scared her. Mrs. Qian stroked her forehead with an annoyed look on her face. Why did she bring such an embarrassing woman here? When has the family ever missed a bite of meat? Look at what happened. Old man, come here and stand still. What has this got to do with you? It's really outrageous. Although she was also very greedy for the meat, she had not forgotten the purpose of her trip. After easing the relationship, when she took over the 5 acres of land, she could buy as many kilograms of meat as she wanted. By then, she would be so full that she would die. Sister-in-law of the Yu family, don't get too excited. You know it's not easy for us farmers to buy meat. We have to go to the town to buy it recently. Although there's not much left in this bowl, the 3 of us are planning to have another bite tonight. No matter what their intentions were, they couldn't eat meat or take things away. Oh, mother, I just didn't stand firmly for a moment. Don't be angry, or you'll get sick, Qian Finfang said with a smile. It was also when she heard what the 3rd daughter-in-law said that she was so excited that she couldn't help it and almost ruined the family's big things. Make it up, you make it up. It depends on whether she believes it or not. It was because there were no mobile phones or surveillance in ancient times that she couldn't take a picture of her just now. Those who saw it knew that she was grabbing the small half-bowl of meat, and those who didn't know thought she was grabbing gold. That's the character of the old lady. She has no bad intentions. Don't take it to heart. Mrs. Qian pulled the corner of her mouth slightly and squeezed out a stiff smile. Gu Qianlong almost dropped her jaw after hearing what Mrs. Qian said. This is probably not the most pleasant time she has been to her since she married the 3rd son of the Yu family. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. She immediately woke up with full vigilance and formally looked at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in front of her. Only then did she find that there was a cloth bag suspected to be used for food at Mrs. Qian's feet, and it was estimated that there were about 10 pounds in it.
Oh.
Good fellow, this is a show of kindness for no reason, either a traitor or a thief. Gu Qianlong smiled and curled her lips. You two should clean up the table and go to the backyard to play by yourselves. The competition between adults should not scare the children, so as to avoid Mrs. Qian from talking about the 2 children later. If you have anything to say, just say it in this courtyard. Why are you 2 here today? What else could it be? I had no choice but to cut off relations with you. Seeing that you are back, your parents are worried, so they sent you 10 kilograms of food. You know, this is the little food that our family has squeezed out with great difficulty. I'm afraid we can only drink porridge every day for the rest of the days. Before Mrs. Qian could speak, Qian Finfang asked for credit. What the old family said is what we mean. In addition, there's 1 or 2 taels of silver here. If there is not enough food, we can buy some more. It will always be no problem to save some until the autumn harvest, Mrs. Qian said, and put the 2 pieces of silver that she had been holding in her hand all the way on the small table in front of Gu Qianlong. If Gu Qianlong had known much about the old house, she would have almost believed their good intentions. What is this for? Give a slap, and then give a sweet date? Old lady of the Yu family, as the saying goes, you can't accept gifts without merit. You should take back all the silver and food from your family. I dare not accept these things. Besides, I, Gu Qianlong, am not a person who needs to rely on others to survive. Although life is a little poor, it is not a problem to support myself and these 2 children, Gu Qianlong said, pushing the 2 pieces of silver in front of Mrs. Qian. Mrs. Qian took a deep breath. From the food she saw on the table of the 3rd family before, she knew that it would be difficult to fulfill her wish this time. Just accept these things, even if it is a little bit of our 2 old people's thoughts for you and the children. At this point, as long as the 3rd family can accept the things and silver first, the rest can be planned slowly. Gu Qianlong chuckled. Does this old lady remember the 2 children now? Before she was taken away by the Yamen runners, They didn't think of taking the two children back to the old house. It was the kind-hearted Yu village chief who took them in. Although she gave some money, it was a risk for them to take care of the two children under the circumstances. How many days could that money last? What if she couldn't come back? Or, even if she came out, she would never come back to the village again? This was also the reason why she didn't get angry on the spot, even though she was angry that the village head's wife ordered the two children to collect firewood. After all, they didn't know her family anything. But at that time, the two old people didn't consider them as their grandsons, and didn't give money and food to subsidize the village head's family. You are kind, but everyone's life is not easy these days. We have a small family, and we still have some surplus food, so life is not a problem. You can take these grains and silver back. One tael of silver can still buy a lot of pork, and buy some sugar by the way. It will definitely be delicious when you braise it at home, and it will also save the eldest sister-in-law of the Yu family from drooling in front of me. No matter how nice the money woman said, Gu Qianlong was determined not to fall for it. Didn't Qian Finfang like meat? Just right, take the silver back and make up for it. Before Mrs. Qian could respond, Qian Finfang grabbed the silver on the small table and put it in her pocket. Jianzhong's family, you said it. Don't regret it later. Did you cook the meat with sugar? Then I will definitely try it later. If I don't understand anything, I will come to you to ask. Qian Finfang said familiarly. At this moment, her mind was full of the shadow of the bowl of braised pork just now. Although the aroma of the roasted meat in the yard was a little lighter than before, the mouth-watering smell still seemed to linger in her nose all the time. The scene in front of her was so fast that Mrs. Qian didn't have time to react at all. She only saw the 1 or 2 taels of silver entering the pocket of the old man. She raised her hand and slapped Qian Finfang on the back. You greedy fool. Who told you to take the silver? Why don't you return it to Jianzhong's family? She was just worrying about how to persuade the third family to accept the money and food, but this greedy person came and snatched the silver. It was also her fault that she always thought of her niece as her own daughter, and she was a little partial to her, which made her shameless.
Mom.
Isn't it that Jianzhong's family doesn't want it? Don't you see what they are eating on the table? How can they look down on the little things we give them? You said so, Jianzhong's family, Qian Finfang said, not forgetting to ask Gu Qianlong for confirmation. Don't be afraid of God-like opponents, just be afraid of pig-like teammates. Gu Qianlong smiled and nodded. What the eldest sister-in-law of the Yu family said is right. Our family is not short of food, and we still have a few silver coins to live on, enough to get through the autumn harvest. At this moment, Mrs. Qian was almost regretting it. She shouldn't have called the eldest family to come together. I originally thought that she was more reliable than Fang Xiu'er, but I didn't expect that the biggest variable would come from her. Thinking of this, she pinched the soft flesh around the old lady's waist fiercely and heard her wail, which made her feel even more unsatisfied. But now that things have come to this, she can only go back and discuss with the old man before making any plans. In that case, we will go back first, and you can take the children back to the old house when you have time. After all, he is the third brother's flesh and blood, and even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. No matter what, we are still a family. If you and the child have any difficulties, just send a message back to the old house. Your father, and I will not ignore you. After saying that, she glared at the eldest daughter-in-law who was always causing trouble but could not do anything useful, and walked out of the yard without looking back. Qian Finfang covered her waist, which was twisted so hard that it hurt, picked up half a bag of grain from the ground, thought about the delicious braised pork, and chased after Mrs. Qian with secret joy. The arrival of the Qian mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sounded the alarm for Gu Qianlong. She was afraid that the people in the old house were still eyeing the 5 acres of land in her hands. I just don't know what the fourth uncle's family that the village chief introduced is like. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still. If the matter of the 5 acres of land was not dealt with as soon as possible, something bad would happen sooner or later. After saying something to the children, she locked the gate and went to the village. This matter still needs the intervention of village chief Yu, who can help her rent out the land. Village Chief Yu was looking at Fatty with a loving face as he licked the candied haws. The child had been craving for candy for a long time. Who would have thought that Mrs. Gu would actually give a string of candied haws to her son? This is a precious thing. I remember taking Fatty to the market in town during the Chinese New Year, and he wanted to eat some. When I asked the price, it turned out to be 8 cents for a string. Such a small string only had 4 fruits. The child was still in a tantrum because of this, and he was beaten up by him before he became obedient. Look carefully. Madame Gu didn't bother with us at all, and even gave Fatty a string of candied haws. It's a pity that you let those 2 kids collect firewood. You really have no conscience. Seeing Tian Xinger clean up the dishes and chopsticks, Village Chief Yu couldn't help but scold her again. Yes. I'm stingy, I don't know how to behave, but you are capable, okay.
Tian Xinger said unhappily, glaring at him.
You said that the remaining 90 cents, how about I give it back to Madame Gu? Village Chief Yu touched the copper coins in his purse, feeling a little reluctant. This is 90 cents. Their peasants go to work in town, and they can only earn 100 or 200 cents a month at most.
It's up to you.
The money is in your hand, and you have the final say on who to give it to and who not to give it to. Besides, it won't go into my pocket anyway. Tian Xinger said with a face full of resentment. While he was hesitating, Madame Gu's voice rang out from outside the courtyard gate. Village Chief Yu is at home. It's just right, I have something to talk to you about. Yu Jiankai had not put down his hand that was touching his purse when he saw Madame Gu walking in from the gate. This is really, as soon as you mention the devil, he will appear. Madame Gu is here? What's the matter today? But did you forget something at home before? Although Tian Xinger said that she didn't care about the whereabouts of the 90 coins, if she didn't return it, the money would eventually be used on her own family. Gu Qianlong didn't realize what Tian Xinger meant. The 2 children came here empty-handed yesterday to stay. She came in a hurry to pick up the children, and there were a group of women around her, so it was not easy to prepare anything. What's more, if she gave 100 coins, the children only stayed for 1 day, so it would be more than enough to put it anywhere. She had never thought about asking for the extra money back, and she didn't expect that Village Chief Yu would want to return her a few dozen coins. Village Chief Yu, I came here because I wanted to take advantage of the time when the farm is not busy and discuss with my 4th uncle's family about renting my land next year. The original owner's family used to be a wealthy family in the village and naturally had good farmland. Because the scholar was exempt from taxes, the family lived a very rich life. But she was still young at that time and didn't care about these family affairs. I only vaguely remember that the grain grown in the land was divided into 30% and 70%, and the tenant family got 30% of the income. I just don't know how the land in the village is rented out. How is the income of the tenant calculated? How much is the tax? Gu Qianlong asked humbly. Mrs. Gu is too polite. Even if you didn't come, I was planning to go to you. Hurry up and sit down in the yard, mother of the child. Pour a bowl of water for Mrs. Gu. Village Chief Yu greeted with a smile. There is no rush for the land lease. There are still 2 months before the autumn harvest. It's hot these days, and it hasn't rained for a long time. It's hard to say what the harvest will be. With a sigh, Village Chief Yu took off his purse, counted out 90 coins from it, and handed it to Gu Qianlong. Madame Gu, your 2 children only stayed with me for 1 day and didn't eat anything good. The child's mother also ordered your 2 children to work. Alas, my face is really. Here are 90 coins.
Take it back.
The 10 coins will be used as a meal for 1 day when you stay at my house. What do you think? Village Chief Yu finally took out the money. After all, it's not easy for Madame Gu either. Village Chief Yu, what are you doing? The money is given, and there is no way you can take it back. Gu Qianlong said in surprise. I feel bad for making you run around the county and frightened you so much. Although the children only stayed at your house for 1 day, it was not easy for you to lend us a helping hand under such circumstances. Just take the remaining money and buy some food to supplement our income. There is no reason for me to take it back. Why is there such a big difference between people? Although they are both giving money, the actions of the old house are full of calculations. Alas, since Madame Gu said so, I won't be polite. Village Chiefy smiled and put the money back into his pocket. Now he felt at ease. The land tax you just asked about is different in our county every year. This year it is 12%. The remaining grain is divided between the tenants and the owner in a 3-to-7 ratio, with the owner taking 70%. Village Chiefyu explained carefully. It seems that the income of the tenants is similar to that of Gujia village, but it is more cost-effective to rent the land of the scholar. I wonder how much the yield of 1 acre of this top-quality land is? I don't know much about farming, and I don't have a rough idea. She asked this question without fear of being laughed at. The original owner also knew nothing about these things. The yield of 1 acre of top-quality land is about 300 to 400 kilograms. In the best years, it can be more than 400 kilograms. If it is a bad year, the yield of the land will definitely be affected, so it is hard to say. Village Chiefyu introduced everything in detail. That is to say, when the autumn harvest comes, my family can get about 200 kilograms of grain from these 5 mu of land. Gu Qianlong quickly calculated in her mind and blurted out. Calculated in this way, how can 200 kilograms of grain be enough for the 3 of them to eat until the autumn harvest next year? Nowadays, this place only grows 1 crop a year, and the yield is not high. No wonder the villagers have a hard time. Haha, not bad. Madame Gu is indeed worthy of being the daughter of a scholar. She is so fast at arithmetic. Your family can get 10% of the harvest from the land this year, and you don't have to worry about anything. It's already good. In the eyes of Village Chiefyu, getting 10% of the grain is already very good, and you don't have to worry about it. The people of the government will arrange it properly. This is the best thing. That's true. At this moment, she finally understood why the old Yu family was reluctant to sell an acre of land. With such a low yield, they have to give up another acre of land. Although they saved 1 son, the whole family might go hungry. But they didn't expect that the 3 sons who could bring the most benefits to the family would go to serve in the army after drawing lots among the 4 sons. I'm afraid the Yu family would regret it after seeing this result. Unfortunately, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. They can't decide to sell the land just to keep the 3rd son. How will the other 3 sons who didn't draw lots feel? I want to take advantage of today's free time to go to my 4th uncle's house to get to know him, talk to him about the land lease, and see what they think. There are 37 people in my 4th uncle's family. How much food do they need to eat a day? All year round, they may need several thousand kilograms of food to have enough food. Just thinking about it makes me feel that this is a terrifying number. If it is a bad year, you can imagine how difficult life will be. 4th uncle's house. It's not far from the 5 acres of land I chose for you. Just turn right at the intersection ahead. Village Chiefy said, and then he stood up and walked towards 4th uncle's house. 4th uncle's courtyard is probably the largest one in the village, with 3 kitchens alone. When it's time for dinner, it's as noisy as a war, and everyone has to fight for food and vegetables. It was only later that the family began to share food because they saw that some younger generations who were not good at fighting were not full. When Village Chiefy brought Mrs. Gu to find them, the huge army of people eating in their family had just finished this meal and were cleaning up the mess. 4th uncle, look who I brought here today. Village Chiefy smiled and led Mrs. Gu over. Who is this? The daughter of Mr. Gu. She's grown up so big. 4th uncle looked at Gu Qianlong in front of him. His eyes were heavy and he said with emotion. For the first time in Yujia village, someone didn't call himself Jianzhong's family or Mrs. Gu. She is the daughter of Gu Xiuzai, and judging from the tone of the 4th uncle, he should know the father of the original owner. This is something that surprised Gu Qianlong. Hello, 4th uncle, do you know my father? The 4th uncle looked to be over 60 years old, which was quite long-lived in ancient times. Gu Qianlong was curious and wanted to ask more. But the 4th uncle's eyes dimmed, and he did not continue the topic. Jian Kai brought Madame Gu here today. Is there something? With the shrewdness of the 4th uncle, he seemed to have guessed the purpose of Yu village chief and Madame Gu looking for him together. Think about the big family behind him, who rely on digging in the soil for food, and the few acres of land at home are too little, aren't they? It's like this. I guess the 4th uncle also knows that Madame Gu just bought 5 acres of high-quality land. She is a woman and doesn't know much about farming. So she thought about renting out all the land in her hands, which is enough for the three of them to live on. Village Chief Yu smiled and explained his purpose. Fourth uncle nodded. His family had to rent some land every year for farming, and some families were not easy to deal with. If it was to deal with Madame Gu, he would be willing. I think the girl raised by that child must have good character. He was smart not to mention the Yu family's old house. Madame Gu must have come to his house and would have taken care of that place. Thinking of his calculating nephew, fourth uncle shook his head in his heart. I wonder what fourth uncle thinks about renting land? Is it a 3-year contract or a 5-year contract? Although he didn't know the rules of Lian Song, he thought it should be not much different from the ancient feudal society. Even if it is completely different, it can set a precedent, right? Fourth uncle raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, what about 3 years of renting, and what about 5 years of renting? May I ask, fourth uncle, how many years do tenants in the village usually sign with the owner?
This.
Madame Gu doesn't know. Our entire Huayan County usually signs a 3-year lease. Village Chief Yu said, and took out the land lease contract commonly used in the village for Madame Gu to review. Let's do this. The 3-year lease will be the same as the previous one in the village. If fourth uncle's family wants to rent for 5 years, then it will be calculated at 35%. In a bad year, if the harvest is less than 350 caddies per mu, it will be calculated at 46. What do you think? Gu Qianlong planned to rent the land to fourth uncle's family for a long time. Signing a 5-year lease at a time would save the old house from always worrying about it. Madame Gu, are you serious? After hearing the conditions offered by Gu Qianlong, fourth uncle almost didn't consider it at all, and directly planned to sign a 5-year contract. With such generous conditions, it would be a fool not to sign for 5 years. Of course I take it seriously. Since Village Chief Yu is here, why don't we sign the land lease contract today, so we don't have to make another trip after the autumn harvest? Gu Qianlong said as she looked at Village Chief Yu. That couldn't be better. What do you think, fourth uncle? As the head of the village, Village Chief Yu was naturally happy to see it happen. Fourth uncle nodded after hearing this, stood up and said to his little great-grandson who was playing on the side, "Go and call your grandfather over." The old man reached into his pocket, took out a shiny key, and opened a room next to the main house. Not long after, fourth uncle was holding a set of pen, ink, paper, and inkstone in his hand, and solemnly placed it in front of Village Chief Yu. This is what my youngest son used when he was here.
Use this to write.
Fourth uncle? Village Chief Yu was obviously surprised, looking at the old man in front of him with confusion.
Use it.
Since it's the land of the daughter of the Gu family, and the conditions offered are so generous, I think if my uncle were still alive, he would be very happy. Looking at the things on the small table, fourth uncle's eyes were full of nostalgia. As agreed upon by Madame Gu and fourth uncle, the letter was written in triplicate. Both parties signed and put their fingerprints on the document. The fourth uncle's family also asked the eldest son, who came over, to put his fingerprints on the document as well. Once all the formalities are completed and the autumn harvest is over, their family can start turning the soil to prepare for next year's farming. Village Chief Yu, I just heard from my fourth uncle that my father has some connection with their family. Have you heard about this? Although she was not the real original owner, she could not help but feel a little curious about the affairs of fourth uncle's family.
Ah.
Speaking of which, your father and fourth uncle's youngest son were classmates and friends. They passed the examination together and agreed to go to Beijing to take the examination together. But once he left, he never came back. They said they met bandits and your father was killed on the spot. It is said that the youngest son of your fourth uncle fell off a cliff, and there is no news of him till now. It has been 6 or 7 years. Even you have married into our village. Village Chief Yu said with emotion. So the conditions of fourth uncle's family should be quite good. The land under the name of the scholar does not need to pay taxes.
Why now?
Looking at the fourth uncle's appearance, he doesn't seem like someone who is not good at managing the household. Moreover, his family once had a scholar who enjoyed tax exemption. You don't know this. If a scholar dies, the land will have to pay taxes the following year. For those who simply disappeared, like the youngest son of my fourth uncle, they would still be exempt from taxes the next year. But if the person was still missing in the third year, they would have to start paying taxes normally. Moreover, the fourth uncle had worked so hard to find his youngest son that he even sold most of the family's land. He only hoped to find a son, even if he found his body. What a pity! The mountain is high, and the road is long, and there is no way to find him. Village chief, you said, and shook his head with emotion. Seeing that the fourth uncle still kept the youngest son's things intact, he felt quite sad. She didn't expect that the youngest son of the fourth uncle's family would die with the original owner's father, which was a great surprise to her. What happened back then happened too suddenly. The original owner was still young, and her mother's health had always been poor. Not long after the original owner's father left, the second son of the eldest uncle of the Gu family passed the exam to become a scholar. They deliberately deceived the original owner's mother and registered all the family's land under the name of Gu Wenhan, and even asked the elders of the clan to transfer all the family property. Thinking back to the original owner's mother, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but sigh helplessly. It is said that a mother is strong, but that woman is like a weak willow in the wind, just a precious flower nurtured in a greenhouse. The sudden death of the original owner's father completely shattered her life. I never thought that my family and the fourth uncle's family have such a relationship. Gu Qianlong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This is really a pair of brothers in distress with a close friendship. Is the missing youngest son of fourth uncle's family not married? I haven't heard you mention it. Looking at the locked side room in fourth uncle's house before, it doesn't look like anyone lives there. In the West Flower Hall of Su's mansion, Su Haoza sat at the top with a gloomy face. Xiaochun knelt beside him, lowered his head and pounded his legs carefully, not daring to be careless at all. Are you saying that this time it's the manager Wang of Tongda Money House in the county who is responsible for the bad things? Looking at manager Jiang, who was kneeling down to answer, his face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out of it. Obviously, everything was going smoothly, and he didn't think about using the silver bill issue to do anything to Madame Gu. He only needed to lock her up in the county government, even for a day, no, even half a day. He could rescue her, and then bring her into the mansion without anyone noticing. But who could have thought that the prison van that had already set out would come back empty? This is not a big deal. Even the people who had been arranged before temporarily stood up in front of the county magistrate to testify for Madame Gu. Yes, sir. I heard that the big boss of the money house suddenly came, and manager Wang testified for Madame Gu together with manager Meng, without saying a word. Manager Jiang felt bitter. The master's seventh lady has never been able to get her, and those who work under them have had a hard time. Then, what about the silver bills in our mansion? When he thought of Tongda Money House, he was filled with rage. He had been running the town for decades, and he had never seen a money house doing business like theirs. Instead of trying to curry favor with a big customer like him, they stood up for a little country woman and even sent back all the money that Su had deposited in the money house. He also declared that from now on, all the bill houses of Tongda Money House would not do business with him, Su.
This.
Shopkeeper Meng personally sent the silver over, saying that our family broke the rules of their money house, and their boss has said that they will no longer do business with us. He also wants everyone to take it as a warning, saying, "What did he say?" Su Haoza asked in a deep voice. It says that if anyone dares to do this again and do something that will ruin their reputation, they will report to the authorities and prosecute them. Also, manager Jiang hesitated, not daring to say the rest of the words. What are you going to return? Tell me, what's the use of you, if you keep hesitating? Seeing manager Jiang like this, Su Haoza was even more furious. He also said that he would double the fine, and the fine would be as much as the amount of regret, until the victim is bankrupt. Manager Jiang made up his mind, and said manager Meng's original words with his eyes closed. Tongda Money House is really great, Su Haoza said hatefully in his heart. Manager Jiang complained bitterly, but wasn't their money house great? They were rich and powerful, and they opened branches all over Liansong, and even in neighboring countries. What was this small Su mansion in their eyes? It was just that it could dominate in Chongbei Town, or even Huai'an County. But Manager Jiang didn't dare to say a word about this. If he dared to utter a word, I'm afraid the master in charge would tear him apart. Seeing that the well-planned plan had gone down the drain again, Su Haoze was dissatisfied with everything. Get out! Get out of here! Manager Jiang and Xiaoqun were as if they had been pardoned, and they quickly retreated from the West Flower Hall with their bodies bent. Someone come. Send someone to Yangshu village to find that Gu Wenkai for me. After calming down for a long time, Su Haoze finally came up with an idea. He just couldn't believe that there was someone he wanted but couldn't get in Chongbei Town. Thinking of Madame Gu, whom he met again at Tongda Money House that day, a fire seemed to be burning in his heart. He pulled out a drawer and took out the half of the exquisite silver mask from it. Madame Gu, don't be anxious, wait for me, he murmured while gently stroking the silver mask. As he spoke, he gently put the mask on his face and closed his eyes in ecstasy. The servant who received the order rushed towards Yangshu village without stopping. What a joke! It has affected the speed of the master marrying the seventh wife. I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Gu Wenkai has been feeling a bit upset lately, for no other reason than the hand that was injured by his cousin that day, which has caused him to feel pain from time to time lately. He went to the town's clinic and saw a doctor who said there was nothing wrong and that the pain was just a psychological effect. But he didn't believe it and even asked her mother for money and went to the county clinic for a checkup. Naturally, this trip wasted only 20 cents for the consultation fee. The doctor didn't even prescribe him any medicine and let him go home.
Ouch.
My mother, my hand still hurts. Gu Wenkai lay on the bed, only feeling that the injured hand was aching slightly, and it didn't feel good at all. Oh, my son. What should I do? Seeing her eldest son like this, Hu Juanzi was also very worried. The family has spent no less than 3 taels of silver on their son's hand. If she had known it would be like this, she might as well have given the silver to that little witch as a dowry and earned a good reputation at the same time. It would also save her from hurting her son's arm like this just to vent her anger. If the doctor said your hand wasn't healed, we could still go to the Yu family to reason, but now, what can I do? Seeing her eldest son lying on the bed wailing, she felt pain in her heart.
Mom.
Go find my cousin for me. She was the one who did this to me. She was the one who fixed it for me. Maybe the problem is still with her. I don't care. You have to find her and treat my hand. Otherwise, I will die of pain. Gu Wenkai howled without caring. In fact, his arm was indeed fine, but this guy had been spoiled since he was a child and would scream and shout at the slightest injury. If he doesn't lie in bed for a while, how can her mother give him money? He knew that he could not compare with his resourceful and talented brother, so he could only think of other solutions. When he thought of the new singing girl Rueer in town, his heart was like a fire burning. Master Gu. Is Master Gu home? Just as I was thinking beautifully, I suddenly heard a few loud shouts coming from outside the house. The voices sounded like those of Mr. Su's servant. He jumped out of bed, and immediately his arm stopped hurting, and everything felt better. At home. What brought you here today? I was just wondering, I heard a magpie calling in the yard this morning. Gu Wenkai didn't even have time to button up his coat before he hurriedly opened the door and welcomed the servant in. Sher walked into the courtyard and took a look at Gu Wentsai's unkempt appearance, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Mr. Gu, is your arm feeling better? The master heard that you hurt your hand, so he sent me to check it out. This is an interesting thing to say. It has been a long time since Gu Wentsai's arm was injured by Gu Qianlong. Now he remembered to send someone to check it out, and he did it empty-handed. It was obvious that it was just a polite remark from the servant. Alas, this arm doesn't look serious, but it still hurts from time to time these days. I'm sorry to have worried Mr. Su. Gu Wenkai didn't feel shameless at all. He really thought that the servant came to comfort him and immediately changed his expression to an injured one. It's a pity that he played this drama a bit too much, which made Sher feel sick. Since your injury hasn't healed yet, it seems that I can only go back now. Originally, our master wanted to invite you to his house for a chat. Sher is also an old man who has been around Mr. Su for many years. In a few words, he poked Gu Wencai's soft spot.
Ah?
Mr. Su invited me over? This is really the sun rising from the west. Isn't it usually him who rushes to the Su mansion to get benefits? What's going on today? He actually wants to invite himself to go. What's the big deal about this little pain in my arm? Since Mr. Su wants to ask you something, even if my arm hurts so much, I can rush over right away. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to pull sure air out.
Mom.
Mr. Su from the town invites me to his house for a chat. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. Gu Wenkai shouted to Hu Juanzi in the room and then hurried out of the yard. Who is Mr. Su? He's the god of wealth. The 30 taels of silver that he hasn't received, or at least 15 taels of silver, all depend on him. Sure Air curled his lips slightly, followed Gu Wenkai out of the yard with a smug look on his face, waved and got on the carriage. Brother Sure Air, do you know why Mr. Su wants to see me? Gu Wenkai asked curiously, the smile on his lips almost unable to be concealed. Master Gu, please stop being so polite. I am not worthy of you calling me brother. You must know that our master has been worried about welcoming the 7th madam recently. I think it is for this matter that he brought you to the mansion today. Sure Air said with contempt in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. 7th madam? Which young lady is this who has done good deeds and has been favored by our Master Su? Gu Wenkai was curious. No matter who she favored, she should not have called him, right? Could it be that she encountered some trouble and wanted him to give her some advice? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Whose young lady could it be? Of course it is Master Gu's family. You are about to become our master's brother-in-law. Sure Air said flatteringly. Are you talking about my cousin Gu Qianlong? It's no wonder that Gu Wenkai guessed it right. There are only 2 males in the first house of their Gu family, and no girls. The closest person to their family is only Gu Qianlong, the only daughter of the second house. As for the other girls of the Gu family, they were either too distantly related and had already married and had children, or too young to be married. Isn't it that Miss Gu? Sure Air had the honor of seeing Miss Gu last time. Although there was a blue-gray mark on half of her face, her temperament, and the other half of her face that was perfect and extraordinary really left a deep impression on people. After hearing this exact statement, Gu Wenkai couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seems that the 30 taels of betrothal money promised before can't be avoided. He thought that since his cousin's face was ruined, the price would have to be discounted. Now Master Su's attitude seems to be more concerned than before. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Once the 30 taels of betrothal money is in hand, is he still afraid that Miss Ruer will not be his?
Good.
Good. I said that my cousin is a blessed person. Look, she's going to be the 7th lady soon. In this case, I, as the eldest brother, will feel relieved. Gu Wenkai said it as if he was thinking about Gu Qianlong, which made Sure Air feel nauseous. After completing the task with honor, he left the West Flower Hall and stood guard at the door, listening to the noises in the room with his ears pricked up. Master Gu is really a busy man. He hasn't come to sit for a while. Come and taste this tea and see how it tastes. As soon as he saw Gu Wenkai, Su Haozi smiled with a sincere expression, as if he was talking to an old friend. Mr. Su, you are too polite. I have injured my arm recently and am recuperating at home. Gu Wenkai changed his previous bowing and nodding manner in front of Su Yuanwei and sat in the second seat next to him with his head held high. Su Haozi secretly raised his eyebrows. Did he guess that he needed help from him and started to talk to him? Is your injury better now? How about we not talk about it today? When you're well, we can talk again. Su Haozi can't tolerate his bad habits. He wants to gain benefits from him and put on airs at the same time. Who gave him the courage? He was so happy. All right. All my injuries healed immediately after seeing you, Master Su. Seeing that his god of wealth was unhappy, Gu Wenkai immediately said with a smile. Then let's talk about it. Do you have any good ideas about your cousin? My cousin. Master Su, don't worry. I ran into her in town last time. Everything was fine at the time. She would come home a few days later to ask my mother for the remaining 2 taels and 5 cents of silver. As long as she comes, hee. Isn't it our turn to decide? Gu Wenkai thought he had done a great deed and spoke proudly in front of Su Yuanwei. 2 taels and 5 cents of silver? Do you think that Madame Gu, who is so beautiful, would be interested in such a small thing? The person who asked for it was 400 taels. Looking at Gu Wensai's smug look, Su Haoze was almost crying because of his stupid brain. 2 taels and 5 cents of silver? I'm afraid that Mrs. Gu has already disliked it. You should think of another way. He had to interrupt Gu Wensai's sweet dream. If he expected Mrs. Gu to come back for this little bit of silver, he would have to wait until the next life to realize his dream of becoming Mrs. 7. Although he didn't understand why, Gu Wenkai was smart enough not to ask in detail. Why not go to my cousin and tell her that my arm hasn't healed yet? Su Haoze glanced coldly at the idiot who was talking, feeling powerless to complain. After such a long time, and after so many doctors in the clinic have confirmed it, is it fun to bring it up now? Gu Wenkai, knowing that he had said something stupid, shrank his neck. Otherwise, Master Su, what do you want me to do? I will definitely cooperate. I heard that your family got everything from the second house, houses, land, and even everything that Madame Gu's mother brought over. Others may not know, but he is very clear about the family background of the Shao family's wife. After all, the legal wife in his mansion is also from the Shao family. I was still young at that time, and I don't remember much about the family. It seems that this is the case. Gu Wenkai said a little uncertainly. If it weren't for seeing that Gu Wenkai was still useful, Su Haoze really didn't want to care about him anymore. Seeing his stupid look of being afraid that his family would suffer losses, it made people feel disgusted. Although he was a little tempted by the things of the Shao family, didn't he still have to get Madame Gu first? Master Su, to be honest, most of the things in the family are under the name of my brother. Especially those lands. Hey, who made him a scholar? Gu Wenkai said sourly. As for what those other things are, I really don't know. But even if there are really good things, my mother probably hid them very well. He came here to get some benefits and money, not to let Master Su calculate their family property. Although he, Gu Wenkai, is not smart, he is not stupid to that extent. Look at you. What can I say about you? I want you to use those things to lure Madame Gu to your house. Do you really intend to return the things to her? Don't worry. I just want people. The things should belong to whoever they belong to. Su Haoze said this in an artistic way. Those things originally belonged to the second branch of the Gu family. After he marries Madame Gu, the things should be returned to their original owners. But Gu Wenkai seemed to have taken a reassurance pill and put his heart back in his stomach. It's okay if you don't want the things. That's not easy. It's just that my cousin seems to have some tricks up her sleeve. I'm afraid that if she comes to my house, we won't be able to do anything to her. Thinking of the last time his arm was easily removed, Gu Wenkai still had some lingering fears. Thinking of this, he felt the pain again. You don't have to worry about this, Su Haoze said, taking out a small paper bag from the drawer and handing it over. Put this in the tea and feed it to her, and no one will know, right? Gu Wenkai looked at the powder, his eyes sparkling. This must be the secret medicine of the Su family, right? As long as the woman drinks it, she can do whatever she wants. He had heard that Su Yuanwei used this, but he never failed. Such a small bag of medicine. How much should I put in at a time? Nothing will happen, right? Gu Wenkai asked uncertainly. If there is any left, he can. Ruer seemed to have appeared in front of him, with her shy face like a flower and moon. Don't worry, this medicine is very safe. This pack is enough for you to use twice. How is it? It's quite nice, isn't it? Seeing Gu Wensai's face, what else did Su Haoze not understand? It was just a small pack of medicine, he didn't care about it. As long as he got his job done, everything would be fine. Haha, working for Mr. Su, what else should I worry about? It's just that we agreed last time, this betrothal gift. At this moment, Gu Wenkai was not overwhelmed by the medicine powder in his hand. The promised silver was the most important thing. 30 taels of silver. As soon as Madame Gu gets on the carriage, I will give it to you immediately. It was only 30 taels, but he had already paid 400 taels. Why did he still care about such a small amount of money? Then let Sure Air cooperate with you. The carriage will be waiting near your village. As long as someone falls, send it to me immediately, Su Haoze said worriedly. This time, he didn't care about the gentleman's virtues. It was all forced by the young lady. No wonder he didn't cherish women anymore. And this, stamp it with your handprints and send it over with the person. Su Haoze took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Wenkai. Divorce letter. When he saw the divorce letter, Gu Wenkai was stunned. Finally, I understood why Master Su was so generous to pay 30 taels of silver and even went to so much trouble to give her the medicine powder. Remember this? This divorce letter is very important, otherwise we will both be in trouble.
Su Haoze.
Gu Wenkai solemnly put the divorce letter into his arms, patted his chest, and said, Master Su, don't worry, I know. You just stay at home and wait to be the groom. After saying that, he showed Su Yuanwei a look that everyone understood, laughed, and walked out briskly. Seeing Gu Wenkai disappearing at the Chuehua gate, Su Haoze's face instantly turned cold. Master. This young Master Gu is doing things. Sure walked in with a hunched back and said softly, Don't worry, I know what to do. As long as he can successfully get the divorce letter back, everything will be in my hands. Su Haoze said confidently. You keep an eye on him, and if there are not enough people, ask Manager Jiang to transfer people. Su Haoze was still a little worried about Gu Wenkai, the idiot. The kid had no advantages in his body except being lazy and gluttonous. The only thing was that he had an outstanding and good brother. Yes, Master. Sure took the order and retreated, chasing the direction where Gu Wenkai disappeared. After coming out of Su's house, Gu Wenkai thought of the small packet of medicine powder in his hand, and he couldn't help but feel itchy. Somehow, he walked to Juxian Tower unconsciously. Standing outside the gate, he saw Ruer, whom he had been thinking about, singing a little song in the middle of the stage. Her graceful figure and her beautiful face made him drool. There was a voice in his head that kept telling him to take out the medicine powder and try it first. It would be enough for 2 times anyway. Thinking of this, he walked in swaggeringly. Shopkeeper, give me a good private room. I want to have a couple of drinks today. Shopkeeper Lu raised his eyes and saw that it was the street kid Gu Wenkai. Where did this kid make a fortune and come to show off here? Lu Quan thought so in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face and greeted him with a smile. It's Mr. Gu, come and invite us in. Room number 1 is still vacant today. Although he suspected that the boy couldn't afford the money, Lu Quan still politely invited him into the private room. This guy often went in and out of the master's house, and he had a good brother who was a scholar, so he was not afraid that he would default on his debt. At worst, he could go to their village to ask for the money and see how the scholar's family would feel. Manager Lu, go and call Ruer up to me. I want to hear her sing a song alone. Gu Wenkai smiled obscenely, and his hand had already reached for the bag of medicine powder in his sleeve. Mr. Gu, Ruer is a good girl who sells her art but not her body. This. Seeing Gu Wencai's smile, Manager Lu kindly reminded him, don't play too much in their master shop. In the past, Gu Wenkai would definitely not dare to do so. But now he is not afraid of these things at all. He is about to become the eldest brother-in-law of the Su family. How can Mr. Su not give him this face? Okay, how can I not know? If Ruer was not an innocent and virtuous girl, he would not be interested in her. Sure sat outside the carriage, watching the passers-by carefully, fearing that he would miss Gu Wenkai. But he waited and waited at the intersection leading to Yujia village, but he could not see the figure of Mr. Gu. At this moment, he had no idea that Gu Wenkai was having a good time in the number 1 private room of Juxian building. The medicine given by Mr. Su was really extraordinary and well-deserved. He just felt that he had no regrets in his life if he could have this once in his life. The room was full of spring scenery, but when Manager Lu heard the movement inside, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. His own father, his own ancestors. Gu Hunzi actually dared to do such a wicked thing in the store, he managed. Isn't this a pitfall for him? At the moment, he could not care so much. He simply gave a few instructions to the stewards below and then went back to Su's house to report to the master. What did you say? Who is in Juxian Tower? After listening to Lu Quan's report, Su Haoze thought he was hallucinating.
Gu Wenkai.
Looking at the furious master sitting at the top, Manager Lu was confused. It's no wonder that the master is angry. Although he did some things unrighteously, he would not tolerate others doing those immoral things on his territory and dirtying his house. Looking at Su Yuanwei, who was walking around the house in anger, Lu Quan knelt on the ground honestly and was extremely fortunate that he ran over to report the situation in time.
Good.
Good, Gu and Kai. You go. Detain him for me, and give him as much silver as he should, not a penny less, and send someone to tell his brother to come and clean up this mess for me. Su Haoza was so angry that he almost fumed, and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven.
Then,
Miss Ruer, Manager Lu asked boldly. When she wakes up, ask her what she wants. If she wants to sue, arrange for someone to write a complaint for her. Su Haoza sneered. He was too young to dare to make trouble for him. Since that stupid thing was so troublesome, and he had a handle in his hand for nothing, he would not be surnamed Su if he didn't make good use of it. But in this way, Madame Gu will have to wait for a while. It's all because of that useless thing. After sending away all the servants, Su Haoza took a long breath, took out the silver mask again, and stroked it gently. Madame Gu, please wait a little longer, we have a long way to go. He whispered softly. When night fell, Gu Qianlong finally cut 2 sets of clothes for each of the 3 people based on the original owner's memory. But when she thought about the need to sew them, she felt a headache. Now she is no longer as poor as when she first crossed over. She still has enough money to buy a few sets of clothes. But even in the county, there are no ready-made clothes for children. She felt embarrassed when she asked several shops, but only received strange looks from the clerks and shopkeepers. It feels bad to have money, but not be able to spend it. But it is a waste of time and delays her getting rich for her to sew clothes by herself. The clothes that the children brought from the old house have long been worn out. Now she even feels disgusted when she uses them as rags. Fortunately, it is summer and quilts are not needed for the time being. But day after day, the mosquito bites make it difficult to sleep. Seeing the new red bumps on the children's bodies or faces every day, she felt a little distressed. She could hide in the space and sleep well before coming out, but the 2 children suffered. It seems that I have to find time to go to town and buy some material for making mosquito nets. Sia, do you know that Aunt Wang and Tayata's family can make clothes? Thinking of the kindness she had received from Tayata's wife before, but she had never had the chance to thank her, Gu Qianlong decided to let her make clothes, which would also help to supplement the family expenses. Mother, most of the aunts in the village can sew clothes. Do you want Aunt Wang to make clothes for our family? When Sia saw the cloth her mother had cut, she was secretly happy, knowing that they would soon have new clothes to wear. Taking the fabric for the children's clothes, Gu Qianlong took them out. Tayata's wife lived in an earthen house not far from the village chief's house. It was already night, but there was no oil lamp lit in the house, let alone candles. Only the flames still burning in the kitchen brought some light to the yard. Is Tayata's wife home? Yes, it's Madame Gu. Please come in. Almost every household in the village would close their doors and windows when they were about to go to bed. Gu Qianlong walked in directly and saw Wang Chun'er busy in the kitchen. It's so late, and you haven't had dinner yet? It's a bit strange. But she was not familiar with other people's family affairs, so she didn't ask too much. I came at an inopportune time. I didn't know that you haven't had dinner yet. How about I come another day? It's okay. Madame Gu, we have already eaten. These are made for my mother-in-law. It will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. Although Wang Chun'er didn't know why Madame Gu wanted to see her, she saw that she was holding a cloth bag in her hand, thinking that there was something important. Gu Qianlong secretly looked at the small courtyard, the layout of which was very similar to the old house of the Yu family. At this moment, except for Wang Chun'er and her son Liang Kai, who were still busy in the kitchen, no one else was seen. Liang Kai, take the batter in this pot to your grandma. I will go back to the house to talk with your Aunt Gu. Wang Chun'er cooked the batter quickly and handed it to her son. I'm sorry to have kept Madame Gu waiting for a long time. Is it difficult to find me? Thinking of Madame Gu, who had completely severed her relationship with the old Yu family, Wang Chun'er sighed in her heart. She thought that Madame Gu's family was separated and was pitiful enough, but she didn't expect that she would be severed from the family now. It's like this. I cut 2 sets of clothes for the children, but it's too slow to sew them, so I want to ask Madame Taitu for help. I know that the price of making adult clothes in the town is 15 cents per set, and it can be picked up in 3 days. I have 4 sets of children's clothing materials here. I will pay 10 cents per set to sew. I wonder how many days it will take Madame Taitu to finish it? Gu Qianlong said, and took out the 4 sets of clothing materials that had been cut. Wang Chun'er could not hide her shock. She never expected that Madame Gu was here to give her money. She thought that even the most difficult cutting was not difficult for her, so how could she not be able to do simple sewing?
This.
Madame Gu, what should we do? Among us country women, who can't sew clothes, why do we need to pay so much money? Wang Chun'er said incoherently. 4 sets of clothes, only 40 cents. How is it too much? Wang Chun'er looked at the 10 cents in front of her, at a loss. How could she do it? How many years have passed? Since she married into this family, she has never touched a penny again. She took the copper coin with trembling hands and said firmly, Madame Gu, don't worry, just give me 3 days, and I will make these 4 sets of clothes for you. After leaving Taitu Nyangzi's house and returning to the west end of the village, it was already completely dark. Gu Qianlong extravagantly lit candles in several rooms. The dim candlelight shone on her face, beautiful and soft. The 2 children ran around the house curiously. This was the first time they had seen a bright house at night. Okay, let's wash up and go to bed early. We will have new clothes to wear in a few days. Seeing that the children were too excited to sleep, Gu Qianlong urged with a smile. Mom, is this a candle? It's so beautiful.
She asked curiously.
Yes, I bought this from the county. You must be careful not to play with fire. She warned carefully. Fortunately, the children were asleep when she lit the candles last time, so she didn't have to explain. After all, this was a product of the space, and there was no such good stuff in the town, or even in the whole Liansong. After waiting until everything was quiet, she finally had the opportunity to look at the place on her feet where she had tried the medicine. The small blue-gray mark had completely disappeared, and her skin was as white as a peeled egg. She breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed that what Mrs. Su said was true. Now, with the mask covering her face, she no longer cared whether it would cause inconvenience after the mark on her face was removed. Everyone had seen her ugliest look, so she didn't care. In the future, she can just wear the mask to cover her cheeks, and no one will be suspicious. Gu Qianlong found a small piece of fine cotton cloth, carefully dipped it in the medicine to remove the mark, and wiped it on her face little by little. In just 12 hours, her face will be back to normal. Just thinking about it makes her look forward to it. At dawn, Gu Qianlong heard the sound of the 2 little ones getting up and busy in the yard. She sighed silently. In her previous life, she was busy with work and never slept in for a day. Now she has finally returned to ancient times. She doesn't have to work anymore, no training, no learning, but she still has no chance to sleep in. Reluctantly, she climbed out of the bed and left the room just in time to see Xia and Wu Bao carrying half a bucket of water from the backyard. You 2 are such little people, and you actually ran to the well in the backyard to fetch water by yourselves. This is too dangerous. When she thought of the 2 little guys, who were not much taller than the edge of the well, running to fetch water early in the morning, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Ever since they had lived with her, they had been trying to do what they could every day to prove that they were useful and not living for free. She also knew that the children felt insecure and were afraid of being abandoned by her again. Mother, Wu Bao, and I were very careful. We only fetched half a bucket of water at a time, and then 2 of us lifted it together. Wu Bao is very strong now. He can fetch half a bucket of water by himself. If you don't believe me, I'll let him do it for you later. Seeing that her mother was a little angry, Xia hurriedly explained. Thinking of the fact that Wu Bao had drunk 2 drops of spiritual spring water and improved his physical fitness, Gu Qianlong was a little curious about the child's current physical fitness. Such a young child can actually fetch half a bucket of water by himself? Although the spiritual spring water failed to cure Wu Bao's muteness, it inadvertently improved his physical fitness, which was a pleasant surprise. Really? Wu Bao is so powerful now. Then why don't you fight again for Mother to see? Mother also wants to see how strong our Wu Bao is. If possible, she could start teaching Wu Bao some basic physical training, at least to strengthen his body and prevent him from being bullied in the future. Wu Bao, come here and tell Mother, do you want to learn martial arts? This way you won't be afraid of being bullied by bad guys in the future. Pulling Wu Bao in front of her, Gu Qianlong asked patiently. She remembered that the doctor in the county had told her to communicate with the child more and talk more when she was free. Maybe one day he would be able to open his heart and speak again. When Wu Bao heard what his mother said, his eyes widened instantly, with a look of expectation and joy on his face. The little guy nodded desperately, fearing that his mother would change her mind if it was too late. Mom, I also want to learn Kung Fu with Wu Bao, Sia said unwillingly. She also wanted to become strong, so that when her aunt wanted to beat her in the future, at least she could easily dodge and not be beaten again. Okay. You learn together, and Mother will teach you together. Gu Qianlong didn't care about girls being gentle, taking care of their husbands and children. In her opinion, if Sia learned Kung Fu well, at least she would have the ability to protect herself when she encountered a domestic violence man. She wouldn't have to swallow her anger and be a punching bag. Or, if she met a bad guy, she would be able to protect herself. She was happy to see the little girl's request. The mother and her 2 children happily agreed on a martial arts training plan. In fact, Gu Qianlong also planned to teach the children to read and enlighten them. Their lives should not be trapped in this small mountain village for the rest of their lives. And she didn't plan to live in this remote place forever, but now Liansong's household registration system is extremely strict. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to leave their hometown for no reason and live and develop in other places. But she believes that there will always be a way. She just needs to work hard to lay a solid foundation for that day in the future. Not only learning martial arts to strengthen your body, Mother also plans to teach you to read and study. Gu Qianlong said, looking at Wu Bao, who was in a low mood. Our Wu Bao also wants to learn to read. When you can speak one day, Mother will send you to school. Before Gu Qianlong finished speaking, Wu Bao turned around and ran back to the small house where he lived with his sister with his short legs and closed the door. She was stunned. Is this child angry? Or is he stimulated again? Perhaps she was too radical and she should ease the relationship with the children before talking about school. Mom, don't be angry. Wu Bao didn't mean to make you unhappy. He might just be a little sad. CEO explained carefully, fearing that her mother would not want to teach them anything because of this. You know, in the old house before, they didn't even have the opportunity to have a full meal. Now with their mother, they are living a happy life like a fairy. How can Wu Bao be so willful? With the incident of Wu Bao being upset, Gu Qianlong temporarily put aside the children's studies. Go to the house and talk to Wu Bao and persuade him. Mother will go to the mountains and kill a pheasant for us to cook for lunch. After touching Sia's soft hair, Gu Qianlong gave a few instructions and went out. After all, she was not very good at getting along with children, especially a sensitive child like Wu Bao. She already had more than 3,000 taels of silver in savings, and now she was a little bit lazy about saving money and upgrading the space. In this small village with low consumption power, no matter how much money you have, you can't spend it, and it's really boring to attract people to think about it. Xiao Liuzi, who noticed her psychological change, couldn't help but worry secretly. How could this host be such a person? Isn't he even positive about such a simple way of making money? But he is a non-existent being, and there is nothing he can do except worry. She climbed the mountain with ease, picked some wild vegetables and mushrooms, traded with Xiao Liuzi and sold some, and kept a small portion for herself. She was about to kill a pheasant and go home, but she accidentally found that there was a faint sound of Sasha's footsteps behind her. She immediately opened the electronic map to check the movements around her. After opening the electronic map, she immediately showed her current location and the danger symbols around her. But what surprised her was that there was no danger display in the direction behind her. The electronic map produced by the space is naturally correct, since there is no danger icon. What is following her? She couldn't help but think of the first time she went up Dongxia Mountain. She met someone who started following her at some point. Could it be that the situation behind her happened again this time? Thinking of this, she quickly walked to the side of a big tree and entered the space under the cover of the tree. She wanted to take a good look at who was following her this time. Now that she was hiding in the space, she could clearly see everything that happened outside the space, and even see farther than she could outside. This was another benefit she accidentally discovered after the space was upgraded to level 2. It was a pity that this space had no instructions for use. When she asked Yozi about anything, he always answered in a veiled manner, keeping the secret to the extreme. She often felt powerless to complain. After about a cup of tea, a man in dark shorts finally appeared from the other end of the path. He was about 40 years old, with a strong body and a face as firm as a knife. Especially on the right cheek, there were 2 scars that ran through half of the face, deep enough to see the bone. Gu Qianlong swore that she had never seen such a distinctive face before. She had never heard anyone say that anyone in the village had such 2 deep scars on their face. The man stopped in the direction where he had just disappeared and then carefully observed the marks on the ground. His brows were furrowed, and his resolute face looked even more terrifying. Just looking at this man's face, I felt that it had the miraculous effect of stopping a baby from crying. Gu Qianlong in the space looked at this man leisurely. It seemed that he was indeed following her and looking for her whereabouts. However, he was afraid that he would be completely disappointed. Gu Qianlong leisurely bought a bottle of mineral water and drank it, and by the way, watched this man circling in place to look for clues. When she saw the man walking towards the big tree where she had been hiding, she finally tensed up. Although she knew that the other party could not see her and would not discover anything, she still held her breath involuntarily. The man walked around the tree, then raised his head and looked at the dense canopy thoughtfully. He never expected that such a master would appear in the village. Perhaps he was sure that Gu Qianlong had already left along the treetop, so the man gave a meaningful smile and finally walked towards another path. Gu Qianlong breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and she couldn't help but start thinking, if she were to face the man head-on, she wondered what her chances of winning would be. I'm afraid she can only have a chance of winning by using the chain dome to launch a long-range sneak attack. I don't know whether there are legendary light skills and martial arts masters in her era. If there is, then her few tricks would really be not good enough in the eyes of others. Seeing that the scarred man had gone far away, Gu Qianlong finally came out of the space, hunted a pheasant nearby, and had no intention of staying in the mountains any longer. Carrying the plump pheasant into the yard, Wu Bao was already picking up stones with his sister in the yard. Children, look, we have chicken to eat today. Sia looked at the pheasant in her mother's hand and smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. Then she turned to look at Wu Bao. I said that mother didn't lie to us. She said that if she gave us chicken to eat, we would definitely be able to hunt pheasants back. Wu Bao looked at the pheasant with shining eyes and swallowed his saliva. The chicken cooked by mother must be delicious. Everything she cooked was especially delicious. Gu Qianlong looked at Sia and Wu Bao's saliva and felt a little sad. The 2 children had been with her for these days, and their food had improved quite well. But when they saw the meat, it was still heartbreaking. Let's cook this chicken today, and let Sia and Wu Bao eat their fill. As he was talking, Wu Bao seemed to have thought of something, and rushed to the gate of the courtyard, closed the gate, and put down the bolt. Seeing the child like this, Gu Qianlong still had nothing to understand. This child was scared by the several times of bumping into the old house, and he couldn't help laughing. But this time, Wu Bao's courtyard door was probably closed unnecessarily. The old house should have no excuse to come over to ask for food and drink. Gu Qianlong steamed a pot of white rice as usual. This time, she planned to braise the pheasant and stir-fry some Chinese cabbage. It was simple and nutritious, and the children were happy to eat it. After a while, the aroma of chicken came out from the kitchen, and the whole yard couldn't be blocked. Gu Qianlong gave each of the children who were waiting next to her a piece of cooked chicken. The family could finally eat the food quietly, not to mention how comfortable it was. The chicken was cooked and chewy, and it was really delicious. Just as she was chewing the meat, there was a burst of knocking on the door outside the yard again. A boy knocked on the door and shouted with a crying voice, "Anigu, are you home? Open the door quickly." "Liang Kai? Why did you come here at this time? What happened?" Seeing Liang Kai, Gu Qianlong was surprised. What kind of big thing happened that made a big child cry like this? But she is not familiar with their family enough to come and ask for help when something happens, right? Isn't the village chief's house much closer to theirs? "Aunt Gu, please go and save my mother. She is about to be beaten to death by my grandma." Liang Kai cried a little breathlessly. Although she didn't know the situation, since the child came to her for help, she naturally couldn't sit idly by. "Okay, I'll go with you. You two stay at home. Don't run around. Wait for Mom to come back." She walked quickly with Liang Kai towards his house, and she had the opportunity to ask what happened. But she never expected that this matter would be related to her. "Aunt Gu, my mother finished her work in the fields this morning, and she came back and started sewing clothes in the house. It was not my mother's job to cook today, but my eldest aunt. She said that her waist hurt and insisted that my mother go. My mother said that she was busy and asked the second aunt to cook. My grandma said that my mother was lazy and went into the house to beat her," Liang Kai said intermittently. "But when she came into the house and found my mother sewing clothes, she snatched all the fabric from my mother without saying a word and accused my mother of hiding private money and beat her to death. No matter how my mother explained, saying that it was made for your Xia and Wu Bao and they should be paid, my grandmother just didn't believe it and gave all the fabric to my aunt."
Wow.
"Aunt Gu, please go and save my mother. They snatched your fabric and beat my mother to death. I also ran away secretly to tell you the news," Liang Kai said, sobbing. "Does the village chief know about this? Isn't his family close? He didn't do anything?" Gu Qianlong felt furious when she heard this. What kind of family is this? Is there no way to reason with them? The village chief and his family went to the town today and are not at home. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come directly to your house. Liang Kai, a half-grown young man, felt very uncomfortable when he said this. It was obviously their family affair, but now they had to implicate Aunt Gu, who was kind enough to help her mother make money. "I know. Don't worry. I'm here, and your mother will be fine." As she spoke, Gu Qianlong quickly quickened her pace, fearing that if she was any later, Tayata's wife would suffer more. The courtyard of Tayata's house was full of villagers watching the excitement, and Gu Qianlong squeezed in with all her strength. It happened that she saw Tayata's mother, Mrs. Liu, beating Wang Chun'er with a big broom. Wang Chun'er was beaten to the ground, hunched over in pain, and tightly protecting her head. The voice in her mouth was so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Mom, spare me. I didn't hide any private property. I did it for someone else." Gu Qianlong rushed forward, grabbed Mrs. Liu's hand, and stopped her from swinging the broom. Her eyes swept sharply at this unreasonable old woman. Mrs. Liu had a face as thin as a knife, triangular eyes, high cheekbones, a slightly protruding mouth, and drooping corners of the mouth. She looked fierce at first glance. "What is Grandma Liang Kai doing? Are you trying to beat someone to death? Our laws in Liansong are not for show. If you beat an innocent person to death, you must pay with your life. Even if she is your daughter-in-law, you cannot kill her at will." Gu Qianlong said coldly, and forcefully released the old woman's hand. Mrs. Liu took several steps back before she managed to keep her balance and avoid falling. She rubbed her chest with lingering fear. She really couldn't believe that the daughter of the scholar had such great strength. "Humph!
Don't use these to scare me."
What's wrong with me beating my own daughter-in-law? She deserves to be beaten. I don't know how much private money he hid, but he even dared to buy fine cotton cloth and sew it to sell for money? If she had the money, she should have given it to me, her mother, for safekeeping. She knew her sister-in-law was having a hard time raising several children, but she didn't help out at all. I'm beating her for being such a heartless person." There were many villagers outside the yard pointing and talking, also criticizing Iron-Headed Lady. Wang Chun'er lay on the ground in pain, shaking her head, unable to utter a word. "You had your own money to buy fine cotton cloth? I say, old lady, you are really bold. Did Mrs. Taitu admit that she bought the material?
Admit?
Of course she dared not admit it, and she said it was your material. I guess you two had already discussed it. One of you hid the money to buy it, and the other helped to cover it up. Mrs. Lu narrowed her triangular eyes and looked up and down at Gu Qianlong. She didn't believe the woman's lies. Gu Qianlong was almost irritated by the rich imagination of this old woman. I say, Liang Sai's grandmother, how long have I been married to this village? What kind of relationship do I have with Mrs. Taitu? Should I help her do such a thing? What's more, the materials of the 4 sets of clothes you mentioned are indeed from my family. I personally cut them for my 2 children and made 2 sets of clothes for each. If you don't believe it, take it out now. The sizes are cut according to the stature of my children. I can tell you one by one, and let the villagers check it. If you still don't believe it, you can go to my house and see that I still have scraps of cloth left in my room. Gu Qianlong was not afraid of this unreasonable old woman. She had plenty of evidence to prove that those fabrics were bought by her before and had nothing to do with Wang Chun'er. I have a ruler. I'll bring it over right away. Madam Gu, just tell me the size and we'll compare. Immediately, a woman who was watching the fun spoke up. How about we go to Madam Gu's house to get the scraps of fabric? Invite your eldest daughter-in-law to come along so that we can have a witness. Mrs. Lu was also in the crowd. She admired Madame Gu very much. She bought a house and land in such a short time, and now she even had extra money to buy fabric for the children to make clothes. You know, she is a stepmother. She has not been with the 2 children for a long time, but she is willing to spend this money.
Fine cotton cloth.
My goodness, 2 sets for each child would cost a lot of money. No wonder the old woman was jealous. Her old family has many children, 5 in total. The 2 youngest ones are about the same age as Madame Gu's family. Wouldn't they be just right for them? Liang Sai's grandmother, what do you say? Give me the fabric first, Gu Qianlong said coldly. At this time, Mrs. Lu had already believed it in her heart, but when she thought of the soft fabric, she really couldn't bear to give it back. Why can those 2 little losers wear such good things? Her good grandchildren don't even have them yet. If you can tell the size and take out the scraps of cloth, it means it's yours? What if this was discussed beforehand by you two?
Does she mean to deny it to the end?
Gu Qianlong will not indulge her. Since these things don't work, there is nothing else to do. This won't work, and that doesn't count. I think this is the way to go. Let Liang Kai go to the town to find the village chief and report to the town's government officials and ask them to send someone to check. I bought this fine cotton cloth from the shopkeeper Feng in the town. Let the government officials ask him. I believe that the shopkeeper will not collude with us, 2 countrywomen, for such a small thing, and team up to deceive people. Gu Qianlong said, taking out 20 coins from her purse and handed it to Liang Kai. Take it to hire an ox cart and come back quickly. Seeing Gu Qianlong easily take out 20 coins, Mrs. Lu's eyes lit up. What a generous person. Just deduct it from your mother's wages for making clothes. But the next sentence made the old woman jump in anxiety. No. Come back, come back. Who asked you to go? That's my family's money. Who said we were going to hire a bullock cart? Aren't you refusing to admit it? I'm different from your Wang Chun'er. I can't stand any injustice. Besides, the clothes haven't been sewn yet. When they're sewn, the wages will be paid. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Qianlong looked at the unreasonable old woman in front of her and finally understood why Sia stopped her from sending the fish soup last time. Once the fish soup was sent over, not only would Wang Chun'er and his son not be able to drink it, but it would also bring disaster to their family. Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes, knowing that she would not be able to get any advantage this time. She yelled at her eldest daughter-in-law. Why are you still standing there? What a short-sighted thing. You've taken a fancy to Madame Gu's fabric, and you still want to refuse to give it to her? Liang Sai's Aunt Lu was unwilling to hear this, but she didn't dare to contradict her mother-in-law in front of everyone. She said in a gloomy tone, "Third brother's wife is really something. Why don't you make it clear earlier? Look at this. You've made mother angry for nothing." As she spoke, she returned to the house, reluctantly took out the snatched fabric, and returned it to Gu Qianlong's hands. Madame Gu, Please look carefully, not a piece of your fabric is missing. After saying that, she twisted her waist and went back to her room. Okay. It's good to make things clear. Everyone go away. Madame Lu said to everyone with a gloomy face.
Wait.
You beat Madame Taitu like this, and you're just going to let it go? Don't you want to see a doctor? Seeing the crowd begin to disperse, Gu Qianlong hurriedly said to the old woman. See a doctor? Humph. Whose daughter-in-law doesn't get beaten? She cries for a doctor after being beaten a few times. What bad habits does a rich family have? As she said this, she was about to walk around Gu Qianlong and go into the house. Come back here. You beat someone so hard that he can't even speak, and you want to leave? Gu Qianlong finally saw how unreasonable this old woman was. She grabbed her wrist and blocked her way. Ask the people in the village. Isn't this how every household lives? Only she is so precious, Mrs. Lu said and tried to break free from her wrist. But she didn't expect that the seemingly fragile Mrs. Gu would make her unable to break free. The hand holding her was like a pair of pliers, squeezing her tightly. Mrs. Gu, thank you for coming to help me. Forget it.
I'm Fine.
Wang Chunna, who was sitting on the ground, said in a low voice while enduring the pain in her body. It's not that she wants to protect her mother-in-law. Even if she wins this time and lets her mother-in-law give her money to hire a doctor, what will happen next? There will only be more and more endless torture waiting for her. There is a long way to go, and she still has to make a living in this family. How can she and her son live without this family? Gu Qianlong was so angry that she couldn't complain. This was really useless if she didn't stand up on her own. No matter how others helped, it was useless.
Look.
I told you. What can happen to her? Let me go. Seeing Wang Chunna say this, Mrs. Lu suddenly became confident. Gu Qianlong's hand loosened immediately. Mrs. Lu was struggling to get away from the back. For a moment, she lost her center of gravity and sat on the ground. After all, Mrs. Lu was almost 50 years old, and the living conditions of country women could not be very good. It was normal for her bones to be brittle and easy to break. There was only a crisp sound of bones breaking, and the old woman sat on the ground for a long time without getting up. But Gu Qianlong saw that no one around her heard the tiny crisp sound. Could it be that this was another ability that she had after her physique was reborn? Everyone saw it. I didn't push her. Don't let her complain about it and blame me. While everyone in the village was there, Gu Qianlong had to quickly distance herself from the old woman, otherwise she would be blackmailed by her. Don't worry, Madame Gu, we are all watching. It was Aunt Lu who fell down by herself. It has nothing to do with others. Lu was the first to stand up and say, Thank you all. Since everything is fine, I will go back first. This time, she finally remembered this powerful Aunt Lu. After Gu Qianlong finished speaking, she walked in front of Liang Kai and took back the 20 coins from him. Under the eager gaze of everyone, she walked to the gate of the yard. I'll take the fabric and wages back first. When Mrs. Taitu feels better, please come to my yard to sew clothes. At that time, I will pay you the price we agreed on before. After saying that, he left without looking back. Seeing that the excitement was over, everyone left with reluctance. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, how much did Mrs. Gu pay Wang Chunna for sewing these 4 sets of clothes? Now that Wang Chunna's body obviously needs some time to recover, they can ask if they can take over this job. The women present became active, and those who were impatient had already chased after Gu Qianlong. Liang Kai carefully helped his mother, who was sitting on the ground, and wiped the dust off her face with heartache. Mom, let me help you go back to the house to rest first. Their life at home was already difficult, and it became even more difficult since his father went to serve. He clenched his fists tightly, but it was a pity that he was still too young to take care of and protect his mother on his own. Liang Kai, you are such a heartless little rascal. You help your mother but not your grandmother, right? Mrs. Lu was really in pain at this moment, with waves of piercing pain coming from her coccyx, but the position was indeed awkward. Liang Kai paused. My mother is in great pain. I will help her go back and lie down first, and when she is better, I can go to Aunt Gu's house to sew clothes. When she heard that it involved making money, Mrs. Lu couldn't say anything else. She couldn't help but curse and yelled at the top of her voice. "There are dead people in the house. Why don't you come out and help me?" It was not until a long time later that the eldest and second wives came out of the house slowly and reluctantly helped Mrs. Liu up. When the two daughters-in-law saw the old lady like this, they felt that she was pretending a little too much, and it was really too hypocritical. But after all, she was a daughter-in-law, so she didn't dare to say anything openly. She only cursed Mrs. Liu in her heart. And Mrs. Liu was also bitter. She really fell down and it really hurt. But the pain was in the wrong place, and she couldn't tell anyone, so she could only bear it. After watching the excitement, Liu finally caught up with Gu Qianlong when she was almost at her house. "Madam Gu, wait for me. You walk so fast I couldn't catch up with you even after jogging for a long time," Liu shouted while panting. "How long are Madam Gu's legs?" She was chasing after her, and she saw her walking forward slowly, but she couldn't catch up for a long time. If she hadn't shouted just now, she would have entered the yard and tied her up outside. "It's Madam Liu. Is there something wrong?" Gu Qianlong looked at Liu curiously, who was chasing her. "Mrs. Gu, you see Wang Chun'er is injured now. Do you really plan to wait for her to recover before you come to your house to sew clothes? That would take several days, and the clothes your children are wearing are all very old. How about, what do you think of my craftsmanship? I will charge the same as you pay Wang Chun'er." Liu tugged at the clothes she was wearing. "Look at what I'm wearing. I made it myself. Do you think my craftsmanship is acceptable?" Liu said, looking at Gu Qianlong with expectation. To be honest, Liu didn't hate her. On the contrary, she was quite smart and capable. "How about this? You take 2 sets back and make them for me, 10 cents a set, and give them to me in 2 days. Is that okay?" Liu was overjoyed when she heard it. "Sure. I can deliver them to you as early as tomorrow afternoon so that your 2 children can wear new clothes as soon as possible." Although she didn't get all 4 sets of clothes, Liu didn't care at all. After all, she was blocking Wang Chun'er's job. If she took all the work, it would be a bit ungentle. Although she was not afraid of that old lady Liu knowing, it would be a bit embarrassing if she came to scold her in the future. "Okay, it's settled. If you do a good job, I will ask you for help with needlework in the future." Gu Qianlong was very open-minded now. She was not short of money, so why should she work herself to death? It could help the villagers earn a little money, and everyone would take care of them more or less.
Why not?
"Thank you, Madam Gu." Liu happily took the material back. On the way, she met several women who were also planning to take work from Madam Gu. She smiled and waved the material in her hand and walked away. Several women couldn't help but secretly hate that they were a step late, so they gave up the idea of looking for Madame Gu again. After finally returning home and closing the gate, the 2 children were still obediently guarding the table. She stared at the roasted chicken on the table with big eyes and drooled. When she saw her mother coming back, she immediately ran over with shining eyes. "Mom, you're back. Wu Bao and I have been waiting for you to come back and eat together." Looking at the half bowl of roasted chicken left on the table and the untouched white rice, Gu Qianlong felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect that the 2 children would hold back from eating and wait for her to come back. The food was already a little cold, but fortunately it was summer now, so it was not a problem. "Finally, I can have a good meal in peace." Thinking about this day after day, it's really not easy. The little girl didn't ask what happened in Liang Sai's house, and she wasn't curious when she saw the cloth her mother brought back. Gu Qianlong looked at this sensible little girl with some surprise, and couldn't help but think about what kind of life children of her age would live in modern times. "I gave 2 sets of clothes to Aunt Lu to make for you too. I brought these 2 sets back. When your Aunt Wang gets better, I'll ask her to come home and sew them for you." Although the children didn't ask, the desire in their eyes couldn't be concealed. She still explained it to them roughly, so that the children wouldn't worry about it. When they heard that there would be new clothes, the smiles on the children's faces couldn't be hidden. How long has it been since they last wore new clothes? It seemed that in their memory, they had never worn new clothes. The summer rain came as soon as it came. In the evening, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a long-lost heavy rain was about to fall. Gu Qianlong looked at the roof with a little worry. wondering if the roof that had been repaired last time could withstand the invasion of this heavy rain. It got dark quickly, and Gu Qianlong asked the children to wash up and go back to the house early and lit a candle. The children nodded obediently and fell asleep. The heavy rain poured down in a moment. The raindrops were flying all over the sky, and soon the house was like thousands of waterfalls. Gu Qianlong looked around the house. Fortunately, there was no place where the rain was leaking. She returned to her room and locked the door, and took out a mirror she bought from the county town with trepidation. The mask was gently taken off, and the woman in the bronze mirror had skin as white as cream, beautiful eyes shining, and lips without makeup. What a beautiful woman! She can be called a peerless beauty. Gu Qianlong was stunned when she looked at herself in the mirror. This was really too beautiful. The original owner was a beauty. After drinking the 3 drops of spiritual spring water, she was reborn at this moment. With such a beautiful face, it is safer to hide it well if you don't have enough ability. After admiring her appearance in the mirror for a while, she put the mask aside on her face again. Suddenly, a piercing scream came through the rain and the night sky.
Apoi, apoi.
This strange scream was a little hoarse and continued. For no reason, Gu Qianlong felt panic in her heart. Whose voice is this? She rushed out of the house and walked through the main room to the door of another room. Gu Qianlong pushed the door open regardless of anything, only to see that the candle in the room had been extinguished at some point. Lightning kept shining into the room through the window, flickering. Wu Bao was sitting on the bed, covering his ears with his hands, staring with a pair of frightened big eyes, and shouting at the top of his lungs. Sia huddled in a corner of the bed with a face full of fear, looking at the direction of the window with a face full of fear. What's wrong? What happened? Gu Qianlong walked into the room anxiously and tried to hug Wu Bao with concern. But the little guy was obviously frightened, and his body couldn't help but shrink back, shaking more and more. The screaming sound never stopped. Seeing that this was not a solution, Gu Qianlong reached out and gently pressed the acupuncture point behind Wu Bao's head. The little guy finally stopped screaming, fell softly on the bed, and fell asleep. Sia, come. Don't be afraid. Tell mother what happened? Seeing Wu Bao fell asleep quietly, Gu Qianlong gently reached out to Sia, who was curled up in the corner of the bed. The little girl was obviously also very scared, shaking her body, and her upper and lower teeth were chattering.
Ghost. Ghost.
Mother, there is a ghost. Ghost? Although she had experienced such an incredible thing as time travel, Gu Qianlong did not believe that ghosts really existed in this world. What's more, this place is located at the foot of the mountain, sparsely populated, and the courtyard wall here is built particularly high. It is impossible for ordinary people or beasts to get in, which is why she fell in love with this courtyard at first sight. Silly child, there are no ghosts in this world. It must be the thunder and lightning outside, and the shadows of the trees are projected in, scaring you. Gu Qianlong approached Sia gently and said in a soft and soothing voice. Slowly holding the little girl in her arms, she could clearly feel the body in her arms shaking constantly. Don't be afraid, it's okay. It's just the shadow of the tree. Mother is here. Ghosts and monsters don't dare to come. Sia showed a puzzled look. Her mother didn't see the scary scene just now. It was not a tree shadow at all. She could still distinguish between ghost shadows and tree shadows. But in her mother's warm embrace, she felt inexplicably at ease. Maybe with her mother here, that thing really doesn't dare to come again. Just thinking about this, another flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, and a tall, dark figure stood clearly outside the window.
She just screamed. Ah.
Gu Qianlong subconsciously looked back and saw a figure nearly 2 meters tall and as sturdy as a hill, standing in the rain outside the window. She subconsciously hugged the child in her arms and stared at the figure outside the window. This is indeed not a tree shadow. Is it a person?
A monster?
Or a savage? But no matter what it is, in this dark night with heavy rain, it is not a good person. She subconsciously sank her consciousness into the space, took out the chain dome, and held it in her hand. Don't be afraid. Sia, mother is here. Mother will protect you. Close your eyes obediently. Don't look, don't think. Mother will protect you well. She stared at the shadow outside the window with heavy eyes, watching the other party's every move. Unfortunately, the heavy rain did affect the vision. After the lightning, the surroundings fell into darkness again. But Gu Qianlong knew very well that there was a huge danger lurking outside at this time, waiting for an opportunity to move. She didn't dare to let the children leave her sight again. Who knows if that thing is a person or... She quietly installed the chain dome, and if the person outside came any closer, she would attack him without any hesitation. Time passed by minute, but to Gu Qianlong, it seemed like a very long time had passed. Finally, when the next flash of lightning came, the figure outside the window was no longer there. But she was completely sleepy, as she vaguely remembered that she had heard some rumors about this house. Even if the people in the village had no place to live, they left the courtyard with the well empty. It seems that since Li Juehu disappeared, no one has lived in this place for a long time. But she just didn't believe it, and now she has bought this place and become the real owner. So, the guy behind the scenes finally couldn't sit still anymore? Although he didn't know why the other party only showed up tonight after she had lived here for so many days, he thought that this trick could scare her. That really is underestimating her. Your Excellency, there is no need to play tricks here. To tell you the truth, this place has been bought by me. If you want to use this trick to force me to move out, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Although she didn't know who was hiding in the dark and what his identity was. But Gu Qianlong still said in a deep voice in the direction where the black shadow had stood before. Sia had fallen asleep at some point. The little girl was not peaceful in her sleep, and her little hands tightly hugged Gu Qianlong's neck. She even felt a little breathless. Slowly Pride opened the child's little hands and gently put her on the bed. Gu Qianlong slowly walked to the window and looked at the yard where the rain was pouring. The vast night was as dark as ink. Under the scouring of the heavy rain, I'm afraid there won't be any traces tomorrow morning. What a good plan. Holding the dome tightly in her hand, she gently closed her eyes and carefully felt the movements around her. Unfortunately, under the cover of the heavy rain, all the sounds seemed so difficult to distinguish. Has the other party left? If Gu Qianlong left the room at this moment, she might find that there was a tall figure standing in the kitchen next to her 3 main rooms. Hearing what she said just now, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. This night was the longest night for Gu Qianlong since she traveled through time.
Well,
Even longer than the first night. She sat in the children's room, quietly guarding the window, but until the dawn of the morning shone through the sky, the guy who pretended to be a ghost did not appear again. She gritted her teeth in hatred. The rascal must not be bumped into by her again, let alone bump into her hands again. Putting the chain dome back into the space, she rubbed her swollen eyes. After what happened last night, she dared not leave the 2 children alone in this small courtyard. Who knows if that guy will do something crazy while she is away. As soon as it was dawn, the 2 children woke up one after another and saw their mother taking a nap in front of the window. They were stunned. Then they recalled the horror of the rainy night last night and couldn't help but shouting in fear. Mom.
I'm afraid.
It must be said that the 2 children were scared. But the shock last night actually made Wu Bao make a sound for the first time. Is this also an unexpected surprise? You are all scared, it's okay. After comforting the children softly, Gu Qianlong still planned to talk to the village chief. After all, she would not be afraid, but the 2 children were so young. If the other party took the children as hostages, the consequences would be disastrous. Is Wu Bao afraid? She looked at Wu Bao carefully and asked softly. Wu Bao quietly raised his little face, looked at his mother's beautiful profile, and nodded gently. The little guy still didn't speak, but after what happened last night, Gu Qianlong had confirmed that the child's throat was indeed fine. It seems that it will take time and enough patience. I just don't know what the child's heart knot is. The heavy rain stopped at some point. Gu Qianlong, who was preparing to make breakfast, saw several large yellow mud footprints clearly printed on the ground as soon as she came to the kitchen. She squatted down and estimated with her fingers that the height of the person coming was about 1.9 meters. This is probably a giant. This is really not good news. She couldn't help but secretly sigh. If she faced him without a weapon, could she escape unscathed? Although she still had the last space life-saving charm, she certainly couldn't expose her trump card at will unless it was absolutely necessary. She simply baked a few egg pancakes, cooked some millet porridge and 3 eggs, and a nutritious breakfast was ready. She brought breakfast to the main house. The 2 children had already dressed themselves and sat there waiting obediently. Come, eat breakfast quickly, and mother will take you to the village chief's house together. The 2 children were still a little bit weak and didn't have much interest in such a rich breakfast. But after all, they were children who were used to suffering. The mother and the 3 of them shared breakfast and didn't waste anything. There were already villagers working and weeding in the fields one after another, and it was a busy scene. Is the village chief at home? When I came to the village chief's house, I unexpectedly found that the gate of his house was still locked. Gu Qianlong called out a few times symbolically, but when no one responded, she guessed that their family didn't return to the village last night. This is really a bit troublesome. Sia, you know where Aunt Lu's house is, right? Let's go and ask her. After thinking about it, she felt that she could only ask Lu about the residence of the village chief's family in the town. Well, mother, I know Aunt Lu's house. I'll take you there. Fortunately, with this clever know-it-all Sia, she saved a lot of trouble. Lu married the 2nd brother of the village chief. She was the 4th child in the family and lived in a 3-sided courtyard in the center of the village. Although it was also an adobe house, the roof was made of tiles, which looked neater than the houses around. Lu was holding the cloth she received from Gu Qianlong and sewing it carefully. It was very surprising to see her bringing 2 children over.
Oh,
Madame Gu is here. This is a rare guest. Please come and sit in the courtyard. Tahua, go and pour a bowl of sweet water for your Aunt Gu. Pouring a bowl of sweetened water is a very high standard of hospitality in this country. Gu Qianlong couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She smiled and thanked Tahua and took the sweet water. Tahua was only 7 or 8 years old. She was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She could already help with a lot of housework at home and looked very well behaved. Mrs. Gu, why are you here to see me? Maybe she regretted her decision and came to get the material back. Lu was worried, but she didn't show it on her face. It's like this. I have something very important to discuss with the village chief. But when I went to his house just now, I found that the gate was still locked. I'm afraid no one is home. I thought maybe he is still in town, so I came to your house to ask. So, you are here to see the village chief. Lu's heart was put at ease. She said that Madame Gu doesn't look like the kind of person who would go back on her word. You've asked the right person. My 2nd uncle and his family went to town to visit his eldest son, who is in academy. They usually won't be back for 3 to 5 days. My parents-in-law also went with us this time. The 2 old people occasionally stayed at the empty house of their uncle in the village, and sometimes went to stay at their uncle's house in town for a while, running back and forth. Lu said calmly. It would take 3 or 5 days for him to come back. But she was afraid she couldn't wait that long. Who knows when that being hiding in the dark will show up again. I'm afraid I can't wait. I wonder where the village chief and his family live in the town. I'll go find him. Lu looked at Madame Gu in surprise. Is she so anxious? When they went to the town, of course they lived in my uncle's house. It's easy to find. You'll know when you go there and ask. The Elon wine shop at the east end of the town is opened by my uncle. Lu said proudly. The tone was as if the wine shop was opened by their family. But these days, having a skill is a secret. Being able to open a wine shop in the town is indeed a remarkable thing. But for Gu Qianlong, who traveled from the modern era, being able to brew wine is not a rare thing. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Madame Lu. But there is one more thing I want to trouble you with. Could you help look after my Sia and Wu Bao? I will be back before dark at the latest. It's not for nothing. Here are 10 coins. Just let the 2 children have a full meal. Gu Qianlong thought for a while, took out 10 coins from her purse, and put them on the stone table in the courtyard. Oh, what should I do? Madame Gu is too polite. They're just children. How much can they eat?
Take it back quickly.
Lu was polite, but she didn't stand up to hand the money on the table back to Gu Qianlong. She smiled, but she didn't mind. After all, every household in the village was not doing well. Even the village chief's second brother's family was also saving on food rations. It's my duty. How can I eat and drink for free here? I'll come and pick them up when I come back from town later. Gu Qianlong, who thought she had easily achieved financial freedom in this era, didn't care about these 10 or 20 coins at all. If she really had to leave the children alone in the small courtyard at the west end of the village, she would be really worried. God knows how they spent those days safely before. Looking at the 10 coins on the stone table, Lu was so happy. It turned out that it was the right choice to make friends with Madame Gu. She knew at a glance that she was a capable person. The Elon wine shop on the east side of Chongbei town was indeed very easy to find. Just asking around, she knew the approximate location. The wine shop was not big, with only a small storefront, and it seemed that there were only 5 kinds of wine and beverages sold inside. But because it was the only wine shop in the town, the business was still quite good. At this time, a woman with an unfamiliar face was sitting at the counter of the shop, flipping through the account book. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm from Yujia village. Is the village chief here? I have something urgent to talk to the village chief about." The woman raised her head and looked at Gu Qianlong in surprise. When did such a pretty young lady come to the village? I have never heard of her in my family. Excuse me, who are you? The woman asked curiously. I'm from Yu Jianzhong's family. My surname is Gu. Gu Qianlong simply introduced herself according to the local custom. It turns out to be Madame Gu. I have heard of your name for a long time, and today I finally meet you. It turns out that this is the newly married lady of Jianzhong's family. It really is. I am the lady of the host family here. My surname is Hong. Hong said, and then stood up to greet her. My second brother and his family are all in the backyard. Please follow me. As soon as she entered the backyard, Gu Qianlong saw the village chief's wife, Tian Xinger, sitting in front of the door of the main house from a distance, holding a baby in her arms, rocking up and down to coax it. Bauer is not well behaved again. It's really hard for my sister-in-law. Hong smiled and took the child from Tian Xinger's hands. This Madame Gu said she came to see my second brother for something urgent. Madame Gu? But what happened in the village? Seeing Gu Qianlong, Tian Xinger was surprised.
Alas.
This matter is a long story. Is the village chief here? Gu Qianlong said with a frown. It was indeed this matter. I couldn't tell them to the women. Don't scare them again. If some supernatural word spread by then, how can people live in her house in the future? The head of the family is here. Please come in and sit down. Tian Xinger greeted with a little embarrassment. Yu Jiankai was also surprised to hear that Madame Gu had come to visit suddenly. Madame Gu? But what happened at home? This Madame Gu is really unlucky. Since she married into Yujia village, it seems that she has never had a few days of peace. I just don't know what happened this time. Village chief, there is something I want to ask you. Is there anything about the house I just bought? Gu Qianlong asked after thinking for a long time. Why did Madame Gu suddenly ask that? Yu Jiankai couldn't help being shocked in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. It shouldn't be. The 3 of them, mother and son, have lived in that yard for some time, and they have never heard of anything happening. Sure enough, there is something special about it, right? Although village chief Yu didn't show anything on his face, the surprise that flashed across his eyes just now did not escape Gu Qianlong's eyes. I don't understand what Madame Gu is talking about. Yu Jiankai lowered his head slightly and denied it. Seeing that village chief Yu was obviously pretending to be confused, Gu Qianlong was not annoyed. Let me ask this. I wonder how long has Li Juehu's house been vacant? That house, including this year, has been vacant for more than 4 years. This is something that everyone in the village knows, so village chief Yu has no need to hide it, and answered very straightforwardly. I heard that Li Juehu disappeared after entering the mountains. Has he never come back? Gu Qianlong asked again. Yes. No one has ever seen him since. I think he encountered some kind of accident after entering the mountain, and his body was never found. Village chief Yu couldn't help but sigh. Then can I ask, after the house became vacant, has anyone in the village lived there? Mrs. Gu's words made village chief Yu fall into deep thought. In the first 2 years after the house became vacant, some people really wanted to move in. It wasn't because of the 3 thatched houses, but because of the well in the backyard. You know, the well has never dried up in their village, even in the driest years. But later, thinking that Mrs. Gu had bought the house, village chief Yu was entangled in his heart and finally said, "It's been too long. I don't remember." Village chief, please think about it again. This is very important to me. Gu Qianlong naturally saw that village chief Yu was deliberately concealing the truth, but if this matter was not clarified, how could she and the children live in peace? It's all in the past. It's been so long. Madam Gu, just stay there peacefully, and don't listen to the gossips of those gossipy women in the village. Yu Jiankai thought that Madam Gu must have heard something in the village, so she came to ask about the house. He couldn't help but secretly blame those gossipy women in the village for being too talkative. Knowing that Madam Gu was a young woman living there with 2 young children, why did they say those things to scare her? There may be a few people in our village who are jealous of the well in the yard, but they don't have the ability. Madam Gu, don't listen to their instigation. After hearing what village chief Yu said, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Those women in the village didn't have time to talk about the gossip about the house in front of her. She thought for a moment and said, "Then I will ask the village chief one last question. That Li Juehu is a man 8 feet tall and burly?" Village chief Yu widened his eyes and said in surprise and anger, "They even told you this? Really?" Gu Qianlong was almost 90% sure that the man standing in the rain last night was most likely Li Juehu. But from his disappearance to his reappearance, there were too many things that puzzled people. Village chief Yu misunderstood. "No one said anything in front of me," she said helplessly. "It rained heavily last night, and the 2 children were scared." Gu Qianlong thought for a moment and said, "I rushed to the room where the children slept and saw a tall and burly figure standing in the rain in the yard. This morning I went to the kitchen and saw several large yellow mud footprints on the ground inside." Gu Qianlong said calmly in a cold voice. But these words sounded like thunder to village chief Yu's ears and were unbelievable. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back and fell into a chair, unable to recover for a long time.
This.
"Could it be that Li Juehu's ghost has really come back?" he said in a trembling voice. Gu Qianlong looked at the village chief Yu, who was sitting on the chair in front of him with a pale face. She really underestimated the extent to which people in this era believed in ghosts and gods. Seeing the village chief was so scared, she was extremely glad that she had not revealed what happened last night to others. Li Juehu himself?
No.
No way. Village chief Yu murmured in disbelief. "If it's not a human, what else can it be? I've never heard of ghosts leaving footprints." Gu Qianlong sneered. "Want her to believe that it was a ghost? Don't make an international joke. Although her time travel is very bizarre and incredible, it doesn't mean that ghosts really appear in the world. If she didn't want to hurt people with the chain dome last night, how could the guy who ran out to scare people get away unscathed?"
But why?
The house originally belonged to him. If he was safe, why didn't he just come back to live there? Instead, he sneaked back on a rainy night? Besides, the house at the west end of the village is not worth much except for the well. Is it worth it for him to scare people year after year? Village chief Yu expressed his doubts. Gu Qianlong secretly raised her eyebrows. The village chief just said scare people year after year? If that's the case, it would be interesting. From the looks of it, Li Juehu is most likely still alive, but for some reason, he can't continue to live in the village. But he doesn't want the house to belong to someone else. So, he occasionally appears at night to scare away the people living in it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. It's just 3 thatched houses with a kitchen. What's so rare about it? Is it that serious? Village chief Yu was right. The house originally belonged to him. No matter what the reason was, he hadn't returned to the village for a few years. If he came back, could he not continue to live there? Why does it have to be like this from time to time?
Or
that person just looks like Li Juehu and wants to drive away all the people living there?
But why?
Gu Qianlong was puzzled. I wonder if the village chief is free? Come back to the village with me to check the footprints in my kitchen and whether there are any gaps in the surrounding walls. After all, the two children were scared last night. If she didn't get to the bottom of the matter, she couldn't feel at ease to live there with her two children. Even if it wasn't for herself, she couldn't stay with the two young children at home without keeping an eye on them all the time. Village Chief Yu thought about these things in his family, and there would be no result for a while. It would be better to go back to the village to see this strange thing in Mrs. Gu's house first. After explaining a few words to his wife, Yu Jiankai packed up and went back to the village with Mrs. Gu. Today, Chongbei town is more lively than usual. The reason is that the big rascal of the Gu family did something well known and offended Su Yuanwei. People can be seen everywhere on the street discussing this matter, passing it on as a big news. Gu Qianlong thought of going to the cloth shop to see if there is any suitable cloth for mosquito nets and window screens, and buy some before returning to the village. When she came to the cloth shop with familiarity, Feng, the shopkeeper, was chatting with another customer about this shocking news. When she saw Madame Gu coming in, she didn't bother to greet her. The words Gu Wen Kai successfully attracted Gu Qianlong's attention. However, after Lu, the shopkeeper of Juxinlu, returned to Su's house to file a complaint, he rushed back to the store without stopping. He immediately called a few guys and a few women who helped in the kitchen, and broke open the door of the #1 private room of Tianzi. At this time, Gu Wenkai was still fighting for hundreds of rounds, and Ru'er, who had drunk the potion, was trying her best to cooperate with her with a spring look in her eyes. Fortunately, the shopkeeper still took into consideration the reputation of Ru'er, the victim, and only allowed a few maids into the house. After pouring a few basins of cold water, Gu Wenkai and Ru'er, who had been poisoned, completely woke up. Who?
How dare you?
Do you know who I am? Gu Wenkai, who was interrupted, shouted angrily. Unfortunately, after receiving instructions from Mr. Su, shopkeeper Lu would no longer fall for his tricks. He told the maids to wrap Ru'er up, then waved for the men to come in and tie up Gu Wenkai.
Who are you?
Of course I know, but I'm just afraid that you don't know who you are. I am here on the orders of our master to arrest you, the perpetrator who committed crimes in Juxian Tower. Manager Lu had a cold face and did not allow anyone to help Gu Wenkai put on his clothes. He simply tied him up and pushed him into the woodshed in the backyard. Although summer nights are not very hot, there are indeed a lot of mosquitoes, especially in places like the woodshed, which are breeding grounds for mosquitoes. In just one night, he was bitten so much that he could no longer be seen as a human. His face was so swollen that it looked like a pig's head. Even his mother might not be able to recognize him. When Gu Qianlong heard this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Wenkai had been spoiled since he was a child. He could do nothing but eat, drink, and have fun. When had he ever suffered such a hardship? What happened next? She couldn't help but ask curiously. Shopkeeper Feng was talking excitedly, but unexpectedly the young lady who had come before also became addicted to listening and started talking even more enthusiastically. Later, the girl named Ru'er came to her senses and cried bitterly. After receiving instructions from Mr. Su, the shopkeeper Lu actually asked someone to write a complaint to her. Hu Juanzi, who had rushed from Yangshu village after hearing the news, had not even seen Gu Wenkai except for paying 20 taels of silver to Juxinlu for Gu Dehunzi's meal. You spent 20 taels of silver on the meal? Gu Qianlong said in surprise. Isn't it just 20 taels of silver? Shopkeeper Feng was shocked. Hu Juanzi was really willing to spend so much for this prodigal son. 20 taels of silver would be enough for Gu Wenkai to marry 6 young ladies like her and still have some left over. Did Ru'er really sue Gu Wenkai? Gu Qianlong felt that it was not that simple. Once Gu Wenkai got involved in a lawsuit and went to jail, it would affect Gu Wenhan's imperial examination. By then, let alone becoming an official, he would not even be able to take the imperial examination. The Gu family, or even the entire Yangshu village, would probably not sit idly by and allow such a thing to happen. You know, Gu Wenhan got the first place in the exam, and even his teacher in the academy had high hopes for him. Otherwise, with Su Yuanwei's temperament of not getting up early without benefits, how could he repeatedly tolerate a scoundrel like Gu Wenkai jumping around in front of him? At this critical moment, Gu Dehunzi's younger brother, Gu Xiaoxikai, rushed over from the county town. I don't know what he said to Miss Ruer, but Miss Ruer tore up the complaint and took the 10 taels of silver given by the Gu family. They only gave 10 taels of silver and settled the matter? After listening to Manager Feng's story about the Gu family, Gu Qianlong finally picked out a few pieces of material suitable for making window screens and mosquito nets, and left with satisfaction. Village Chief Yu had been waiting at the entrance of the town for a while, but he was not annoyed. He also listened to the old men driving the carts talking about interesting stories about Gu Dehunzi. Hearing that the Gu family spent 10 taels of silver to hire the singer Ruer to be Gu Dehunzi's main wife, Village Chief Yu couldn't help but sigh. While he was impressed by the Gu family's wealth, he remembered that when Miss Gu married into Yujia village, even the 3 taels of silver betrothal gift was embezzled by them. Really? I wonder what Madame Gu will think when she hears about this. Village Chief, I've kept you waiting for a long time. I'll pay for the car fare to the village this time. Gu Qianlong came over steadily with a few pieces of cloth. Because she was going back to the village with the village chief, she didn't put the things into the space. It's okay. It's a rare trip to the town. It's normal to buy some things to bring back. After hesitating for a moment, Village Chief Yu said, I don't know if you heard about your uncle's side when you came to the town? Are you talking about the Gu family paying 10 taels of silver to marry Ruer tomorrow? Gu Qianlong smiled and revealed the big news she had just heard. Haha, it seems that Madame Gu has heard about it. Village Chief Yu smiled a little embarrassedly. Such a big thing, people in the town are talking about it. Gu Qianlong said with a smile. Village Chief Yu also knew the relationship between Madame Gu and her uncle's family. Seeing Madame Gu say this, he didn't care. I wonder how much gift Madame Gu is going to give tomorrow? Originally, as an outsider and a man, it was not easy for Village Chief Yu to ask about such things. But seeing Madame Gu's expression, it didn't look like she would go back to Yangshu village to watch the ceremony, so he kindly reminded her. Gift? Yes, the Gu family was her family, and it was the eldest son of the eldest house who was getting married, so logically she should go. Although she was unwilling in her heart, and didn't want to give a single needle or a thread, in this era where clans are supreme, she couldn't help but do some superficial work, at least so that people wouldn't find fault with her. Thank you for reminding me, Village Chief. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten about it. I just don't know how much I should give in a situation like mine. Please help me give some advice. She naturally appreciated the kindness of others. In the village, there is no limit to what gifts are given for marriages. 20 eggs, or a piece of fabric, or 20 or 30 coins for close relatives. After listening to Village Chief Yu's advice, Gu Qianlong had an idea in her mind. She was only asked to pay 20 cents to the eldest branch of the Gu family, and she was somewhat unwilling in her heart. But no matter how unwilling she was afraid that she could not avoid this matter. After all, their family had already severed ties with the old house. Although they were not expelled from the clan, they were still lonely and helpless in the eyes of others. If they cut off contact with the Gu family, it would be even more difficult for them to gain a foothold in the village. She didn't care, and it didn't matter. But Xia and Wu Bao were still young, and they had a long way to go in the future, and they could not do without the support of these clans. What's more, it was not the time to break up with the Gu family yet, and everything needed to be considered carefully. The ox cart swayed back to the village, and unexpectedly met a half-grown boy from the Gu family clan at the entrance of the village. Gu Qianlong felt that he looked familiar, but she didn't remember the child's name. When the boy saw her, he hurriedly said, Sister Gu, your aunt asked me to tell you that we will be attending the wedding tomorrow. Brother Wenkai is getting married, so you better come early. Before Gu Qianlong could say anything, the boy ran away like a rocket, as if he had motors installed on his feet. Hu Juanzi was really shameless. Afraid that she didn't know about this, she even asked someone to come and tell her. It seems that she has to go on this trip tomorrow. It just so happened that I met Gu Wenkai and asked him if I could pay him the 2 taels and 5 cents of silver that we had agreed on last time. Whenever Gu Qianlong thought of her cousin, the original owner, whose face was swollen like a pig, the corners of her mouth curled up. He might be the first groom in history to serve with such an image. After paying 20 cents, it seems that she has to go on this trip tomorrow. It just so happened that I met Gu Wenkai and asked him if I could pay him the 2 taels and 5 cents of silver that we had agreed on last. The courtyard wall was built with stones, more than 2 meters high, and there was a circle of bamboo fences outside the courtyard wall. It was impossible for outsiders to borrow ladders and climb into the courtyard wall. What's more, the wall was so high that there was no support inside after climbing up, and falling down was no joke. Of course, if there were martial arts masters in this era, it would be another matter. But she had been here for so long, and she had never heard of any martial arts masters. Of course, it might be because her circle was too small and she couldn't get in touch with them. After walking around the courtyard wall, she naturally found nothing. When she first moved in, she checked the surroundings. The courtyard wall was solid, and there was not even a dog hole. Village chief, let's go into the yard and take a look. After the children's efforts these days, there were basically no weeds in the yard. Although the little guys are not very old, they have been trying their best to prove their worth. Village chief, you couldn't help but nod secretly. Madame Gu has taken good care of this small courtyard. It would be a pity if they dared not live there anymore because of this reason. After all, the village has just received 20 taels of silver for this house. How could they just accept the silver and then leave it alone when something happened to the house? That would be embarrassing, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Village chief, based on your past understanding of Li Juehu, can he come and go freely over the wall? Gu Qianlong raised her doubts. Anyway, it would be impossible for her to climb over the wall without help. But if she could jump down from the wall without any injury, she could give it a try. To be honest, I really don't know. Speaking of this Li Juehu, he is not from our village. When he first came, he was probably only in his 20s. He said that all his family members had died, and he had no intention of remarrying. As time went by, we all called him Li Juehu. No one remembered his previous name, but we only knew that his surname was Li. As for what kind of abilities he has, we really don't know. We only know that he lives alone and usually makes a living by hunting. Over the years, he has not been seen to interact with anyone in the village. At most, he exchanges some food and vegetables with the villagers. As they talked, the two came to the kitchen where Gu Qianlong had discovered the big footprints before. Village chief, you looked at these big footprints and secretly broke into a cold sweat. After this kind of thing happened, it was really too unsafe for the 3 of them to live in this yard. Madame Gu, I wonder if you have any plans for the future? What plans? Of course, I will continue to live here. Gu Qianlong said with a gloomy face.
But
no matter whether the man in the rainy night last night was Li Juehu, at least it is no longer safe for you 3 mothers to live here. Village chief, you said worriedly. He didn't want any accidents to happen in the village during his tenure. Then what can we do? I have already bought this house. Where else can we go if we don't live here? Gu Qianlong had made up her mind. As long as that person dared to come again, he would never come back. The reason why the village chief came here was just to let him know what happened in the house. Don't wait until something happens in the future, and he still knows nothing. Village chief, you sighed, and didn't know what to say for a while. Should he return the silver to Madame Gu and let her find another place to build a house? It would be easy for him to say, but the villagers might not agree. After all, it was 20 taels. Even if he was the head of the village, he couldn't make this decision. But in the future, you have to pay more attention to safety. Village chief, you said weakly. After sending the village chief away, Gu Qianlong carefully checked every corner of the yard and the house and found nothing unusual. The big footprints seemed to have only stayed in the kitchen for a while, and even the food and flour in the cabinet were not touched. The visitor seemed to have no ill intentions, but it gave Gu Qianlong a great sense of crisis. She opened the electronic map and scanned the small courtyard where she lived. Suddenly, the map on the crystal panel showed a long tunnel corridor winding up, and there was no end in sight. And the entrance to this corridor was actually under the water tank in the kitchen. This major discovery made Gu Qianlong couldn't stop being shocked. She had never used an electronic map to check the small courtyard where she lived, but she didn't expect there was such a mystery. It seems that the ultimate goal of that person last night was the entrance to the tunnel in the kitchen. Gu Qianlong took her consciousness back from the electronic map and stood in front of the large water tank. She hesitated whether to open the entrance of the tunnel right now and find out what was going on. After thinking it over again and again, she still didn't choose to go down and take a look immediately. Thinking that the two children were still at Lu's house and had not been picked up, and she had to go back to Yangshu village tomorrow to give gifts, she had to postpone the investigation. She measured the material she had just bought, cut it into the right size to make a mosquito net, and then found a few bamboo poles to support the mosquito net and fixed it to the children's bed. A light and breathable mosquito net was done. Finally, the children were no longer afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes when they slept at night. Gu Qianlong looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, thinking about the surprise of the children after seeing the mosquito net later, and couldn't help but curled the corners of her lips. As for the room where she slept, because it was a Kong, she had to think of other ways to hang up the mosquito net. Fortunately, she could sleep enough in the space before coming out, which saved some trouble. But if she didn't deal with this tall guy who popped up from time to time, it would always be a hidden danger. What if the other party sees that I am reluctant to move out? Will he become desperate and do something unpredictable? Oh, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Qianlong took the cloth that had been cut for her and walked towards Lu's house. Originally, she planned to sew the fabric herself when she had time. But thinking that he might have to trouble others a lot in the future, he simply took the materials with him and let Lu earn some money from the labor. Lu took on the job of sewing clothes for Mrs. Gu's family and worked very hard. After finishing her housework, she started to sew clothes for Xia and Wu Bao. The two little guys were in her yard, teasing ants with grass leaves and playing for the whole afternoon. In just half a day, Wu Bao's clothes were already sewn. Madam Lu, I'm here to pick up the children. As soon as Gu Qianlong walked into the yard, the children immediately surrounded her. Seeing that the children were playing in the yard and not being assigned chores like before, she felt even more satisfied with Lu. Mrs. Gu is back. Did everything go smoothly? Did you find my second uncle? Gu Qianlong's heart choked. The person was found, but the problem was not solved. Everything went smoothly. I'm sorry to trouble you, with the two children. No trouble. No trouble. It would be better if such troubles happened frequently. Lu said with a smile. Madam Gu, come and take a look. This is the clothes I made for Wu Bao. It's already been made, and Wu Bao has tried it on. Do you think it's okay? I have to say that Lu's stitches were indeed very fine and detailed. It was obvious that she wanted to put her heart into the job. She earned 10 cents in just half a day. This is a considerable income in the village. Not bad, your craftsmanship is very good. Gu Qianlong nodded with satisfaction. Madam Lu, I have 2 sets of cut materials here, which are for me to make. I originally thought that I would do it slowly at home when I have nothing to do on weekdays, but I have to go back to Yangshu village tomorrow for something. I thought I'd trouble you to make these 2 sets as well. The wages are the same as those in town, 15 cents for sewing a set for an adult.
You see.
Before Gu Qianlong had finished speaking, Lu said with great joy, That's great. Madam Gu, just rest assured and leave the material to me. Also, can Xia and Wu Bao continue to stay at your house tomorrow? Don't worry, I won't let you help take care of the children in vain. Lu smiled so hard that her teeth were showing and said, These 2 children are so worry-free. How much food can they eat? How can I ask you for money? But when Gu Qianlong took out the copper coins and put them on the small table, she didn't even blink. My goodness. 20 cents. Madam Gu gave it as she said, without even a trace of hesitation. Here are 10 cents to pay for Wu Bao's clothes, and the other 10 cents are for the expenses of the 2 children at your house tomorrow. Tomorrow is her first time to go back to Yangshu village. She wonders what kind of a powerful person the famous young scholar Gu is. Thinking of the plan of the eldest wife of the Gu family, she must be on her guard this time. Lu smiled and took the cloth that Madame Gu had just brought over and quickly put all the copper coins on the table into her purse. As soon as the sky was light, Gu Qianlong got up and packed up. After sending the children to Lu's house, she set out for Yangshu village. The last time the original owner got married from Yangshu village, She took a bullock cart at the entrance of the village with a red veil on her head, so she had no idea how to get around. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for a woman of that era to go on a long journey, let alone the original owner's daughter, who was a scholar. Almost since the death of the original owner's father, she had never left the area of Yangshu village and had not even been to Chongbei town.
Just not knowing the way was not a problem for Gu Qianlong.
The original owner didn't know the way, but she had an electronic map. Big roads and small roads were not a problem. Guided by the electronic map, Gu Qianlong walked slowly towards the direction of Yangshu village.
Go.
Yangshu village is not too far from Yujia village, and it takes about an hour and a half to walk there. There are about 100 households in the village, and the Gu family is not a big family. It's just that in recent years, the Gu family has produced 2 scholars, and their status in Yangshu village has risen, and they have the right to speak. The marriage of a young scholar's only brother was still quite lively, even though it had such an inglorious beginning. As soon as Gu Qianlong walked into Yangshu village, she saw the 5 blue brick and tile houses standing in the middle of the village, and there were crowds of people at the door. She suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. That was the little emotional memory left by the original owner. That was the original owner's former home, but now it has been occupied by the Gu family's eldest house. Is the sister of the Gu family back? It was the boy who went to Yujia village to inform him yesterday. Whose family are you from? I didn't expect to meet this child again as soon as I entered the village. It was also a coincidence. I'm Wenkong from Gu Yoshing's family. My sister came early today, and the bride hasn't been picked up yet. How about coming to my house and having a visit? Gu Wenkong invited enthusiastically. So, you are Uncle Yoshing's youngest son? You've grown up so much. Since the original owner's mother passed away, she has been living on her uncle's family every day. There are endless rough and tiring work waiting for her every day. She has basically stopped communicating with her brothers and sisters in the clan. Those uncles and aunts in the same clan also have their own difficulties. Since she is taken care of by her uncle's family, it is naturally impossible for them to pay too much attention to her. As a result, she was half sold and half given away by Hu Juanzi at the price of 3 taels of silver as a betrothal gift, and many people were kept in the dark and did not know about it. When the original owner got on the sedan chair and left the Gu family's door, and then got on the ox cart waiting at the entrance of the village, everyone realized that the eldest wife of the Gu family had actually introduced her to such a family and did not even give a penny of dowry. For a while, there were many people who despised and sympathized with her, but no one stood up to say a word for her, an orphan. After all, who would be willing to offend a young top scholar for the sake of an orphan? I'm here today to pay a visit and give a gift, so I won't bother you at your house. Thinking back to the time when the Gu family went to ask for the door panels, and Uncle Yusheng also went with them, Gu Qianlong lost interest in keeping in touch with him. Gu Wenkong became anxious when he heard this. The elder sister of the Gu family actually didn't go to his house? Wouldn't he fail to complete his mission? Fortunately, he patted his chest and promised his father that he would definitely invite the elder sister of the Gu family to his home. Sister Gu, please come to my house and sit for a while. It won't delay the banquet later. Besides, my father has to go to the ceremony too. Gu Wenkong stepped forward to block Gu Qianlong's way, saying with a little anxiety. At this time, if Gu Qianlong still couldn't see that this guy was waiting for her at the entrance of the village on purpose, then she would have lived in vain for 2 lifetimes.
Okay.
You lead the way. Gu Qianlong thought about it and decided to meet this uncle first. Compared with the magnificent 5-room blue brick and tile house, the home of my uncle Gu Yusheng seemed much simpler and more shabby. It is just an ordinary farmhouse courtyard built with adobe houses. Gu Yusheng was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard. There was a teapot and 2 cups on the table. It looked like he was waiting to entertain guests. As soon as Gu Qianlong entered the courtyard, she was met with Gu Yosheng's expectant eyes. Niece Lan, come in and sit down. Wenkong, pour some water for your sister. Gu Wenkong quickly poured the water and placed it in front of Gu Qianlong. Go over there and watch the fun. Come back and let me know if anything happens.
Gu Yusheng said lovingly.
Okay. Gu and Kong got the order and ran out in a hurry, disappearing in a flash. Gu Yusheng was filled with emotion as he looked at Gu Qianlong, who was wearing a half mask. He had failed the trust of the second brother of the Gu family. "My niece, did you come here today just to pay a visit as a gift?" Gu Yusheng asked tentatively. "What does this mean? Is there another purpose for her coming back?" But in the original owner's memory, it seems that there is no plan to return to Yangshu village.
Yes.
"Wasn't it when Kong from your family who informed me about this?" Gu Qianlong said calmly. "Alas. Speaking of which, your marriage was done too hastily. Your uncle's family actually married you off so casually without telling anyone in the clan." When Gu Yusheng talked about it, he still felt a secret hatred in his heart. This is the only daughter of the eldest brother of the Gu family. It's all in the past. I'm living a good life now. Gu Qianlong smiled and said nonchalantly. If it were the original owner, it would probably be very difficult, but fortunately, she is not the delicate girl of the original owner. Thinking back then, your father had the grace of rebirth for me. It's a pity that I have limited ability and couldn't bring you to my side to take care of you. Gu Yusheng said, taking out an envelope from his arms and putting it on the small table in front of him. Because you got married in a hurry, although I saw you when I went to Yujia village last time, I couldn't give this to you, so I have been waiting until now. What is this? Gu Qianlong asked in surprise. Your mother gave it to me before she died. She said that if your husband's family is capable after you get married, they would give it to you when they have a chance. Alas. But the husband's family you married. Let's not talk about it. Fortunately, I heard that you bought a house and land by yourself, and now you are capable. So, I thought of taking this opportunity to hand this letter to you in person, which can also be regarded as a relief for me. In Gu Yusheng's eyes, having a house and a land without relying on others is a symbol of ability. So, he asked his youngest son to wait for Gu Qianlong's arrival at the entrance of the village. Gu Qianlong picked up the envelope and saw that the seal was sealed with mud, and a small seal was stamped on the interface, so she opened it in front of Gu Yusheng. At a glance, her heart shrank. There was actually a very obscure poem written in the letter. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at the uncle in front of her again. Seeing that he was smiling and kind, looking at her with a look of relief, she was almost very sure that the other party must not have peeked at the contents of the letter. I asked your mother, and she said that this is a dowry list for you. You know, no one in our family can read. After she gave it to me, she only said that I must not give it to anyone else. Gu Yusheng had not told Gu Qianlong one thing, that is, Xiao had told her that if her daughter's husband's family was just an ordinary family, she should burn this letter. As if nothing had ever happened, let her daughter live a plain and simple life. Seeing that you are promising now, giving you this letter can be regarded as fulfilling your mother's last wish. As if a big stone in his heart was put down, Gu Yusheng smiled very relaxedly. But Gu Qianlong's mood could not calm down for a long time. Although she only quickly browsed Zhao's letter, at this moment, her heart seemed to have set off a storm. She understood what Xiao meant. The ability of the husband's family is definitely not just having a house and a few acres of land to support the family. But as an honest farmer, Gu Yusheng did not understand the meaning of Zhao's words at all. Thank you, Uncle Yusheng, for giving me this letter. I never thought I would see another letter from my mother. Although she saw the letter that shouldn't have been given to her, Gu Qianlong was still very grateful. It should be. Compared with your father's help to me back then, this little thing is nothing. It's just the dowry your mother mentioned. Now everything in your family is under the name of the eldest house, and there is nothing you can take away. Gu Yusheng reminded helplessly. This is also the reason why he handed the letter to Gu Qianlong without any care. At that time, Xiao was already seriously ill. She would say such inexplicable words and leave such a letter. Maybe she was just confused because of illness. At that time, the mother and daughter were driven to live in the old house of the eldest house, and even the old servants around them were driven away. What my mother said was just the Wangwali wood step bed that was placed in the old house of the eldest uncle at that time. I think that bed should still be placed in the old house of the eldest uncle. Gu Qianlong carefully searched for the bed in the original owner's memory. Xiao died on that bed, and before that, she swore a solemn oath to curse the eldest wife of the Gu family. If anyone dared to move her bed, she would haunt them and disturb them. The ancients all believed in this. After she left, the eldest aunt, Hu Juanzi, really thought that the bed was unlucky and did not think of moving it away to occupy it. That's right, since you got married, the house has been empty. Why would they go back to the old house to take a look? Who doesn't like a big house with blue bricks and tiles? Gu Yusheng said with disdain. The eldest wife of the Gu family was also a bad bamboo that produced good shoots. She actually gave birth to a scholar's son who won the first place in the exam. In an instant, she was proud after the death of Gu Xiaozai. I want to go to the old house first. After all, it is the only thing my mother left me. Gu Qianlong was a little impatient to go over and confirm what the weak and helpless woman had left for her. You go first. While the Gu family's main house is busy now and no one can take care of you, go and take a good look, Gu Yusheng said with great understanding. After bidding farewell to Gu Yusheng, Gu Qianlong went to the old house of the Gu family's main house. Before the original owner got married, she had always lived alone in this old house. Every day before dawn, she would rush to the main house to make breakfast and wash clothes for the whole family. After finishing all these, she had to collect firewood, cut grass for pigs, and cook pig food. She was so busy that she had no time to rest, but she couldn't even have a full meal. Especially after he had settled with the Yu family, he could only drink a bowl of thin porridge as clear as water every day to barely keep himself alive. But the original owner endured all of this, obeying his mother's instructions and waiting for the opportunity. Finally, I waited for her to travel through time. She couldn't help but think, if she hadn't traveled through time, what would the tough girl of the original owner have done when faced with everything that happened later? She fumbled for the key to the old house in the corner with ease, opened the door, and walked in. The furnishings in the room were very simple, with an old table and a few chairs, all covered with a thin layer of dust. At the beginning, Hu Juanzi not only took away everything from the second house, but also sold everything that belonged to their family in this house. The mother and daughter from the second room were not allowed to get any advantage at all, and the only rosewood step bed was moved in at Zhao's insistence. According to what Gu's mother said in the letter, Gu Qianlong gently turned a carving on the inside of the bed. After turning it forward and backward several times in sequence, a crisp sound of a mechanism popping open was heard. I saw a small secret compartment pop up at the foot of the bed. There was another letter in the secret compartment, as well as a box with exquisite carvings and inlaid with blue jadeite. Seeing this, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom and ingenuity of the ancients. Even if this bed really falls into the hands of other people, if they don't know the mechanism and the steps and sequence to open it, there is no way they can get the things in the secret compartment. After reading the letter in the secret compartment, she put all these things into the space. At this moment, she felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through her heart. She originally thought that she had traveled through time and space and became a peasant girl, but it turned out not to be that simple. After standing there for a while, she restored the secret compartment and then quietly left the old house. Sister, come over here quickly. The bride will soon get off the sedan. Seeing Gu Qianlong coming from afar, Gu Wenkong shouted excitedly. Unexpectedly, Hu Juanzi had been delaying the marriages of her two sons, hoping to marry into a wealthy family. As a result, her most beloved eldest son actually married a young singer. Seeing Gu Wenzai's face was red and swollen, and his eyes were narrowed into slits, Gu Qianlong raised the corners of her lips with joy, and her previous heavy mood was swept away. She came so early mostly to watch the fun. I wonder where the famous Gu is at the moment and what kind of mood he is in. Aunt, congratulations. Seeing Hu Juanzi greeting guests at the door with a sullen face, Gu Qianlong stepped forward and said. As he said this, he took out from his sleeve the 20-cent gift money wrapped in red paper that he had prepared long ago. When Hu Juanzi saw Gu Qianlong and the gift money in her hand, her face became even more sour. Who was so tactless as to notify this stinky girl to come over? It was such a waste of her table of good food and wine. But in front of so many villagers and guests, She didn't dare to say what was in her heart.
Ha!
You are thoughtful. Get ready to go in and have a feast. Although she said this, she started to think with her eyes rolling around. Miss Lon, you've come at the right time. The kitchen is so busy now, and we need someone to help serve the dishes. Hearing this, Gu Qianlong was immediately happy. This Hu Juanzi really doesn't treat herself as an outsider. She dares to give her such an important job as serving the dishes? Isn't she worried that she will spit in every dish? With her current hand speed, it is not a small matter to taste every dish she handles before serving it on the table. But why does Hu Juanzi have such a big face? Dare to use her like this? Aunt, are you sure? She said with a sly smile on her lips. When Hu Juanzi saw Gu Qianlong's smiling face, her heart couldn't help but jump, and she couldn't help but think of the last time she easily broke the eldest brother's arm. Ha! Aunt is joking with you. You come so far. How can I ask you to help in the kitchen? Come into the house with me and sit down. Looking at the sedan chair that had already landed at the door, Hu Juanzi's smile faded a little. She had to prepare well and go to the main hall to sit and wait for the newlyweds to come and pay their respects. Matchmaker Zhao had a happy face, and she kept saying nice things like a match made in heaven and a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Facing that pig-headed face, it made people feel that it was probably meant to mock the groom. Gu Qianlong looked at the couple from the Gu family's main room, whose faces were gradually turning black like the bottom of a pot, and instantly felt in a good mood. After the lively sound of firecrackers, Gu the pig-head kicked open the sedan door and, under the guidance of matchmaker Zhao, led the bride and walked slowly. Entering the yard, Brewer was a miserable woman. She lost her mother at a young age, and she had been singing songs with her father to make a living. After only 1 month in Chongbei town, she was spotted by Gu Dehunzi, and he successfully designed her to be his lover. At that time, Brewer was stubborn and decided to sue Gu Dehunzi without even discussing it with her father. But later, that gentle, elegant, and handsome man walked in front of her. Brewer held the red silk in her hand and stepped over the brazier. After entering this family, she no longer needed to wander around and live a life of being in the spotlight. She lowered her eyes, hiding the myriad thoughts in them. She would never marry the guy who took away her innocence. But when she thought of the man's final promise to her, her heart was burning. All a woman wants in her life is a stable life and a good man. She saw all of that in that man. As long as she married into the Gu family, she could see him often. As the singing of worshipping heaven and earth sounded, Brewer mechanically stiffened her body and completed the wedding movements step by step. A man with eyebrows like ink painting, face like peach petals, eyes as gentle as jade and stars. What a handsome and elegant gentleman. Even Gu Qianlong, who has seen many handsome men in modern times, can't help but admire him in her heart. This man should be the young scholar of the Gu family, Gu Wenhan, who is undoubtedly the first in the case. It's no wonder that the original owner had a shallow impression of him, just because Hu Juanzi controlled the original supervisor tightly and never let her get close to her 2 sons. She was afraid that her unparalleled beauty would arouse pity for her sons and turn their hearts away. Therefore, whenever Gu Wenhan came back from the academy, she was confined to the old house and was not allowed to get close to the big house. We could only see each other from afar during the Chinese New Year, and we were not even allowed to talk. Gu Wenhan, who was standing behind Hu, also saw Gu Qianlong wearing half of the mask. He was slightly stunned and looked at that otherworldly face with a dazed look. This person must be his second uncle's only daughter, his cousin Gu Qianlong. Although he was considered to be well-read, he could not find any suitable words to describe the beauty of his cousin. He lowered his head slightly, somewhat afraid to look directly into his cousin's lively eyes. He was not completely ignorant of what his family did. At this moment, facing his cousin's eyes that seemed to see through everything, he unconsciously felt a little ashamed of himself. A loud singing of Send to the bridal chamber rang out, and the scandal caused by Gu Dehunzi was finally covered with a fig leaf. Congratulations, Master Gu. I am late. With a hearty laugh, Su Houses slowly got off the carriage, brushed off his long gown and stepped into the yard. This must be Gu Zyoksukai. It is true that seeing is believing, and it really lives up to its reputation. Su Yuanwei smiled and narrowed his eyes. In order to get close to this Gu case leader, he had put a lot of effort. Originally thought that the last time the Gu family married a daughter, he could get to know him by the way. Who would have thought that Gu Zyoktsukai's mentor took him out to study, and he didn't come back to attend the wedding of his cousin at all. However, this also made him accidentally see the beautiful Gu Qianlong, and from then on, he always thought about her and was fascinated. Originally thought that the Gu family could take the young lady back and send her to his house immediately, but who knew that there would be twists and turns, and it has not been accomplished until now. Gu Wenhan has not forgotten who helped his brother get to have this wedding. But he also knows that he is far from being able to compete with Su Yuanwei. Mr. Su is too polite. Please take a seat in the courtyard. One is handsome and the other is elegant. Although there is a generation difference in age, there is no sense of disobedience when they walk together. The moment Su Yuanwei appeared, Gu Qianlong hid herself in the crowd. After watching the excitement, she didn't want to become the center of the excitement. It's better to stay away from places where Su Yuanwei is. However, even if this beautiful woman is hidden in the crowd, she is still the focus of everyone's attention. With just a turn, Su Haoze saw the stunning woman wearing a half mask in the crowd, and his eyes lit up immediately. He had guessed in his mind thousands of times what Madame Gu would look like when she put on the mask, but seeing it now still shocked him. Gu Wenhan, who was walking beside him, naturally noticed this and subconsciously turned sideways to block Su Haoze's sight. Master Su, please take a seat. Table number 1 outside is full of elders from the village and the clan. It is really a great honor for me to be here today to watch the ceremony. Nice words are free, and for Gu Wenhan, it is even easier. Hu Juanzi looked at such an outstanding son, and naturally she was tolerant. Su Yuanwei glanced at Gu Wenhan beside him and said, I wonder what the groom is busy with? Why hasn't he come out to toast everyone? Su Yuanwei's teasing with a smile made Hu Juanzi feel pain in her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. She paid a betrothal gift of 10 taels of silver to marry such a daughter-in-law. How could a little witch who sang ditties be worth this price? But for the future of her youngest son, the reputation of the Gu family must not be ruined. She has not forgotten her beloved eldest son, and it happened in the restaurant of this Master Su. She even paid 20 taels of silver for the food and wine. 20 taels. How could such a few inconspicuous dishes be sold at such a high price? It really cheated her and made her feel so distressed. Her face turned pale and blue, but she didn't have the courage to get angry at Su Yuanwei. She could only smile and say, how could that be possible? Wen Kai is a sensible child. He would never do such a stupid thing on such a happy day. Although she said so, she still winked at a woman she knew well and asked her to go to the wedding room to keep an eye on it. There were so many relatives, friends, and guests here, so he must not do anything out of line again. Her little son couldn't be embarrassed by this person. Gu Wenkai wasn't stupid. Whenever Su Haoze thought of the stupid thing he did, his face sank. He should have been the one to hold the wedding today. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn around and look for that beautiful figure in the crowd. Master Su is looking for an acquaintance. Gu Wenhan narrowed his eyes and looked at Mr. Su beside him. What else does this old man want to do? Don't think he doesn't know what he is planning with his thieving eyes. Ha! Scholar, you are joking. There is no acquaintance, but I just saw a familiar figure. Mr. Su laughed and sat in the seat of the head. Gu Wenhan curled his lips. His elder brother confessed everything about the calculations between this old man and his elder brother. I really can't tell that at such an old age, he is still learning like those young boys. His elder brother is young and ignorant, and can't resist the temptation of eroticism. This old man is very good at choosing people. He actually fell in love with his cousin who is already married. He pinched the medicine powder that his elder brother had handed over to him before in his sleeve, and smiled calmly on his face. It was just this little thing that caused his elder brother to marry a lowly singing girl today. It was really a waste of his good move. All the people present are ordinary farmers in the countryside. I think they are strangers to Mr. Su. Gu Wenhan said lightly. Please take your seat, Mr. Su. I'm afraid the country food and wine are not worthy of your attention. Gu Wenhan entertained him politely with a smile, and he didn't show any dissatisfaction with Su Haoza. The banquet of the Gu family can be said to be of the highest standard in the countryside. For dishes with meat, for vegetarian dishes, plus enough steamed buns made of 2 ounces of flour. The villagers looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table and swallowed their saliva fiercely. The table where Su Yuanwei sat was full of people of high moral character in the village, and they were quite reserved when eating. But in order to stay away from the place of right and wrong, Gu Qianlong sat closest to the gate of the courtyard, which was full of women with families and children. The action was really called fast, accurate, ruthless. The dishes were just served, but in the blink of an eye, they became plated in seconds. Even the 4 plates of vegetarian dishes were quickly eaten up as soon as they were served because they were cooked with a lot of oil. Gu Qianlong held a bowl and looked at the women at the table, each holding a pile of large bowls, and felt that this was a bad idea. This was her first time to attend a banquet held in the village. She didn't expect it to be such a scene. It was really an eye-opener. Fortunately, she still picked up a few pieces of food and put them in the bowl with her chopsticks so she didn't go hungry. If worst comes to worst, steamed buns made from 2 grams of flour will be enough. I don't know whether I got back the 20 cents I donated. When I think about it, I feel that I have lost a lot. She curled her lips and didn't bother to argue with these women. They were all farmers who seldom had meat throughout the year, so she didn't lack a few chopsticks of meat. After eating a little quickly, Gu Qianlong put down her chopsticks. At this moment, the father and son of the Gu family were busy entertaining Mr. Su, while Hu Juanzi was sitting at a table with the women of higher seniority in the village. The men were toasting each other with wine and toast, and they didn't see the groom appear. Gu Qianlong couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that the boy really couldn't wait to enter the bridal chamber again, as Mr. Su said? Although the gossip fire in her heart was burning, she still resisted the urge to go to the bridal chamber. Apart from Gu Qianlong, probably the only other person who discovered this anomaly was Gu Wenhan. He would occasionally glance towards his eldest brother's wedding room, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Gu Xiaoxikai, why hasn't your eldest brother shown up yet? Could it be that I guessed it right? Su Haoza said, and couldn't help laughing. This Gu Dehunzi really deserves to be called a real big rascal. He even dared to skip his own wedding banquet and stayed in the bridal chamber and refused to come out. Gu Wenhan's expression changed visibly, but he still maintained his composure and stood up gracefully. My dear uncles and elders, please eat first. I'll go and take a look. He was still worried about his brother, fearing that he would make another fool of himself. I really don't know who is the boss in this family. It's really frustrating and a headache. Country folks don't have as many particulars when it comes to weddings as wealthy families do. It was originally a taboo, and needless to say that it was a taboo for a younger brother to enter his elder brother's new house. However, his elder brother was a well-known person, and he would not be surprised if his elder brother did anything out of line. I knocked on the door of the new house, and it was surprisingly quiet inside. Even the woman that Hu Juanzi had previously asked to come and take a look at the new house was nowhere to be seen. Gu Wenhan knocked on the door again, but there was still no response. Brother, it's time to come out and toast, he said in a cold voice, standing outside the door. The answer he got was silence in the room. All I could hear was the sound of people having a banquet in the yard, the clinking of cups and plates, and the noise of people playing. Gu Qianlong also looked in the direction of Gu Wenhan curiously, but unfortunately there were so many people that she couldn't see clearly. As if sensing something was wrong, Gu Wenhan pushed the door hard, but unfortunately the door did not move at all despite his efforts. Gu Wenhan's every move fell into Gu Qianlong's sight, and she looked at the closed door with sharp eyes. When he looked up, he saw Gu Wenkong dropping his bowl and chopsticks and preparing to leave the table. He immediately waved to him and whispered a few words in his ear. Gu Wenhan looked at Gu Wenkong standing in front of him and had something in mind. Some things were not convenient for him, But Wen Kong was only 13 years old, so there was not much to be shy about. It's Wen Kong. The door of the new house can't be opened. Go around to the back of the house and take a look through the window to see what's going on. Come and tell me. Gu Wenhan was puzzled and had to let the boy take a sneak peek first to see what's going on inside. If the boy saw something inappropriate for children, it could be said that the boy was too naughty and it was no big deal. Okay, second cousin. Just watch. When he heard that he was just asked to peek at the new house, Gu Wenkong immediately ran to the back of the house happily. Is there any need to order such a thing? He was ready to take a sneak peek without anyone saying anything to see how beautiful the eldest cousin's new wife was. Now that he has received the order from his second cousin, it is like holding the imperial sword, and it can be seen clearly. Looking at Gu Wenkong jumping like a little rabbit to the back of the house, Gu Wenhan's heart flashed a trace of worry. He had clearly instructed and taught his eldest brother a lesson last night, so why did he still make a fuss today? This is obviously not right. Ah! A scream came from the back of the house. When Gu Qianlong heard it, she quickly stood up and looked in the direction of the scream. Gu Wenhan even ran to the back of the house immediately after hearing the scream. The slightly flustered footsteps revealed his inner uneasiness. Wenkong, what happened? What's going on inside? Gu Wenhan asked nervously. Gu Wenkong fell to the ground, his eyes widened, pointing his finger at the house, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Gu Wenhan didn't care about any major precautions and immediately stood at the window and looked inside. There was a newly pierced thumb-sized hole in the window screen. Looking through the hole into the house, I saw the bride's upper body lying on the bed, with a veil covering her head and her feet hanging under the bed in shoes. The groom was lying on the ground, motionless with his face facing the ground, and it was unclear what was going on. There was no third person in the room except the two newlyweds, and the door was locked from the inside. Gu Wenhan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. How could such a good wedding banquet turn out like this? Quick! Find a way to go in and save people. At this time, Gu Wenhan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. He looked like a young man under 20 years old. My legs are weak. Gu Wenkong, a half-grown child who grew up in the countryside, had never seen such a scene before. Even Gu Wenhan himself was panicked at the moment and didn't know what to do. The movement behind the house obviously alarmed the people who were eating at the banquet. Everyone rushed to the back in a swarm, fearing that if they were a little slow, they would not be able to catch up with the hot melons. Wenhan, what happened? Why are you all gathered here? Gu Yuchong was inferior to his second brother in every aspect of his life, but he was better than him in one thing. That was that he had two sons, and his youngest son passed the imperial examination and was the top scorer of the year. On the other hand, his second brother, although he passed the imperial examination and got married for so many years, he only had that one girl. Just for this matter, he felt that he could hold his head high and have no regrets in his life. Looking at his beloved youngest son, who looked very confused, he couldn't help but frown and asked, Dad, quick. Tell someone to break the door open. Something happened. Something happened inside. Gu Wenhan said with a rare look of panic and anxiety on his face. Upon hearing this, Gu Youchong's heart ached. If there was anything he was dissatisfied with, it was undoubtedly his eldest son. As the eldest son of the Gu family, he had been spoiled by his mother since he was young. She had hoped that he would understand more when he grew up, but looking at the brainless things he did, he only wanted to have this son. Don't panic, it's a big day. What can go wrong? This door can't be easily broken open. The younger son was confused, but he hadn't lost his mind. When his second brother built this house, it was very solid. Since this door was bolted from the inside, it couldn't be easily broken open. Wenkong boy, you are flexible. Open this window, flip in and open the door. Gu Yuchong ordered in a deep voice. Don't bother two people with one thing. Since Wenkong was the first to see the situation in the house, just let him flip in and open the door. Let's go. Let's go over there, wait for Wenkong to help open the door, and go in to confirm the situation inside first. Gu Yuchong comforted his younger son and pulled him to the front door. Gu Wenkong was a naughty boy who was no problem going up the mountain and down the river to pick bird eggs. He broke the window in just a few moves and flipped into the house. He crawled to the door and opened the bolt. The father and son of the Gu family, who had been waiting at the door, hurried into the house and nervously turned Gu Wenkai over. The pig-like face that was swollen beyond recognition was now even more gray and unbearable to look at. Gu Wenhan, with trembling hands, felt his breath from his nose, and luckily, he was still breathing. But he patted his brother's face lightly, but couldn't wake him up. The father and son, one supporting their son, and the other pinching Gu Wenkai, did not look at the bride, who was also unconscious. When Hu Juanzi heard that something happened in the bridal chamber, she was in a terrible state. This little witch, nothing good has happened since she got married. She rushed into the bridal chamber, hugged her son, and cried. If you didn't know, you would have thought her son was dead. All right, go check on the new bride. Wenkai is still here with us. Hu Juanzi's cries continued, making Guyo Chang's head hurt. He yelled impatiently. It was not auspicious for her to cry like this on a big day. Hu Juanzi got up reluctantly and went to check on the bride. Dad, we have to ask a doctor to come and see her soon. It's not a good idea to waste time like this. Seeing that his parents did not mention asking a doctor, Gu Wenhan had to remind them. They couldn't see anything at the moment. Only by asking a doctor to come and confirm would they know how the person was.
Wenkong.
Run fast, go to Yujia village, and ask Dr. Wu to come over. Hurry. Although there are so many families in Yangshu village, no one knows medical skills. If they have any illnesses, they will call Dr. Wu at the east end of Yujia village. Only those who are willing to spend money, or if they are really seriously ill, will go to Bao Hall in the town to see a doctor. Gu Qianlong, who was standing in the crowd, secretly raised her eyebrows.
Oh.
Go and ask for Dr. Wu. He is an old acquaintance. Thinking of when she just crossed over, the Yu family asked Dr. Wu to check the stomach of old Lady Qian. The medical level seemed to be hard to describe. The Gu family actually asked someone to ask him to come. Can he tell what the problem is? She was very skeptical. At present, she was far away from the crowd and couldn't even see the corners of the clothes of the two newlyweds, so naturally she had no way to judge what was going on. Anyway, the affairs of the Gu family's eldest house. It's none of her business. She was happy to stand aside and watch the show. At this time, the bridal chamber was crowded with men, women, old and young. Everyone was talking and guessing what happened to the newlyweds. Ruer on the bed looked the same as Gu Wenkai, just fainted, with a calm face and normal breathing. But without the doctor's confirmation, no one dared to make a rash judgment. Dad, why don't you tell the villagers to go away? With so many people surrounding the room, my brother and sister-in-law may not even be able to breathe properly. Gu Wenhan said to his father in a calm voice. His handsome face was flushed red at this moment, and he looked at the old and young in the room, and it was hard to describe. It was summer, and the villagers were not so particular. After everyone finished their work in the fields, they came directly to Gu's house for a feast. Who can go home to take a shower? That's impossible. Being able to wash your hands before coming to eat is already considered a particular person. Now that so many people have come in, the air in the room is so sour that it is self-evident. Gu Wenhan felt that if he didn't go out for a breath of fresh air, he would be the third person to faint. Everyone, go out and have the feast. It's hot. The bride and groom may have suffered from the heat, so don't gather around. After the feast, go back to your own business. Gu Yuchong persuaded, while reaching out to push the villagers out of the house. Although the gossip fire in everyone's heart was raging like a spark that would set the prairie on fire, they still looked back every few steps as they walked out of the bridal chamber. Finally, when the villagers had dispersed, Su Haoza finally got up and walked towards the bridal chamber. The curiosity to eat melons is shared by everyone, regardless of age or class, and he is no exception. Little scholar Gu, what happened to your brother? Do you want me to take him to the town clinic in my carriage? Su Haoza said, looking into the bridal chamber. Gu and Kai had been helped to lie on the bed at this time, but no one cared about the poor bride, who was just hanging on the corner of the bed without falling off. Okay. That's really too much trouble for Master Su. Before the father and son of the Gu family could say anything, Hu Juanzi responded hurriedly. When Su Haoza heard it, his heart was choked. He finally knew who Gu and Kai resembled for his stupidity. It turned out that it was all inherited. He felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten half a dead fly, but he didn't show it on his face. He looked at Gu and Han with a smile, waiting for his answer. If this young scholar Gu said the same thing, he would accept his kindness and see if he would be embarrassed.
Mom.
No need to trouble Master Su. My cousin has gone out to ask for a doctor.
Gu and Han said, bowing.
No trouble. As expected, he said there is still someone who understands the Gu family. Su Haoza smiled reservedly and said, That's right. Son, Master Su said it's not a problem. Let's take your eldest brother to the town clinic in a carriage. When Dr. Wu comes, it's the same for your eldest sister-in-law. In Hu Juanzi's view, his son was very precious. If she hadn't been disgusted by the man singing along, she would have said she wanted to send her son to town. How could Dr. Wu have anything to do with her? Su Haoza's face darkened visibly. He really shouldn't have been so polite. Look at how capable Hu Juanzi is. She is almost getting ahead of herself. What's the trouble? Our family is at least a customer of Mr. Su's family. Your eldest brother spent 20 taels of silver on a meal at Juxinlu. It's just a ride in his carriage to the town clinic, not even a fraction of what he earns. Hu Juanzi muttered. Gu and Han took a deep breath and finally managed to hold back his anger. He could see that whenever his mother encountered problems related to his eldest brother, her brain would not work properly. Everything he said made him feel ashamed. Can we bring up the matter of eating at Juxinlu? He even mentioned the 20 taels of wine and food money. Is he not ashamed enough? If the occasion wasn't really wrong, Gu and Han really wanted to walk away immediately. Fortunately, it was his mother, and her biological mother at that. Otherwise, it would be really unbearable. Gu Qianlong had sharp ears and sharp eyes. Although she was not standing very close, she heard everything that happened in the bridal chamber. She was so happy that she couldn't stop the smile on her lips. The 20 cents I spent today were really worth it. Although I didn't have any good food, I did see a rare good show. Just because his place was dirty and I spent a few dollars, I forced him to redecorate the #1 private room again. She didn't even have enough to pay a small amount, yet she still had the nerve to mention the word making money. Aunt Gu, do you want to settle the account of the 20 taels of silver with me? Su Haoza asked in a low voice.
No. No.
Master Su, please don't misunderstand. Seeing that Mr. Su was angry, Hu Juanzi immediately became timid. However, Gu and Han was able to detect something wrong with his sharp ears. Mr. Su, at this age, is obviously not much younger than my parents, but he just called them Aunt Gu. Isn't that treating yourself as a junior? He couldn't help but look at his cousin standing in the yard. It's such a pity for that outstanding woman who wore half a mask but still couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. He was just going out to study and was sold at a low price by his mother. Whenever he thought of it, he felt pain in his heart. Now that he saw his cousin, he felt even more pain.
Mom.
Dr. Wu should be here soon. You don't have to worry too much. Gu and Han himself was unsure about this, but he still comforted her softly. The faces of the people in the new house were gloomy. Gu Qianlong and a group of women who had nothing to do were eating melon seeds, acting as authentic melon-eating crowds. She looked outside the yard from time to time, hoping that Dr. Wu would come earlier, so as to solve the current mystery. Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, is his medical skill good enough? If you ask me, I'd better send your brother to Baohatang in the town for a checkup, otherwise, Mother will always be worried. If the person who fainted was his youngest son, he would definitely send him to the town clinic as soon as possible, without saying a word. But this eldest son, haha, don't waste the family's money. He lost 30 taels of silver for no reason, and he could have married 10 wives like Gu Qianlong. This doesn't even include the money for today's banquet and the money for thanking the matchmaker. If you add it up, the loss is too much. Wen Kong was able to call Dr. Wu over, which was already a very kind thing for him to do. If it were up to him, he would just wait for the troublesome couple to faint enough and wake up. Why would he bother to spend dozens of coins to hire a doctor? What if he thought his cheap silver was not enough? But if he said this, the woman next to him would definitely scratch her face regardless. Forget it. It's really a misfortune for the family. Dad and Mom, I'll go to the gate to greet Dr. Wu. Gu Wenhan really didn't want to see his mother's sad face anymore. Of course, the more important thing was that although everyone in the house had left, the smell lingered for a long time. He felt sick from the smell, and it was really hard to bear it.
Oh.
Go quickly. Mom is here to take care of your eldest brother. Hu Juanzi looked at her son's swollen face with heartache and said, without even raising her head, "If Master Su is not busy, why don't you come with me to the main hall and have a cup of tea?" Seeing that Master Su had finished the banquet and had no intention of leaving, Gu Yuchan couldn't help but feel puzzled. If he had a good relationship with the eldest son and was worried about him and wanted to stay, he didn't mention lending the carriage before. But if he wanted to make friends with a second son, he didn't seem to be interested in chatting with him. What a weird guy. Master Su glanced at the young lady sitting in the yard eating melon seeds and smiled and accepted the suggestion of Master Gu. Whether to drink tea or not was secondary as long as he could see Miss Gu a few more times. Anything was fine. He deliberately chose a seat facing Gu Qianluan and sat down, constantly thinking about how to approach the beauty later. Finally, after nearly an hour, Gu Wenkong's small body finally appeared on the road. "Wenkong, where's Dr. Wu? Has he arrived?" Gu Wenkong was already a little out of breath and said breathlessly, "He is here. He is behind us. You have worked so hard today, my cousin." Gu Wenhan said with gratitude. This child has indeed worked hard today. He had to peel off the window screen, climb the window to open the door, and run so far to ask for the doctor. A woman who was eating melon seeds nearby stood up quickly. "You silly child. It only took less than an hour to go back and forth. You must be exhausted. Come on, sit there and rest for a while. Mother will go get you a glass of water." Seeing her little son running and sweating, Yi quickly stood up to get him a glass of water. "Where is he? Where is he?" When Hu Juanzi heard that Dr. Wu had arrived, she ran out of the house and looked around. "Auntie, Dr. Wu is walking behind us. How can he be so fast?" I ran back to tell you the news. After taking a few breaths, Gu Wenkong had recovered a little and spoke. Hu Juanzi glared at Gu Wenkong unhappily, but didn't say anything. She stamped her feet and went back to the house to look after her eldest son. When the ground in front of Gu Qianluan was covered with a thick layer of melon seed shells, Dr. Wu finally came late with a medicine box on his back. He was quite dedicated, and he went into the new house to see the patient without even taking a breath. The people in the yard gathered at the door of the new house again. For a while, it was surrounded by villagers who came to watch the fun. What a mistake. How can I read gossip? Gu Qianluan thought about it, stood up and walked around to the window at the back of the house, instantly occupying a perfect position to eat the melon. Dr. Wu was seen holding Gu Wensai's pulse with one hand and stroking his mustache with the other, but he didn't notice anything wrong for a long time. But he was closer and could clearly hear the soft snoring of Gu Dehunzi. I'm afraid the Gu family is just teasing him. On this happy day, the groom was snoring in the bridal chamber. Wasn't it embarrassing to call a doctor to check on him? He couldn't help but feel a little angry and said seriously, "Your Dalong is sick. I'm afraid I can't cure it." Upon hearing this, Hu Juanzi almost fainted. "What did I say? You refused to send him to Baoha Hall in town. What should I do now? Where's my son?" She was about to pounce on Gu Wenkai. "Enough. I haven't even finished what I'm saying. You're crying first?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Wu became even angrier. "If you don't think highly of his medical skills, then don't ask him to come. Do you really think he is willing to go back and forth for more than an hour?"
Mom.
"Don't worry, Dr. Wu's medical skills are still good." Gu Wenhan didn't want to offend the only doctor nearby, who doesn't have minor illnesses and pains. Dr. Wu's medical skills are indeed not as good as those in the town's clinic, but he is cheap and willing to see patients. "I'm afraid your Dalong was too excited and tired before, and now he's just catching up on sleep," Dr. Wu said with a sullen face. When everyone heard this, they were all in an uproar. After all this fuss, Gu Dehunzi was just too sleepy and fell asleep? Gu Qianlong outside the window felt that it was not that simple. No matter how sleepy he was, could he just fall to the ground and sleep without caring about anything? And he was still face down. But it was obvious that Dr. Wu didn't see anything wrong with Gu Dehunzi. He can sleep so soundly at his own wedding banquet. I have never seen such a thing in my life.
Is he sick?
Or is he mentally ill? Dr. Wu was also a man with a bad temper. Everyone in the surrounding area would greet him with respect. Only Hu Juanzi looked down on him so much. Please help my sister-in-law, Dr. Wu. Gu Wenhan did not refute Dr. Wu's words, but only asked the doctor to check his sister-in-law's pulse again. Turning his head to look at the bride who was just hanging on the edge of the bed, Dr. Wu's face became even darker. The eldest wife of the Gu family is really not decent. No matter what the reason for marrying the new daughter-in-law, she should at least pretend to be nice. He just put his hand on the pulse, but he couldn't find out anything for a long time. But Gu Dehunzi was tired, and the bride was also tired. He stroked his mustache, pretending to be profound, his thoughts racing. If I am not mistaken, your new wife must have eaten something she shouldn't have. She is now in a coma. It will take some time for her to wake up after she has had enough sleep, and the effects of the medicine will naturally dissipate. It must be said that what Dr. Wu said at this moment was very convincing. Okay, the consultation fee is 40 coins. Dr. Wu put away the medicine box and stared at the Gu family in front of him.
What?
You just saw me for a while and didn't do anything, but you want to charge 40 coins? When she heard that it would cost so much money, Hu Juanzi was the first to be unhappy. At most 20 coins. As he said this, he counted out 20 coins from his purse. When Dr. Wu saw the 20 coins on the table, he was immediately furious. How can you be like this? When I see a patient in Yujia village, I always pay 20 coins per patient. I came all the way to your Yangshu village to see 2 patients, and you are only willing to pay 20 coins? This is the first time that Dr. Wu has met someone like Hu Juanzi in all these years of seeing patients. There were families that really didn't have money, but they would say they were temporarily in arrears, or use other things to pay it off. He wasn't the unreasonable person. But the eldest son of the Gu family, who lived in a big house with blue bricks and tiles and had a lot of land, actually planned to cheat him out of his hard-earned money.
Mom.
Gu Wenhan was rarely at home on weekdays, but he didn't expect that his mother, who was always generous to them, would be so stingy with this little money.
Mom.
We have spent 30 taels, so don't save these 20 cents. After all, Dr. Wu was the only doctor in the nearby villages. If they really offended him, they would have to go to the town to see a doctor if they had a headache or a fever in the future. It wasn't that Hu Juanzi would rather offend Dr. Wu than pay the extra 20 cents, but she was reluctant to spend the money on that little witch. Originally, when Wenhan passed the imperial examination, her eldest son would have been able to marry a woman from the town or even the county. She had even been secretly looking for a wife, just waiting for her youngest son to pass the imperial examination, but it was all messed up by this little witch. Reluctantly, she counted out another 20 coins from her purse and put them on the table with a gloomy face. She picked up the teapot, lifted the veil on the new bride's face, and poured it on her pretty face. The water in the pot was boiled in the morning and had already cooled down by now, but her actions still amazed people inside and outside the house. Wen Sai's mother, what are you doing? Although Yi had vaguely heard some gossip about the eldest daughter-in-law of the first house, she was still shocked when she saw Hu Juanzi doing this on the day of her wedding. Didn't Dr. Wu say that we should use cold water to scare her? I'm doing this for her own good, to wake her up. Hu Juanzi was worried that she had no place to vent her anger, so she just tried this little witch. You. Is there anyone who is so embarrassing as you? You should stay with your Dalong. I will take care of the new bride. Mrs. Yi felt full of sympathy for the unconscious bride in front of her. With such a mother-in-law, her future life would be difficult. Dr. Wu shook his head, took the money, picked up the medicine box, and left without looking back. Dr. Wu, are you going back to Yujia village? I'll go with you, so you can have someone to accompany you on the road. Seeing Dr. Wu coming out of the house, Gu Qianlong quickly put the remaining melon seeds in her hand into her pocket, stood up, and said, "It's Madame Gu. Let's go back to the village together." Dr. Wu smiled gently when he saw Gu Qianlong. This young lady is capable and lucky, but it's a pity. Gu Qianlong followed Dr. Wu out of the yard one after the other, which made Su Haoza, who was sitting in the main room, so angry that he was fuming. Who did he stay in the Gu family for so long and drink so much low-quality tea? I was just thinking about waiting for Madame Gu to leave, so I could meet her by chance on the road. Now, she followed a 50-year-old doctor.
How could he meet her by chance?
Could he also follow the old man? This is a joke. What's wrong with Master Su? Is the tea not tasty? How about I give you a cup of sugar water? Seeing Su Haoza's face suddenly darken, Gu Yuchong's heart was pounding. It is rumored that Mr. Su has a bad temper and is moody. It seems that the situation is not very good at this moment. Drink sugar water? No matter what he drinks now, his heart can't be sweet. Besides, if he continues to drink, his stomach can hear the sound of water when he walks. No more drinking. Go back home. Su Haoza stood up and walked out of the yard without looking back. Mr. Su came in a hurry and left in a hurry, without taking a cloud with him. He didn't even look at or ask what happened to Gu and Kai, who was lying in the next room. Gu Yuchong looked at Mr. Su, who got on the carriage, and left with a confused face. He couldn't understand why the person who was drinking tea just now suddenly left without any signs. Bruaire, who was splashed with water on her face, has also woken up slowly at this moment. But she still closed her eyes tightly, clenched her teeth tightly, and didn't make a sound. The old hag was waiting for her. Sooner or later, she would get back everything that this family had imposed on her. Boss, why did Mr. Su leave? Hu Juanzi originally thought that he had to wait until Dalong woke up. After eating and drinking, he will leave. These rich people think about one thing after another every day. How could he know? Boss, tell me quickly, how much gift money did Mr. Su give? Hu Juanzi didn't care about anything else. She only cared about money. Gu Yuchong was stunned when he heard it. Gift money? He didn't receive it. Aren't all the gift money handed directly to you? All the money in the family is in the hands of this woman, and she received all the gifts today. What's the point of asking him this question? Seeing the expression of the boss, Hu Juanzi's heart skipped a beat. You didn't receive it? The couple was stunned at the same time, and carefully recalled everything that happened from Mr. Su entering the yard until he left. It was found that everyone seemed to have forgotten about it. After finishing the banquet, Mr. Su wiped his mouth and went into the house to drink tea. At the end, he seemed to leave angrily. Oh my, that's bad. Mr. Su definitely didn't pay.
Great.
He came to our house for a meal and didn't even give him a penny. He even sent someone to drive a carriage here. Aren't you afraid that he would be stuffed to death? Thinking of the orphan girl from the second branch of the Gu family who gave 20 coins, Mr. Su was so good. With a big family and a lot of wealth, he could easily spend tens or hundreds of taels of silver, but he didn't even give a penny when he came to their house for a banquet. Hu Juanzi was immediately furious. It's all your fault. I said I would use his carriage to send Wen Kai to the town clinic, and I could get some travel expenses. Now he has to pay for it. Su Haoza, who drove away in the carriage, was still sulking. Dr. Wu, I want to ask the two young couples in the Gu family what's going on. Although she was in the yard, she had heard Dr. Wu's diagnosis. But he still wanted to ask the old man in person again just because of the diagnosis he gave to old lady Qian last time. What did she think? Why did she feel that this doctor was not very reliable? What's the situation? Dr. Wu stroked his mustache habitually. What else could it be? They both fell asleep. Don't worry, it's all fine. He smiled and shook his head as he said this. He heard about the glorious history of this big rascal Gu in Jiuxian building the next day. To be honest, that kid was really daring and really exciting. Fell asleep? No way. Can you sleep on a happy day? The old man thought she was young and easy to fool, right?
Hey.
It's okay to tell you, they all drank alcohol with drugs and passed out. Dr. Wu looked at Mrs. Gu's clear eyes and said helplessly. He might not be very good at medicine, but he had experienced a lot and seen a lot. In all these years as a doctor, he didn't know how many private things and methods he had seen. What does this little thing between the young couple of the Gu family mean? It's just a matter of one willing to fight and the other not wanting to be beaten. As time goes by, things will get better naturally. The wine was drugged. The new young lady of the Gu family knows how to play. As a woman who has traveled all over the country and seen big scenes, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but feel a little curious about her. With her joining the Gu family, it will definitely be very lively in the future. Madam Gu, what I said just now came out of my mouth and entered your ears, and that's it.
I don't know anything about it,
Dr. Wu said, reminding worriedly. That's natural. What did you say just now? I didn't hear a word. Gu Qianlong replied with a smile. This Dr. Wu is a wonderful person. He clearly saw it at the Gu family just now, but he didn't expose it. She suddenly developed a little affection for this old man. Dr. Wu smiled and stroked his mustache. This is the good thing about talking to smart people, it's not tiring. At this moment, Gu Qianlong couldn't help but think of the letter she had taken from Gu's mother's bed. The original owner's mother had always been in poor health, but as the only doctor in several nearby villages, Dr. Wu had never treated her mother. She had carefully searched the original owner's memory before, but she didn't find anything. Every time, her mother took out the prescription and asked the old servant in the family to go to the town to get the medicine directly. Later, the old servant was driven away by the people in the first room, and the person who got the medicine was the uncle Gu Yusheng, and sometimes it was a few boys in his family. It turned out that Xiao, who married into the second room of the Gu family, had good medical skills, but it was not known to outsiders. It was not until she read the letter that she finally understood that the original owner's mother was actually the daughter of an imperial physician. Her medical skills all came from family inheritance. But even her only daughter had not been taught any medical skills and medical theories. But at that time, the hairpin of the original owner's mother was clearly in Hu Juanzi's hand. How could the original owner get the potion without anyone noticing and leave marks on her face? Unfortunately, the original owner's memory of the day she got married was completely vague, which made Gu Qianlong feel anxious when she thought about it. She even suddenly wanted to go back to Yangshu village and look for the house where the original owner lived before. See if there's anything she just missed. But thinking of Mr. Su, who was eyeing her covetously, and the eldest wife of the Gu family who had ill intentions, she had to put her mind at ease for the time being. I am still too weak now. Apart from my mediocre fighting power, only able to deal with ordinary people and good physical fitness, I don't have any other advantages. She could hide in space when she encountered danger, but unfortunately space was not omnipotent. Wherever she was when she entered the space, she would still be in the same place when she came out, and she could not move in the space. If only I could move in the space and change the location when I came out. I have received the host's request, and now I have responded. When the space rises to a certain level, this function can be satisfied. Xiao Yozi's voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere, almost scaring Gu Qianlong. Xiao Yozi, do you mean that the space can be changed after the upgrade? Tell me, what level is okay? Is level 3 okay? Gu Qianlong was so excited that she almost jumped up and quickly communicated with Xiao Yozi with her consciousness. Fortunately, she knew that she was walking with Dr. Wu at the moment, so she had to pay attention to her personal image. But the slightly raised corners of her mouth betrayed her good mood at the moment. Level 3 cannot change the location of the space. At least level 4 can be reached. Xiao Yozi said in a calm tone. More functions and unlocking of the space still need the host to explore and research on his own. I can't reveal it. Xiao Yozi repeatedly reminded. Can't reveal it. If you don't reveal a little, how can I have the motivation to upgrade the space? Gu Qianlong couldn't help complaining. Since her deposits rose to 4 figures, she was not as concerned about the cultivation of space crops as before. She often harvested once a day, and occasionally, she could harvest twice when she remembered. In this regard, Xiao Yozi did not raise any objections, so she was happy to be lazy. Xiao Yozi in the space was dissatisfied with this. It was not that he did not raise any objections, but he had no way to raise them, and he could not raise them. He could only watch the host upgrade in a bad way and worry. Looking at the points on the space panel at the moment, 325 points, Gu Qianlong secretly cheered herself up. It's almost there, only 175 points away from level 3. When you reach level 3, is level 4 far away? It must be right in front of you. Knowing the new functions that will appear after the space upgrade, Gu Qianlong suddenly became motivated again. Isn't it just going up the mountain a few more times, collecting, hunting, and planting more? These are not difficult things. As long as she is more diligent, she will go to the mountains for a walk when she returns, and it will not take minutes to upgrade to level 4. But when she thought about returning to the village, back to the small courtyard with the mysterious tunnel, she was troubled again. She wondered if it was too late to talk to village Chief Yu and build another house for them to move out. There is always a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, so there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. She couldn't keep an eye on the two children all day long. Dr. Wu looked at Mrs. Gu beside him, smiling one moment and looking a little sad the next, and found it very strange.